or whatever. So I'm kind of weary of what might happen with that one bill that does anybody know what I'm talking about? Where he was trying to say like, oh well, because of the terms of service, we're not going to give these platforms their ability to just go ahead and publish whatever. Yeah,
Section 230, right? It says that the YouTube is not the publisher of the information, right? They still have responsibilities to police it somewhat, but they're not the publisher.
Is that net neutrality related?
Second, net neutrality
is related to it.
I think it's related. Yeah,
my issue.
Anyway.
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer
That's
or anything
the
like
argument
that.
the Australian government was using, right? Oh, they're not the publishers, and that came out of the United States for the control of the platforms, right? Oh, we're not publishers and all this. It's all manipulation, Roofy.
Yeah,
right? And you fall for every trap the government gives you. Right? It goes against the violation of the First Amendment, which is written in the Constitution. I know Australians find that hard to understand, but in the United States, you can walk around and you can say anything you want as long as you're not threatening to kill people or threatening to harm people. Right? You can have flags and banners and everything. You can display it, and the government can't do a thing.
But you can't misgender people. So.
You want to know something that maybe as an Australian you might not know, but our second president, John Adams, he almost immediately made a law that made it illegal to talk bad about him in the newspaper.
Really?
Holy shit.
So
almost made the law.
Have you seen what they have in North Korea? Dude, I saw this clip where like they have like a picture of I forget his name now. Kim Jong-un. Yeah,
Kim Jong-un.
Every person that lives, like, they have to have a picture of him on their like wall, and if they don't clean it perfectly, if there's a little bit of dust on it, they can be executed.
Whoa.
It's like that in Muslim countries, but I don't know if it's like execution. But any building you go in, it's gonna have the king, the royal family, pictures of them.
And North Korea isn't fucking around by any means. Yeah.
They also have to accept that he doesn't defecate.
And then they even have this things in North Korea where, like, if you did something wrong or whatever that they want to like execute, they'll go like through your family line and they'll just come to your other families and just take them too, even though they didn't even do anything.
Yeah. Did you know that if you try to escape from North Korea, even if you do successfully escape, which is incredibly hard to do, and you'll probably die, but a lot of people attempt to do it anyway because their life is so hellish, that if they catch you escaping, they'll murder your whole family as in enticement to not try to escape in the first place.
Get this. When I was in university, there was some Chinese students in the economics class, right? And a couple of Chinese were saying something, right? And I overheard what they were saying. And they said, those group of students over there, they're Korean. And I couldn't work out what they were talking about, right? It took me ages. But then I worked out they're North Korean on Chinese passports. And I went, this country's fucked up, man.
You learned Chinese just to translate what they were saying?
No. They were speaking English.
Oh.
Because you can't get into an Australian university unless you speak English. So, yeah.
Anyway, New World Order, it seems like the New World Order is a real thing. I don't know why anyone wouldn't know about it.
Well, I mean, if you're still trying to figure that out, man, you're so far behind. It's insane. I want to say this one thing about that thing about censorship, like in this room and everything, and like First Amendment, free speech. Look what they've done to us now. Like even in Discord, the stupid fucking platform that's pretty much brand new. Now we have people, they're self-censoring. We don't even need the government fucking telling you to shut up or say this or that. Everyone at this point is basically like, oh, nope, they said we shouldn't do this. We're like living in fear at this point. We're basically like in North Korea right now. They're like, oh, I'm afraid to say this.
Living in fear.
Don't want to
living in accordance with the terms.
Don't want to get my YouTube channel banned.
Yeah, Can you
Don't wanna
send me the
say
terms of
that.
service where it says that? I want to read this terms of service now because I believe you guys are overestimating because I think that it's creating channels specifically promoting these topics.
It's
I
creating
don't think it
fear is
says,
what it's doing. People are
yeah,
living in
I don't think
fear.
it's discussing topics.
They're self-policing themselves, and that is
These
disgusting.
topics I've seen both in
And
Discord and YouTube.
it's also
People
cowardice.
getting their whole
I'm just saying that, like, did you hear my points, Cameron? I'm just like, at what point do you just like self-censor yourself into like oblivion? You know, where it's just like, what, like, where you're not even sure what you're allowed to talk about anymore. You know what I mean? Like, where do we draw the line there? That's all I'm trying
if
to
you
say.
if you easily fall into what they're telling you not to do, then you're gonna lose.
Yeah, just keep your head down. Pretend like this isn't happening.
I mean, I hear
Yeah,
you.
laugh it up. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't. It doesn't affect me virtually at all. I mean, I still talk about
Oh my, are you serious? It doesn't affect
Yeah.
you? Listen to the little cave. Let's not talk about one of the biggest events.
if you're on a hill at 1,000 meters and you shoot your load off
Yes.
to another
projectile velocity to spray it on the other guy's face.
I wasn't going there. I thought we were talking about mountain to mountain here.
Yes, mountain to mountain.
Where's your mind?
Gee.
What angle will you measure? Will you measure?
Yeah.
1,000
I'll give
feet
you
or
distance.
1,000 feet?
No, 1,000 meters, and you're shooting 30 kilometers away to another mountain that's at 1,000 meters. What angle will you measure?
Well, it depends on how much bendy warpy is in the environment.
Okay, assume a typical atmosphere.
Standard bend, standard warp.
Yep.
Not really bend. I should say standard. I know, but I'm trying to say something else that would be funny.
Like a deviation, you mean? Okay, so this is fill me in here. Are you trying to measure curve from 30 kilometers away, Rufy?
Yes.
Okay, there's no curve. So how can you factor in curve?
Wait, these mountains are 30 kilometers away?
Yeah, it's just an arbitrary distance, sure.
Okay, I don't want to discuss this. We were actually having a decent discussion a couple minutes ago.
Were we? I thought we were sort of discussing banned topics.
Yeah, we needed a new topic.
Yeah.
Yep, not allowed to talk about real things. Go back to mathematics, you know.
It's not math.
Did you guys see the video that Banjo put out? Banjo?
Yeah. I haven't watched it, but I saw the title and I just went, I can watch that.
Ruhif's already got it slotted in his mind, like, oh, I'm going to have to watch that.
No, the time zones one?
Do not sell.
The one about the time zones, yeah.
Yeah. Like there's 3 hours difference between Sydney and Perth, and there's 3 hours difference between New York and LA. Like, what's the point?
What do you mean?
So tell me Banjo's point. I haven't watched the video, but please tell me Banjo's point.
Oh,
Basically, the shape of the time zones sort of leads the distances in the southern hemisphere to be very difficult to distinguish where you are when you're out in the ocean and you don't have any landmarks.
Oh my god! You understand time zones are man-made.
Yes,
there's a big, when you look at the Pacific time zone in the Pacific Ocean, there's big lines in and out of it. It's ridiculous. It's not
like
even
Kiribati, you mean?
It's ridiculous.
Kiribati wanted to be in the western side of that line, so they just said we're going to be on the western side of that line.
So what does it tell you? It's man-made.
Nothing. Yeah, time zones are man-made. They're meant to roughly approximate.
Only works on the flat Earth. Correct. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
If the time zones were round, Kiribati couldn't be part of it. Yeah.
You got to Poe harder, champ.
Yeah, Poe. You're the Poe. Okay. You're a literal government troll, dude. And you're coming here calling me a Poe? That's comical.
Carlos, did you watch the video?
Yeah, I kind of was half asleep watching it, so I got about 80% of it. But what I understood was that the time zones in the south are sort of like, there are way more divisions in the time zones, so it's difficult to distinguish how far you are, and difficult to find out the real distances.
You don't use time zones for that.
Because the time zones and nowadays the people they don't use sextants in the southern hemisphere. They all go by GPS. Yeah.
I don't think anyone really uses sextants anymore. I think everyone uses GPS.
Yes.
So you see navigation.
When you've got time zones and GPS, it sort of muddles the complication. It just makes it more complicated to know where you are.
You'll find that GPS doesn't have the same coverage you think it does. That's all I'm saying.
What coverage do you think GPS has? Tell me the declination of the GPS.
Pull out a worldwide map of GPS coverage. I'm not going to tell you, Rufy, because you're a government agent.
Right. The
Go away. Honestly,
55 degrees.
You're annoying.
You're a
literal fraud.
The Russian satellites are about 60 degrees declination.
Well, what I did notice in the video is that Banjo was what's it called? He was talking over another video and translating it because the Italian sailor was actually the one that was discussing the time zone issues, and he's I don't know, he seems to be like a one of those
So is this the cruise captain?
No, he's like a sailor, a racer.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh shit, what's his name? Rivoni, Hervé Rivoni. That guy.
And now he's a flat earther, and he's just talking about time zones as one of the things that sort of muddles the. It just shows that it's difficult to discern the distances when you're in the southern hemisphere.
No, it doesn't. Time zones are not relevant to anything. They are man-made.
I don't know. So that's why I can't really talk too much more about it, because I didn't watch it fully. But if you have the time, I think you might understand a little bit more. He looks like he's got something to say.
Okay, he should know. If he's done that race, did he have to do that race with a sextant?
I have no idea. You could watch the video. It's a really short video. Like when you have time, maybe later on tonight.
Might tonight. Yeah. Where is he? Still so familiar.
But it is interesting why the time zones are set the way they are. Why aren't they just like evenly distributed over the longitudes?
Why would they be? They correspond to countries, right? Countries and states. They don't correspond to longitudes. They're man-made arbitrary divisions. Like I said, Kiribati just went, we're going to be on the western side of the date line just for shits and giggles.
I think there's more to it than that, actually. I don't know.
You don't want it to be too arbitrary, though. You kind of want the sun to be, you know, at its peak. You want it to be 12 o'clock, right?
Yeah, approximately, yeah. Approximately. But you could be 15 degrees of longitude off, right? Solar noon here can be 1 o'clock. That's an entire time zone wrong.
You did mention about where I think it's where Alaska and Russia meet, and on the same latitude, there's like 3 hours difference or something.
Yeah, but who cares? It's an arbitrary distinction. There's not actually 3 hours difference between solar noon.
Right, yeah.
It's just a nothing argument.
Well, the basic point is that they added time zones to give to give this look of symmetry with day and night, you know.
I think Ruhif is watching the video right now.
I'm reading about Kiribati.
Do you guys watch any videos lately? I saw one on Chinese TikTok. They call it what do they call it? Anyway, there's a place in China in the desert, the largest desert in the world. Was it Gobi Desert? It's called Lowlan, the Kingdom of Lowlan. Have you guys heard of that? It's like there's a lot of mysteries to it. It covers like 4,000 square kilometers, and they have like rangers patrolling the place like all day, 24 hours a day. And if you want to go there, you can. You need to put down a 300,000 yuan deposit, and then you can go in there and sort of like check out all the ancient sites. It's a lost kingdom that's been sort of like covered over by the desert, which has encroached onto the city, but no one knows what really happened. And they think that this place was the civilization was it was a kingdom around about 300 BC or something like that.
Fancy dropping a vid for it, or type in the name of that place?
The only ones I've been able to find in English are very short videos. They're just like 2-minute videos. It's Lowlan, Kingdom of Lowlan. I haven't been able to find any longer videos. Lowlan is Loulan.
All right, cheers.
Nice.
And there's something like 500 burial mounds or tombs in that area as well, and they found, hundreds of mummies and treasures.
Is it like an
And it's
insurance deposit?
very Moorish looking buildings.
The 300,000, is that like an insurance deposit thing?
Yeah. It's just a deposit, so you don't go in and do anything like bad.
Cool. Who is texting me at this hour?
There's
Oh my God.
another place. I was watching a video the other day about some like a temple that they found. I think is a pyramid in Indonesia, with a whole bunch of. It's been there for such a long time, but no one's really afforded to go and start digging there to check it out. But there are people that are looking at it. An English guy who's there now. And then in Indonesia, checking this place out. I wish I could remember the name. Don't know if you guys knew that there were so many pyramids around the world, and this one, if it is a pyramid, it's massive. It's bigger than the Great Pyramid in Egypt.
Yeah, apparently the Bosnian one's supposed to be bigger.
There are more than one in Bosnia. Apparently, the guy that found the place, found the pyramid, he thinks there's a couple more. I heard someone pointing me to somewhere where they were saying that there might be one in New Zealand, in the North Island of New Zealand, in the forest.
Sorry, are you
It
talking
really
about
wouldn't
pyramids
surprise me.
all over the world?
There are pyramids all over the world, apparently.
Yeah, there's dozens in Australia. I've found 4 already.
Really?
They're just standing there, and people don't even spot it. They drive past it. I mean, holy shit, that's a pyramid. And what the British government did 150 years ago, they would tunnel into the side of these pyramids looking for tombs.
Hey,
And people said,
Flytech,
they're looking for gold. And I'm like, no, they weren't looking for gold. They were looking for Egyptian treasure.
do you know who Joe Hashim is, Flytech?
Joe Hashim, no, never heard of him.
Yeah. Okay. Does anyone here know who Joe Hashim is?
Is he on BitChute or YouTube?
No, he's a poker player, and he won the World Series years ago. You sound exactly like him.
Is he Australian?
Yeah.
And I'll look him up.
I'll try and find a.
Joe Hashim. Was he from Melbourne?
Yes, I think.
Okay, that makes sense.
Let's find it.
He's a Lebanese Australian professional poker player.
Yeah.
$7.5 million he won. Holy moly. Oh, there you go. Nah, I wish that was me. I'm broke as broke.
Oh, what should I do, people?
Is that how you got rich, Rufus?
Yeah, poker. Yeah.
Don't lie, you
Put
shit
it,
at
put it
poker.
all in
Rick.
black. Put it all in black.
Swear by black, yeah.
Once you
Once
go
you go
black.
black, you never get back.
I'll tell you this story about this Australian pyramid, right? I climbed one. I spotted it from about 30 miles away, so I drove to it, and it was sort of isolated around a farm. So I parked the car on the side of the road, then I snuck across the farmland and I went into this pyramid, right? And it's very steep. Like, I mean, you're climbing the side of a pyramid, right? So it took me a while to get up there. And across the top, it was layered, like on the southern side of it. So it was like a block that went down in layers, like a pyramid. So I took video and photographs of that. So I sort of doubted myself. I'm thinking, do you think it's really a pyramid? And I walked over to the edge, and there was a square, like, piece of granite. And I'm thinking, oh, I wonder if that's a brick, because it sort of rolled off the other side. And but yeah, I don't know. It's worth if you ever see strange looking mountains, you should investigate it.
Well, yeah, you know, like in China, they're all hidden sort of under vegetation, but you can blatantly tell that there's a pyramid underneath all that vegetation. And it's not just China that happens in. Certain hills in your own country, you'll be like, actually.
But I was talking to this guy. I said, "Oh, you know about the Australian pyramids?" He's going, "Never heard of it." I said, "There's dozens of them all over the place, right?" He's going, "Well, if that was true, the government and all the archaeologists would be searching for it." I said, "No, they wouldn't. They're not going to tell you. They'd hide it from the university and teach you destructive information."
All right, I'm gonna go watch Banjo.
But I was working on another theory as well that I think sometimes the ancients they would chisel mountains and shape them rather than build whole pyramids.
Yeah, pretty much. They're pretty much liars.
Sounds like a mountainous task.
But okay, you've got nothing to do. Imagine if you're just sitting around, you've got all this food everywhere, you've got crops growing, you've got heaps of women. You know, you're going to build pyramids because you've got nothing to do. That's exactly what would happen.
Yeah, they're traveling the speed of light, too. Fucking goof. They're traveling the speed of light.
I tell you this, one time I was driving around. There was this weird shaped, hill on this farm
dog
property,
poop.
right?
And I found some dog poop.
So I saw the farmer. And I tracked the car. I drove up to him.
Dog poop.
And I said, buddy, can I look at that hill on your property? He's going, oh, if you want.
Oh, man. Can I go to Tartar?
He goes to me, oh, I had a group about 10 years ago. They wanted to hike around it. No one's come to me since. I said, oh, okay. And this guy was ancient, man. This farmer was fucking 90 or something. I've seen some old dudes before. He was ancient. He's telling me the history of the whole area and all that. Okay, great. And on the top of that, I found square-shaped granite and blocks, which is very interesting. Anyway, this group seems dead, so you guys sticking around?
Got nothing, Gio, since we last spoke. Nothing at all.
Not a thing.
Not really. No.
Not a glimmer of a twinkle of a truth.
No, I watched a film called Gods of Egypt. It was a cool, cheesy fantasy. Listened to Philip's Hidden Gospel. It was just normal Gnostic Christianity. I haven't heard of any conspiracies or anything. Sticking along normally.
Well, Ruhiv's back to give us his review of the video.
I gave up. Fucking gibberish.
Is this guy Feynman Rules? Is that a Glober?
I think so, yeah.
If you wanted to prove to someone that all voting was rigged, how would you prove it? He wants me to prove it to him. He claimed all voting was rigged, not just that one. Anyway, we can't talk about it, can we? Proving some things requires hours and hours of context, doesn't it? You can't just give someone a timestamp and prove something. The other day, Ed was demanding I prove something to him with a video timestamp straight away, and he wouldn't accept watching a few videos to get context. He had to have the proof there and then in a timestamp, or it was just being ignored, and he didn't class it as evidence.
That sounds like classic Ed. Right. That's what he does, yeah.
I don't know how someone... I mean, that's worse than a flat earther does it. Some flat earthers do it too.
He becomes very demanding.
Yeah.
And then if you don't give him whatever the thing he thinks that he wants from you, it's just endless barrage.
Yeah.
Do you think we're all one, Don?
Yeah, I do. I think we might have come from a few different experiments. I think that still makes us one.
At the ultimate level, though, are we all one?
Yeah.
So there is no other. It's just us, just one.
Well, there is other, but there's also sameness. It's both.
Nice. So wait, but the other is only in our limited feeling like there's another. It's not really the ultimate. There's not an actual ultimate other.
Yeah, I think I do think that. But that's only the ultimate mystery that we're all one. Underneath that, there's lots of separation, actual gaps of space that we can't explain between us.
Yeah.
Separate eyes and separate stomachs.
So then if we're all one, we're just our own authority at the end of the day? There's no other like controlling body. It's just we do whatever we want.
Just nature's laws and our own discernment or love or psychopathy. But I do believe some of nature's laws affect human behavior. So if you run around harming people, there will be some type of consequence.
Well, I kind of was almost referring to like, does God have any authority? You know, I mean, obviously the answer would be no if you view it, you know, that it's the ultimate. But
I think his only authority is the natural laws.
the laws that it makes, though, it makes those and then abides by them.
Makes the laws like gravity and not harming anyone, human consequences.
Right. But couldn't it even transcend those even? Couldn't it levitate if it wanted to?
No, I don't think so. I don't think God is all powerful. I think it's just crazy nature happening.
How could God have made everything but not be all powerful?
Well, just like an artist can make a crazy piece of art, it doesn't mean he could write a book as well, or lift a massive heavy weight. He did manage to create one fantastic piece of art that people are confused about and fascinated by. Doesn't mean he knows every answer in the encyclopedia. What do you think? Do you think that God can act on us if we be bad or if we're going in the wrong direction? Or
Well, I mean, if you're in like an ultimate creator mindset and then you're going to create a game to play with yourself, and then you would create the rules, the boundaries, the different players in it and all of their consciousness and all of that. And then you create the rules and then you play the game. So if that's the case, then from that perspective, yeah, there are very real repercussions for the beings in the game. But if the ultimate creator made the game and made the rules, then it's kind of just building its own authority rather than depending on something outside of itself to build the rules.
I guess, what rules are you talking about? What rules do you attribute? What's he bothered about?
Well, like, by the way, I don't know if this directly responded to the last thing you said. If it doesn't, my bad, because this is kind of what I was thinking before a little bit. But, well, like, yeah, like laws, like you were saying, like what we call gravity, or like morals and karma, for example.
I mean, how far would the morals stretch? The more morals you attribute to God, the more it's probably you saying it.
Well, like if it were okay, this is from the idea that God is all powerful, like that the creator has all ability to do, to write any game it wants. Like if you like make a video game, you choose what the rules are, like what the.
Yeah, but how many people go back in? Can you go back into GTA 5 and change it really important things? You'll piss off all the players and they'll notice.
Yeah, well, that's the question. Could you like transcend it, or is it set in stone? I mean,
I think I'm saying that he can't change it much. He just is.
Yeah, but if it made the rules, like, couldn't it could just change them anytime it wanted, ultimately? Which is kind of surprising me that we don't see that more, like this whole life, it's pretty consistent. Like we don't just start flying, or, it's pretty, it's like it's real.
Technically, the creators of GTA 5 could make every NPC naked, couldn't they, overnight? Recode it back into the live version. So when anyone goes on to live, suddenly everyone's naked.
Well, this reminds me that now we're getting.
Hang on, God's changed something.
I know, but then you get into like Mandela effect. What if they don't even know it's changed, or they do know it's changed, and then they have memories of it, but they don't see it. Like they have the memories of, all these NPCs used to have clothes on, and now they're all naked, but you don't have any way to prove that they used to have clothes on because you've been Mandela'd. Now you're in the new reality.
But then also you got to think that if we're talking about God being all powerful, it would be like, you know, the best supercomputer there's ever been, right? That would be able to calculate every possibility and knows everyone's choices,
I don't believe
what
that.
they can possibly make.
I've heard Alan Watts say when you tell someone you're God, they immediately want to know the exact height in millimeters of Mont Blanc. And you have to tell them it's there. It's in the encyclopedia. It's already there. So I'm saying God is only as powerful as what nature can do and what man finds out and does. Can't suddenly make us all naked overnight just by pressing a button or having a belief.
Yeah, that's the same thing I believe with what Don said.
So it sort of like relies on the perception of people.
No, God is bounded by the limits of the universe.
Someone else trying to talk there really, really low.
I was whispering. I said God is bounded by the same limitations, the limitations of the universe. He's bounded by the laws that we're discovering all the time.
Yeah. And human, which is an unpredictable element.
He's got the collective knowledge and experience of everything and everyone that's ever lived and all the things ever were, but he doesn't know anything beyond that. He doesn't know the future.
If you want to know why the flowers grow, even the god of spring doesn't know.
Was it a poem?
Yeah, some Zen bullshit.
Yeah, we're done.
But maybe God, as the universe, gets pissed off certain planets because there's too much ego, and then he sends an asteroid flying not because he says I want an asteroid to fly there right now, and he just decides, but maybe he gets angry and it sort of happens through the emotion.
I don't think so. I think any anger, like let's say he's inside everything and he's inside a physical thing that has anger, like he has anger in that entity as part of that. Like I think his limitations are, like let's say he's in the human, he's in Jesus. The only thing he can make Jesus do is magic tricks, not actual magic. You know what I mean?
I just think God is bounded by humans, but also he is nature, so that means not bounded just by humans. Nature's, well, because we don't know what it can do yet, it's kind of unpredictable to us.
To some. That's true though. Yeah, we don't know. We don't really, we act like we know. Every day we think we know almost as much as there is to know, almost. But we learn new things all the time. So.
Yeah, but from the idea that the creator created the whole game, it knows all of it. It already knows all the different intricacies of nature and all the answers and everything. And then we're just like, in that perspective, we're separate units that have temporarily forgotten all of these things in a way.
Ruhif knows.
Eh?
Okay,
Well,
no, I thought you were going to say something. I was just say, yeah, because you know about Conway's Game of Life, and these type of
vaguely, yeah.
Yeah, but somebody you could write the simple code, the simple set of rules, and you let it play out.
Yeah.
You don't know what's going to happen. Complexity can emerge.
Hello. Hey, the water, the aether is water, and the water is awareness. It's made of awareness.
Like, what does that even mean, Smurf? Honestly,
nice, dude.
I'm trying to,
tell you. That was on point.
What it means is, exactly that awareness in your head, which is possibly projected from your entire chakra system or your heart. I'm not sure. Just trying to figure it out. But your awareness that you're seeing through your eyes and hearing me through your ears right now, that is what everything is made out of. It's all made out of that stuff. Now, the form it takes is seems to be structured water. So anyway, the things that are solid, they're basically just frozen because due to the conductiveness and resistance of each element, what it is it appears frozen. So everything's made out of water. You're made out of water. You're like a fish in water. Hydrocarbons, carbohydrates. But what I'm trying to say is that we're in a sea of awareness. It's a multi-plane. It's a pressure. We're like an underwater lake, and there's like pressure gradient difference up and down. And a higher plane is a lighter, gradient, and the lower depths are heavier. And so, but it's all made of awareness. You see, at the highest plane that we know of, Hinduism is they say is something like a clear light of intelligence, perhaps something like that. I don't know. But anyway, there's different planes that most of the sea. That's why they call it a sea. You see what I mean? Most of the sea is asleep. God is asleep, for the most part. But each point of awareness is like you. You are in me. I'm a point of awareness, and you're a point of awareness. And all these points,
point of awareness.
She is, and all these points of awareness were divided up, but from L in this plane. That divides like a computer, like add, subtract, multiply, divide. L. Electromagnetism. So anyway, polarity is what I'm talking about. And what I'm trying to say is that everything is made out of water, and the water itself is made out of awareness. Does that make sense? Huh?
Oh, just smoke some more fucking coke.
Oh. So what makes more sense to you is cartoons, quantum mechanics, and a bunch of stuff you can't, no way to reproduce any of that. What makes sense to you is a bunch of cartoons.
What makes sense is that there are too many drugs in this conversation.
No cabal involved on Earth and humanity. That's what Ruhev believes. No evil cabal exists.
Oh, he's a coincidence theorist. It's all just a coincidence. Yeah. Multi-layered coincidence.
All those men in cloaks with charges against them.
Hey, all the
doesn't exist.
Hey, all these groups of people that openly, publicly plot against you and mock you on their YouTube channels, like the World Economic Forum, 300 Bilderberg, all that. Hey, it's all just a bunch of coincidences. Yeah, they just found themselves at these tables, at these dinner events, just by coincidence. And they just made all these agreements by coincidence. They just, every single nation in the world decided to block you off from the Arctic Ring, just out of coincidence. Just one day, we'll all sign this treaty.
To protect nature, obviously, because humans love protecting nature, don't they?
We found something that everyone in the world could agree on: is that Rufy should not go to Antarctica. He's not allowed to go, and that's what every nation, including Mongolia, North Korea, and Somalia, and Madagascar, they all agreed that Rufy is not to go to the Arctic, and that is a coincidence.
Yep.
It's all a coincidence. Oh, wow.
To hide some ice. It's just ice, obviously. It's really worth hiding.
Well, Professor Parks, PhD, let me tell you something. Your body is your mental projection. What do you think about that?
Well, I feel pain.
Well, like what you were talking about reminds me a bit like in Buddhism, they talk about like, coming to like aware, like just like the process of being aware of awareness, essentially, is one way to put it. Where you like, and also like in Zen Buddhism and a lot of these practices that are meant, like in terms of the meditation practices and the awareness, where you begin to tune into that like universal witness that we all have, like that ultimate one witness. Like, is that the creator? You know, like when you really quiet your mind outside of your personal identity, your body, your thoughts, your memories, your emotions, your body sensations, all those things, when you get beyond all of those, what is the thing that is actually aware and is experiencing, you know, at its base level?
I think it's all of us. I think I'm just trying to guess. I would guess that the answer is that thing that you're seeing through. When the body, if you were to remove the body that filters out, you know, it creates the illusion of individuality with its filters, of your senses, all these filters. But really, what is that? It's all of us. We're all made of that same stuff. I don't know about on this plane. You know, I'm leaning to the perspective that it's even more complex. That we're plugged into this plane from a higher plane. But anyway, all these planes, though, it's made of the same stuff. You know. But I could go into more detail why I believe we're not of the world. We're just in it. But that's another subject. I could go into that. But I got reason, not some stuff I read. You know, I talked to people that have been out of their body many times and read a bunch of stuff. And I got a perspective that we're just in this world. We're literally plugged into it, and you can't see it because senses filter out more than 99% of the reality spectrum, or you know, electromagnetic reality spectrum. So, you know, but anyway, that's just something I could get into. But I was just talking about awareness. What is it? What is that? It's all of us. You know, you're me and I'm you, and we're all the same person. Not on this plane. You know, okay. Everything in this plane is made of the same spirit.
So we're just talking to ourselves right now.
Yes. You see, the table is made out of L. My chair, the floor, the house is made out. The yard, the neighborhood is made out of L. But you and me, we're just guests. We're just visitors. We're just here now. But L, you and me, the three of us, we're actually made of the same. You see, what it is we're partitioned and divided like a hard disk, right? And it's multi-layered, right? And what I'm trying, you know. But anyway, long story short, we're really all made of the same stuff. And there's only one. Imagine a video game, and in a video game, your CPU has to simulate dozens of AI robots. Or like when you have a dream at night. Imagine you have a dream at night, and your consciousness simulates the characters in your dream. You divide up some of your awareness into reality. And this is what we're in. We're in God's mind, which is a bubble, a dream bubble in the sea of awareness on this pressure gradient in this underwater lake. It seems to be in the vast sea of awareness where it's chaotic out there and anything can happen. And somebody imagined up a computer. You can imagine up anything out there. Anything you desire instantly manifests. But somebody thought up this video game, and we all plugged into it, which is why we have a silver cord that goes from the star to your head, because all the player characters are connected to in that way. But the thing is that the non-player characters are procedurally generated, and they create vehicles that you can connect or plug into, right, through the portal. That's just the star. The stars are like portals, electric, like a game port. The game controller. What happens is the game controller, it functions through a star portal, you know, and that's the plug-in to the top of your head, and so that's a silver cord. Now,
crown
all
chakra.
that said, yeah. All that said, even though I said, you know, what I'm trying to say is that we're divided up in a multi-layered partition way that we're plugged into here. Like, we're not, even though we're made of the same base material, the way awareness, the way it works is it divides and splits itself. You can either, you have two options. You can either be immortal or you can divide yourself, which is why the sexual innuendo is the foundation of atheism with the globe model, and it's entirely sexual innuendo.
I've got a question.
Because then your cerebral fluids fall deep down. Now you have 33 degrees of your spine, vertebrae. All right. Now that cerebral fluid is what is the C. It's your personal C. Your when you C, it has to do with awareness, and your cerebral fluids. When a man and a woman come together, they alchemically fuse. This is a special. Your awareness on this plane of reality in this dream bubble is associated with your internal. One of the things is your fluids inside your brain, your third eye, your mind's eye, which is drained every time you have a lustful thought. And anyway, so I know I kind of went off subject. My point was the reason why everything is sexual innuendo is because they're trying to get you to divide yourself. They want you to, that this is the endless flow of reality existence, is constant division, because because the sea of awareness is infinite and endless, and so it's liquid, it's fluid. And so what they do is they endlessly creating and dividing and pushing out this awareness energy. Go ahead.
Are you glad that you separated into a human with eyes and free will rather than a random weed with no eyes and no free will?
Did you say? Can you say the first? Would I rather?
Are you happy that you separated into a human with eyes and free will?
Yeah. What happens is, yes, I am happy to be what I am. Yes, but it's all that I know. It's all that I know, which is important.
Some of God separated into like rocks, right? And they don't have eyes or feelings very much.
Yes,
maybe a tiny bit.
What's going on there is that there's two things going on. When you see a school of birds or a flock of fish, their bodies are not filtering out this as much as our bodies are. So we filter out. The more complex the more complex the creature, the more it can filter out and create the illusion of the ego and individuality. But what I'm trying to say, that exists outside of this world also, because there's two things going on. One thing that's going on is that these procedurally generated by this divider, the divider simulation, the simulator is doing background process like programs. Another thing going on are awareness entities. They may choose to be something other than human. Human may not be the only choice for a spirit to join this game. But it's like a video game where it's populated by procedurally generated robots until a player character joins. When a player character joins the game, then like when you were born or something, but not everybody is a player character. And so you mentioned the animals. Well, it's like you're you. Inside of your body, inside your guts is a bunch of background stuff going on that your subconscious is handling that you have no idea. And that's kind of like the jungle, is what, that's L's doing that. Or some spirits may choose to be a lion or a giraffe. They may want to live for a day. Maybe some spirits, like example, a dude may have lost his life, and then he may wish to be the fly on the wall to hear what, you may want to hear what happened next. And next thing you know, the dude you just killed is a fly on the wall because he wants to hear the next thing before he logs out again. That's all. That's how it works. The fly was already there, but anyway, he decided he wanted to be a fly. Now if he wants to have, if he's ready to have that experience, that can be quite unusual to have a fly body. But whatever you desire manifests in the sea of awareness. Go ahead.
Have you seen the Muslims when they sort of join back into one and walk around in a circle around the black cube.
Yeah, Mecca. Yeah.
They sort of give up their individuality and join a circle.
Yes. That's the Hajj. The Hajis. They go on their Hajj.
Hive, yeah.
Yeah, they used to call them Hajis in Iraq until they realized it was a compliment. They didn't. The soldiers didn't know at first. They didn't know it was a compliment. But anyway, those Hajis. Yeah, what'd you call me? Anyway,
the Kaaba.
A devout pilgrim. But anyway, yeah, I'm trying to. Somebody was talking about awareness or something. That's why. Yeah, I think Gio was talking about awareness. That's why I went on along. Just sharing my perspective. I don't know what y'all think about that.
Yeah, I was just talking about the awareness of Muslims while they're doing that thing. It must be weird.
Yeah. Well, okay, it's difficult to explain this because I'm trying to say we're plugged into this world, right? But anyway, we truly, there's only one thing. It's called one energy. There's only one energy, dude. And there's different forms of it. The stars are also like speakers in the sky, and the world is like a fishbowl. But the way it's all just different geometry, and it's all made of the same stuff. And that with specificity, what that stuff is it's awareness. And so it works just like when you have a dream at night. That's your analog simulation. And you get in a video game, that's your digital simulation. We're in such an electric simulation right now. Whether it's analog or digital, it's electric. And we call it El. The Holy Bible, the holographic book of El is what we're talking about. Electricity here. That's how everything works. Even the academia that lies to us all the time, they even conceded that the electromagnetic forces are 36 times stronger than I think there's a 36 times stronger than gravity forces, which we know doesn't actually exist. It's bullshit. But if you wanted to believe in gravity, the thing is, your own academia says electromagnetic forces are 36 times stronger. So 20 to 36 times. So my point being is, it's like, who cares about gravity? Okay, we live in an electric reality. Even if gravity is, I'm just trying to, even if it was a real, they say it doesn't even matter if it was a real thing, because it's only 1/20th to 1/36th of electric forces. So it's not even. That's just their way of saying they lied to you and it's fake, because they believe in karma. They find ways, to communicate. Yeah, like they give you images. NASA is the deception agent. Everything they do, they find ways to say it to you, and people don't pick up on the way they're actually not lying to you. For the most
they admit
part,
they lied by telling you.
Yeah, in the way they told you. Yeah, they actually told you the truth in many ways. Like Pluto. Pluto is a cartoon. They even put it on there so you'd see that, because they believe in karma. And you saw it, whether or not you understood it, whether or not you recognized it, your awareness saw that, and that's their way of telling you. It doesn't matter.
I think they made the cartoon after they made the planet, but regardless, I think
it's just a star.
Yeah, sure. So you're correct, but I think there's 36 orders of magnitude stronger, so it's like a trillion times stronger than gravity.
Oh, I was wrong. Whoa, I didn't know. Anyway, I'm not a mathematician, but thank you for pointing that out. That's really insightful.
It's a lot.
Wow, yeah. I can't even comprehend that number. But anyway, yeah, I was trying to say everything's made of awareness, and we've been partitioned and divided into our individual selves in the sea of awareness, and we're logged into this video game called reality. What do you think about that?
I agree with you.
If you look at the back of the dollar bill, it's got a pyramid, and it's okay. What that is, you got L at the top, and that's the awareness. And what it's doing is dividing itself up, and that's all it does. It does this on the highest plane, and it just keeps pushing itself out, dividing itself up, and we're somewhere inside that inside that pyramid. That's what that means. What do you think about that?
I know you believe in the Akashic records, and I know Geo does as well.
Hey, I don't know, but I believe it. Yeah, I believe, but don't know. Yeah,
I got you. I believe in the Akashic records as well, but based on what you're saying, and also based on what Geo said, which I agree with both you guys. But do you think that the Akashic records is maybe a representation of the collective knowledge of everyone? Like it's kind of like tapping into
so, yes,
that spirit.
L has everybody's knowledge of everything that's ever happened, has been recorded, but when you're outside of this world, you see when you meet L, all the knowledge of the null means zero. All the knowledge of this world will be instantly available to you, of everything. All knowledge instantly accessible to your mind, your awareness. When you leave your body, but you're still in this realm. But but all that knowledge is limited to this realm. Yeah, when you log out of here, again, you'll be confronted with all that knowledge. In the sea of awareness, you can imagine up anything you desire instantly manifests, including knowledge, everything, anything. You can craft your own world out there. Somebody dreamed up, imagined a video, and it's kind of chaotic out there. Somebody imagined a video game, and they put it right there, and then other spirits, you and I, decided to log into it, and here we are. And now, when you leave your body, you'll be able to interface with this Akashic record in some way. I don't know the precise details, but when you meet L, you're going to know everything of this world. But of this world, you know everything. You know everything what everybody did, and you know everything everything. But when you log out, that's why there's no point in lying to anybody, don't you know? That's why it's best to always be honest. Treat others. Always be as you are, as if God is there with you, because He is.
Yes. Well, from the perspective that we're all one,
sort of.
It's like you never can actually lie because the other part always knows the truth somewhere.
You're right. They wear your thoughts on their faces.
Yeah, but you ever play that game? What's the game? What is the game we used to play that it was like Skyfall or Spyfall? Maybe I just called it Spyfall. Regardless, it's like you basically have to lie to the other players. It's a game you have to figure out who the spy is. There's another game called Secret Hitler, and then there was that one game. I forget what it was called. It doesn't matter. The point is, in those games, it's advantageous to be dishonest, and you know full well that at the end of the game, everyone's going to know who was lying.
Yeah.
But
well, the thing about this game,
it's advantageous to lie during the game.
The thing about this game is a hide and seek game. This is a game where we pretend that we're not, infinite possibility, potential. We're infinite. I guess potential is the word. There is no objective. You see, the creator, the highest creator, he created us. Like Brahman is just this world, but it's the same. They're two different things. But let me tell you, fundamentally similar. What I'm trying to say is I don't know what to tell you first. The Brahmin origin story is fascinating. He was bored, instantly created everything. But we found out with more detail what's going on is that the highest level creator, he's creating he's dividing up his awareness because he wants a friend. He's alone, and that's what he's doing. And we're his friends, And I'm not talking about L. I'm talking about the creator of like the highest creator of reality. You and I, all of us, are part divided of his, and this world is divided of his awareness. and I'm saying the purpose, the reason he keeps doing it is he's lonely. You know, the reason we exist as his children is because God is, doesn't want it, like being alone is all. What do you think about that?
It's interesting. I don't know the purpose.
Oh,
but
the reason I said that, I'm sorry. You mentioned the video game. It could be advantageous. I hear you. Let me tell you though, the purpose of the game is not to win. This is just a hide and seek game. Is all. This is just entertainment. Some people reincarnate. Some people want to reincarnate. Some people, you could, what I'm saying. Now the way this works though, L, the divider. This is a popular video game, and it works based on karma. Now that's how it works. You know, when they're going to try to the archons will try to guilt trip you. They wear black robes, and they can also shapeshift into anybody, and they will try to guilt trip you. But you can command them and tell them to show your true form, and they will. But you can. They're like robots. The archons will try to guilt trip you, and they will point out all the bad things you did, and you'll get judged. And they're going to weigh your heart, because that's what you are. The heart is the surrender. The heart is the center of your energy field, and they're going to weigh your heart, and they're going to review everything you did rapidly, and then they're going to try to guilt trip you into reincarnation, and so. But you don't have to do any of that. You can just log out. You can just say no. You can just leave. You can just walk away. You could. The point is you already weren't here. You were in the sea of awareness, and you already had whatever you wanted, but you decided to play this game. And like Bosco was in the South American retreat, ayahuasca, and in one time he went to hell. So it's the same concept. Is that he ate something and he was only gone for like 15 minutes, but he felt like half a year. For several months or half a year he was in hell. Everything was heavier, and there was no sun and moon. It was just like some kind of shining darkness all the time, and it was the demons would just talk shit to make fun of them all the time, make them feel bad. Or so. He had a job in an electric key card. He could get in his apartment and go to work. He worked in the kitchen, and he'd go to sleep every night. And he didn't know why he had amnesia. I was trying to tell you, we did the same thing. He had amnesia when he went to hell. He didn't know why he was there, and he was going through the motions every day for like half a year. What I'm saying about this world is we're on a trip, and we're infinite beings that live forever, but we decided to go on a short trip that may be, we might be gone for a couple hours or half an hour or so, and it's just motion, the whole time thing on a clock or count, whatever, it's just motion, but we may be out of it for, you could translate that to a couple hours, but really we're here for a century. We're here for half a century or so, and it's really just a couple hours. It's just a trip, dude. And we voluntarily decided to log into this video game, and it's run by L, the Divider. Duh.
Could you speak on why we have to go to sleep every night and reset?
That's a good question.
It's the same as dying, right? Between lives, we have to sleep between days.
I got theories about that, but I don't have a good answer for that. I got speculations, but I don't have a good answer.
I think that life is in matter, in Brahman, is so stressful that we have to die between lives or sleep between each day to cope with it. We have to reset back into the nothing.
I think the dream world, that's inside your own point of awareness, your own mind's eye, the third eye, whatever area. That's your own world. That I think you can,
every night you disappear into it.
Yes. Yeah, I think you can do the same exact thing outside of this world, but the difference is you have way more control and power. Yeah, you can more consciously. What's going on when you're in a dream is you're still in this dream bubble. Like your dream is a dream bubble within the greater dream bubble we call reality, and you can't really separate organism from its environment. It's interconnected. So you're going to be affected by uh, this collective dream world. Well, I think because
Yeah,
we
the body's
energize
still here.
everything.
The
We
body is still
everything.
here.
Yeah. You're still here. Yeah, and so although you're really plugged in here, you're actually plugged in here, and you're on a higher plane. But anyway, when you go to
I
sleep,
see sleeping as
you
like
know,
pausing. You know, in the game Rust, where you sleep overnight, but your body still exists in the game.
I thought of that too. Yeah, but I think what really happens is that the time goes by like they say it's 1,000 years is a day to the Lord. Because what happens this we're plugged in here briefly, and the time goes by so fast that I don't think it's like I thought of that. But in Rust, like I don't have to. Your character's asleep when you can
Yeah.
go do something else. But we're in this video game. You know a day is 1,000 years. Yeah, you know what I mean. A day is 1,000 years. So there's no reason to log out. You pretty much just plugged into this game, and before you know it, you're about to unplug from it. And this entire
What I'm
life was a
saying is,
quick instant, and
I'm just
relatively
pointing
quick
out that
instance.
Brahman designed the logging out to sleep
Yes.
part
Yes.
into our experience to help us reset.
Yes.
Maybe.
Well, that's logical. I think it helps the body reset. Regardless of I don't have a good answer for that, but I will say that when you log out of this video game, when you get to the sea of awareness, if you can master good control of your dreams while you're here, Kosho's working on that. If you could get good mastery of how your dreams work, you'll probably have an edge, but you don't really need one. When you leave here, your awareness, you'll remember everything. You just voluntarily took temporary amnesia when you're here. When you're not. It's not like you're gonna forget who you are. You might have come here probably just to have an experience, to develop an identity.
When you wake up, as soon as you wake up, you do remember, don't you? Oh yeah, I'm in this. I'm in this game.
Yeah, because they also try to guilt trip you to reincarnate, to get a worse position in the game.
Come back.
If you
then.
want it,
What if you
choose,
manage to come back as
you
a
don't
rich
have to.
glober? Would you not want to?
Well, what it is you can make that agreement with L, where your major milestones are. See, we have free will, but L has his ways, and so you can agree to have certain conditions that will inevitably L will make it happen.
Would you not want to
can
come
have
back?
this agreement.
Do you not want to come back as good and strong as you are now, but 10% more wise?
Oh, you can negotiate. That's right, but you also don't have to play the game too. You can,
That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Do you want to play again next round? Well, maybe we can meet again.
Oh, that's what happens is they coordinate all the archons, and they try to explain that L is like a computer that somebody put here, and what happens is they try to streamline that as well as possible to fit you with all your favorite friends and relatives. They do that to everybody. It's part of the guilt trip. They want you to rejoin your friends again in the next round. That's part of the whole guilt trip, dude.
You heard of this idea of
Now L, like Brahmin, I just say one more.
The light or whatever. So when you die, that's what.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Now Brahmin decentralized. Yeah, they try to trick you with that. Brahmin decentralized himself into the whole reality. But I was saying that's procedurally generated non-player characters, and we plug in and log into it. So I was saying L has his ways. Not every person you see is a player character. I
agree. I
think
everyone could
limited
be
players
if they push through, but there's not enough. It's not enough consciousness to go around.
Okay, I'm mixed up on that. There's two Yeah, you're funny you said that, but I get what you mean, like processing
they
power.
just stay as a zombie, and their potential is wasted. That's kind of what
that's kind of funny, but I think there's more. Probably there's two possibilities here. One is they're chemically more. I think a greater possibility is that is that they're just not plugged in or logged in the first place. But the
Yeah,
connection's
could
still
be.
there. But the second possibility is that perhaps they did log in and are plugged in, but they're chemically so damn poisoned they don't
Yeah.
have a good connection. They have a very poor connection, and their body's running things, and their awareness might be
I
a
like
bit
to
along for the ride. You know,
like to be
they might
hopeful that
be chemically.
some not NPCs some days wake up. I like to be hopeful. Some
Yeah.
of them.
Well, I was trying to say though that I'm not sure that they can, because a body is a vessel like a vehicle, and it needs a driver, and that's your awareness, and it needs a player character to log in. You know, and so people that want to reincarnate, well, they some people don't want to be rich. You know, some people, you have everything you want in the sea of awareness, but
I know.
so some
People
people
do
don't.
desire.
Hey, some people want to be a homeless person because they have everything out, and this is a multiplayer game.
Yeah,
So some people want to
I agree.
feel, some people want to feel the struggle. You know, they don't have. That's a weird. When you're in the sea of awareness and you can have anything you can create your own world, your own level. You can play a single player game. You can have all the gold. You can materialize it. You can materialize gold. But the thing is, it's just structured water. But the thing about it is that in this world here, what was I just? Oh yes, some people they have to come here to experience what it's like to struggle. You know,
I like to think water is only one of the four elements.
Some people log in as an animal. You know, but hey, what is it?
I agree. I want to log in
oh,
as an animal as well one time.
Well, you can't. You can be a lion. But hey, it's the thing. If you screw with a bunch of people in this life, I'm just use you figuratively as example. If somebody lies, cheats, and steals, screws people over, and then he says he wants to be a lion, L might kick it back and say, "Well, you could be a hyena."
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean?
I want to be a lion or a shark so I can eat things without feeling guilty.
I was just saying that karma, you can get really into it, and it's like polarity, cause and effect. But anyway, you don't get lost in the
I agree on all that. Totally
yeah,
agree.
just keep things simple though. The world runs on karma, you know, and that's how it works, you know, and it's electric.
Cause and effect, natural law, consequence for behavior.
And everything we've done in this life is going to come back to us now. But that's not so bad. I mean, like if you've done some bad things, well, if you've done some really great things, well, that's kind of cool. You know, I'm just, you know, I look at it like a point system. But anyway, that's how I look at it. But I'm just saying, you know, whatever our actions,
So do the Chinese government.
Everything has rippled. Everything ripples, and there's no Faraday cage. And so even though we're logged into this world, we're also sharing the same within this dream bubble is a multi-layered, like I was trying to describe the outer world earlier. Here in the known inner world, we have a multi-layer like resonant fields of consciousness, like and it aligns with the chakra system. So when you we're thinking right now, but people that are dancing or listening to music or having romantic time with their couple, whatever they're doing, they're on different their cerebral fluids have moved different vertebrae degrees. The you want to be 33. You want to keep it up in your crown in your temple. Your temple is.
I don't believe it has to always be up there. I like to move it around.
Well, yeah, that's what they say is optimal. Yeah, I'm saying I like to keep my because you can't help it. It moves around anyway. But I was saying, what I was trying to say is that when the fluid moves around, you're now those are brain cells, and those brain cells pick up vibrations. You know, that's how all your senses work. They do a lot of things, but the senses just pick up vibrations. They're tuned in to certain resonant range.
Can I ask you about?
And what's going on is our thinking works like that. Go ahead.
There's a guy in the chat. A guy in the chat, as above, so below. Cool name. He is skeptical of the archons. So maybe
we have extensive proof.
You could talk on some of the evidence for the archons.
Yeah, we have extensive proof. What was that last thing I was just saying? Is that I forgot. But anyway, we got. Oh, I was saying we share we share a multi-layered hive mind. So we're not only logs in the world, but we also share a collective consciousness that's multi-layered with the chakras. But about the archons, we have proof of that based on witness testimony, which sounds absurd, but that works in the court of law, and they have
Oh, I agree.
books.
That
They have
witness
several
testimony
books. Yeah,
is
and they have a
evidence.
common. It's just like talking to people that have tripped a lot on, they see the same stuff, or and so they have books about near death experiences, and they have the same common themes, and you can try to look at it and go, what degree of this is possibly a hallucination? I don't know. But when everybody that ate the same substance sees a clockwork elf, or if everybody sees the same type of visual hallucinate, it's the same thing. If everybody had a near death experience and the archons tried to guilt trip them into reincarnating, well, it's kind of like, I'm going off that logic. That's called witness testimony.
Say,
There's a lot of it. There's a lot.
I
There's a
brought,
reason why archon's a word. Arc is electrical arc. But anyway, what's up?
if I brought Anthony Fauci to the evidence room, do you think he is an archon, possessed by an archon, or under control of certain archons?
I believe that the Masons, the mother of sound, you got Masonic and person. Persona is your personal. Your sana is a mask. They used to wear in theaters to make the sound wave. Anyway, about him, Fauci. I was saying he's probably like Masonic. Really though, he went to a Jesuit. I know he went to a Jesuit school.
Yeah.
But that's why I said like Masonic.
How do the archons control him?
Well, that's what I was getting to.
Him, or?
I'm trying to get to that. Yeah. He's some sort of whatever Vatican agent dude. So what they do, I suspect that they're chipping him, and they've been chipping these people for at least decades.
Chip.
Yeah, I think since the 40s. They've been chipping these people since the 40s. Yeah. So they what they do is they jam his brainwaves, and so they could torture him anytime.
I agree.
Agonizing pain, like
agonizing pain. Chip.
Oh yeah, and they could kill him anytime too. They with a chip remotely. So that's he's just a puppet, dude. They got the perfect puppet strings. They've been doing this.
If he doesn't preach the puppet show, they can just go and give him a shock.
Yeah, they zap him. Yeah, dude, they've been chipped. They're all chipped. All the Masons have all been chipped since the 40s. All those dudes.
Well, my question is leading to this: are the archons metaphysical or physical creatures?
They were created by El. They're programs, servants of El, the computer El.
Are they like demons, like metaphysical entities, or are they?
They're
in human form.
They're not spirited beings. What they are is they're just awareness divided by the computer. Somebody allocated some awareness in the sea of awareness. They turned it into a video game computer, and then inside that computer, what they did is the computer runs on everything is made of awareness. So the computer's running on awareness. The computer allocated some of its awareness to archons, and the archons are run directly by El. Their programs.
Well, if we see an evil human, are we witnessing an archon or a puppet of the archons?
Oh, well, there's okay. I suspect most of the time it's gonna. A truly evil person is probably a non-player character, or has severe damage to their they must have severe damage to their brain.
What I'm wondering is, maybe underground, under Hitler's office, there was an actual live physical archon that he was talking to or something. Do you believe in that?
I would say there's a way to interface with El. Yes.
Right.
Yeah, there's a way to interface. The Vatican does it all the time.
Demonology exists as a practice.
What happened? No, what's happened is that if you want to, the way this works is they got to get chipped. When they get chipped, they have a more direct interface with El, but they also, they also have, well.
A bit like a possession by archons.
Yeah,
they're using
like
technology.
Yeah, they are the ones that rolled out the technology with fake names. They give us enough technology to work for them. or whatever. But really to push the buttons and stuff. But you know, they've had wireless electricity and all this stuff. They've had wireless video, man, for centuries, dude. At
Yeah.
least, you know, at least centuries. And so they've had radio, you know. So anyway, what's going on is, yeah, the VAT, they've been chipping people for I don't know how long. Probably since at least the 40s.
You reckon the Pope's got some serious chip happening?
The way it works is they just use the same resonant frequency as your consciousness, which they get that with your DNA. If they get your DNA, they can use a computer.
Yeah.
There's a formula to translate to resonate with your genetic signature, and when they resonate with your unique genetic signature, they can jam your brain they could jam your brain waves. That's what I'm trying to say. You know, they can make you see or think or feel anything. That's just called selling the soul.
Mind
You know,
control.
they sold their souls, you know, to the devil. You know, the L divides everything. They make a deal with the devil when they reincarnate.
So, do you see L as evil or just parts of L?
Oh,
as
not at
evil?
all. No.
Parts of it.
I feel bad the way I'm describing things. I know. I believe that we
No, it's
all
fine.
voluntarily, as infinite beings, decided to have this experience. And no, nobody would
No,
want to
I'm
come
saying,
here if
do
they
you
thought it
believe
was
L
evil.
L separated into some evil parts?
Oh,
Like
yes.
like archons.
Well, yeah, that's because we're infinite beings and it's a video game. So to make it exciting,
Yeah.
you know, to
Gotta be a
feel the
drama,
thrill.
isn't it?
Yeah, the drama. Yeah, to
You
feel
gotta
the
have the
thrill that
protagonist and the
yeah,
antagonist.
to feel the thrill that for a man to feel that he could be destroyed. Wow,
Yes.
that makes
Yeah.
everything really exciting. It makes
And you
even the
know,
smallest things exciting.
you're in the game. Then you know
Yeah,
you're at risk.
serious. It's like that Rust video game. Like that Rust game. Wow, that's a
Yeah.
serious game. You know, at any time somebody could get you anywhere, like from behind.
And take all your
You know,
shit just like that.
yeah,
in a
yeah, just like
second.
that. And that's called mortality. Now, you know, but the reality is, though, you just respawn. You know. No, I don't think L is evil at all. But he's been mistaken as the devil. It's called the God of the Old Testament. And
We've got the elites and the elect. And these seem to be evil archon types.
The elect are the ones with the chips, you know, and they're on puppet strings. They sold their soul, but you know, I think that's an option that players have. I'm not sure whether or not they're truly players or not, but anyway, it's an option. I guess, you know, an option you can go sell your soul, you know. But the thing is, you know, I think that even that's temporary. I don't believe their soul is sold for it. I don't believe that. Maybe it is. I doubt. I really don't think so. I don't think anybody would enter this video game if there were any consequences. The only consequence you're going to get, I think, from whatever you do in this life, is going. What that is that everybody's going to know what you did. Yeah, everybody's going to know everything that you when you at the end of your experience. Everybody knows everything. So your reputation's on the line. Well, now you're infinite. You live forever. So, you know, your reputation is kind of a big deal. But anyway, yeah, some people may sell their souls on this plane and screw other people over and be a bad person to play with. And other players won't like that person, you know. You know what I'm saying? But you know, at the, you know, your actions in this world is gonna result in what other spirits think of you. You know, we're all just players. You know, we're just players. I don't see L as evil at all. I see L as completely neutral, moral, and just and fair. I see L,
but it managed to separate into
yes,
some.
it divides. Yeah, it's constantly dividing all the time. Oh yeah, it has to provide evil. It's part of the game. This is a game of polarity, and you know, you can only have nice things because, you know, you can only be wealthy because there's poor people. You can only have nice food because there's shitty food. You know, it's something to compare it to. In contrast, you can only have good people and value other good people because there's bad people. But you know what? A lot of those bad people are really just NPCs, and you know, most of the player characters are good people. They're confused. They're like, what's up with all these NPCs, man? But anyway, a lot of these NPCs they exist just so we value each other. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't believe, how could anybody do something like that? It's not a real person, dude.
Right. Yeah,
It's
I
just a
get it.
vehicle. Yeah,
NPCs are there to help us learn sometimes.
Yeah, dude. It's just like in a game,
Yeah.
and so that's what and people, like at any time someone could log in, like all these are vehicles, right? Now I don't know all the specifics, but I'm not sure whether or not a body has to be born. I'm not 100% sure about. But anyway, at any time somebody could log in, and so I know this from talking with people that have been out of their body. They see the connection. There's a connection. I call it a silver cord, but they were calling it a power cord or a data cable or a game controller. Or anyway, I call it because it's what I thought of. I think I read this silver
They
cord.
get download. People have used tech terms now, don't they?
Yeah, I'm just saying we're plugged into this world, kind of like a dude underwater. You get that dude in his scuba suit, and he's got a big rope, with the oxygen.
Just like in the womb, right? In the womb when you got
like
your
that too.
tube to your mum.
Yeah. You can't see it because we're in a virtual reality. So there's a lot of things you can't see. Our senses actually can only see less than 1% of the electromagnetic wave spectrum thing. But the thing is, it doesn't even matter what you can't sense. What I mean is that it's virtual. We're in a virtual reality. Now everything's made of the same base material, but it's the forms illusion is the forms. It's an illusion, like I call it structured water. Like geometric structured water. It's all illusory. Like I was talking about the connection. We're plugged in. All those stars up there. They're like speakers, and they're wireless. But I'm not sure. Maybe because I've been out of my body once when I died one time. But anyway, I was 10 years old and I died. Long story. But anyway, what happened? Was I'm talking about? I'm not 100. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, or I don't remember seeing. You get amnesia when you enter this world. But the thing is, there's some sort of cord, to and now, hey, maybe it's wireless. Maybe it appears, because I haven't seen it. Maybe it appears visually as a cord, but maybe it's wireless. I don't know, because it's pushing out frequency. These speakers in the ceiling that we call stars. Well, I'm just saying that that's a portal. That's a portal that you're playing through.
I think it is wireless, like an antenna.
Yeah. On the other side of that thing's the game controller that you're plugged in. You're outside of this world, but you're plugged into it, and you're operating this temporary vehicle that your body is similar to your body that you have now. Bodies are optional, but bodies are actually your material project. But anyway, I'm trying to say that you can. When I'm here, let me rephrase it as a visual in my head. I know that if you go to other planes, like Bosco went to hell, for example, you have the same body. When you go to other like denser planes and stuff, so even though technically you don't have a body, like I've been outside my body before, I'm technically just in my body right now. Like I've been outside of it once, but you can anyway. The way this video game works, you can go to deeper depths, and you can also just exit the video game. Like I was just saying bodies are optional, but we're like some sort of whatever we want to be, but by default, a point of awareness is it's like a clear light, and in that clear light, you could choose to have a body, and whatever you are, you're plugged in, and your body generally resembles what I'm trying to say is it's a mental projection. So you may look just like you do. I don't know, But the point is I mean, you look as you do on other planes. Anyway, I'm talking about outside of this video game. I don't even, my point is this, dude. We're all plugged in through the stars, and the body is a car, like a vehicle.
If you
You know,
made a YouTube channel about this, I would subscribe immediately.
no, thanks, buddy. Well, I'm here. This is it. The YouTube channel. Here we are. I hang out here every day, but I'm on different. I'm on multiple servers, but I'm on Discord. I'm on here every day. So I'm already here, buddy. Let me tell you. I think I summarized most of it. I think I got most of that summarized well. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I mean, it all started a long time ago, before the world existed. Before the world existed, you know, when I say we, there was not a we, it was I. I, because I can't say you or me. It was before either of us existed, you know. But the I, you know, that sees that's everywhere, everything's a form of it. He's just lonely, you know. And so or that I, not me, but that I started dividing itself into more eyes, you know. And so that's all we are. You know, we're just like an eye. We're like an eye with that plugged into this video game, and the body does. This is just for the sake of the video game. Now this eye that you are, if you wanted to, you could choose to go log in as a bird or an eagle or a lion or whatever, you know. But anyway, you chose a human body, and you agreed to everything. I'm sorry, I overgeneralized. You agreed to all of the really big, significant. Well, I overgeneralized again. I don't mean all. You know what I mean to say? Large, big milestone, significant events in your life. I wouldn't say all of them, but you agreed to at least certain points. Like, you agreed to be who you are. You agreed to have your body, and you agreed um, on certain things, like a sort of basic. Whoops, hit the wrong button. Hey, you agreed what sort of family, basic experience, like, you know, you made a few agreements. You know, when you logged in, everybody gets amnesia when you. This is part of the game. You know that otherwise it wouldn't be it wouldn't. There'd be no point. People would just complain and just suicide all the time, and they don't have patience. And you get. You know, here's the thing: the game is about hide and seek. That's what I'm trying to say. Is that, you know, we call him God, whatever. God is associated with the God of this world, but you know, it's a multi-layered thing. But I just call it an eye. I don't know what to call it. You know, awareness. Anyway, the awareness. I stayed up all night. What was I just talking about?
I think you're on point. I agree. Hide and seek. God hides.
Yeah,
God hides from us.
that's what I was trying to say. Yeah, it's all hide and seek, dude. This is the big game of hide and seek. That's all it is. It's an exciting game because you actually think you're in some sort of danger. This was funny about this game. You know, every waking moment, you think you might be in some sort of danger. But what danger could there possibly be? Imagine you're not in this world for a moment. Okay, you're just in the sea of awareness. You're a point of awareness, but there's other spirit points out there too. But you know, you're invincible. You know, imagine though. This is my point. You know, you are the ocean. My point is, um, the ocean itself, of the sea of consciousness or awareness, decided to allocate a portion, to set aside a portion of its sea, and it's you. You're that portion of God. Each of us, each one of us individuals is cut out of the sea. We're the sea men. We're the men of the sea, you know. And so we've been cut out of and I'm figuratively saying this now, but that we're placed in this world. But my point is there's nothing to fear because you are the ocean. How can you fear? Like, you not only are you the ocean, you're in control of the region of all you can see around. Other than other spirit, you're in full control of everything around you in the ocean. You control the waves, and you can anything you desire, you can choose consciously to instantly manifest whatever you visualize. And so there's nothing to fear. And I was saying, people come here to experience fear. You know, people come here to feel what it's like to be scared and uncertain, and to not know everything, and to be confused, and to have bad things happen to you. And that's why we're here, you know, because these sort of things just don't happen to you when you're God, you know.
I totally agree.
This is hide and seek, buddy. And we're all sons of God, children, or parts of God. Different way of looking at it, you know. And I think God loves all of us because the reason we exist in the first place is to be His friend, you know. And that's what it's all about. Now, we decided we were bored, and that wasn't enough, and we decided to log in this video game.
Yep.
But you know what? It's just quick. We're only gone for a short time, like I don't know how, but it's a blink of an. I tell you, 1,000 years in this world is a day to the Lord. So if we're only here for a century, you know, we're not even gone a day. But anyway, we exist just to hang out. And they got Blue Marble Science says just blah blah blah. So what does Blue Marble Science think about this?
His
What do
brain
you
isn't on this level, I'm afraid, and never will be.
think?
He's an NPC from the army.
Oh, you know what? I was in the army too. Hey, there's a lot of and it's well deserved. On this channel and other channels, there's a lot of rivalries. The word, and now let me tell you, uh, uh, you know, there's something that you're not supposed to know. This, the dude says I'm nuttier than squirrel shit. He says. Anyway, hey, I'm a man. I got nuts. But let me tell you, that was kind of graphics. But let me tell you, here's the thing. This is the way it works: is that karma. We're pretending hide and seek. But if I lie to you, then God, first off, L knows that, and then, well, I would know that, and then, by the way, we're partitioned of the same Father. He would know that. What I mean, everybody in the game would eventually know that. Dude, like if I lied to you right now, everybody would know that. So anyway, what was I just trying to say is I just lost my train of thought. That was a side note. That's wait. Hey, you still there? I was saying that's how it works. Karma. If you want a shortcut,
Yep.
like if you could selfishly do this. If you decided to just selflessly help others, well, that you could use if you know what I mean. If you comprehend that, here's my point. If I hurt you, okay, that doesn't help me because really, ultimately, I'm just hurting myself. If I did something to you, if I stole from you, I'm stealing from myself. If you stole from me, you're stealing from yourself. You know what I'm saying? Even though nobody really
I
owns
know,
anything.
yeah.
Technically, nobody owns anything. It's just we just agree, and it's virtual. I mean, we
Yep.
just agree, but you already know that. Everything's society is imaginary. But I was saying because technically at different levels we're one. There's only one energy, and there's multiple levels of awareness going on. That karma is really the way to it's just the way it's karma.
I know some people are going to be soldiers because we've separated into different types of thing, and everyone's got a
Oh,
different idea, and karma does its
oh
work.
yeah.
And all of that.
That's why I brought this up. That's why I brought this up. When
I was
somebody
just
does
using it
something,
as an insult because I think modern day
yeah.
armies get brainwashed into NPCs.
Oh yeah, definitely. Hey, when chemically too. Hey, I was saying,
Yep.
when somebody does something bad, when somebody says something mean to me, for example, like Blue Marble there, I try not to get upset with him. Let me give you an analogy. A dude walks in to a gas station, and he goes to the owner, the dude behind the counter, and he's giving him a real hard time. He's yelling at him and stuff. Well, I mentioned this because a cashier told me this. A cashier dude told me, he said, "Man, I just wonder what he's dealing with in his life. What sort of, things are stressing him out that, he comes into this gas station yelling, upset, negative, angry. And I'm not angry. This wasn't me. This was somebody else explained this to me. But it makes I have the same perspective. I already had the same perspective, but he explained it better. So let me try to explain. He said something like, I'm not upset with him for being angry at me. I wonder what happened to him that got him angry. Because it's a buildup. One little thing, you don't just snap. People have a lot of stress from many angles. That build up. You know what I'm trying to say? You know, and when somebody does something bad or mean to me or says something mean, I just wonder to myself, what has happened to them that they're taking it out on me? Do you know what I mean? Because that dude was
Yeah,
just taking it out on me right there, and I don't care. Actually, I wonder who hurt him, or did he hurt him. What tragic, what bad thing happened? What bad experience did he have that he takes pleasure in saying? He says to me, "You're nuttier than squirrel shit," and so he must feel insecure that somebody makes him feel like he's nutty, and so he took it out on me right there. But I didn't want to, I don't want to make him feel bad because I believe in karma. So I just don't say anything. I don't say my or what you. I'm not going to lower myself. I'm not going to lower myself to you know what I mean, emotions.
yeah, that's
Like,
good. That's strong of you.
because the reason why, thanks. The reason why is, he's just insecure. It's a polarity thing. Something in his mind subconsciously, he took pleasure in criticizing, making me feel bad. I mean, trying to make me feel bad. He's taking pleasure. It's really reason why is because he's hurt. Somebody else hurt him. And the reality, though, is that you know we all really should play along, coexist better because you know whatever you do to others, that's how karma works because you're really doing it to yourself. Even if you're not technically doing it to yourself, I tried to explain like. There's a lot of, you could call it surveillance. L sees everything, you see everything. I mean, I was trying to tell you that earlier, but God, you can say a higher power is everywhere. And so first off, we're in we're in a simulation. Okay, what the simulation is in an analog sea of awareness, but we're in a digital, like, polarity. We're in a digital, um, you see, the outer world is a non-polarity, non-duality. We're in. We just make sense of that. I don't even know if that. It's kind of a. Whether anyway, what I'm trying to say is we're in a computer, 1 and 0. You know what I'm saying? We're in a computer that's positive and negative, 1 and 0, on and off. You know, and anyway, he had a bad experience. So the dude tried to make me feel bad. And because that's how polarity works. He thinks by making me feel bad, he'll feel good, but he doesn't realize it doesn't work like that. What really happens is he tries to make me feel bad, and then somebody will make him feel bad, and that's
Yeah,
what's really
that's
going to
me.
happen.
That's me. I'm
That's
the
what's
devil's
really,
advocate who
you know,
who mirrors his insult back to him.
yeah. Well, they say, I'm just trying to say, you're playing a game of hide and seek right now, and you divided yourself into multiple people. And whatever you do to others, you're doing it to yourself. And actually, it's worse than that. I mean, it's not only yourself, you gave part of yourself away so that you could have friends. You know, you gave part of yourself to me. You gave part of yourself to the world. You know, I'm saying you because we're split and divided from God. We're all a tiny piece of God's awareness. You know, it's so. That's why I'm saying you. And I could say you to anybody. I'm just saying because I'm talking to you. But you gave part of yourself to the world. So it would make no sense for you to hurt yourself. That it's I would say it's worse than that. Not only would you be hurting yourself, but you packaged up part of yourself, and it's like you know sexuality is like magnetism, like Polaris, Eros. To make an example, like a father has a son. What's worse than a father hurting himself? What's worse than that? Maybe hurting his son might be even. He might see that as even worse than hurting himself, right? Well, that's what it's like when people lie, cheat, and steal to each other. They're hurting their siblings because people don't know what we're all from the same. Is what I'm trying to say. You know, and we're not just here temporarily. You know, like this is a video game, but when we log out of here, we're infinite, right? So it really it's really not a good idea to be making people feel hate, to spread, like stealing and lying and hurting people and all that stuff. It's really not a good idea. You know what I'm because, you know, you just, you know what I mean? By this logic, I'm saying it'd be like a father hurting his own children. Anytime if I were to think of hurting somebody, I think what I just said, you know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not I've never had mortal children, but I'm saying, I never had children, but that I'm aware of. But I think you get I was trying to make an analogy. You get what I'm trying to say, right? I mean, I'm not going to say, hey, we're all just one thing and that's all we are. I do, because I think we're divided and partitioned and stuff. But basically, same basic fundamental point is just one energy. It divide. It's the energy is manipulated in different ways, but there's one energy. It's awareness. It's literally awareness. It's what it's literally made out of. And I was just saying karma, dude. I'm just going on and on about the word karma. I can't believe there's people in the world who don't contemplate this subject at all, or hardly much at all. And they think it's okay to you know lie to themselves. They're lying to themselves. When they think they're lying to the world, no, they're lying to themselves. Is what I'm saying. Well, anyway, what's it? 7 in the morning now. Beautiful, beautiful sunrise here. I don't know if you're still there, PhD. Yeah, I was just talking, man.
I am just chilling.
Yeah, I stayed up, so sorry I was speaking kind of redundant. Sorry about, I speak a bit redundantly when I'm tired, but it's a part. I'm really good with computers, So I go out of my way to try to think redundantly. Like error correction, like you don't make mistake. But anyway, I don't really think before I speak. I'm just speaking my mind. I pretty much hardly much ever. I don't really think before I say anything. Everywhere I go, I just say whatever the hell I think. I just say it. Sorry if I've been a bit redundant. Stayed up all night. Hey, I stayed up all night because I had some great things happen to me. Good news and personal stuff. So I don't know. I just I had a good phone call a few hours ago. I don't know, but nothing to do about the flat Earth. Anyway, I don't really know what to say. I'm trying to give y'all a if anybody's still listening, I'm trying to give you my best advice, but I don't know how to phrase it efficiently. I've never went to college. I never took a college level English class, you know, but I'll try to summarize this is that, you know, I know that we're all self-centered. Everyone is selfish. It's by design. It's in our nature to be selfish. But anyway, I contemplate this every day, and I think about it, and I think if you just commit your life to help others, that's probably the I don't know, the most rewarding or best or I don't know. Hey, I don't really care about the treasures of this world. You know, I just think life will be easier. I don't know how to here's what I mean. I go through life treating others. I try to be good to them and whatever. So I don't have any regrets. I've made a lot of mistakes. I'm making mistakes right now. I'm making mistakes every day. But you know what? I've got no regrets. And that's what I'm trying to share with y'all. I don't have any regrets at all. I don't regret that I'm saying a bunch of stuff here. You know, I don't regret that. Whatever. If this is on YouTube, I don't care. I don't regret that I didn't get sleep. I don't care. I don't have regret about anything. I don't regret anything. I made mistakes, but if I didn't make those mistakes, well, it wouldn't be human, would I? I'd be what, a rock or something, or an inanimate object, like a table. Tables don't make mistakes; they just sit there, like a desk or a chair. You know, well, I'm a man. Yeah, so I proudly make mistakes. I mean, I try to I try to minimize and I try to increasingly make less mistake. Refine my you know. But I was just saying, good morning, everybody. You know, sorry if I mean I know regrets, but I feel bad if I don't know if you didn't want to hear all this. But that's my perspective. I don't know how. Okay, the easiest thing I believe the easiest thing you can do in life is to wish everyone well, including your adversary. You know, everybody. I'm not saying not to fight. Like of course, but you energetically like you want to wish everyone well. I'm sharing my personal strategy when I say you figuratively. I'm one of those people. I don't like being told what to do, but I'm just saying. I think it's for me. I'm more comfortable uh, believing in karma and wishing well to others than I got off on this whole side note because somebody said I sound nuttier than a squirrel, and I'm not upset. I'm just saying, hey, that's what got me on this subject, karma. Well, I also mentioned it earlier, and so the point is that I believe that whether or not I'll have money, I may not have a lot of money, but in life in general I have a phrase is complex. It's complex keeping life simple, and I feel like the easiest way to have an enjoyable life is to minimize stress and to have a good or well, I don't know. Good is a matter of perspective. To be as good a life as you can, I believe, is to just help others. Also, when you log out of the game someday, the other points of awareness, the other spirit entities will be, they will think it was cool playing with you. You know, it was cool hanging out with y'all or whatever. You know, you don't want to be that dude like, oh hey man, dude, you stole my rims off my Benz or something, or I just made that up. Oh man, you sabotaged my exam in college, or I just made that up. I just make up stuff. But I was saying, hey, you don't want to be that player character. It's like, oh man, we all hate that dude. You don't want to be that dude, man, because they'll hate. They may decide to hate you forever, literally. So anyway, I just try to share my best advice is to what I believe is wise to wish unto others, good, just good fortune, whatever, good luck. That's the word. Good, wish everyone good luck. If people are doing something to you that you don't like me right now, if you don't like what I'm doing, you could just, here's what I mean. You can always wish that somebody will improve and change for the better. If you don't like the way someone is, you can hope, and you can do this subconsciously without saying anything, because you resonate that out. There's no Faraday cage. You don't have to actually do anything. You just got to resonate a certain wavelength where you wish everyone the best. Everyone you encounter, if they're attacking you or hurting you, well, they're malfunctioning, and they're having a problem. If they're verbally or physically attacking you, there's something wrong with them, and they need help, or something happened to them and they're taking it out on you. And the best way is to wish them well. If you, I'm not saying not to defend yourself. I was a soldier, but let me tell you, if you subconsciously can resonate wishing them well, then they will subconsciously pick that up, probably. But even if they don't, the reality does. God does, whatever. The world. I'm not talking about, business numbers on paper and stuff. I'm talking about resonant. There's an aura thing where they can measure your aura, and when you feel like you're loved, is you have the most energy. They can measure around you. I don't know. Yeah, I could pull this up. I've seen this on 4chan. But anyway, you got, when you feel like you hate somebody. Oh, hey, Kessler. I'm just talking to PhD or anybody that can hear me, because it's 7 in the morning. I'm just talking. But I was just talking about karma. I was just saying, you want to resonate. You want to be a transmitter of good vibes. And that's what I was trying to say. If you could always push out good vibes, even to your adversary, I believe is the easiest thing, simplest, most efficient way to go with the coast through life, is just wish everyone well. You don't have to even do anything. You just got to be like, in the sea of awareness, whatever you desire instantly manifests. But in this video game, whatever you fear is attracted to you, or whatever you desire is repelled from you. But that's the nature of this video game, But you can combine the knowledge of this, of the, what I just said is what happens functions in the world and out of the world. Because this dream bubble is still within this outer world, and it's ultimately bound by those rules that whatever you desire instantly manifests with your aware consciously. That consciously happens, not subcon. It's not like you just accidentally manifest it, but no, you consciously can manifest whatever you wish in the sea of awareness. But we've logged in this video game. Okay, somebody imagined up this prism playing that video game, and we've logged into this video game. And in this video game, the opposite happens. But anyway, I'm just saying, karma. I think karma is like, hey, Kessler, man, I'm just talking, dude. You want to say something? I'm just chill, man.
Yeah. It's just been gone a while, man. Just remember to drink water and breathe,
Hey, nobody's talking, so good to hear from you. Morning. Where country are you from?
Rather not say.
You'd rather not say?
Yeah.
That's okay. Hey, buddy, I was just talking.
What were you talking about, like, specifically?
I was just really thinking out loud. I was talking about karma. I was talking to PhD earlier. I was talking to pretty much I was just talking about karma, and that was a side note. I was really talking about awareness. Oh, Geo said something about awareness earlier, and I was talking about how everything's made of awareness. Hey, I'm just talking though. Well, how are you doing, man?
Yeah, I do good. How about you?
Bro, I'm happy, man. 'Cause I'm chilling. I'm on the flat earth. I'm above the ground. You know how cool that is?
Above the ground, like a apartment.
Yeah, I'm alive. Most people are under the ground.
True. 90% of humans that ever lived
Yeah.
are underground.
Well, they're not alive anymore. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But we're above the ground. Kind of funny what you said though, if you think about it, because what's on the other side of this plane?
I'm sure you can make up whatever you want.
Well, that's funny. I was just talking about that. Is that you can do that. Somebody made up this world. This world was made up. Reality.
Yeah. And the
somebody
human
made this
thought changes nothing about that, which is very interesting.
I'm talking about I do believe there's a collective consciousness, and that but here's the thing. We gave power to this you know I was going on earlier about the multi-layered planes of existence and the pressure gradients and stuff, and it's talking about the sea of awareness, and anyway, I was talking about. Oh yeah, you just said like the mind. Well, you can, but except not here. Like the human mind doesn't have as much an effect on this reality because I wonder a lot about this collective consciousness thing in our chakra system, but I'm leaning towards the perspective that seems clear to me that you know um, the world is made of one thing. It's like you call it a spirit, you could call it God, you could call it L, you call it a computer, whatever it is. The table's made out of it, the chair, the floor, the house, everything's made of the same. Everything's made of the same stuff, and the human mind may have a minimal effect on that because we voluntarily, like, somebody imagined up this computer and we logged into it is what I'm trying to say. So the computer runs on awareness. And I was saying all this stuff earlier.
Right.
Awareness is like, what I mean? Like, you ever hear that new age stuff? They like to mix lies with truth. They say everything's consciousness, but and that's true. It's one of the few true things they say. And I was saying I like to call it awareness because that's more specific. Because that's specifically what it is. You know, consciousness can mean a lot of things. Thinking, thought process, like you know, awareness is a very, awareness is very specific, and that's what everything's made out of. If somebody made this computer, and okay, I was just talking earlier that we live forever. We're like infinite spirit entities. Out in the sea of awareness.
There's a phrase that coins it pretty well. I don't necessarily agree with that, but there's a phrase that says we live in a temporary state of immortality because all you know is life. You'll never know death.
Yes.
You'll never know before birth.
There's no such thing as no thing, as nothing. There's no such thing as nothing, except yeah. There's something everywhere. That's why the outer world is fluid. That's why this world is the ether is water. Yeah, everywhere is something. Yes, and but what I was trying to say is that God, we use the word God for the God of this world. But anyway, the creator. Let me say that the creator of reality, right? Well, it's you and me. It's what happened is one of us. Okay, I don't know how to say this. They say I or God or whatever. Let me call it the creator of reality. The creator decided to divide himself and partition himself into you and me. That makes sense? Now he's always doing it though. The creator is constantly doing this, like pushing out from the highest plane of reality, the highest, which is the lowest pressure gradient, and the highest plane. That's what the eye of providence, the all-seeing eye thing, that eye over the capstone, or the that over the pyramid, that's over it. It's not on it. It's levitating above it, because it's outside of it. It's separate from it, because we're like the little bricks in the. Because what happened is he's divides and partitions and separates himself into spirits because he's lonely. He wants friends, and so now we entered this video game. So he's out in the outer world, dividing himself into reality segments. Like, you know, each plane of existence has its compartments, which, by the way, are endless. Um, most of the sea is asleep. Most of the sea of awareness is asleep, which is kind of funny if you think about that. But it's like there's this one living, breathing thing called you don't have to breathe out there, but there's this one living entity that created a that has broken us up into, like, you know. Anyway, I stayed up. I'm kind of sleepy. What was I saying? I forget what the hell I was talking about. Oh yeah. You were saying you don't know about that. I was saying, yeah, we're all part of God. Everything is made out of awareness. Everything is because I don't know. I mean, there's no other way. That nothing else makes any sense, dude. This is the only thing that
Well,
makes sense.
that's the essence of a creator, is to make sense.
Yeah.
Because I don't think the human mind can exactly wrap its head around the fact that nothing has a beginning and nothing has an end, which may
Creator's
well
always
very well be
creating.
the reality of the situation.
There's no such thing as death, because there's no such thing as no thing. The things just change their state. The awareness, your awareness can only possibly go somewhere else. And what that is that you're a spirit that decided to have this experience.
If you understand
Amnesia,
that, then you.
amnesia is part of the game. What's
So
that?
if you understand that there is no death, then you understand that there is no sort of creation as well.
No, well, I think I get what you mean, but there's always transmutation.
What does that have to do with anything?
It's a form of, it's like creation. Well, what I mean is there's this sea of infinite possibility. It's called specifically awareness, but in the sea of awareness can be formed into anything. You know, it can be, so the world was crafted out of the sea of, it's like a dream bubble or underwater lake in this sea of awareness. It's just somebody put it there. Somebody dreamed up this world. You could call that creation, but technically they're just transmuting. They're just changing the form of the energy. But I don't know if you want to, if you don't want to call that creation, that's fine. But somebody changed the form of the energy into this world.
When I say creation, I'm talking about the start of time.
All right, that's
regardless of whatever you think may be happening at any period along that timeline. What I'm referring to is the start of that timeline, which is a struggle for like humans to comprehend.
Well, we do have the Hindu creation story, but they're speaking about this subcompartment of this plane of this world. But it's talking about Brahman. Brahman instantly decentralized himself into all of reality because he was instantly bored, and he was all things, all knowledge, instantly bored. But that's, I believe they're talking about El. Seems pretty clear, obvious to me that the Hindu Brahman is the Western El, electricity. El. Anyway, so anyway, what's happened is that it's the same logic this similar logic that is applies to the outer world is that because this is there's like a demiurge they call it, or the prince of the air, whatever, the god of this world, you know, and then you got the king of heaven. There's two different things, right? That's because reality is multi-layered. When you log out of this video game, you can make your own video game. You can dream up whatever you can imagine up whatever you want. You can also go and visit other people's dream worlds too. And somebody, the way they crafted this one is somebody dreamed up a computer that manages this dream world. Somebody imagined up this world. They I don't know if they imagined it with a computer or to whatever. The thing is, they imagined the computer will coordinate it, something like that, you know. But
So
anyway,
who do you think imagined the person that imagined, or who do you think
yeah,
created the person that created?
that's okay. Now when we get to the ultimate creator, when we get to the highest plane, okay, it's kind of similar story, but slightly different. Is what happened. Remember the Brahmin story? He was all things. Well, this the creator on the highest plane. What he's doing is he's just constantly dividing himself into more spirits, you know, and pushing that. He's just constantly pushing out more spirits, you know. And then we go to different planes, and we build worlds. We build our own worlds, like computer servers, you know, like a video game. And we're in a multiplayer video game. Works on polarity, you know, and stuff like that. We're in a video game, and we're plugged into it through the stars. Is the portal. The game controller portal is in the stars, you know. Yeah, and the silver cord goes to the top of your head. You can't see it because you know your senses block out more than 99% of the spectrum of electric reality. But we're just playing this video game, you know.
Just because you can't see radio waves doesn't mean you can't measure them, if that's what
Yeah,
you're referring to.
yeah, I agree. It's so, but I'm not referring only to radio waves, but
Well,
now
any type of the electromagnetic spectrum can be measured.
one way to measure this is visually with your eyes. If you eat, I've not done this, but I talked to people that have left their body. You know, I was talking to different people that left their body. Okay, and they've seen some stuff. You know, they've seen these connections to their heads. You know, and so anyway, what I'm trying to say is we're not of this world. We're just in this world, but somebody dreamed up this is like a somebody wanted to have a game. It's called multiplayer, and the way you have a game in the sea of awareness with other infinite spirits that are basically your siblings, the way that you have a fun, entertaining game is it's called you're only going to be out for like 5 minutes, right? But you know you're not gonna you're gonna get amnesia, okay? But you're only gonna be out for like 5 minutes. It's gonna feel like a century. Now let me tell you, it's gonna feel like 100 years. And that's what's going on here. It's exactly
Right.
what's going on here. Is we're just momentarily 1,000 years is a day to we are just momentarily having an experience, and it just seems like a long time, but we're infinite. And so that's the game, though. You can't to feel all this wide range of emotions that you could. I mean, it's not really. It's a game, you know. If you want to feel these emotions, you jump in the game. This is the game of whatever it is. It's a game where you get in this car, which is your body, and you could ding it up. You can like scratch it up, you know. Oh, did Kessler leave? Are you still there? Or you changed your name? Oh, I think he left. I don't know if anybody can still hear me. I was just talking. Anyway, that's the way I look at it. Well, I hope if anything, I hope I gave somebody something to think about, or I hope somebody was entertained, or whatever. Maybe you could add. Maybe somebody could add on to what I was saying. I wasn't doing anything. I see it's 7:30 in the morning here. I might get me some breakfast. But anyway, I hope somebody found that interesting. Oh yeah, beer man. That's why I'm talking about it, because I find it fascinating. Yeah, I think about this stuff every day. But I wonder, doesn't everybody? I don't know. Like, I think I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure they even think. I was talking about NPCs earlier, but this is stuff I'm just sharing. I'm just on here sharing my perspective. A lot of people come on here and they say things that I don't really believe is their actual perspective. But I'm sharing with you. This is I think about this every day. Like, why am I here? You what the hell am I doing here? Anyway, I just wanted to share that. That's my current perspective. I was always trying to add more to it and apply discernment and comparative analysis. Always trying to build on it. You know. But yeah, what I figured so far basically is the outer space is fake and gay. Sorry, but what was really there is fluid. It's water, and specifically that water is awareness, and that's how everything works. And so that's why uh, I don't even like to make that joke about karma. My neighbor did that recently, and she got some real bad luck instantly. But yeah, just sharing my perspective there.
I had a question for you.
What's up, buddy?
How you doing?
Go for it. I'm above the ground.
What's the game part of it?
Entertainment, because the whole purpose is that the creator of reality was he was lonely, so he created spirits. So now there's these additional spirit partitions of his awareness, parts of him, and so the same basic reason is entertainment, which is why Brahman split and decentralized himself in the Hindu story of this world. He decentralized himself for entertainment's sake because he was bored. You know. Well, anyway, yeah, it's what I'm not. Whatever the precise specific reason is, well, basically, it's got to do with entertainment. We are here voluntarily to be entertained as siblings and sons of the creator of reality. We're here to be entertained and entertain each other. What do you think about that? I mean, if you're an infinite being, wouldn't you find this entertaining? The reality? Wouldn't you find this? You can live here a century, and you could take a stab at different ventures and stuff, and have exciting close shaves, close calls. Wow, that was a real close one. But you're infinite being. It's a game. That's the whole point of the game.
So the sick part of that game is to the rich and the controlling. Our lives are their game, so they play
You
with.
can use reincarnation and karma. Reincarnation is optional. You could, I was saying you're only out for a few minutes. It seems like a century. But hey, there are people that keep playing this game, right? And there are people who have mastered karma. There's people who have found a way. They deal with the devil, right? The divider L, the devil, the electric divide, the computer. They make a deal upon reincarnation, and they can play their karma a certain way, and they can play their part. They can agree, hey, let me be super wealthy, but you know maybe plagued with this or that. You know, a lot of these people that are billionaires are not very happy. They may have some. I'm just saying, there was an agreement made before you and before I or any of us entered into this world. We all agreed based on our previous whatever you call that, performance, or based on our previous whatever. Sorry, I've been up for a while, but I'm not. I'm just trying to say, based on
Incarnation or preferences.
yeah, people agree, and that's the word is a catch. There could be a catch, and so also they might have built their karma up to experience that, and then decided to just you know start, maybe they wanted to become super wealthy so they could oppress people, but then they're going to get reincarnated next if they choose to play next time. They'll be reincarnated as as the opposite, as somebody being oppressed. They may even be
All right, can I take it one more step further? Like, is it a family karma thing? Is it a bloodline karma thing, or is it individualized?
I strongly, very strongly believe is individualized. But here's the problem: is that the group drags you down. So effectively, it's like a group because okay, one person is judged individually, but but they try to trick you in the reincarnation uh, process. They try to trick you into hey, you can be reincarnated with all your friends and family and neighbor, or most of them, we'll arrange it where you like. Here's an example: the grandmother just died. Now the grandmother died. Let's say uh, the grandmother is dying, and so then the new granddaughter or the grandson. It could be a grandson this time around, right? The new grandson is now the grandmother has agreed to be reincarnated as the grandson. And I'm not joking. People do this. They really agree to do this. And now that's an example of group or family karma because she even though she was judged individually, she doesn't want to she escape. She wants to stay with her family, you know. So so you end up bound to your family if you so choose. Some people don't want to be with their family, you know. Some people don't want to be reincarnated, you know. But anyway, hey, PhD, that interesting. I'm gonna write that down. The film Hereditary.
Basically, the grandparents decided to try and birth a body for Paimon, the demon they believed in, and the kids can't get out of it. The family's like stuck in this curse of carrying on, reincarnating as Paimon.
You said what's that last word? Paimon.
Paimon is just some demon out of one of the lists.
Oh,
The fact
yeah,
that
I think you're right. I think you're
your
right. Yeah.
bloodline is like cursed, and then you're stuck in the family line.
I think it work. I would think it works more like effectively the same result, but one person's cursed and well, as a group, they're all doing the same activity, right? You know what I mean? So they're all going to get the same curse. You know what I mean? If they're all participating with this demon thing that you mentioned, for example, you know, you know what I mean? If they're all, if a family is working together as a family to to, you know, to something like that sort of activity, if they get resultingly a curse, I still believe it's all individual. I haven't seen that film that PhD mentioned, but I copied that to my text document. Well, I may look at it. Hey, but thanks for pointing that out. But oh, I was saying, yeah, I think effectively the result is the same. Yeah, a dynasty or a family or whatever can have multi-generational karmic consequences. Yeah, I believe so, but it's comprised of individual. Is my personal. Hey, if more information, if I learn more stuff, I'll change my perspective. But that's what I think. How I think it works. You know. Like you know, if I'm not trying to make up the rules, I spend a lot of time contemplating this stuff. You know, I think a lot about this stuff. You know, and hey, if I could make up the rules, man, you know, the world would be completely different. I try to adjust my perspective to. Um, it's not even what I think is most logical. It's not even that. It's whatever I think is most realistic. You know, you know what I mean?
So do you think it's more of a we create our reality, and if they keep like preaching certain things or teaching certain bad habits, that we'll pass it along? And it's not really a karma thing. It's really more of a like uh like heredity or genetics is really the parents passing on bad things or good things.
I believe
To,
that you pass on. You pass a lot on anyway. You know, every ripple of your experience is, you know, everything is rippled. You know what I mean? Everything's affected everything because we're in a big fishbowl. You know that, right? What was you were saying about karma?
I was saying it's like it could be karma or it could be like the actions that you do. Like you said, like you the individual part is your participation. Like, cause you can choose not to be superstitious. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
Oh,
if you choose to be superstitious, you're kind of imprinting that into your behavior. You get what I'm saying? Like you're creating that
oh,
superstition
that's a good
also.
word. Imprint's a great word. Yeah, because you can imprint on your offspring or your spawn, like your essence of what you resonate, what you resonate with can be imprinted. You know, when you have when children, you know what I mean. You can imprint, you know, you on the, you know. Does that make sense? Now, karma though, well, I really think karma is polarity, cause and effect sort of thing. But you know, it's also rather instant. So often, at least with me, it's I see. Well, anyway, you know, it's got to do with awareness. We're playing a game of hide and seek right now. You know, we're just pretending that we're separate. And in fact, I was saying earlier, God was creating other points of awareness, dividing his awareness so that he could have a friend. You know, because he's lonely. You know, I was saying that we're just a divided awareness, and so that's why karma. You know, I believe that it's individual because you know we're all really from the same energy source, and we split ourselves up into multiplayer. Now a single player has become multiplayer, and here we are. You know, that's why I believe we're all equal. You know, and we're just spirits that decided to have this experience, and we agreed to enter the specific body and basic significant things in our life. We agreed with L before we logged in. We agreed to be who we are, and now L can make happen. We have free will, but we're playing a game. But L can make happen. um you know, he controls all the non-player characters and background stuff, so he can make the significant things happen that you agreed to. Now somebody, when they reincarnated or incarnated, they agreed to be really wealthy, or but they might have to pay for that in other ways, or they might have
Yeah,
already paid for that, or they, you know what I'm saying.
I really don't believe in free will. I think it's just cause and effect only. Like free will would
Interesting.
be something without something attached to it.
Yeah, I wonder a
Like
lot about that.
free.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
you can't really say free if it has an attachment. You get what I'm saying?
Well,
Like
the reason why I would disagree, I think a lot about this. Well, you know, this world, we're plugged into it. Now, you know, cause and effect, like one wave, domino, all that stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. I understand what you're saying. That one thing leads to another thing. That like a series of event, we just reactively are who we are. You know, like chemically, electrochemically. However, there's a flaw. There's a problem with this. Is that we're plugged in here. We're not just of this world. We're not just reactions and waves in the world. We are actually plugged into it. And you can see this if you. I've not done this, but I've talked with other people that have been a series out of their bodies a series of many dozens of times, and they have all seen that there's a cord. There's a cord on your top of your head that goes to the ceiling, the stars. Now I was, so that makes sense. I call that the silver cord, or that's just what I call. But they call it a power cord or a data cable or a game control. I was saying this connects to the star. See, we're talking about free will. Do we really have free will, or is it just cause and effect? Well, I'm trying to say we're plugged in this world, man. So this world has this cause and effect thing going on, but this polarity. We come from a world of non-duality. We come from a world like of a multi-plane gradient sea of awareness, where this is a world of this is a video game. We're in a video game right here. You know. You know what I'm trying to say?
I hear you, but
We're invincible.
that like so since
The body's
are
not.
you saying that the causative effect is only attached to the body and then our spirit is free?
That's what. Yeah. That's it. That's what I mean. Yeah. Yeah. Your spirit is infinite and eternal and invincible.
But you don't think your spirit is like tied to the cause and effect too? Like, because your thoughts can lead to your actions.
Oh, it does say in the Bible. It says things you're bound to on earth and heavens. I don't know, but hey, that's about this world, though. Or well, that's talking about heaven there. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is that the body's temporary, a car, to be banged up vehicle, to be banged up, like drove off road. The body's a car. It's a vehicle. You're the driver. You are an infinite being that decided to log into this video game. A thousand years is one day to the Lord. You are only gone for a part of a day, and you're playing a game that lasts a century. Roughly. These are just rough numbers. And so you're just you're just okay. Part of the game to get in the game is amnesia. You're playing a character that was born into this world and all that stuff. But here's the thing: it's just a short trip. You're only gone for a few minutes. It just feels like 80 years, 100 years, whatever. It just feels like 120, 100 years. It just seems that way. Yeah.
So you can say that about knowledge though too. Like you think you know what so-called God is and give him these human characteristics, but we really don't have no clue. Like it's a cool story, but like if you detach,
and gave
but
you
if
characteristics.
But if you detach from the knowledge of what you've been taught and just like your own opinion of the creator or the creation, it wouldn't have those characteristics that the man imprinted on you. Like you're making the story up from.
I understand what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But I think it's the opposite. I think that the creator put his properties in you.
Well, that would be in all nature though, not just man.
Well, it is a different degree.
In the creation.
Yeah, there's simpler creatures that are in a hive mind that seem to be controlled in the background. But like your internal bodily processes could be comparable to like a wildlife. Your consciousness is not. Your consciousness is
Just
not
like breathing. Like breathing is
exactly.
like automatic pretty much. Like you don't have to think about it. Like it just happens.
Yeah, and that's what's going on in this video game, where much of the reality is procedurally generated as a background process until a player character so chooses to log in and connect to a vehicle with like a person could choose to be a human or a lion or whatever, a bird. A person could so choose that, But if a person has not chosen to log in and be a player, well, then the divided, like a computer, it adds, subtracts, multiply, divide. L handles all the background processes. You know, you know what I mean? We're the player characters. Somebody imagined up a video game in the sea of awareness, and we all decided to plug into it. It's like it's like everybody going on a trip. You know, it's like if everybody said, "Hey, let's eat mushroom. Hey, let's play this video game," and here we are. This is the whole point is entertainment, because you're infinite. You live forever, so that's why this world is entertainment.
Oh,
But
I would say enlightenment,
karma
enlightenment,
affects.
not entertainment, but
No,
enlightenment,
no,
enlightenment, and
no, perhaps something similar, like developing an identity, perhaps even. But that's not it, because the reason why is because you already have access to all knowledge. You had to take amnesia to enter the game. You're only temporarily. In fact, when you leave, when you leave the body and you go return to L in the archons and stuff, you will have all knowledge of the world will be brought back to you. Like you'll remember again that you've already had access to all the knowledge. And then when you log out of the world, well, first off, you only took amnesia to incarnate. Okay, it's temporary. It's a temporary effect. So anyway, you'll when you leave your body, you're gonna remember everything. And when you're not in the world, you have full access to all knowledge. In this, and also this world resides like within the sea of awareness. Everything is made of this one thing. You can imagine up anything, and so, but you say enlightenment. Well, I say something similar. You could develop an identity or have an experience. You could develop an experience. You know, have an exciting, thrilling, dramatic experience, memorable experience. But enlightenment, you make me think of like physics and like you know, you know what I mean. That
well, when I
stuff you
say
already know.
enlighten,
You forgot all that stuff when you joined the game. What's that?
yeah, but it's all inside of you. Like so, when you saying leaving, it's really entering your emotions or your inner world of the program.
Oh yeah, well, it's funny to say that because yeah, the video game is tiny. It just appears to take up the whole world. You know, we're just logged in the computer, dude. But okay, we're not just. I'm trying to say we're not human. Is what I'm trying to tell you. You chose to have a human experience. Does that make sense?
Well, being a part of nature, yeah, I think we are included in all of the nature, and then like you said, like if we want to tap into being a bird or a lion, we
Yeah,
can
you could choose
experience it through.
yeah, if you wanted to, but you chose
Yeah.
to be a human. You made the human choice. But you can always choose to be a lion next time if you want. You know, you don't even have to do it. It's optional. You don't even have to be. We all voluntarily took amnesia. It happens when you go on a trip. Like example, if you take a it happened to somebody I was talking to. They took an ayahuasca trip, and then they had amnesia. They went to hell for like half a year. He was only gone for 15 minutes. You know, as a dude that hangs out here often. His name's Bosco. He used to work at a South American retreat where they do ayahuasca, and yeah, he was only gone for 15 minutes, dude. He was in hell for half a year.
It's a mindset. Like when
Yeah.
when the outer space is the inner space, like what they say outer space is, but it's like going into your mind and discovering all these new dimensions and all that.
Well, it's funny is that the outer space is what you described. The outer space is a mind that we're in God's mind. Now this world is within. It's multi-layered, but when out of this world, again, we're still in God's mind. We're in a sea of awareness. Well, when I use the word God, though, that word is really associated with the Old Testament God, El, you know. But you know what I mean. I mean the Creator. We're in like you said, we're inside. We're in a mind, actually. You know, even when you're outside the world, you're still in a mind. You know, well, everything is made of this one thing. It just appears in different forms due to its geometry, but everything's made out of water, and that water, what that water is liquid awareness. You know, it's how you see the seas, the oceans. Yeah, you're a man of the sea. You're a seaman. You're in the ocean. The sea. You see that? It's awareness. Like I see that. The world is like an eye. You know, it's like the shape of an eye, and that's what you are. You're a clear light eye. You're like a.
But
You're like a
it's the
energy.
universal, everybody's identity. Everybody
Oh, you have
claims
it.
the same identity. Like everybody
Yeah.
refers
Oh,
to themselves as
yeah.
I.
I know. Yeah. That's what happened. I split himself into eyes. You know. And here we are. So the
That's
thing
where you
is,
get the Masonic symbol and all that. Like it goes deeper. Like they
yeah.
know.
Oh, they know because you know what happened is they got chipped. I think they've been getting chipped since the 40s. You know, I don't know how long back. I don't know how far back they've been getting chipped. For all I don't know, go back even further. They're chipped, and their genetic signature, they jam their brain waves. You know, so they have access to deeper knowledge, but they also have puppet strings. They have perfect puppet strings where they are remotely, wirelessly, can be overridden by L at any time. You know, and L is going to ensure that everybody's karmic agreements are fulfilled. If somebody agreed that he's going to have this certain condition of life and have this certain condition of struggles, and this event may happen. He's going to have a really peachy life in suburbia, but this event will happen, and this crisis will happen. But then this really nice thing, what you agree to that? Okay, and so then the well, you know,
You said something earlier about
L will use these people, you know, to make it happen. What's up?
you said something earlier about like a attachment to the stars, like the umbilical cord.
Yeah, yeah, that's
So,
the
so
data cord.
I think it's like the that's the static electricity, and we're moving through like the bumper car plane.
That's funny. You know, I'm still trying to figure it out, but I'm just saying. I've interviewed other people that have seen it, so I only have secondhand knowledge, but multiple people have seen it. You know, when they leave their body, and so there's some sort of cord, and they say it goes to the sky. Well, I'm just saying it must go to the stars. I mean, you know, I look at that. I think of it as an electric port. You know, I mean, why else are all the
So
cords from our
if you
heads
think
going to the sky? They're going to the
if you
stars.
thinking about it like a magnet, right? The things that you are attracted to and not attracted to, it's a trail. You get what I'm saying? The things you love the
Yeah.
most, you're more connected on that aspect of it. We just
Oh
can't
yeah.
see it, but
Resonation. You're right.
yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about resonation. Oh yeah, and I found out the way this seems to work is that if you fear something, it's more probable to happen to you, and if you desire something, it's more probable that you'll repel it. And I think it's got to do with opposites attract, like you know. And so, but you're saying, yeah, you want to resonate with like you already are in the scenario or whatever. You want to
Yeah,
resonate with what's the
you're
whatever.
the polar magnet.
Yeah,
You're your
yeah,
North Pole. Like we are the magnets that attract. And so when we're moving through the world, you can't forget that. Like, cause you're around certain people, they're gonna attract the bullshit with them, and it's
yep,
gonna bring it to
yep.
you.
That's correct. You got to have more willpower than them. You know, that's all. You gotta have more mental energies than them. I guess you just gotta be strong will. There's no Faraday cage. At any time, um, you know, brain waves can be affected by the environment. It's always affected by the environment and other people and everything, equipment, whatever
Yeah,
stuff. It's going right to our
we
brain.
can even detect it. Like you ever walk in a room when somebody's arguing, it's like static. Like it's like it's a thick ass feeling when you go in that room. Like you know something went down.
I only learned this the older I get. When I was a child, I didn't know better. But yeah, the older I get, I realize we're subconsciously telepathic and mostly unaware of it. But I read something interesting somewhere. People wear your thoughts on their faces. You know, people they're not even in tune or aware that they're doing it, but they're reacting to your thoughts. When you think something, other people don't know that they can subconsciously pick it up, and their personality or mood or attitude is adjusted, by yours. You know what I mean? Emotions are contagious, and they don't even know. Like wherever I go, everywhere I go, I wish the best to everybody, even if they're upset, even if they're upsetting me or hurting. I try to subconsciously like hope for them to be like whatever's bothering them.
Like for that to go away for a moment so you can get clarity.
Yeah. Yeah, I try to push positive vibes everywhere I go, even if it's at my own expense. It's a subconscious thing in my own mind, but I've realized other people can pick up on it, even though they don't know. They're not aware they're picking up on it. You know what I mean? They're not
Oh yeah.
aware that, but everybody can read everybody else's thoughts. We don't know how. Maybe we cannot consciously do it, but we're certainly
So
subconsciously doing it by accident all the time. Everybody's doing it by accident all the time. We're reading each
so
other's
so the,
thoughts.
the reasons why they can't pick up on it is because they're attached to, like, they're emotionally attached either too high or too low. Like
I agree with that. Yeah.
like if they're resonating with, like, you see how people jump in, like the Globers are jumping and like white knight for each other. Like they do it. Yeah, that's their trigger. Like, oh, okay, it's my time to help this guy.
Yeah. Well, they're in energy. They're all on the same wavelength, which is kind of like telepathy. I mean, it really is. It's I don't know, hand in hand, or whatever the phrase is. You know.
Yeah,
Well, everything.
telekinesis.
Yeah. Well, everything is mental, and we are. Um, we're a point of aware. We're like a part of awareness allocated out of God. Or when I say God, I should have said, I mean the creator of of the reality, like the outer, like the King of Heaven. Like we're here in the Prince of the Air, whatever you've heard that before, but I'm talking about the we're a part of the King of Heaven, the creator of the reality. Now, one of us, somebody imagined up this scenario or video game. So we're more powerful than the video game, and we voluntarily agreed to enter the video game. Is what I'm trying to say, and so it's just a game, and so we sort of voluntarily, like, you know it's like we have more power than we're actually extremely powerful. Do you know what I'm trying? You and me, we're like super powerful spirits that have decided to have a human experience. Does that make sense?
I do, but then it leads me to recognize what's running this place.
A computer. Somebody. Okay. Now, it a computer is managing this dream bubble in the sea of awareness. Now, the sea of awareness is a dimension where you instantly manifest whatever you desire. And somebody thought up a computer, and then people decided to just log into it. You know, it's just a big ocean of consciousness, awareness. It's like it's a reality where you can make your own world. You do not require a computer to do this. The reason there's a computer here is it's functioning like a server for a lot of multiplayer. Like, this is a huge multiplayer video game, and that's why there's a computer called L. Now, there's other people who make their own worlds, and they prefer to be alone. And there's other people that may have a few guests. They may have, you know, other spirits may join them here and there, or they may set up a computer. You don't need one. I'm just saying somebody set up a computer to manage this because there's so many people here. Do you know what I'm trying to say? And the computer is been programmed to run on karma, and the way that functions is with polarity and cause and effect and stuff like that. I mean, if you get really deep into it, but the result basically is karma, and so they use a incarnation slash reincarnation multiplayer game called Earth. You know, how's that?
Yeah, but would Jesus be the cheat code? Like, because
Not sure, but you know why they? One of the reasons, there's many reasons why they lie about the shape of the Earth. Like there's other continents, I'm sure. But anyway, one of the reasons is that it's a game of hide and seek. I mean,
or
there's
like
multiple reasons, but
the
yeah,
globe is
we're
the cheat
really,
code. Like they enter
yeah,
in
well,
these
yeah.
falsities,
Well, I just
the
wanted to
trap,
say,
like traps.
well,
Like,
yeah,
go ahead.
the solar system, the heliocentric. You know, I was saying they. Oh, well, I was just trying to say that they. I forgot what was I just saying. It'll hit me in a minute. I was just saying. I was just talking about karma or something. They're talking about.
Cause and effect.
Yeah, you brought up Jesus, but I wanted to first say something. And I forgot what it was. Hold on, it'll come back to me. But I would just start talking and I'll remember. I was trying to say we
We're trying to
voluntarily.
say you were trying to describe what why they hide the shape of the Earth.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, buddy. Hey, one of the reasons why is because it's a game of hide and seek, and we're from a fluid sea of awareness. So they want you to they tell you that it's a vacuum out there. It's a they tell you it's nothing.
Infinite vacuum. Yeah.
Because it's a hide and seek. So they you know part of the hide and seek game. I don't know how to. I'm trying to explain this that's why God created us to have friends. And this is what you do with your friends is you do stuff like you play this game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but when you try to give your friends the cheat code, like when Contra came out, up, down, down, left, right, A, B, like start, whatever. It was to lock you into the game. You thought it was more fun, but you just was playing longer.
Hey, they do have cheat codes. Okay, I don't know if I know what they all are, but for one of them is that people agree before they're incarnated. They agree to the condition of their life, whether it will be whatever the general like. Now you were saying earlier
I was
about
just
free
saying,
will.
like to think about the programmer's intentions. Like if you don't know, then you're just a part of the game.
Oh,
You
the
know.
programmer's intention. Okay, the programmer is one of us. One of us who may or may not even be logged. He may not even be in the world right now. But a spirit, one of us spirits decided to host this server. It's like a video game. It's just like that, dude. Somebody decided to host this server, and they may not even be here. You know, you know what I'm saying? That they left the computer on, and you can come and go as you wish. You can incarnate, reincarnate. You can go somewhere, go to another server. You live forever in the sea of what you're infinite. It's just that this is what you do. This is what you do in the sea of infinite awareness. You do stuff like join these video games, and you get amnesia. Amnesia's what makes it exciting. Figuring stuff out. And the unknown is the scariest. Uncertainty, wow. It's emotion. We're here for the whole barrage of emotions, the wide range of emotion. Polarity is eros is Greek for magnetism or love. It's synonymous. And so I mean, we're just here for an experience. You know what I'm saying?
But is it to push the limits though? Like, because you can, if you never experience staying up all night, or you know.
Yeah, I mean, how can you be tired if you don't need? This is just somebody made this experience, and we looked at it from the outside and said, it looks like fun. You're not even a human. You're what you are is an infinite part of God. Like I use the word God, which associated really with the Old Testament. I'm talking about you're like a part of the creator of reality, and you decided to be a human for a time. You know, you know what I mean? Human exists here in this world. We're made in God's image. Well, that was imagined. It's an image, and it's not a photograph. It's an image. And what it is, it's a video game. You know,
Well, I would say that when they say that, that's just the mirror, the reflection looking back at you. But then you looking at nature or the stillness or the, that's what you're looking at. But
yeah,
that's
that's
just
how you.
like,
I think that's how you
if you
control your.
limit it to the man's words, like that's their destiny, or the experience is the nature. It ain't the book. It ain't the words.
Huh? Yeah, the experience is the nature. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, everything's yeah. I mean, everything's made out of some polarity exchange with experience or awareness, or yeah. I don't know. Everything's elemental. L's mind. You know what I'm saying? Material stuff doesn't exist at all. You know what I'm saying?
So you mean we're projecting the
Yeah.
stuff,
Well,
like
what it
we're
is.
creating it as we see it.
Well, if you realize everything is water, literally, it's just different geometries of water, and so you could look at it using that as the material. You could use the word holographic. If you combine the word holographic with, like, you could say the world's like a sound stage, like a fishbowl or a sound stage. It's made of water, but holographic is a way to visualize it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, light and sound is the same thing. And so matter and sound is the same thing. And so light and matter is the same thing. So water and hologram is the same thing. And everything's water. So anyway, how's that? I can prove it. I got it right here. I got a Nikola Tesla meme.
I agree. Water is the key.
Here it is. It says, what then can light be if not a transverse vibration or vibrations? I consider this extremely important. Light cannot be anything but a longitudinal z-axis radial disturbance in the ether. A longitudinal disturbance in the ether, which is fluid. Ether is a synonym for fluid, by the way, or liquid. So in the ether, involving alternate compressions and refractions. That's like when you're energizing something with your awareness. Light, light can be nothing else than a sound wave in the ether. So a sound wave is a water wave. Everything is water, and all your senses pick up different vibrations in the water. What happened is, in the beginning, the sea of awareness, that what we call God or somebody, separated the water. They separated the waters. And what they did is they thinned out the water. They created a thin pressure gradient in this air bubble. It's like an air bubble in a sea of awareness, but the air is basically just thinned out water. And so it says, if you look at this, light is basically water. If you look at that, you know, so that's how that works. And so
And
if light is water, then the water is holographic. How's that? Bam.
but then you can take it to reality and use a female and giving birth and a child in the bubble and the breathing through the fluids. It's the same story.
Yeah, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's a good analogy.
And we are the light or the holographic projection of the thought manifested of the
Yeah.
child, you know. And
Well,
then
I think it works like that, even if it doesn't work literally biologically. It does seem to work magnetically like that. Yeah, something like that. You know, it's a good analogy.
yeah, the two poles, female and a male.
Yeah, I think the biology we see in this reality is a bit more what's that word? Convoluted and sophisticated, overly engineered. Our bodies are way over engineered in the you know. I can't believe people believe in evolution, but out in the sea of awareness, we don't have a body unless you want one. You can materialize a body in an instant, but you're by default at the core of what you are. You're just a clear light, a point of awareness is a clear light. It's like a ball of clear light, you know, basically. I got to think about the eye is an app, an application. The eye is an app of the ear when words are creating images of understand. Ah, that's funny. Hey, what Lightwater wrote is pretty funny. It appears. The eye is an app of the ear when words are creating images of understand. It means appear. Hey, that's cool, man. Did you see what Lightwire just wrote in the text channel? I like that. That's funny. Hey, oh, his name is Lightwater. Hey, dude, I didn't know. Hey, we got a dude in here with the name. I was just talking about you. That's funny.
Yeah, he resonating.
I didn't know we had a dude here called Lightwater. Hey, that's so cool. Anyway, yeah, I'm talking about. I hope you can hear. I hope you can hear me. I don't know if you can hear me. Anyway, yeah, I was just saying. Gotta give him a thumbs up. That's cool. But yeah, I was saying the senses, they pick up these vibrations, right? And they're tuned in for the size of these waves of water that we call air. Anyway, so they're tuned in, you know. And so what I'm trying to say is everything is water, which is all of our sense. We call it air, and everything that impacts our senses is some sort of geometric structured crystalline some kind of form of water and that and basically you know the way I visualize it is holographic. It's just like holographic, you know, that word holographic. Hey, cool, man. That's how imagine the water is the light. Well, you know, I'm just talking in circles. You get what I'm saying, right? We're in a
Yeah.
holographic fishbowl.
I would say everything that we share would be God like.
This dude's funny, dude. I can hear you. This is a smart one. We got a smart one in the text channel. Hey, what'd you say about God?
I said God will be everything we share.
Oh yeah, I think that we're like siblings or children of God, but besides that, everything is one energy, and you know, we're all on the same team. I think we go into this video game and we just pretend to rival each other. You know, it's all just a game.
To bring out the best.
Well, to bring out something, I think I don't know. I speculate that, and I think it's got to do with like you're saying though. Yeah, to bring out what you are, your identity, to bring out what you are. You know, I think we're here to generate a file. We're just here to generate a record, you know. And what it is, it's a memory that you can take with you, and the whole thing, like you won't miss any of it, like a CD. Like you could take the entire experience completely with you, like a USB stick. You know what I'm saying?
Walking memory stick.
Yeah, I think I'm speculating on this one. A lot of the stuff I was talking about, I'm trying to make sense of Hinduism, Gnosticism, and Kabbalah and stuff like that. But what I'm saying right now is I've tried to mix that together
But
into something
what
that
if
makes
you
sense. What I'm
just
saying, I think we're
what if
here
you
to make
throw
an
all that
identity.
away? What if you throw all that away?
Yeah.
What is your opinion of all that combined? Like, and like break all the rules and give me your story of it.
Oh, I was piecing those. Those are puzzle pieces I've been piecing together. But I always know I have a strong vibe that whoever created reality, like the ultimate reality, probably this one also. Whoever created the reality, believe he loves each of us strongly, and and that we're just here. I don't believe in death at all. I believe in death of the body, but I don't believe in death of the spirit. I don't believe in that. I think I believe God is graceful, and created us to be his friend, and so because we're created with the intention to be his friend. Now I can't prove this, is my speculation. I believe that you know we're here, we're giving each other a hard time, but I mean each other, I mean humans in the world, all the millions or billions, they say, of humans in the world, however many there really are, we're giving each other a hard time, but really I think we have the same father, and you know the heavenly father, they call him. We're not I don't really believe we're humans, is what I'm trying to get at. This is just a video. Our families, we care about them, but the and it's all we know. But I tell you, we are under amnesia. And when you leave this world, you're gonna know everything again, and you're gonna be free again. And you didn't have your family until you entered this world and developed one, or were brought into one, whatever. But I mean, all you can take with you is yourself. You can't, you know what I mean? There's no U-Haul behind a hearse. I was just saying, what I really believe is, I believe God loves us, and that there's nothing too big to fear. There's nothing in the world too big to fear. You know, even if the worst case scenario happens to you, there's nothing to fear. I mean, do not fear the ones who can. It says in the Bible, the ones who can destroy the body, don't worry about them. You know, you know what I'm saying? I really think this whole trip is a trip. Literally, I think this whole life experience is just it's a game. You know, and I say that because I believe the Creator loves us, each of us. You know, I don't believe in what most people seem to believe, that is a cosmic accident, or the remaining, the let's say most uh people who believe in some sort of higher power, they believe in an original sin, and they believe different ideas, maybe we're slaves, or or something, or to be punished. Or I don't believe any of that. I mean, why would you punish someone why would you first give someone amnesia and then punish them? We don't know what, if this is hell. I mean, I don't care about the word hell, but I mean, if this is a bad place like hell, like a place of punishment, we don't know what we're being punished for. So I don't believe that. I don't buy into that. I just think we're here to we're here pretending that we don't know each other. We're all players basically in heaven. They call it heaven. With the Hindus, there's different. Well, there's different planes of heaven. You know, whether the west or east both seem to agree on this. When you look at ancient cosmology maps, and that's what I was saying. There's planes of sea of awareness, and the Christians or whatever they call that heaven. And anyway, so we're from heaven. Is what I'm trying to say. And in heaven, or I kept calling it planes of different pressure gradient, sea of awareness, or you can call it heaven. In heaven, somebody decided to unpack this video game, and we decided to plug into it. You know, and that's what I believe. I believe that there's nothing too much. You know, I think that life is supposed to be scary, like a scary movie. It's exciting that way. You know, and that's the whole point of amnesia. You know what's more scary than uncertainty and the unknown? You know, you know what I'm saying? That, you know, why would you punish people for not knowing something? That'd be double punishment. First you're going to mind wipe them, and then you're going to punish them, and then they're ignorant and they don't even know what. I don't believe any of that stuff, man. I think we're here for fun. I think we're here because God loves us, and we're here to have fun. Yeah, to be good to each other. We're here to be kind to each other. You know, what do you think about that?
That was cool.
I think we've got all knowledge I think we dropped it when we entered this world, and we regain it when we leave. I think there's nothing to learn here other than well, I like learning stuff for it's entertaining. But what I mean is,
can I give
what's
my
really
opinion?
important, I think what's important is the friends you make in your experience. What's up?
So, and this is like without no bias, and I think that a lot of people are trapped in their belief systems, and it could be good or bad. Like, I mean, it's hard to detach from what you call knowledge. You know what I mean? Like, and just go strictly off of unbiased. Like,
Yes, but
as I hear,
they're different than
when
you.
I hear, I know, yeah, because it's your experience or what you hold
No,
with
let me.
you.
They want to
But
be commanded and programmed, but you're thinking for yourself. That's why you notice that. A lot of people, they don't want to think, and they just want to be conditioned by the priest told exactly what to do. You know.
well, that's the bad part, because the program could come from anywhere. It could come from your own creation. You could create the hell inside of gaining knowledge. Like, you can be tied to your own bias and not be aware of it, and
I
that's
agree
that
completely.
could be a problem.
Oh yeah.
So to be
You
able
said it.
to not be attached is the hardest thing to do. Like, I hear people struggle when they're want to get their point across, but if you be patient enough, it'll be time to go back and forth. Like, because I hear you, and I don't want to like you to think I'm like judging.
You're cool,
I'm
buddy.
just being like unbiased about the attachments to like certain things. You know what I mean? Like, like to the religious script, because we all learn that stuff, but it doesn't make it true. The truth is only in nature. Like, that's the only truth.
You're right.
We
Yes.
all experience it, and we can only interpret it our own way.
Yeah, the only truth is the natural world. Yeah, we imagined up the virtual fake society. The society is totally fake. That's why careerism is a joke. All this point system, and get a bunch of points in your bank account, and file name on a file cabinet somewhere, that you own a box on a map, on a piece of paper. You know what I mean? It's all just made up stuff. But everything's made up. But the only thing that's real, the most real thing of this reality, is nature. Yeah, I agree. The natural world and you can look at nature and develop any technology. You probably already knew that one, right? If any technology you want to engineer, you just look at nature. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I think most people want to be programmed. They don't want to think. Thinking for yourself requires electricity and energy. Your brain uses a lot of electricity. Yeah, it uses more energy than I think it uses more energy. I'm not sure, but I think it's the number one energy user in the body is the brain. It's up there. Anyway,
So
people
is
don't
that
like using
where
it. They
the
don't like using.
appeal to
Yeah,
authority comes
yeah,
into play?
yeah.
Like,
That's exactly what I'm getting at. You said people get lost in their belief systems, and I'm like, well, yeah, they don't like thinking. You know,
oh yeah.
they don't. When I was just going on a long rant here about uh uh what do you call it, cosmology, that's because I'm thinking for myself. But what I'm doing is I am surfing the internet and listening to people interview readings, and I'm piecing it together. But what I share with you is my personal perspective. But I combined like more than three different uh things. Hinduism, Kabbalism, and or whatever. Anyway, or Gnosticism. And I
Oh yeah.
and my
No,
point is
and
that
I was going.
most people
Yeah,
don't think though. They just want to be told by the pastor or priest or imam, somebody, and they just go through and that's easy for because thinking costs energy. You know.
and yeah, that's what I was saying. I like the way that you put your understanding on what you learn from it. You get what I'm
Oh,
saying?
thanks,
Like,
bro. Cool.
yeah.
Well, I'm happy to share because if I share just one interesting thing to one person here, then it'll bounce around. So I'm happy if I gave one interesting concept or idea to anybody. You know, I just I think knowledge is power is the most powerful. Is knowledge. I mean, is it the Bible. You know what I mean? Electron knowledge is power. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I believe what I was saying. Uh, some of it may be incorrect, but I'm sharing my perspective because anyway, I believe at least more than half of what I
But
said is right.
I
Is
think
that's pretty good.
we need to do that more in the flat Earth versus globe Earth discussion because people think that we are so against them, and it's not like that. Like we understand your position, but we want you to understand the other side of what
Oh,
we're saying
exactly.
too.
Yeah, I never get. A lot of people get polarized, and there's anger and frustration and hatred. Oh, I don't. Oh, when I hear a glober going on, and I'm thinking to myself, "Wow, man, what is in his world? What put him up to? Did he like sign some contract? Is he like in over his head? Is he blackmail? Is he a cultist? Or I wonder, and I feel sorry. I'm like, or is this dude just ignorant or stupid? And I just when I hear the Globers go on, I'm saying I try to imagine in my mind why and like what's going on with that and what. But I'm trying to say I don't want to hate that I try to with the Globers I try to understand them on a personal what's in their mind on a personal level, like they're malfunctioning, whether they're paid to do it or whether they're deliberately malfunctioning or not. There's a malfunction somewhere in their life that
Well, I
puts them
wouldn't
on
even
a
call it
path.
that. I would say it's a comfort level. Like it's a
See that?
comfort of their paradigm. Like when you create
Yeah.
your reality, because you were there too. Like we all came from believing
Yep.
some shit, and
Oh
then
yeah,
we
I was a
learned
huge
different.
believer. Oh man, I
Yeah,
used to
I
daydream.
was
I used to
all in.
daydream
Like,
about space.
yeah,
You know,
yeah. And
I
you
thought
sleep,
I'd
you
go there
sleep on
someday.
it, and
Yeah,
you think about it, and you
yeah,
create that. Like, oh
yeah,
man, if
yeah.
I could get on fucking
Oh yeah, I used to
ISS, you
daydream.
get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
I
if
used to
that was you,
imagine. Yeah, I'd build a
it's
rocket
real to
myself.
you. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll build a rocket myself.
I'm gonna
I used
bump
to
my
think that.
music in my
Yeah,
rocket. You know
hell
what I mean?
yeah.
I'm gonna,
Sounds like
yeah.
fun. you know, the problem is
But
that the
we
space
do that
shuttle.
in our own cars now.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
we're
hey, dude, the space shuttle goes like I forgot, like some ridiculous number, like Mach 35 or something. I forgot, but anyway, it's this really huge number that you know, pilots pass out pushing their plane to its limit at like Mach something. I forgot, like whatever, 5 or whatever. And this thing's going like 30. I know my numbers are wrong, but you can look them up, and the numbers are that different. Like pilots pass out going Mach something, you know, at one number, and that space shuttle is going like two digits. There's no way. It's not possible for a human being to survive. And then the vehicle, right? Okay, so they claim there's a thermosphere, right? That's beyond the melting point of all elements except for carbon. You know, the one except that's barely over the. So how in the hell does anything make it through the thermosphere and back? It's in the stuff they've shown us too, by the way, which is not carbon plated. It's you know, how in the hell? And also, these things that are gold plated, supposedly 500,000 miles, 450,000, whatever, around they're hundreds of thousands of miles out in the supposedly out in the geosynchronous orbit, where they have unlimited oxygen tanks to maintain geosynchronous orbit, where they never run out of fuel ever for decades. And so for decades, these things magically levitate constantly just maintaining geosynchronous orbit with pushing out little tanks of unlimited oxygen. Meanwhile, people have a latency ping, you know, with their satellite internet, satellite phone, satellite TV, which is conveniently pointed at the closest nearby cell phone tower. They think they have a latency of around 100 or 150 milliseconds with something the size of a trash can, you know, that's 500,000 miles away. 500,000 miles away with no medium, when we know exactly how electromagnetic waves resonate through a medium. There is no medium, and the latency is impossible. The latency is not that possible wirelessly to have a latency miles away. It's not that possible. It's impossible to have a latency that snappy, because that thing is just pointed at the closest cell phone tower. You know, it's the most absurd unreality ever. To imagine
what
that
are you
humans,
talking about?
I'm talking about
What the
humans
fuck
going.
is what the fuck is this supposed to be?
We were
What
just
why
talking
are you
about
monologuing?
how people are comfortable in so comfortable in
You're
the world
rambling. Do you notice
perspective.
that?
Yeah, I know. Well, what do you
You
have to
sound
say?
like a
What do
drunk.
you?
You sound like a
Well,
drunk
hey,
rambling
have
guy.
you thought of saying hello and you have an opinion? What do you want? What do you think about? Do you believe in this space launch? Do you believe?
Belief is entirely unnecessary. It's entirely misplaced in this topic. Belief has
So
nothing to do
tell me
with
about this moon landing. Huh? Tell me about the moon landing.
what is there to tell about.
Tell me about it.
What is there to tell about?
Well, you seem to have an issue with how I'm pointing out the absurdity of space travel.
Your
So
lack of
I'm
having an issue.
you've been to
Okay,
space?
let me
Have you been
explain
to
what
space?
let me explain what my issue actually is. Okay.
You been to the
So
moon?
this started out with you and Balanced Truth having some kind of like back and forth, something resembling a conversation, where you were actually saying like, "Hey, it's a little bit sad," something along the lines of, "Hey, it's a little bit sad that there's so much antagonism going on in this community between Globe and Flat Earth. This is really not necessary, right?
Well, have
That
you
you
thought
really
about
don't
saying
have
hello?
to.
Have you thought
That
about
you really
saying
don't have
hello?
that you don't that you really don't that
Hello.
you really don't have to fight that way, and that people really don't have to disagree this way, and they can build knowledge together, right? And then you talked about so-called globers, which I doubt you can even identify correctly, in a very dismissive and demeaning way that basically implies that you're some kind of
What did I say?
superior.
What did I say? What did I
superior
say? No, I didn't say that. What did I say? I was talking about the absurdity of space travel. Now, what did I say?
That was before that. That was
what did I specifically say?
What I just mentioned was before that. that absurdity.
said that they're
What I just meant,
comfortable,
what I just
and
mentioned
I
was
talked
what
about
I
the
just mentioned,
absurdity
what
of
I just
space
meant, what I
travel.
just, what I
I
just
said
meant, what I just
nothing
meant,
of
what I
the
just meant,
character
what I
of
just, what I
Glober.
just, what I just.
I
Can
said,
you please stop talking over through me? Is that
Just
possible
let him
for you?
finish. Let him
Okay, good.
finish. Let him finish.
Hey, next one talking through me. Great. So what I just described and mentioned was before you started rambling about the supposed absurdity. And then you started going off from there, of like from this whole superiority stick and chucking each other off about how superior your intellects are.
Really?
Into,
What did I say?
Just let him finish. Let him finish.
Into the supposed absurdity of what you don't understand and what you and your total lack
What do
of
you mean I
knowledge on
don't
anything.
understand?
And
I was just
then you just
explaining.
went on rambling for like 5 minutes for no reason whatsoever.
Hey, can you get to your point, AK? Just go ahead. Go ahead.
What's your point, dude? Because you just lied. You know that this is
My
recorded and
point
it's on
is
YouTube,
that
and you can. Did you know that
you
you can go to
have no idea
YouTube.com?
about anything, and
Hey,
that
did you?
this is not a
Oh, really?
basis to ridicule
Oh, okay.
other
I
things
feel
that
like
you've
I'm the one
seen or
that's
read about.
ridiculed. I feel like I'm the one being ridiculed here because first
Well,
off,
you
I
were
didn't say
pointing
any of
out
those
absurdity,
things,
right? That's
and
ridicule.
you're the one
You were
who's
pointing out absurdity.
accusing me.
Hey,
That's
AK,
ridicule.
Yeah,
if you
Pointing out
want him to
yeah.
absurdity.
stop,
That's
hey,
ridicule.
He's
one mic, guys,
uncomfortable.
one mic,
He's
one mic.
uncomfortable.
No, I'm not uncomfortable. I'm completely comfortable.
Yeah,
Like,
you're
but
uncomfortable because
your lack of
yeah,
knowledge and your lack
you know,
of being able to
you
differentiate
you
between
know.
different ideas and different things has nothing to do with my comfort whatsoever.
So when I
So
spoke of
don't regard
the
yourself. Don't put
absurdity
yourself
of
on
space
such a high
travel,
level that you
hey,
have
when
any
I
influence on my
listen,
comfort
buddy,
whatsoever.
when I spoke of the absurdity of space travel, I said none of those things you accused me of saying. You can go on youtube.com, type in Earth Awakenings, and click on it. I never said that I'm superior to the Globers. I never said they're
No, you did
inferior,
not.
and I never said
You
any
did
of
not
those
directly
things.
state that. But how you
Never
were
said
talking
anything remotely. No.
before you were
Nope.
talking about
Nope.
before you were talking about the absurdity of it all.
I
The
said
way
I
you
was a
were talking,
believer. I used to believe.
the way
Yo,
you
you
were
guys
talking.
gotta chill the fuck out, man.
I'm so
For real.
sorry. The middle of my sentence keeps interrupting the start of our people's sentences. So before you were talking about the absurdity of it all and so on, before you went into your monologue and rambling, the way you were talking about Globers and trying to understand them clearly suggested and directly implied a superiority
No.
to them. Yes, that. You can go back and listen to yourself and you will find that.
What I got from you is you're rather uncomfortable because I point out the
It has nothing
absurdity
to
of
do with my
space
person
travel. When I
whatsoever.
previously
That's
pointed
that's
out that
that's
I was
Stop
a big
interrupting,
Right,
fan.
now you're
AK.
that's a
interrupting
big
him,
mistake you're
AK.
making. This has
AK.
none of this
AK, what are you
has to
doing,
do.
dude? Oh my god, man, I'm muting
I'm
you.
correcting him when he starts.
Yeah, mute up. One at a time, please.
Anyway, I guess I was just going on and on about the absurdity of space travel, but I guess I'll just I guess some people get uncomfortable about that.
AK, if you can't handle yourself, dude, I'm gonna have to break you off like a warning or something, man. I'm not gonna sit here and mute you and unmute you all day, so just take that into consideration.
Hey, I used to be a huge believer in space.
Me too.
I was a big fan. Yeah. I mean, I used to daydream about it all the time.
Response to Jeremy.
Oh, my shit don't need no response. This ain't a debate. You think
No,
I'm
I'm not
debating
saying
you
that
on how
it's
I'm gonna
a debate,
mod this?
but
You think I'm about to debate you on how I'm gonna mod this?
you were asking me a question though. What am
There
I
ain't.
doing?
Can you handle? Yes, it's not a question. If you can't handle yourself, I'm just gonna give you a warning.
Okay, what are you doing is a question though. Then it was not a genuine question. It was a rhetoric question in that case.
Dude, this ain't a debate, dude. Control yourself, or you're gonna get a warning.
I'm not the one that needs any. I'm controlling myself. That's fine. But what I'm doing is, when Smurf started out with "you are uncomfortable" and basing his entire response on this misunderstanding, I tried to stop him before he builds an entire card house that he doesn't need to, because this has nothing to what I did had nothing to do with my comfort. What Smurf is saying.
You can't wait till you get the mic back to say that.
Smurf has a tendency to monologue for quite a while, and as I said, if the first sentence is so off base that you don't really need to go further down that line of reasoning because it's a massive, big misunderstanding, and I think it's productive to try and interject that.
It's not productive. Like it turns into a shit show. Just wait till you get the mic back. It's okay. Whatever he say is okay, and whatever you say is okay.
Okay, that's gonna make conversations a lot more harder to untangle and unravel, though, because it's making a whole lot of things long-winded that don't have to be long-winded. Like, I would think conversation could be less rigid than that, because this is roughly the same as just giving everyone a fixed amount of time to speak, like in a really structured debate kind or podium discussion kind of sense, and that's not how conversation normally works.
But
the whole time that these two guys were talking, everyone's enjoying their conversation, and no one was trying to interject or change the topic or anything. Everybody was just, whoever's on here on mute, they were just listening, because it was like a Terence McKenna music show. It was just like an imaginary, another thought. And then you just came and offended. No one's forcing you to listen, bro. And if you want to come in and talk, just say, hey, let me talk. I've got something to say. Don't come in and just like be really aggravating,
Okay, I'm sorry you found what I talked about and where I chose to speak up aggravating. I actually didn't mean that.
So what was your opinion about it? Like, do you think space travel is possible? Like, what's offensive to you?
Opinions are entirely misplaced on this. I just things that Smurf, the absurdities that Smurf mentioned, are poorly reasoned and are do not actually conflict. The things that he pointed out do not actually conflict with what we can experimentally confirm ourselves.
So at like, do we get different pressures at different depths?
What do you mean with the different pressures at different depths?
Like if we go down in the sea, do we get different pressures that we have to deal with? Like things that, like conditions.
Different deals. It sounds like you're referring to hydrostatic pressure and the fact that it increases with decreasing height.
You just agreed, right? I think you just agreed.
So yeah, it also works in the other direction with increasing height. The pressure of fluids around us or of the fluid that we're in decreases.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's things that we have to deal with, that like certain boundaries of liquid.
Boundaries of liquids.
You're talking about submarines and not spacecraft.
Both. I mean, it's just as you go up, then you go down, you get equal pressure. Like it has to equalize somewhere.
It
forces you up, just like if you go out of space, I think it'll force you back down. Just like with y'all magical gravity numbers, it's something that's
Yes. Okay, magic is entirely misplaced in this conversation, all in all, altogether, because by definition, magic is an occurrence that should not something occurring that should not occur according to the rules of existence
Right.
of
Like
this
that's gravity. Gravity to me is the same thing you just said. It
that,
shouldn't
that's not that's but that
exist because you don't have no proof of it in actual reality, but you
it's an
claim to
argument
have.
from silence, okay? Just because something has no proof does not prove that that is false and it doesn't exist. And for more, the
Oh,
explanation put forward for gravity is one that allegedly at least attempts to explain certain observations and
but
certain
is it
in our
equal
reality.
absurdity? Is it
By the very nature of that attempt, it is the complete opposite of magic, which is an attempt of explaining something that should not occur according to our understanding of reality.
same thing? It equals gravity and magic. Same thing.
Good for you. Good for you.
What's the difference?
I just explained it to you, but you could, instead of listening through it, you
I,
could
d-
not wait to get the mic again, and I do not see a point
I
of
heard you
repeating
though.
the same explanation over and over to you
You
when
just
you're
said
not even willing to go into what about my explanation you're not understanding.
you just said you can't prove it. You also said you cannot
I
disprove
did
it.
not say I
Oh,
can't prove it.
you said all.
That's not correct. I
You
did
did.
not say that.
Well,
So now we're
anyway,
going to argue back to gravity instead of the space travel.
Well, I was trying to let him get his rebuttal in. I'm like, go ahead, buddy. I mean, I'm not trying to rush you. I'm let him go. I'll mute up. Go ahead.
What? You asked an extremely poorly phrased question. I asked you where you're going with this. Then you mumbled something about magic. I tried to explain to you what magic actually means and that it has no place whatsoever in this conversation because we're talking about things that actually occur in reality as opposed to things that should not actually occur in reality. We're talking about trying to find out about what we can see and perceive in reality. So it's entirely misplaced. And
no.
then you went on, it's the same thing for you. So I don't know what there is to talk about.
No, he asked you about reality and about the density or pressure gradient at different depths of the sea, and then it was you that brought up something that's immeasurable, non-proven.
No,
You
I
said
did not
yourself
bring
you
up
can't.
gravity at all. And no, gravity would not be
Well,
immeasurable
he
or
was talking
unprovable.
about reality though, and you're
He
talking
was
about
he was
gravity.
asking me if I agreed to something that's fairly easy to verify, the hydrostatic
Oh,
pressure. But he did not go anywhere with it.
I thought you were about to say gravity.
Well, thinking for some people seems to be a game of luck. Want to roll the dice on another thought, Smurf?
Sure.
Do
What do you think
it.
about what do you think about the moon landing?
With regards to what?
I just ask what you think about it. Like, do you think it really happened?
It's embarrassing.
I have no idea what.
Sometimes it seems like rather than trying to discuss the points, it's just a circular loop of denial. That's what it seems like.
Smurf, I have no idea whatsoever. I have no, like, I'm way too young to have experienced anything personally. I am way too far away from the US to investigate the sources directly. What I've tried, like, an idea that I'm having is trying to find high resolution pictures, like taken by hobby astronomers and stuff, from before the supposed first moon landing and compare them to high resolution pictures that we can take now of the surface of the moon and see if we can find any differences. But that's not easy because the camera technology was not so widespread back in the day. So
Oh, hey,
I am.
thanks. I just wanted to know. You answered my question. that you're on the fence about the moon landing.
But on the fence, I mean, I do know about the controversy around it.
Yeah.
That there's like a group of people that gathers a lot of evidence, supposed evidence, that it cannot be true. Most of it is fallacious. I've seen some of it that I cannot, that I have, for one, have not been able to find a problem with or mistake with. But I also admit to myself that I do not have the expertise to know for sure if that means that the reasoning presented there is correct or not.
I
How about can you explain the astronaut passing the imaginary blue screen hat? Have you seen that?
I think I know what you're referring to, and I think that you're inserting a whole lot of interpretation into that movement, because people do.
It's an interpretation. How would you interpret it?
Well, without assuming if it has to be faked or if it has to be true due to the source that's giving it and due to what is presented in the clip, I would say that this is just a movement, and that the reason for that movement can be manifold. It could be that the explanation for that movement given by the people presupposing that it has to be fake is true. This is certainly one possible explanation for it, but another possible explanation from my point of view could be that he just was was just moving his shoulders, kind of shrugging, and moving his arms, relaxing his arms a little bit. Like,
I bet you if you asked
kind of motion sometimes,
if you asked 100 children, if you asked 100 school children who are very well adept at playing virtual reality games, and you showed them that clip, they would all say, oh, they're using some type of a virtual reality sort of a program, and that's why they did that movement. That I think all the children would agree that he was passing a hat.
Yep.
That is very strong imagination you have there.
Well, 100 children, I bet you could get 100%, all of them saying the same thing. I bet you.
Yeah,
that's a bet you're taking, but that does not substantiate anything. That's even moreover. This is stacking on top of the of the implicit statement you have already taken, that the interpretation given for passing it, that this motion is due to passing an imaginary hat. This is already something that is not substantiated, and on top of that, you stack now that if you ask children, they would say the same thing. And
I think it seems like you could
kind of line of thought.
It sounds like you're coming from a place of kind of denial, self-denial, and lying to yourself, and your eyes. Your eyes are.
The first thing I said was, this is one possible interpretation, one possible explanation to give for that. For that.
How could there be any other possible interpretation?
Another way to explain that kind of motion is that someone was shrugging their shoulders because they felt some tension in there, or whatever, and then moving their hand from one arm to the side to hold themselves on the bar, and they were kind of insecure about what they want to do with their hand and what they.
Didn't it look like he was grabbing the hat with one hand, and then
I start a motion for doing something. I'm uncomfortable in some way. Readjust my posture, and then readjust it.
Didn't it look like he's grabbing the hat with one hand and passing the hat?
He put something in his pocket or something, because I put my hands in
my
pocket, and then right after I put my hands out of my pocket
honest with yourself,
but even though I have nothing in my hand, I do
guess
that.
It kind of looks like, so if you're being honest with yourself, if you're being honest with yourself,
one at a time, guys. One at a time.
Okay, so if you're being honest with
yourself,
yourself,
this entire time.
How about I go first? If you're being honest with yourself, he grabbed the hat with one hand and he passed it to the other hand, and then the other hand moved it away.
Yeah, okay, of course. Of course, when you see that motion, he specifically grabbed the hat because you can differentiate when someone is grabbing a hat versus grabbing any other object whatsoever. This is a hat to be a hat he was grabbing. You can see it by the way he was grabbing it, even though it was not there. And he was passing it along and he was doing that motion for no other reason. There's no other possible reason that someone would move their arms and their hands in this exact way, in this exact moment, but what you are saying right now. There's no other possible reason that people would even come somewhat close to a similar motion whatsoever. Good for you. You've proven yourself. You're the boss.
Yeah, I was just pointing it out, and just
Yeah.
to see
And I'm just pointing it
your
out
line
to
of
you that you have
your line
convinced.
of
You have
your line of
convinced.
discernment.
You
Yeah,
have successfully convinced me. You have converted
AK,
me
AK,
into
let him
believing
talk about
whatever comes
AK.
out of your mouth has to be absolute truth and has to be absolutely watertight, airtightly
You're repeating yourself.
because you
Let him go.
have no possibility of being mistaken in your perception whatsoever in any case. So whatever you're telling me next, I'm gonna 100% believe you, Carlos. Good job. Your unbelievably superior reasoning has converted me into a follower of you.
Well, that was great.
Want to teach anything else?
Hey, it's not about our team versus your team, or we're not about flat earthers versus globe. It's not about that. It's about the truth. It's about just figuring out what the truth is, dude.
Yeah, of course. Because that was what Carlos just demonstrated. That if you say, hey, this clip exists in a vacuum, we don't know anything else about this clip but what is shown there, this interpretation is undeniably the only one that could possibly come to mind. And anything else is lying to yourself and being in denial. Because we are searching for truth right now. That's exactly what happened just now. Oh, guys. Hilarious.
you don't have to defend the truth because truth speaks for itself.
Indeed it does. And you're the arbiter of it. Whatever you're saying has to be the truth because you're saying it. That's the reason.
I was just pointing out. I was just pointing out a scenario that happened, and wanted to get your educated understanding of what was going on. And
I was trying to tell you, and you told me that I'm in denial, and because you're the arbiter of truth, it has to be true.
No, I was just trying to discover what type of discernment you have.
What kind of discernment? I tried to tell you it, and you told me in response to that I'm in denial, and I'm denying the only possible explanation that you had put forth already. So
yeah, but you came up with an explanation.
Truth, otherwise, it's not possible for your response to be sensible and for what you just told me that you were trying to do to be honest and intellectually honest. That's not possible.
The explanation that you came up with is he was shrugging his shoulder because maybe he was tired.
I was saying that maybe he made that motion in order to adjust his posture and continue to adjust it after he started, because he is not comfortable, or he's not confident with his posture at that moment. That happens. That happens to me sometimes. I start a motion, doing something, wanting to adjust my posture in one way, and then while doing that, we adjust it to something else because I changed my mind about which way I want to put my.
Why are you discussing his shoulder movement?
This happens, but hey, this is a totally unreasonable thought. You're the arbiter of truth. I must be in denial. Good for you, Carlos. Good for you.
We'll be discussing shoulder movements.
We're talking about on the ISS. There's a clip that's been going around on the internet for a long time of an astronaut looked like that he was getting past a baseball cap and grabbing it with one hand, and it's like an invisible hat because he's obviously doing an augmented reality because it's supposed to be live, right? So it's got to be that some type of virtual or augmented reality, and it's obviously had a glitch, and he grabs the hat
been
and
posted
passes
in the
it.
group chat.
Yeah. And the other guy just now that was talking with me, he was saying, "Oh, it can't possibly be that. It must be him like shrugging his shoulder because he's tired."
That's incorrect. That's a lie. I never said it can't possibly be that. The first thing, and I reinforced it and explicitly stated that at least 2 more times. The first thing that I said was, well, this is one way to interpret that movement. This is the first thing I said.
Yeah. Anyway, I get your point. But are you debating for the ISS or against it?
Me?
Yeah.
He just asked me a question about this one clip.
Yeah.
I did not
the reason why I brought that up,
reasoning based on that.
the reason why I brought that up,
question as a genuine
because
one.
you were talking about the moon landing. You were talking about the moon landing, so I thought because you couldn't really explain yourself about the moon landing, so I thought it's not just
what
the moon
exactly
landing.
was not
It's
explained
also
about where exactly have I not explained myself?
AK,
Because
let him finish. AK, let him get it out.
I'm more than
AK,
happy to point out what my actual position is.
let him get it out. He can't get his question out. You keep clipping him.
Well, Smurf asked, what's your opinion about the moon landing?
Well, it started. I think it went to pressure underwater for some reason, and then it got sidetracked from there to gravity, and then sidetracked from there to fake space. And I don't know.
Guys, you were saying I was not able to explain myself, and which part of my statements you feel are insufficiently explained. Because if there's any lack of misunderstanding that grave, then I would like to mitigate that. No matter if that line of conversation, like of the conversation topics, makes sense in any way whatsoever or not.
Well, he did admit that you are young. He did admit that he's young and he doesn't have much experience and he's never been to the United States. So,
okay, this sounds, saying that I admit that sounds like there was some controversy around that, or something suggesting that this is not the case or something.
You said before that that's why you're not sure about the moon landing. I mean, there's some of your reasoning. Hey, just reminding you of something you said.
Not sure. Okay, I don't believe I said that. I said I think I said I have no way of disproving or proving either way.
Look, dude, do you believe people landed on the moon or don't you, man? Come on, dude.
I think belief in that is entirely misplaced. I refuse to build a religious belief on something that I know that I can't know.
I think it's probable people went there, though.
I didn't hear an answer, bro. Come on, don't dodge.
No, I won't answer that question. I won't let you pressure me into
I think you did. You say you know it, right? You say you know.
I believe is nonsensical and is not sensible. Just because you ask me, do you want to jump into a pool of mercury or a pool of boiling water? I will not jump into either of those.
No, well, what he means is
I
that
never
it's not
asked you
belief
that.
like
Wait.
not belief like a religion. Not in the sense of a religion. Just do you believe, like, because obviously there's two sides to
another
the moon
word,
landing.
If he doesn't like the word believe, let him pick another word.
Exactly. There's people that think that it happened, and some people that think that it does. Which side are you on?
So whatever word you want instead of believe, use that word. It's up to you, sir. Go ahead.
Well, I already told you that I don't know.
So
you don't
let's
know
start
whether
breaking
people
this
have entered
down.
the
Let's take it. Okay, let's take a different angle.
Exactly. I do not know it.
Let's
Okay.
start thinking why the government is making fake NASA videos. What's the purpose?
Let's beg the question
Government
and
is
then
making fake NASA
reason
video.
from there.
What exactly does that mean? So there's the government, it publishes a video, says it's from NASA, but it's not actually from NASA. That's fake NASA video.
Okay, so let's think. Why do you think the government is making fake NASA videos?
That's assuming they're making fake videos.
Yeah, it's just assuming the answer already by asking the question. It's like the question, when did you stop punching your wife?
This is a loaded question, yeah, but
beating women's
it's not even a sensible
That's a
position
different
to
story.
take. Like the government, like why? I think what you're trying to ask is why does the government institution NASA fake their content, fake their videos? But you're what
exactly.
you're asking
Okay.
is why the government says it publishes
Why are you overthinking?
videos says
Let's just start thinking
fakes NASA
practically.
videos.
Why do you think the government
It fakes video. It makes videos, claims that they are from
Oh my
NASA
God,
when they're
dude.
not actually from NASA. That's not a sensible question in the first place.
It makes more sense if you look at it as what if the government themselves, like all the senators and all the on both sides, from the Congress and the House, what if all those government officials, what if all of them believe in NASA and all of them don't know that NASA's faking it? Because even the people at NASA think like that it's real because they're looking at a computer screen. They're like, oh yeah, right, we landed on there because they're looking at a computer screen. It only takes a few people to make this happen, like the lie part of it, and everybody else can believe the lie. I don't know what you guys don't
really
grasp.
reckon that?
How
many
Absolutely.
people
Absolutely.
How many people do you reckon to propagate this lie? Because it's not
it's
going
very it's way harder to do things than
those are just words. Those are just words. It's just words.
They're not just words. Like I can
I'll tell you
show
why.
you the
I'll tell you
size
why. I'll tell you
of
why.
a single TV set crew with just one actor for the scene.
Okay.
I can
okay.
show
So
you. I can show you what all the other things that supposedly happened, that supposedly were checked, and all the other experts, and what
let me ask
actually
something.
knew, what kind of knowledge they actually have.
Let me ask
on
something.
The things that they were working on.
Let me ask.
For this
Hold on, mate, pal.
off, supposedly, and
Yeah, I know, but
there's
he's just
a much
rambling, though.
bigger need
Stupid.
to know basis than
Right.
you're making out to be right now.
Okay, let me ask something. When Navy SEAL 6, when they went to go get Bin Laden, how many out of the 1.3? Just listen, hear me the fuck out. Out of 1.3 million people that are in the armed services, that are in the government, how many people do you think knew about their mission when they went to go get Bin Laden? How many?
every person on the team?
Now you're logically getting it. Now you're fucking getting it, right? It doesn't. Everybody doesn't have to know what's going on. Everybody, you think that you hold on. Just hear me out. You think that everybody needs to be knowing about the falsehood, or in even some cases a truth, but really it's a small amount of people that actually know what the fuck's going on. So when Navy SEAL,
put a number on it.
So okay, we'll say
painting this white and black.
Like
You're
hold on.
This as if like there's complete information about the entire mission.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Go ahead.
That's an entirely gullible way of looking at the world.
Look it. It's real easy.
Ask the question: how many people were able to know and were able to know that there was a Navy team.
Oh, so you're gonna hand wave? So you want to dismiss that, right?
Route, then those number of people is going to be
dismiss the logic. You sound stupid right now. You sound stupid right now.
Look, dude, I'll explain it. So what happened? The leadership of Navy SEAL 6 would have been briefed.
Is it so hard to just shut the fuck up for a minute?
They would have loaded them on the helicopter, and then the soldiers would have been briefed basically on the way to the mission.
Exactly.
No one would have known fuck all.
Exactly. So here's what let me try to explain to him how things are compartmentalized, and out of the 1.3 million people that could have known, and maybe even you can argue should have known, because I mean, come on, we all fight together, we're all in the same war. No. So see, you want to hand wave, you want to hand wave that logic. You want to hand wave that logic because it's going against the other logic that you're trying to represent.
You entirely, you
okay,
already,
so listen.
you line of reasoning and dividing.
Oh yeah. Makes no sense what I'm saying. The fact that maybe 30 people at the most knew about that entire operation. Okay, maybe 30 at the most. 30 people out of 1.3 million people, bro. Are you trying to tell me that if NASA was lying? Okay, go ahead. I've had enough, bro. I'll shut up, dude. You guys' words are just retarded, but I'll just shut up.
You heard enough. You did not hear anything because you were busy talking through me all the time.
Well, he wanted to make his point.
You can't listen and talk at the same time. It's not possible.
You've got to listen to AK. You're kind of talking over people a bit too.
Yeah.
Did not hear enough. You did not hear anything. We're busy with hearing the sound of your own voice, Apple.
Okay, so back to my question before I crashed. Why is NASA faking these videos? What do you think?
Are they faking them?
Oh, faking which video?
Okay.
Can you please?
Okay, let's go on the assumption they're faking these videos. So let's start thinking why they do that.
The Earth could be flat. Could be a giant conspiracy to hide from us the shape of the Earth. They could be pretending they're doing more missions than they really are. They could have started with the moon mission to beat the Russians and then have developed an industry in faking space footage. They might want to keep enemies in the dark about their capabilities. All sorts of things.
So it's obviously it's a cover for something bigger, much bigger.
Yeah.
No, not necessarily. It could be a cover for something smaller.
They could be paid for it, though.
What if it's just a simple fact that there are people that were here before us, all of us. No one here, I'm assuming, is over 100 years old. Okay, what if there are a civilization from 1,000 years ago, and they are way beyond where we're at? So they put off the. Hold on, just hear me out. So they put an idea for everybody here that we're the only ones on our cute little ball, but they are living way beyond these borders where we can't get to them, and they don't want us to get to them. What if there's this? Is that a possibility? That there's other peoples outside of where
we're in a science fiction realm, okay?
Yeah. So the whole globe is science fiction. The whole heliocentric model is science fiction, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, man.
You ever watch Star Wars? You ever watch Star Trek?
Yeah, there's no conversation to be had there.
What's next? What's next? Time travel?
Yeah, so we've got to start, like, as I said, the Antarctica conspiracy is one theory. That Elon Musk is sending shit down to Antarctica.
Okay.
What, by launching rockets eastwards?
Yeah, apparently.
That's a bit weird.
They probably turn eastwards and then they run out of fuel. They wouldn't even get.
Well, they go up and they come down. They go up and they come down. Wow. Congrats.
They land straight into the Bermuda Triangle or out to the oil rigs in the Gulf of Mexico.
They come down, and they come down in a location where that you should be readily you should be ready come close enough to readily observe all the things that come down all the time. Supposedly,
it's never been done.
Observe them coming down, but they don't. They don't have any evidence.
That's true. That would be awesome. That would be awesome if they didn't restrict areas in the seas for people to go see it fall down. Yeah. You're right. I agree. But unfortunately, they do.
Unfortunately, they do restrict areas. The restriction of
we could access the Bermuda Triangle now with our technology.
The exclusion zone. That's what
the
makes
Bermuda
it
Triangle
possible to see if there is anything approaching that or not. Yeah.
There's nothing stopping you going to the Bermuda Triangle. It's Bermuda's there. It's a city. People live in Bermuda.
No, you can't go there.
What, Aussie guy? What do you think is the reason that flat earthers fake videos?
What? So you're saying I fake videos? I make videos
no. I'm saying other flat earthers clearly fake videos They lie about where they are. They misidentify mountain peaks. They delete frames. Why do they do that?
There is one video
Not a
of
question for you.
conspiracy where he points out
Why?
that the
Okay.
horizon does not where he claims that the horizon does not change its position in the frame, and he shows a line where the horizon is in one frame. I think it's Felix Baumgartner's high altitude jump, right? And then he shows the line again. He shows a fade out, a black frame, and then he shows a frame where the door is open in high altitude and says like, "Look, the line did not move," and draws the line in again. And when you actually compare the two frames between when you actually take a screenshot of the two frames between low altitude and high altitude and compare the position of the two lines, they are actually different. So he clearly fakes that.
Kind of like the 24-hour sun, right? Where it's edited. I mean, I agree. People lie. People make fake videos. I agree.
Yeah,
Sure.
That's not
So the question I'm
Latif was
asking.
asked, why do flat earthers make videos?
Yeah.
The same way why ballers
Why-
make fake videos, because they want to get views, probably because who knows why these people do what they do. But it's safe to say that there are fake videos on both sides
Oh,
of the
by the
table.
way, the Red Bull jump. By the way, the Red Bull jump proves a flat Earth. By the way, because it has two camera perspectives, and you can actually see it's flat from a second camera.
So I asked the question specifically of the Aussie chat. I wanted to give him an opportunity to answer. Why do you think the flat earthers are faking videos?
Okay, first of all, I haven't really seen any fake flat Earth videos because I just create my own flat Earth videos. It's easier.
Right.
So
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Are you?
Yeah,
What state are you
if you were to take my word,
you're in Australia, yeah? What state are you?
I'm in Oman at the moment. I live in New South Wales though. If you were to take
Yeah,
my
okay,
word
how far
for it,
from
that I
Sydney
could.
are you?
I live in Sydney.
Okay. In Sydney balloon flights, and for $200, you can catch a balloon at 4 a.m. and you can look at the flat Earth and come home by midday or some shit. Go have a look, bro. I don't know what's wrong with people.
So the question I'm asking you is, if you take it for granted that I have seen flat Earth videos and they do exist that are faked, why are they doing it?
Yeah, but you're speculating one aspect of an argument that is almost ridiculous. You want me to find a fake flat Earth video and watch it and then work out why the guy posted it? That's dumb shit.
Well,
I bet that
how is it any
other videos on the internet.
how is it any more or less dumb than the question you just asked about why NASA fake videos? It's exactly the
Why
same.
are they, okay, no, it's this is what I mean. This is what I mean about you balls. Like, why do you come? I sound like Richard now. But
no,
it's not a stupid question. It's I said I'm open. I opened up that question for an investigation, for a discussion.
Okay.
So asking the
Say
question
again,
why
Ozzy?
one
No, not you, AK. So why is this any different to going, why did NASA fake videos? I just asked basically the same question of a different side. And you're like, what a dumb question.
But because we know that the NASA videos have been hoaxed, and it's that obvious.
So I know that the flat Earth videos have been hoaxed.
Yeah, but
you're comparing fake government-sponsored videos
exactly
with some kid in his backyard with a
exactly.
camera.
Like, come
That's
on,
could they both be faked for the same reason, despite they're faked with different budgets? Could they be faked for the same reason?
Yeah. No, this is by far the most stupid thing I've heard in my life.
Well, right. So you asked a stupid question, and then when it was turned back on you, you're like, "What a dumb question!"
It is.
Yes, it is a dumb question. Well done.
So okay, you're okay. No one's buying this. Hey, dude, I'm not.
No one's buying what? You said, "Why did NASA fake videos?" I said, "I'm not sure we've seen it." You're begging the question. You said, "Assume they do," at which point it seems like a pretty dumb question to me. And then I say exactly the same question to you, and you're now able to recognize how dumb it is as a question.
No,
it's not a dumb question. We know NASA fakes videos. We've seen them 100 times.
Right, we know flat Earthers fake
videos. Okay, so if you want to answer to why some kid will fake a flat Earth video, probably to make money because it's going to cause controversy and it's going to get a lot of views. Now, why does NASA? Let's go. Okay, now we're done with the kid that's just trying to get views because he fucking wants to be a social influencer. He's a fucking piece of shit, doesn't want to get a job. So let's put that aside. Now let's go to, why does NASA fake them? Why would they have to? If it's truly a ball, why are they faking it? Because that kid, he's a piece of shit. Is NASA just a piece of shit? Oh, well, we were begging the question about the kid, but I answered it. Can we now answer the NASA one?
Like, sure, they could be doing it for views. They could be doing it for views, or I could be misidentifying fake flat Earth videos, or there could be any million other reasons.
Yeah, I think it's safer to say that nobody truly knows, but there's obviously a reason they would have to, because there are fake videos.
There's the National Geo and some other one that did like a doco specifically on flat Earth, and clearly fake footage. I don't see any smoking guns like that for.
Okay, National Geographic is a cult-owned periodical. It's a joke. They're biased and they're racist.
But you're not biased.
Okay, so but eggshells.
So you put your trust in government-controlled periodicals.
What did I just say? You're not even listening. What did I say right around when I said National Geographic? Were you listening, or did you just hear the words National Geographic and then get on a chair to?
Because they don't have any credibility with me. Because
what did I say?
All the time.
I said that they're liars. I pointed out that they did something dishonest.
You did say they're liars. Well, that's good. Thank you.
Yes, you're not even listening.
They're dishonest shit.
Now you all become flat earthers.
So eggshells. So we have a entity that's of the government, and they are given a lot of money to produce these videos that they are now known to have faked, and there's CGI, there's blue screen, there's by everybody that looks into it. Now you're right, not everybody. I'm just saying everybody that looks into it. So when you actually look into it, and you'll find the clips that have been, saved, reposted, pointed out. If you see an astronaut flipping in the air and his leg trips up on an invisible wire, and then you ask someone that believes that they're not on wires and harnesses, well, if that person sees that video evidence and still disbelieves that they are faking it and they're not using harnesses, well, then that's their journey, bro. Obviously, they're just not logically getting it. They're not accepting the facts. I mean,
but can I point out that this is somewhat inconsistent with before we were saying it can be a very small number of people can be tricking everybody, but now you're saying anybody that looks at it would see that these videos are fake.
No, eggshells. That's not what I said. That's not what was said. Eggshells. I said that there's only a few people that have to know it's a lie. So, like, going back to Navy Team 6 or Navy SEAL 6, like, maybe at the most 30 people actually knew that operation was going on. Let's say in NASA, let's say there's 90 people that know what's actually going on, but they're producing something for the millions and millions of people to believe the lie. That's all I'm saying.
But what I'm saying is, SEAL Team 6, you need a group of intel people, maybe 15 or 20, and you need the actual SEAL team, chopper pilot as well, right?
No. Wait, eggshells.
Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
I agree it's a small group of people, but the challenge that I have with this is you've got to have a group of people who think they're sending rockets in space, who design the rockets and then get back telemetry and information from those rockets. Devices they put on board. So that's a far bigger number already than SEAL Team 6. Then you need a team of fuck knows how many people to lie to them, to give them all of that information, all of the correct camera angles, all of the correct telemetry or incorrect telemetry when the thing goes wrong. So it's not the same thing. Like faking something, as you would know anytime you ever told a lie, is far more complex than telling the truth.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me rebuttal that real quick. Okay, first of all, you can have 100 guys that gave our government the intel that we needed to know where Osama bin Laden was. And by the way, we don't even know if that's truly true. This is an example of many, many things. Okay, so let's say you have 100. let's say you have 100 guys that, you know, they got eyes, they got, you know, they got their people, their informers, the people on the streets. So then they collect that data. But guess what? Not one of those guys had to know about the strike, about about when they were going to hit. Now, because you have like, oh, hey, we have his location. You tell your boss, and then the next morning you wake up and they're like, oh shit, they actually used my intel. You didn't know the time or date when they were going to strike, but all you knew is that you told them the intel. So now, when you tell them the intel, you have a lot of people in the military, in the higher ups, in the echelon of the military. You have a lot of people that they don't even know when the strikes are going to be, because all they did was hand over the data.
I think he knows all this stuff.
Sure.
I'm
not disagreeing with
trying to break it down. I'm trying to break it down, though.
But to use the same example, no, I get it. I'm with you. I agree with all that. But to use the same example, if you then go, right, we're going to fake it. We're going to fake it with footage, fake helicopters, fake SEAL team. You now need all of exactly the same number of people, right? And I'm ignoring the people who gave the intel, because like you said, they don't know when they're striking. They might not even fully understand the intel. It's usually as that intel comes together, I'm guessing, I don't think about this, that you go, that's where he is. We've got cell phone, triangulate with where his, you know, wife is. Or
right,
like
but
that.
Look,
eggshells.
To fake it,
Can I
you
try
now
a different
need
angle here?
a team bigger than the original team you were going to send.
No. Well, hold on, though, eggshells. Hold on, though. We're talking about, even if there's 90 people on the lie, we're saying out of millions of people, and only 90 people know. Do you understand like how that can be pulled off? Because it only takes a few people to control the many. Look at the prison system, bro. You could have
90 people.
You could have 40 guards, and they can control 4,000 people, bro. It's all about control and the way that they. Okay, so like, let's say like NASA, they say, oh yeah, you guys build a rocket, okay, and you guys, you're gonna like use the telemetry, and you need to calculate, okay, and then you're gonna watch the screen. Let me know if the afterburners are gonna work, or let me know if the whatever's gonna work, and you watch that blip on your screen, and they're gonna tell all these people, right, like, we're gonna launch something right now, and then we're gonna tell these astronauts, hey, get in this astronaut or get in this rocket right here. You're gonna go up. Okay, great. You're gonna go on the moon. Congratulations. Now, the only people that need to know the truth that it's all a lie are the recovery team that's going to pick up the rocket after it's gone up and fallen down. Let's say there's like a good 15 people, 20 people maybe. And also the astronauts obviously have to be on it, because they're going to be in the studio pretending that they're on the moon. They're going to be on the studio set. So obviously they would have
studio
to
sets, how many people, like, you're going to have DOPs and runners and directors and producers on the set, right?
No.
Okay, this is, get off the track here. Look, hey, eggshells, this is a different angle. Now, for the past 3 years, especially in Australia, all that stuff we went through, yeah? You can't say because of YouTube, but obviously you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Now, did you understand how that was structured and how that was planned over 10, 20 years?
I'm sure you have a belief about it.
We're going to get away from it.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to. I don't think it's going to be a fruitful conversation pretending to talk about it.
And eggshells, just real quick.
This was a bigger conspiracy, and it was controlled by all governments, right? And the media was.
I don't agree with that. We can't talk about it.
Doctors were in on it, and a group of scientists.
I don't agree with that.
Eggshells.
Conversation. You're just telling me your opinion.
Every politician was given a non-disclosure agreement, and the doctors were given a non-disclosure agreement.
Can we get back to the moon? To the moon launch.
That's all they did. It was layered, but millions of people knew what was going on.
We've heard you. Shut up.
Is that like
sake, man? Take a hit. Like 4 people are telling you to shut up, and you're like blah 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 blah.
Eggshells. Have you ever heard of a closed eggshells? Have you ever heard of a closed set?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was on a closed set when I did my set.
Okay. So how many people were in that closed set?
Fucking 100 or something.
That was a closed set for you? Wow, that's not necessarily a closed set.
Closed set just means crew only. Whereas other times you can have like friends and people visiting. And it also typically only means like just the actors that are there, or just the makeup artists for the actors that are there, or just the lighting people who are necessary for that show.
Right.
Otherwise, you might all mill around and watch.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe there's like different levels of a close set, but I mean like a close set to when, like, let's say a really, really famous actor is going to strip nude for a scene, and they will kick everybody out, but maybe like 5 people. That's the cameraman's going to be there, the light, maybe the screen, you know, the screen, the script, you know, the one that makes sure they're following the script, the director. There's only be like 5 people at the most. So that with only 5 people out of the 490 people that actually made the movie, well, then again, I'm saying that it is possible. That's the end of this. That's what I'm trying to get to with you. It's possible that you don't need all these thousands of people that you guys say, oh, all these people have to know the line. Go ahead.
I think
but the point is, conspiracies exist in society.
I'm not surprised. We all know that conspiracies exist. The question is whether plucky bands of people who have nothing to do with the conspiracy are the ones who uncover it, or if it's people themselves. If you list any of the past conspiracies that have been uncovered, they're never uncovered by a plucky group of lay people. They're always uncovered by the people themselves. Like the best example is the that one where the Israelis bombed and strafed a US vessel. Like the people on the vessel said something about it. One of the Israeli pilots themselves got court-martialed, said something about it. They intercepted radio transmissions and said something about it. It's not some random guy in Idaho who's like, I figured it out. It's the people themselves.
Yeah. So then what about this? So what about this? What if this whole fake NASA thing started way back when some fucking dude that worked on the set maybe and was like, hey, didn't we like film this? Didn't we like run this? And that would line up. That would line up with the astronauts that say, oh yeah, we did like a whole scene, like we were in a movie studio in case something went wrong and the American TVs like
evidence for that.
Yeah, I know. There's evidence that they filmed it before going to the moon, and then who would have known? Then they just use that evidence. They just use what they filmed as a movie or as like a like a sample. They were preparing, but in case something happened, they could just play back. Go ahead.
There's something I wanted to say about this closed set thing. You can do a closed set, and I typically, as it was for me during a sex scene, because sex scenes is really low tech. Like, sure, I wasn't so. And I was wearing skin-colored shorts, so it's a very different deal from me from Harvey Keitel getting his cock out.
Did you make gay porn? No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
No, it was with an Indian girl.
Nice.
But the point being, they're very low tech. Those shots. Like once you get the lighting set up, the DOP, a couple of camera assistants, obviously director, producer, and those kind of people are there. The actors themselves, the lighting guys were still in there, but they could have left. It's just that each time you change the angle, you change the light. But I would give it for you that if you're trying to fake real life, you don't want to move the lighting because you'll notice the shadows fall differently.
Right.
But the problem is that's when it's low tech. Yeah. When it's high tech, you're talking about people with they're wearing a gold chain necklace that is floating in this it looks like a slithering snake of gold chain around his neck. That is extraordinary amounts of tech. Like, it would just be easier to say no jewelry and skin tone costumes only. But you've got people.
Okay, so are you an actor?
Were
you an actor?
I was an actor. Yeah, very bad.
Okay, so eggshells. What you just described. He's acting right now. So look at eggshells. What you described. What you described, eggshells, is somebody that is going to be in charge of the floating of the gold chain around the neck or the watch or the water that's, being released and looks like bubbles. That's literally can be just one guy where all the graphics of that, come on.
Yeah. So now you just, that's what I'm saying. You started with 5 people. Now we've got a 6th person.
Apocryphy, whatever your name is.
Apocryphon.
Stop talking to eggshells. If he was an actor, he's deep state. I know how Australia's structured. He works for the government. Forget it. He's going to fight you on every topic. Doesn't matter what you bring up. He's a fraud.
Me and eggshells
interject logic.
Me and eggshells actually go a little ways back, and we're actually really cool.
We get on really well. Don't talk to Apocryphon. I wouldn't talk to this
Aussie. Deep state. He's a fraud. Total 100% fraud.
So if
No,
he's
you
got
are.
logic
You're a
and he
total
makes,
faker.
all you got to do is make sense. All you got to do is make sense to be an actor, right?
But he fights you on every topic. That tells me he's a faker.
But you're trying to say don't talk to this person. What does that tell us?
I'm muting you because you're a fraud. Bye.
Cool. Fine. If you talk over me, you'll get muted yourself. Muting will continue. But yeah, that's all. That's my point. I mean, you're being the most charitable about it, Apocryphon. Whenever I try to play this like numbers game, nobody even starts with the numbers. But I like that you're going there. So we got like 5 people on a set. You could say the security outside don't know what's getting filmed.
Correct.
But there would be a bit of susness if later they go to watch an ISS video and they're like, that woman was meant to be up in the ISS, but she was at that soundstage.
Well, hold on though.
She was one of the people I was allowed to let in.
But what about? I get what you're saying, eggshells. But eggshells. But guess what? Guess what? Who's to say that security guard would see that person coming in, that astronaut coming in? Because what if she's coming in under the cover of the night, or just in a way to where they can pull this off? Because they're not stupid. If they've been doing it for this long, they know what they're doing. What if the security guards are hot? What if the security guard's in on it? What if that one security guard, like, he knows, like, oh, this is the studio right here. I fucking protect it. Like, and I'm sworn to not tell anybody. Kind of like Secret Service, right? Like Secret Service, those guys are technically, like, when you get hired to that position, you're sworn to never say anything that you hear or see. You're sworn to that. And you could actually be, like, tried for treason if you ever do. That's up to death, right? So they have a very, very good lock on information in many, many different, like, in different avenues or different scenarios, if you want to say. They can lock down information. That's not a hard thing for them to do.
So but the challenge for that is, if it's an open, like, yeah, you're right. The Secret Service agents, but they have to sign a contract, right? They've got to sign a thing and they get clearance. And then if that clearance is violated, somebody finds out about that because they have to be court-martialed, right? They've got to be tried. Whereas what we're talking about is something that you can't, like, suddenly now bring in a judge, and a panel of experts to be like, okay, so we want to fuck this guy over for treason and handling because he let everybody know the Earth is flat. And you're like, what? The Earth is what? I'm sorry. Now the trial doesn't make any sense because you just told me the Earth is flat.
Well, I get what you're saying, but that wouldn't have even been the argument. The argument would be, okay, why are they saying they're in space or in the ISS when they're down on the ground and they're they're at a facility somewhere? Like, you've seen that video, right? Where that one astronaut slipped.
The only place that we know that we can, like, represent negative or microgravity is at 30 seconds on that airplane. There's
no, that's
way
not true.
It can be filmed
No,
on
that's
Earth.
not true. That's not true. There's a facility
okay.
Yeah, I have a video if you want me to post it. I posted it yesterday because we destroyed Kosho yesterday, by the way. It was so funny.
Wait, the facility, what facility does what?
Yeah, this sounds good.
Yeah, there's a facility. Yeah, there's a facility that they use. Here, let me just get the video. I posted it yesterday, but
explain it to me. Tell me what it is.
So what it is it allows it's like a huge tower, okay? Like, imagine like a huge tower, and then
you talking about indoor skydiving?
No. That's not what I'm talking about. It's a facility that they use, and like, let's say they put a harness on you, okay? And then so the camera is on the floor looking up the tower. So when you are hanging from this tower, it can look like you're, like, floating because you literally are floating, but you're hanging from a harness from wires in a tower. Let me just get the video for you. It's actually pretty cool. And they use it. Yeah, it's a fact. So this is, I mean, if you want to say, how do I know that they're faking it? Well, I've seen the fucking place where they fucking filmed this shit. So hold on, though. Like, not with my own eyes, but I saw the video that exposed it. But hold on, though.
Because the wires thing never works for me because it's like the clothing, the hair, the jewelry, the hammers, the cards, the food.
Well, the most
everything is in microgravity.
The most amazing. Well, guess what? The most amazing thing, like, in today's world, is that the CGI is so realistic you don't know what the fuck to believe anymore. Now, guess what? They didn't have those. They didn't have this video of floating water and all that back in the 50s, by the way. Please, if anyone can find one, please post it. If you can find, yeah.
Before we even went to 50s, before we even went to the moon.
I'm sorry, 60s. Sorry, 60s. In the we went what? I thought we went 57. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's a whole nother argument of something being about the. I just remember year 1957. But okay, let's say the 60s.
Maybe I've got that wrong. I could have got. I thought it was mid to late 60s.
All I'm saying is they had recording cameras, right? Because they recorded him walking on the moon. Like, why didn't they record them fucking around with the water floating in real cool? Now, if you can find one, kudos. Please provide it. Maybe you'll change my mind and I'll agree that, oh shit, maybe this shit was real back then. But the fact that they didn't start doing that cool ass shit until CGI came into play, that kind of fucking raises some red flags, does it not, people? Like, wake up.
No, it's an argument from absence.
It is an argument, and I think it holds weight.
Silly.
It's an argument from absence. It's like saying I haven't seen Bigfoot, so I know he doesn't exist. Anytime you're reasoning based on the lack of existence of something, you're also arguing. That. Yeah,
I get what you're saying, but at the same time, I think it's a pretty fucking good argument. Because if you had recorders, okay, guess what, guys? Guess what? We're going to the fucking moon, dude. Nobody has ever fucking done this. And we're not going to record ourselves up there having fun, fucking doing. Well, they did on the movie set for the moon, but not inside. They weren't inside the capsule, filming them drink water and.
It's kind of difficult for me to hear a flat earther ask for additional footage from space when they deny every single piece of the millions that exist.
Well, I get what you're saying by that, and I agree. Yeah, that's true. But the fact that it would be false, so then it's like kind of like a no brainer. Like, yeah, obviously we're gonna deny it because it's fake. And if you're gonna provide something and say it's true, but when we know it's fake, when we know it's CGI, when we know it's not what they're saying it is, well, you're right. Then it is kind of hard for us to, go that route with you. But hold on, let me post that video of that tower. It's actually really cool.
Bro, and they also developed zero-G planes over that time as well. So they didn't have zero-G planes in the 40s and 50s, and then they obtained them in between now and then and now.
What are you talking about? Planes are all zero-G planes.
It's only 30 seconds.
A plane that could sustain a decline for a long enough period, and for them to do their filming, all of that requires a plane construct that was a lot more advanced than what they had in the 30s, 40s, and 50s.
Oh, here you go. Here's the video.
Well, 30s certainly, but I mean, like my dad's plane was designed in like the 60s or 70s. He could do zero-G.
That's what I'm saying. At some point, those planes came along. The first plane in 1908, whatever it was, that was made out of fabric. Some of it. I mean, forget about it. There's no zero-G there. They only came around much later.
But zero-G just requires you nose down.
It requires the frame of the plane. It requires the frame of the plane to take in tremendous pressure as it's falling. So therefore, it would need to be.
It requires the airframe. Requires the airframe be strong enough to handle a sharp upturn at the end. It requires that engines and wings be efficient enough to gain lift high enough if you want to drop long enough. But only that Vomit does it by doing the top part of the turn. My dad used to do it just by dropping. Just go up high, but he'd go up high really gently, and then he'd just go boom, push the yoke all the way in, and you go whack and you hit the ceiling.
It probably doesn't need to be mentioned, but it's simulated zero-G. It's not actual zero-G. Just
microgravity is the term they use.
Just simulated.
What is the difference? I don't quite get that term, microgravity.
I'm just talking about the zero-G planes, which is basically when they go at a certain angle, at a certain speed, then you have this perception of weightlessness, and then that's how they're faking a lot of the footage.
Yeah, but
it's just a parabolic arc. It's just a parabolic arc, and it's limited to like 30 seconds at a time.
I would argue that. I mean, yeah, that's what they tell us with the zero-G planes and everything, but I think that they could possibly extend that some. I don't know. You'd still obviously have a limit, but if you had a more advanced plane than what they're telling us about, that could maybe go to a higher altitude,
exactly.
and dip to a lower altitude than what they normally tell us they do. they could extend that amount of time.
Well, the
Exactly
problem
right.
is on the
It's a special
descent.
plane.
They would approach their never exceed limits, in which the plane would actually break up because it's going so fast, because it's accelerating, exponentially when it's
But
when
that's
it's
just
in
a
free
question
fall.
of construct, and if they have the metal to make that plane, they probably do by now. So that's how they could have like 3 or 4 minutes of that airtime.
They'd be on the ground in 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, calculate 3 or 4 minutes. 9.8 meters per second per second. So 4 minutes, let's take 3 at the lower end, is 3 times 60.
Well, they definitely
Right? So
they
you're
can
talking 180
seconds, right?
times 9.8 is the speed it's going when it gets to the bottom. And then the distance it covers in that time is like...
Don't pretend you can
You've
calculate
built a...
zero-G planes at this juncture, bro. The reality is they do have planes that can create weightlessness
Hang on, you were
for
the
a
one...
short period of
You were
time.
the
So,
one calculating it.
hold
Now
on.
you don't want to calculate it.
One sec. So therefore, they could simply, if they start from a higher altitude and end at a lower altitude, they could potentially increase that time. There's no point picking 4 minutes out of the air and arguing against that.
Well, I'm happy with 3 minutes, but I mean, the distance you would cover is more than the distance that you're basically in space anyway. So you built a spacecraft to fake going to space.
The point is they can extend the amount of time which weightlessness happens, and
Why
they
do
can make
people
their
compare
filming.
space
Yes,
to
but
the Earth?
But you're claiming that,
bizarre.
and you're presenting no evidence for it. And then when I'm saying, hey, let's
There's
calculate
already
it, like
evidence
what we
for
can't
zero-G
calculate.
planes. There's already evidence for that.
We know that there's evidence of zero-G planes. You're talking about one that can sustain a zero-G gravity turn for 3 and 4 minutes.
Oh, look, I was the one who started saying you could extend the time. He just picked an arbitrary number, about 3-4 minutes. So, like, I don't know how much longer they could extend it, but perhaps they can do more than 30 seconds. Do you agree with that?
Sure, they could do more than 30 seconds, but I mean, the question is, what's the longest shot we've got with a floating necklace and a floofy hair, and compare that
this
to
whole conversation is
the
about
distance,
how
the
NASA
speed
is
you'd be
lying.
going.
So this conversation is about how NASA is lying, and one of the ways they make their footage is through those planes.
Right, but that's what we're trying to talk about. How do they do that with those planes?
So I guess we should ask left lane for citation at the maximum amount of free fall is 30 seconds.
No, that's about what they are, is around 30 seconds. Any of the footage that you can find of the vomit comet is 30 seconds.
Yeah, but we are now in a time where you don't even need to go up in a plane and free fall and drop. This is the world we live in. You just need a blue screen behind you, some wire, some movie magic. I posted 2 videos that kind of show.
They're not going to listen to you.
I know.
You're wasting your time. They will never take your word for it. They're paid
take someone's word
It's
for
not
it.
it's not a matter of taking word for it. It's what you can prove and what you
They're
say.
not going to accept it. All right?
You're not going to accept
part of the game. They're
Show it to
playing
me.
with
Prove
you.
it to me.
You're wasting your
Prove
time.
it to me. Prove it to me.
No, you prove it to me. You prove it to Globe.
Okay, so I showed you a video of a tower that they have this setup. And now I get what you're saying. You're saying, well, where's the NASA spaceship behind them? Where's all the controls? Where's all, like, I get what you're saying, because you can easily just be like, that's just a tower. I know, I get that. It's just a tower. But now imagine a movie studio, and all of a sudden you're in fucking Narnia. But when you first went in, it was just a building with walls. You're like, wow, this is just a big ass warehouse. But then you saw the end result of what they made from within those 4 walls with the roof. And, then you can be like, wow, they created a whole fucking world in this building. Studio 53 created fucking Avatar, like whatever the fucking. I'm just saying, like there's buildings that make our TV reality become to life.
Well, let's talk about Avatar first. Just a second. And we'd have to look this up. Do you know how long it takes to render even 5 minutes?
Hours.
Of screen
hours,
time. Yeah,
hours.
yeah, many hours. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's very difficult.
Yeah.
That's not how it works, though.
Well, hold on. But see, I'm walking down this path with him because I know what he's saying, but I'm going to give him enough rope to hang himself, because I'm going to throw something at the end of it. So go on. So let's talk about it. So rendering takes hours. Continue, please. Let us go.
No,
what else?
that's it. That was my point. It's.
Oh,
I
that's
mean,
all
you
you
don't
had?
just poop out CGI. It
Wow.
doesn't
Wow.
just
Okay.
happen at
Okay.
the snap
Okay.
of a finger.
Okay. Okay. So guess what? So now this is where, you know, you just put your foot in your own mouth. Okay. So in today's world, where 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 rendering still does exist, because that means you're transferring that video into, you know, a certain format. So you're rendering it, and it takes a long time. I get it, but in live, you know, with today's technology, as long as you have a blue screen behind you and a software program that can in real time, okay, you know, it doesn't take hours to render it, because you're not rendering nothing, you're just literally filming it live. So guess what you just said was the aftermath of the scene. So like, let's say you have a CGI using blue screen, and you have a software program that's going to allow you to look like you're dribbling a basketball, and it's going to make you look like LeBron James. It's going to make you look like you're in the heart of Africa. Okay, so now that's a real-time thing. But guess what? If I was to hit record, okay, and then I have this real life thing happening on a computer screen. Now, when I hit stop, and then when I want to take that video and then render it over to transfer it, so that way it can become a file that we can go ahead and start distributing to pass out to the masses, well, then that's the part that would take a long time, because now I'm transferring it over. But in the real time, it's real time. You can do that simultaneously. The software is okay. Go ahead.
I was going to say to Eggshells, like, I didn't mean to sidetrack his conversation. I'm sorry.
Oh, no
I'm
worries.
sorry. I mean, it's all talking about video trick. It seems like the broom has, of the people who are sure it's fake, seems like there's multiple different views. I know some people, I haven't heard anybody say it today, think it's a like water tank. Some people are thinking these planes that can do these drops. Some people are saying, you're saying Apocryphon CGI. It has to be one and not the other, right? Because that's one of the crucial things when you're doing special effects. You don't do an effect one way and then continue that effect in a totally different way.
That's why they're not professionals, though.
But eggshells, it's a collective, though. It's a collective, because you can take a scene. Okay, so there's astronauts that saying that the training is so realistic that they can't tell the difference of the real thing, you know, like when they're doing it quote unquote for reals. So if you have a scenario where you're filming in a underwater facility, and then so together, okay, they form like Voltron. So now you have the underwater scene, and then you have the CGI graphics, and then all of a sudden you're no longer in a pool. You're now in space with the Earth behind you, looking like a big beautiful ball. That's
what I'm saying, though. Like if you're doing some in the tank, you're not going to be able to then get exactly the same effect just doing that, you know, with wires and CGI. You've got to pick one and do it with that, because not only is your lighting and everything else going to be different, but like just the whole screen, everything about it will be different. So if you start faking an effect one way, you keep faking it that same way. So which way is it? They're doing it with planes?
No, but not necessarily. Yeah. Not because look at when they are on the outside doing their spacewalks, that can be the underwater scene with the CGI in the background. That can be that part. Okay. Now when they're in the ISS and they're doing flips, you know, for kindergartners, like that could be in a studio, in a movie studio. And now if you remember, I said it earlier, but I think I didn't really. Something else got said. If you remember, there's an astronaut that fucked up on live air, and he said, "Oh yeah, from you to where we're at here in Texas." He said something like that. I forgot what state or what position.
Is that the one where they get the pizza delivered?
I don't know. Is that what it is? I don't remember exactly what he said.
When Domino's they do a whole skit about Domino's Pizza delivering to the ISS, but they're in Texas and they call from Texas. They have it delivered from Texas. It's a pizza delivered from Texas to Texas. Okay. Anyway.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing though. So he answers and he says, "Well, we'll have it delivered to us here in Texas." So or I think it was Texas. But here's the point of that, though. If I'm in an airplane, okay, I don't even want to say ISS at this point. If I'm in an airplane and I just so happen to be talking on the phone with somebody, and let's say it's my girl, okay, and I'm like, "Hey, what's up? I'm here in the plane, right? I'm gonna give my location. This is like a natural form of speak, but because she thinks I'm on a trip, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm flying for business. You know, I'm here in the plane right now. But if I was lying and I was actually at my chick's house in New York, or it was my side chick, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm right here in New York. Well, she'll be like, wait, I thought you were in a plane. I thought you were flying somewhere else. Like it's almost like it's a slip up. Like he fucked up. He slipped up. Because you're in, how do you say it, here in Texas when you're in the fucking International Space Station? Apparently, I mean, come on, dude. That was like they should have fired him, bro. He's still an astronaut, though, but they should have got rid of him.
Have we got anything more definitive that would indicate that these videos that they post to the ISS are actually fake videos? Any forensic analysis or anything like that?
Yeah,
have a look at the video in voice link in the check it out there.
There's a real cool video that this one guy did. I'm sorry for cutting you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, have a look at the video in live stream text. It's a really good video about the ISX, how they use different tricks in the ISS.
Give us a timestamp.
1 second.
How many minutes after the hour?
You should really watch the whole thing to really get an understanding of it.
Oh, you gotta post short clips, I reckon.
Yeah, you want to be spoon fed and with the right amount out of the reality.
Well, it's just otherwise, like, think about it. If you posted a 10-minute video, what does the conversation do? Stop? Or is somebody who wants to meaningfully respond to that now is out of the conversation? We're still going to be talking about pizza delivery in the ISS in 10 minutes time? You know, it's not a reasonable.
It seems to me that this isn't your first conversation about this topic. It seems to me that this isn't the first time you've spoken about this topic, and yet when I show you this video, you won't watch it to better inform yourself about the next time you talk.
I mean, it's an old one from the age of days. Most of us have probably watched it.
Yeah,
what's the timestamp? What's the timestamp of it?
Every time somebody, when is it in the chat? How many minutes past the hour?
Oh, is it the 47 minutes after 6? Why NASA astronauts take a dunk in the huge Texas pool? Is that what, or no?
So I'll repost it. So the chat is moving quite quick, so I'll repost the video there.
So what we generally do is you see how, like, after someone's name it says today at blah 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 o'clock. You just say the minutes. So you say 58 past the hour.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah,
and then we all know.
There it is. Amazing Flame. Is that the one? Amazing Flame comes to life in space station.
No, the one I'm posting.
Okay. Wait, who's talking about it?
I posted it 3 times, and it doesn't show the thumbnail, so everyone misses it.
But is it Grizzly Gorilla?
Like I said, it's Grizzly Gorilla. It's 58 minutes past the hour.
Okay, I clicked on it. I'm going to put it right here. ISS hoax. Got it. I'm going to press pause.
It's a fucking hour-long video. Do you not get my request that you say, here's the one I want to talk about? So it's a short clip.
I'll find you the time in the meantime. You should watch the whole video to better inform yourself for the next time you talk about it. Right.
Yeah, Eggshells is pretty committed to this, so I'm sure he's going to watch that hour for us because of all the time that we spend
around the 14th.
Because all the time we spend talking to him, he'll watch it.
Guys, come on, one at a time.
Yeah, man.
I've got a celestial navigation video. It's only 2 hours long. You guys going to watch it?
Yikes! No, I'm not. Save
exactly.
it.
Thank you for being honest.
Hey, I'll tell you this though. I'll tell you this. It's not just videos that are fake. It's also photos. And there's this one video of a guy showing how the Artemis photos are completely fake. Okay? Because he shows what happens when you take that photo and you put it in a software program and you raise the, I think, contrast or whatever it is. And there's a certain thing that happens when it's a real natural photo. Like, let's say you take a picture at night of the street, and then you have like the street lights. They're gonna be overexposed, and it washes out everything. And that's a real photo. But if you take a composite photo, like a fake photo that you copy pasted and put it on a black background, then when you hit expose, it only exposes like it only like highlights with like colors and everything those copy pasted images. So that's actually a real good video too. I have it on my other phone. It just died earlier, like about 5 minutes ago. But if I find it, I'll throw it in the chat later. But it's not just videos that are fake; it's also photos. They fake these things. Just this thing, you know. And you can
look. Here's some advice: stop engaging with the round earthers in this chat. You're wasting your time.
There you go.
No, it makes for good conversation.
It makes a poor conversation.
You can try to shut it down if you'd like. If you try to shut it down if you'd like, but I have fun with it, and I'm sure some of these other guys do too.
All you guys are trying to do is
it's in good fun.
Yeah, especially when it's like against eggshells. Like he's always been a cool dude. You know what? I know people got things to say about him, but I've always been cool with him. So we've had some good back and forths.
Yeah, we have good chats. I don't know whether Ozzy is butthurt.
No, it's not butthurt. You're faking a conversation to create debate, and it's ridiculous. And I don't like it because it's not intellectual.
Yeah, sure. I don't.
It's destruction.
You're not very intelligent.
It doesn't fit your narrative, so it's fake.
Hang on.
Go to 24/7, or go to another server, or go to the other chat.
Yeah, you can indeed. Those are all places you can go.
But this platform was set up for open discussion, and
No, it's
Jill
not
was
open
kind enough
discussion.
to
It's
allow us to
one-sided
back and
bias
forth.
rubbish. No, it's not.
Yeah, whatever.
Sitting there for 6 hours just denying what everyone else says is not debate. It's stupidity.
You're not just denying what everybody else says.
Yo,
it's okay when you do it. I'm sorry. I get very confused when it's okay to do it. It depends whether you're a Glober, it seems.
Yo, so PhD told you in chat, he said that of that 2-hour video you posted, he's like, so think about it. The title is Celestial Navigation Made Easy. And he said, no boats in this video? That's weird. Because technically, isn't that what celestial navigation be for?
I've watched it so many times. But
are there boats? Are there boats in there?
No, there's another guy that does it like from his boat. But no, he's just explaining how it. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear your interruption. I was still talking.
Actually, if I am going to do a bit of navigation, I'm going to use a sextant, and that assumes a flat Earth.
So you're not going to watch the video. You're just going to claim your conclusion and not actually watch the video.
I can already navigate, assuming a flat Earth.
You can use a sextant. I'm going to call bullshit on that.
I can use a sextant.
I'm going to call bullshit.
You just need to know angles, and that's all you need to know.
Sure. Okay. Explain to us the process. I'm curious to hear it.
So
tell us about the process.
If you know angles and trigonometry, you can work out the distance to things.
Trigonometry. Explain where trigonometry is used in celestial navigation.
So in order to use a sextant, you assume a flat plane because you can't make angles on round surfaces.
Yeah, no, that's a cool claim. But explain. Could you said you know how to know
you
that
agree
you that's very impressive.
To be used.
No, I don't. That's ridiculous. But can you explain how it works?
Well,
tell us how you do it.
I'm going to post evidence that a sextant does assume a
flat
plane.
No. I want you to. I want you to explain. You said you know how to navigate.
You're wrong about what you just said.
You said you know how to navigate using a sextant.
I'm just going to prove that you are wrong on this. 1 second.
No, I know there's a flat Earth video saying this.
A sextant doesn't need a flat plane to work. I'm just going to prove you wrong.
Sure. What you would prove me wrong by is explaining to us how you navigate using a sextant.
I'm going to prove you wrong. Then we'll continue.
Yeah. Okay. So he's going to request to prove you wrong on what you were wrong on first, and before he proves you wrong on something else that you might be wrong on.
So first of all, clear this point up, and we'll move point by point.
I want to hear about the trigonometry. That's getting the best.
Right. You want to die on a different hill?
I mean,
like really, all this guy is doing, just like the previous guy said, all he's doing is says "nuh-uh." I mean, there's no real.
I'm saying, can you please explain how you navigate using a sextant?
I just want to point out how wrong you are. That's all.
Sure, I'm sure you can find a video saying it assumes a flat plane. I can find you 20 videos of people who actually know how to do it who say it doesn't. So if we're just going to post videos, that's going to be a dull conversation. I'm asking you to engage in the conversation and explain how you know how to navigate using a sextant. That is impressive to me.
He's just trying
because I've got a fix, but only using Stellarium.
I just need to prove you're wrong. That's all I need to do. I don't need to prove anything other than that.
You need to just support the claim you made, which is you know how to navigate using a sextant. Because I don't even know if Flat Earthers knows how to explain
need
the
to prove that
process.
you're wrong, given the claim you made, which is that sextants don't need a flat Earth.
Sure, yeah, they don't. They assume a ball of a given radius.
And then how do they work?
They assume a ball of a given radius. That's how you get 1 degree
They
per 6 miles.
Wait, you're saying that the device assumes, or you assume?
In order to calculate where you are, you assume you're on a ball like 20 different ways.
Yeah, but how does the device
I can explain
assume?
the process.
So show me on the device itself how it is assuming a ball.
Who said the device assumes
that's a
something?
good
The device is
question.
like a bit of metal or
No,
plastic. That's a weird.
No, you said. So when he said that the sextant requires a flat plane to operate, you said nuh-uh, and
No, it
then
doesn't.
now
Yeah.
you said that. Yeah, see, now you said that it assumes a globe
No, I'm not-
Earth. And where does it
Sextants
assume
don't
that? Show it.
Sextants don't assume things. They're not. They're not conscious beings. In order to
Where in the
please let me
instruction book?
finish. You
Hold
mother.
on, listen, hold on. Yeah, listen.
Hold on.
So where in
Sorry,
the
I didn't realize you
instruction
were in the middle of
book with the
interrupting.
sextant does
Come on,
it
guys.
say? Listen. I'm just trying to get this right because listen, where in the instruction book does it say right to assume that you are on a globe Earth with a sextant?
Sure. Do you want me to post the manual that came with my sextant?
Yeah, sure.
Is that what you would like me to do? Sure.
Awesome
Davies sextant manual.
Sorry.
Davis Instruments. Here we go. Not Davies.
So eggshells. I actually knew you were gonna take it there. I knew you're gonna take it to where there is a almost like Zanuck with his, surveyors have to calculate the globe of the Earth because the manual says so. I would say this: you do realize, and we all realize, that we live in a world where the globe is a very, very dominant thing in our life. You see it in movies and advertisements all over the place, in cartoons. Okay, so it would make sense that the system that we've been, the model that we've been, programmed and indoctrinated to believe in, it would make sense that somebody that wrote a manual for a piece of equipment to say, assume a globe. It would make sense that. So the evidence you're going to provide, eggshells, I'm pretty sure I would say, I guarantee, I bet you that it talks about you having to, you have to do a globe. But
the thing is, Apocryphon, if you plug in just regular triangulation and assume a flat plane, it doesn't work.
Yeah, that's why I wanted this guy to say how he knows how to navigate using a sextant using triangles, because this whole manual, I'm just taking some photos out of it. I've just put. Please let me finish, man. I've just put the whole PDF in the chat. But like the entire thing continually describes multiple things about not just that we're on a ball, but about the tilt of the Earth, about the
right. Makes sense.
Being noon and all of these things. Like,
do you have the original manual? Do you have the original manual when they made the sextant? What was the manual for that sextant? The one that originally when they made it?
I've got no idea. I mean, it's going to
I'm
being trigonometry. That's why I'm still asking the British guy.
Who's over talking who now, dude? So in order to use a sextant, you have to calculate angles, and angles can only be calculated on straight lines, not curved lines.
Have you heard of a tangent or normal to a curve?
So in order to do trigonometry, you need straight lines. Earth can't
be. You're not doing trigonometry. You're not doing trigonometry. Can you please describe? You said you know how to navigate using a sextant. I can describe. No. You made a claim earlier. I'm just
trying to deviate all the time.
No. We're having a conversation about sextants. You said you know how to use a sextant to triangulate your position. Now, me saying, can you support that claim? You're like, now you're deviating. From what? What else is the conversation?
You're deviating from the fact that what you said is that you don't need to assume a flat plane for a sextant to work.
Exactly. You don't. I'm posting images right now in the. Oh, sorry. I'm posting images as a condom. No wonder nobody's responding. I'm posting images.
That's what you're deviating away from.
Good going, eggshells.
So that's the thing, and here's the link to it. Actually, I think I can.
You're talking so much, and you're desperate to get away from the fact that you're wrong about how a sextant.
No. Wait.
I can describe the process. Can you describe?
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
No, yeah. Be specific about what doesn't. About your claim about how it works.
So in order for a sextant, you have to assume you're on a flat plane in order for sextant measurements to be accurate.
No, you don't.
You do.
That's the age-old argument. There's people that say that you don't have to put a triangle to this position, but then there's others that say no. But that's what you do. That's exactly what you do. You're assuming that there is if you're creating a triangle, in the angle you're looking up and the distance that that's away from you to your horizon, to your where you're looking at. But that's the age-old argument. This is why we come here all the time to argue this stupid shit.
Yeah, but there's no triangle in a sextant observation. It's just.
Are you sure though?
One thing and looking at another thing and measuring the angle between those things.
I know, but
I have been corrected on that in the past, actually, Left Lane. So if I can clarify what you're saying, in the basic use of a sextant, so a basic fix when you're presuming you're like, let's say, adrift, or you woke up on a desert island, you want to know where you are, then yeah, absolutely no trigonometry. But in standard usage, where you usually have a rough idea of where you're at, there is some spherical trigonometry which you might use before you go and do your sightings. So you can, my understanding is basically you pre-calculate which stars you're going to look at. So you go, which stars are going to be overhead? Where roughly do I think they're going to be? Which are going to be the best ones to get? So that you reduce your sighting time. So you can just go bang, 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 take your 3 stars and go. Otherwise, apparently, you waste a lot of time figuring out which stars which and where it's going to be.
Okay. So I have a question. Do pirates use sextants?
Yeah.
Yes. Here's an interesting.
Okay, so all pirates know spherical geometry.
The point is, people were using sextants 500 years ago, bro. They all assumed the flat Earth.
Oh man, fucking hell!
Oh Jesus! So
I mean, someone's asking a question, and then 2 other people are talking besides the person that was asked the question.
So an interesting thing about the pirates that I heard at a neuroscience talk was a guy was saying, "What do you think your night blindness comes from? You know, when somebody flashes a light in your eyes, do you think that resides in your eyeball or in your brain?" And people had a guess. And then he's like, "Look, I'm going to do a test now. Cover one eye, blah, 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 blah." And then he shows, actually, it's in the eyeball. Your eyeball itself is reacting to it, not your brain, which is why. And then his follow-up theory was that's possibly why pirates and many sea captains were shown with a patch over one eye, not because they were losing it from scratching their eye with a hook, but because they would cover that eye so that just as it's getting to dusk, so that they could more easily sight stars. So they have one eye open, look at what's happening on deck, and then they go to sight the stars, which is still very dim, but they go in the eye because it's been in the dark, sees the star way more easily. Cool little bit of
Bro, do you know as much about pirates as you do about sextants? Because if that's the case, you know nothing.
Do you want me to explain to you how you use a sextant? Do you want me to answer the question?
We already proven that you know nothing about it.
Yeah, where do you get your information from?
So we already proven that you don't know the basic premise of a sextant, the fact that it assumes a flat plane. You have already know that already.
That's the claim we're trying to test. That's the claim we're trying to test. So you just keep asserting your conclusion. I've shown you exactly what you asked for. You said, no, sorry, somebody else asked for this. Does the manual do it? I got a Davies Sextant Mark II. I've posted screenshots from the Davies Sextant Mark II, and I've posted the PDF of the whole thing in there. It is filled with pictures of balls talking about the axial tilt and talking about the changes in noontime sun and the calculations because the moon is closer than the sun.
Right.
All of these things are in this manual. And you're there going, no, it assumes a flat plane. Where are you getting that from?
Because it's based on a straight line and a circle to get the measurements. The understanding of the triangle being 180 degrees, that has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. That's just calculations.
So I keep asking the English guy, can you explain to us the process? You said you're able to navigate using a sextant. I am calling bullshit on that. Do you want to try and support that claim?
Was to prove that a sextant assumes a flat. You have to assume a flat plane.
Okay, let's get back to the sextant, Nick. Tell us how it works.
Okay, sure. I'll tell you how it works. What you do is you get, usually you only really need 2 stars.
Bro, why are you now talking about something that's irrelevant?
We're talking about sextants. What's irrelevant about talking about sextants?
You have to assume a flat plane in order for the calculations to be accurate.
You're right. You keep stating that conclusion. I've asked you to support it, and I've supported my
If you were
side
on
of
a
it.
globe, the
And now I'm
calculation would never be accurate.
I get that that's your conclusion, but you're not supporting it. You're just stating it again and again and again. But I think the Earth is flat, but I think it's flat. Like, fine, let's talk about the flat base. Where is that line? If you were to draw a segment A and B, if B's the horizon...
Is it not a planar measurement?
No, it's not. It's taking... What it would, to agree with you, is what it does is derive straight lines from curves. So you're taking the tangent at a point.
From the straight line being the shortest distance.
What are you talking about?
The diameter of pi, the straight line being the shortest distance.
I've got no idea what you mean. What's the diameter of pi?
Why we have a circle is because it's the shortest distance between the inside of the circle. You don't know how we derive pi?
Derive pi? What are you talking about?
Do you know what pi is?
Pi is the relationship between a circle's radius and its circumference.
But why?
What do you mean why? It's just it's just the nature of the circle. What are you talking about? I'm so lost.
Because it's the shortest distance. That's how you get pi, being the shortest distance. That's what make it a circle.
Okay, cool. Thanks for that. Anyway, do you want an English person explain how you navigate using a sextant assuming a flat plane, or do you want me to explain how you navigate using a sextant assuming a sphere? One of the two can go first.
Do you want to blow past that's the point of it, being a straight line?
I can't understand what you're saying. You sound really stoned to me, man. I can't like make heads or tails of what the fuck it is you're trying to say. But sure, you use lots of circles in celestial navigation. You would make circles out of it, and the radius would be your distance, or would be your linear distance to that line, to the ground position of the star.
Yeah, that linear distance, right? Is that a straight line? That's the measurement you use.
It's actually curved across the surface of the Earth. It's straight and spherical geometry, but it's actually going up. What do you call it? A segment of the circle, an arc or something like that. I forget the term.
But based on the straight line.
Hey, Eggshells, I'm going to pass you a shovel so you can dig your hole a bit deeper, mate.
Cool. Yeah. So Grizzly, do you want to explain how you know how to navigate using sextant? I'm getting kind of tired asking a question. Are you going to just admit I don't know how to do it? It's just
I don't know why you're talking.
I didn't think you were going to challenge me.
You talk so much but say so little. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm calling bullshit on your claim that you know how to navigate using sextant.
You just love talking.
I don't think you can even describe it. I'm still yet to meet a flat earther.
Just to give the audience, just to give the audience an exemplar of how ignorant this guy is. I'm going to give you 10 seconds to answer this question, Eggshells. What did they use to? Because the sextant was invented in the 1700s, 1800s. So what did they use? Shut up. So what did they use before the sextant to navigate around?
Astrolabe. I know.
Astrolabe.
What?
Astrolabe.
That's false.
And before that was also a thing. I forget. It's like a. It
shows you know nothing.
I've answered the question 4 times. Astrolabe. There's also another one that's like a bit of wood that you hold up to the bottom of your eye.
So that's more
L-shaped bits of wood, but astrolabe was the one.
You look it up. You've got to keep it in front of you, don't you?
Okay.
No, I'm at the gym.
Yeah,
okay. With that being said, if they use 2 pieces of wood, would it be fair to say that they had some type of flat thing going on?
The point is, in order to calculate distance or latitude, you have to take a straight line. The sight line, the line of sight is important. It can't be curving. So the surface underneath you can't be curving. Your sight line can't be curving either. Otherwise, you're not going to make a straight triangle, and you won't be able to do the calculation.
You don't use triangles. I don't know how many times to say. To answer your question, Apocryphon, when they use these things, like they had something very similar to sextant before, but the sextant, the only value in measuring the angle precisely as the sextant does, is once you've solved the problem of time. So it was always very easy to find your latitude, and that is how high the pole star or the celestial pole is from the equator. Okay. So you know how many degrees you are north or south of the equator based on where is the celestial pole. If it's at 30 degrees in the sky, I'm at 30 degrees latitude. It's that simple.
Okay, so
we only needed the
eggshells.
sextant once we had. We had the sextant before it, but the sextant only became useful for longitude once we had accurate timepieces.
Okay. Check this out, eggshells. Just hear me out real quick, eggshells. Okay, if there was who's hot miking? That's really loud in my ears. You just pierced my ear. God damn! I'm gonna turn down my volume. That fucking stabbed me. It stabbed my ear.
Was that
Holy
a clanging sound? This machine at the gym is all busted.
Okay, no. Something like just it was loud. It's okay. But look at so here's what I want to say. Just hear me out real quick. If you have a system in place, and they're saying that when we look up at the sky and we know where these stars' positions are because they're always there, right? They're as long as we lived, and I'm talking about way back when they first started using celestial navigation. I'm not talking about like last year. I'm talking about way back then. So let's say like you they're like, okay, we see the stars, we know they're there because tomorrow they're they understood that. Okay, so now you're saying that it has to be a ball because the way they angle it is going to represent a ball. But with that being said, I'm not done. Hear me out.
Not quite.
Hear me out. What if they're just all they're doing is they're taking their points of where they're at on a planar Earth to where it can actually like you can come up with the same calculations, like no different than if you're on in a big warehouse and we put some light bulbs in the sky or on the roof on the ceiling, and then we had to like calculate where we're at on according to the ground based upon the light bulbs on the ceiling. So like if you can do the same thing, why yeah, I would say
you're
yeah.
assuming you can do the same. You're assuming you can do the same thing. But as I've exposed with Grizzly, nobody in Flat Earth knows how to navigate using a sextant. They don't even know the steps. All they do is get stuck before doing step one of going, but it assumes a flat plane, even though that's false. And you can see in all of the manuals and all of the explanations on how to do it, that is false.
Okay,
This is a little bit like the jet. Hang on. This is a little bit like the jet fuel hoax, where you're saying, couldn't people be using the same thing, but with a different, method to still find the same place on Earth? It's like the jet fuel hoax. We're going, well, couldn't they be using a different method to power jets? Sure, if I know nothing about aeronautical engineering, that seems plausible. No aeronautical engineers say that.
Well, okay, so
yes, if we know nothing about celestial navigation,
okay,
if we know nothing about celestial navigation, then sure, you could use it a million ways. But like,
but hold on.
Here's one for you.
Go ahead.
Polaris, how far do you reckon its ground position moves each day? So the star barely moves. It's got a ground position, which is in the almanac. What do you think is like? Do you think that's covering, 45,000 nautical miles in a day?
That has nothing to do with globe or flat, bro.
Well, I know that's just
asking a question.
That's just but eggshells. But eggshells. That is a thing in the sky to which we're looking at it from either a certain distance or a certain angle, or both. So when you want to try to invoke that because we know this position in the sky, then we know where we're at on a ball. I'm just saying, like you can do the same thing on a flat planar. And here's why I want to like joke about it.
That's the point I'm making.
Eggshells. You're saying we can't, but neither can a glober, and I'll tell you why. Because they're always 3 to 4 to 5 to 7 miles off of their target, so they don't know how to use it. By the way, if you're if I was to shoot a man,
if you're 4 miles off your target, you're doing a pretty damn good job at this.
See, that's what I'm saying. Exactly.
We don't know.
See, that's okay, man.
How are we? Okay,
the surface of the Earth is hundreds of thousands of kilometers.
Okay, but eggshells
to get within that degree of exactitude is pretty damn good. The reason I was asking about Polaris is we know Polaris doesn't move. Right?
No, it's 24,000 eggshells.
Is that the diameter? Sorry, the circumference. And then do you also need to times that by
that's around Earth, believe.
Right, but I'm talking about area, not a distance.
Okay, but eggshells. If you want to tell me that
being 4 miles off of where I've calculated according to a globe, then I'm good.
When I did it, I was miles off. But the point I was asking about Polaris is this: Polaris does a tiny circle in the sky, and so we can assume then, because we know that all stars have a ground position, we've got to agree with that. Otherwise, the whole question of celestial navigation is a moot point. Because what you do is you sight the stars and you see where their ground position. The only way you can figure out where you are is based on knowing where those stars' ground position is. So we're assuming we know the ground position straight away. But we know Polaris doesn't move much, so we can assume, I think quite reasonably, that therefore the ground position of Polaris doesn't move much, and when you consult the almanac, the ground position doesn't move much. What happens with Orion's belt? It does a circuit of the entire Earth. It draws a line all the way around the equator. But then what does it do down at the South Pole? Tiny little circles again.
Yeah, that's because obviously the Earth that we live on, like what God created is way bigger than maybe what you can what you're trying to visualize that, because you look up in the sky from your city. So think about it. You can get on a plane and fly for 18 hours and you're still on God's creation. Think about how far and vast and a distance it is.
I don't understand. My point isn't about distance. It's just that
mine is
eggshells. You can't prove tiny circles above Antarctica. That's incorrect statement.
Why can't we get to a point, man? This is just all over the place.
That's a good point.
My point is that is the South Celestial Pole, which you use to navigate. You use the stars in the Southern Cross.
Pole.
Have you seen the Southern Cross?
There's no South
Have you seen the Southern?
There are no.
Have you seen the Southern Cross?
There's nothing less than 68
There's no
degrees.
South Pole. That's
There's
the
no
problem.
South Celestial navigational star below 68 degrees.
Does the Southern Cross exist? Do we agree that the Southern Cross exists?
That's nowhere near 60. That's nowhere near the South Pole, bro. That's almost.
This guy's just acting like a glober.
Just saying anything, bro.
So you don't want to answer the question about whether the Southern Cross exists.
It's just an act.
We all know it does.
Put on.
Wait, that's actually hold on. Wait, eggshells, hold on. That's actually a really good argument to get in. Brian, maybe you can educate Eggshells, because Eggshells believes that there is, because he's heard about it, as many have.
Wait.
I've seen it.
Wait a minute, guys. We were talking about the accuracy to get within 4 miles of your actual your actual location. So I mean, why are we now? We're in the southern hemisphere and we haven't even addressed the accuracy.
Welcome to Discord.
Who's verifying these distances y'all are talking about? Bro, it's all on the chart.
Brian, let me ask you: if you're within 4 miles of your actual location, is that good enough in navigation?
It's all a good guess, bro.
Hey, one time Kool-Aid came in here and he's like, oh yeah, I use a sextant and I was within 7 miles. I was off by 7 miles. I was like, dude, if I was in if you have one job to do and it was to find your position and you're 7 miles off, you're not doing a good job, bro. That's really what?
The thing
is, oh my god, that's so funny, because that's exactly right, Eggshells. He said, no, it's really that's really good. That's good.
Yeah, you get a participation award 7 miles off.
Well, the thing is,
there's still no flat earthers done it. Sorry, Lefland, go ahead.
The thing is, if you do it assuming a flat plane, you're like 1,000 miles off.
No, dude, who's
more than that? I mean, hell, sometimes you get
1,000 miles. What good is 1,000-mile distance in a boat, bro? Okay, here's my thing. I'll give you this, Howard. I'll give you this. As far as on the charts, yeah, you can get it within 7 miles or 4 miles. Yeah, you're doing good on your. It's all theoretical. I mean, you're not proving the distance. To me, you're not going to get any accuracy. A few hundred miles, and then you're talking, a few days travel by boat. Anything other than that, you're just getting a general direction and about how far away you are. I don't think anybody's verifying these distances. Yeah, matching them up to charts, I'll give you that. They're, you're doing good if you're matching up to your charts within within a vicinity of that. But you're talking distances that are fucking ridiculous to even be talking about out there navigating on the water. It's crazy.
It's not just views on water, though. Like you can get much more accurately than 7 miles, which is how they did the surveying for Australia's borders. They still use celestial navigation. I don't even think you call it navigation. But
Yeah, on your charts, bro. I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. On your
No,
charts, yeah, you get it.
doing it in they're doing it in reality.
You're
They're
not
going out
verifying
walking
these
to somewhere in the.
The only thing you're verifying is with it when you get within a couple hundred miles, and then you could verify within a few miles. Yeah, out on the water, right?
I mean, no flat earther knows how to do this. There's multiple amounts of money have been put
Bro,
up
you
for
just
flat earther doing
saying
it with.
shit, bro. No flat
Please,
earther,
please,
no.
no, please, please. You
Bro,
just
you just
filibustering
mentioned
now.
South Celestial Navigation, and you didn't even know that there's no navigational stars below 68. Then you bring up the Southern Cross.
It's
You
not
didn't
true.
realize that almost 30 degrees off the southern rotation. You just blurt shit out, bro. No flat earther can fucking do this. Dude, what? That's not even a conversation. That's just you being a dick.
It's like an actor saying things.
So you're saying there's no celestial stars used for celestial navigation that are closer, that are more than 30 degrees south. Is that your claim?
No.
Or do you mean
I
30
think
degrees from the
68
pole?
degrees, I believe. It's either 68 or 60. I think it's Acrux. Yeah, there's nothing. There's no Polaris down there. There's no nothing down there. You've got thousands of miles that aren't covered in your almanac. There's no South Celestial Navigational stars below. It's either 68 or 69. I'm sure of that. If you got
So that's
whole portions of your ball that are worthless. And where would us flat earthers expect there to be holes in it? Right there.
But I mean, there are still stars. You could still navigate using other stars. Are you complaining that the ones from the South Celestial, the ones in the south, aren't very close, like aren't basically Polaris? Even though you could use Sigma Octantis to navigate if you wanted to.
How? It's not even in the fucking. It's not even in the almanac.
You don't need it to be in the almanac. You just need to know it's GP.
Sure, yeah, okay.
The almanac just tells you the GP.
We can use our common sense and find a gap, bro. Listen, you're not seeing star trails when you're out navigating, bro. You're not going to be able to find Sigma Octantis just with a look. You're going to have to sit there and study everything and see where it's moving, dude. Y'all have these star trails like entrenched in your brains, like there's a star trail everywhere. Like we have the luxury of time lapse every time we go out to sea, bro. You're not going to see a gap in the sky. It's not as easy as you think. I would imagine, dude. You think you're just going to see a gap upon first glance, bro? You have to have a time-lapse camera out there. Yeah, you can find a gap.
Well, I don't know why you're using a time-lapse camera. Yeah, it is very difficult. And Shackleton's Navigator has an amazing story of managing to do dead reckoning, where he gets like 4 star sites across a week of sailing trying to get off Antarctica. Yeah, I'm not suggesting it's easy. I'm just saying the process. I don't.
But why does it have to be a globe in your world? Why does it have to be a globe? Why can't you do the same things?
Variety of reasons.
Why can't you do these same things on a flat plane?
So the first one would be, if you were just sighting a light in a parking lot, and you get its elevation, and you know the height of the pole, you know the distance from it. But in order to get your distance from it, you would do trigonometry. That would be a trigonometric function, because the lower that street light is, it's going to get lower at a slower pace, if you get what I mean. So if you're dead underneath it and you walk 1 step, it's going to drop like 2 degrees. But if you're 200 meters from it, you're going to need to walk hundreds of meters to get it to drop by the same. And that's just the nature of trigonometry. Whereas what happens with stars is they drop at a degree per 69 miles. And it's like that. It's just everything. So that's one of the reasons. Second reason is the ground positions of the stars. You can track their speed. So you could test this yourself if you were curious. Wait for a star to be dead overhead, and then look straight up, do it more precisely if you want to, and you'll see that star pass overhead.
And to me, the distances aren't accurate until you're up close. Like I said, the distances are pretty much irrelevant. You use this distance argument. You talk about I've trilaterated 3 positions, and I'm exactly 3,700 miles away from. So I traveled for 42 days by boat, and I could prove that my distance was right, bro. It's not. You're not going to get any kind of accuracy distance wise that you could verify until you get within a few hundred miles. Like I said, I'll even be generous and say like 400 or 500 miles, and that's just less than a week. A few days traveling by boat. But that's going to be accurate on the AE map. All this shit you're saying, all these stars, locations, work on an AE map too. You know that.
But
They're
they
just doing
clearly
circles,
don't,
bro.
because
They're doing the same circles. They never change. All they do is fall behind, or I mean, they just lag behind about
where's
4
the
minutes a
Southern
day.
Cross on an AE map?
Same circles,
Southern,
year after year, day after day.
Southern Cross on an AE map, like the bottom one, Crucis or whatever the fuck it's, is 20 degrees from the South Celestial Pole, right? So 20 degrees, it's drawing a little circle
No, it's almost
on the
30
Earth, or
degrees,
it's
bro.
20 degrees. I
20.
just checked it. It's actually 19 point something.
Okay.
So you're out
So,
by 1/3. So if you were just
okay,
saying, "Hey,
you
you're
want to
trying to
bet?
tell us about celestial," I
You say
just
you
checked
just
it.
checked it. Hold on. You said you just checked it, and you say
Go
that
for it.
it's 19 degrees, or do you think it's 29 degrees?
Let me just double check.
If you double check, I think it's 28 and a half, 7.5. But you just said you just checked. You're lying, bro.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. 59.
I'm
but
sorry, I
that's
shouldn't say that, bro. I
one.
shouldn't say that because if you mistook it, or maybe you're even right. So
Yeah.
let me quit being rude.
Yeah, you
man.
can't
I'm sorry.
say he's lying. You can't say he's lying because he just is saying what he believes. It's not necessarily a lie.
Right. Yeah, I apologize, man. I don't need to. Getting defensive, bro. That's all.
A Crucis. Sorry,
Well, it's good. It's good. It's good to get
Declination.
defensive for the truth, bro. Because you
28 or 27 and a half, 28 and a half.
Yeah, 63 degrees. So yeah, 27 something. 26
Yeah,
point
so
something.
see, that's nowhere near the pole. At least be honest with.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it depends what you mean by nowhere near the pole. But the point I'm making is, it does a small circle in the
It's gonna
sky.
travel across your whole entire sky.
So its GP will always be south of Sydney, right? Because Sydney's at 33 degrees.
Well, would you say the Tropic of Capricorn is near the pole?
No.
Are you closer at that 28 degrees? Are you closer to the tropic or closer to the pole?
You're getting it backwards. We're talking, when we were saying 20 something degrees, we're talking about off the pole.
That's how far away it is from the pole, actually, bro.
Yeah, it's you're backwards there, mate. But like,
that's a long way, though, dude. That's fucking thousands of miles.
Yeah, it's we certainly have nothing like Polaris, which is why we always use the Southern Cross to navigate, which is why it shows up on so many flags. You know, people couldn't read much, so they go down, they find the Cook Islands, they find Australia, they find New Zealand, they just keep slapping the Southern Cross on all of them. Follow this thing. Keep going until this is 33 degrees and we're almost dead overhead, and you should be in the right latitude. Then go east and west.
That's good. Yeah, I'm just saying that, like with the Southern Star, like if it was just the math and the model was perfect, like these stars that they empirically years and years, bro. It's not just sitting wrote down in the almanac, or they'd have all that stuff down there. I mean, that's my opinion on that, But it's an interesting argument, man. But I got to take it back when you say like no flat earther understands celestial navigation and shit. That's not true, bro. There's quite a few flat earthers who understand it, bro.
No. But sorry, if I said no, understand it, I didn't mean that. I mean, none are able to describe the process yet to me. They all start off with going, oh, but it requires a flat plane, and then they just stay stuck on that thing like an Android that's given a do not compute command.
And one other thing.
Old mate before started going, it requires trigonometry. No, go for it. Like it doesn't use trigonometry.
One other thing. So he's talking about the method, like as far as the need of plane. Here's where that, because you're taking the 90. When you use the 90, I'll make this quick. When you use the 90,
sorry, Brian, could you just go into a different room or something? Is Brian dropping out for anybody else, or is that just me?
Yeah. Let me drop and rejoin.
Yeah, I didn't mean another Discord room. I meant room in your house. Is it just me? Was it just me? Never mind.
I think he was overpowering his mic, I think.
All right.
Yeah, his mic is weak like your Polestar.
I hope that's a little bit better, man. I just wanted to make sure. If you can you hear me,
Your
Eggshells?
Polestar is weak.
Yeah.
And mine will beat you in an arm wrestling match.
Well, I was gonna say this when they use the argument like over at Flair debates and everything. I think it's a valid argument. This part of it is anyway. So when you measure an angle and you're subtracting from 90 and all that, and you're doing the when you're doing the distances to get your trilateration and all that, you're using your co-latitude line, and you're having you say you're not using a plane, but you absolutely have to be because you're using your co-latitude line, which is like the line. I mean, that's what I call it. It's above your tangent. It's got to be parallel.
Co-latitude line?
Yeah, it's the line above
Okay.
your tangent. Like I say, above the adjacent. I'm just calling it co-latitude. I'm not sure if that's what it's called, but
Can you describe it? Can you describe it for me differently? I don't know what that means.
It's above your adjacent or your baseline or your tangent, whatever you want to call it. But you're figuring in when you subtract from 90, you're using that line and you're declaring it parallel with the baseline. So it can't be curved. There's other methods to do it, but the main method is assuming that line is parallel with the baseline. So you're telling me you have parallel curved lines up in space. That's a hard one for me to swallow. So I recommend.
I can't understand. Can you like latitude to me is a line sort of emanating from the poles that are parallel to one another that are on the Earth. I don't know what you mean by co-latitude line. I don't understand about this imaginary line in space. To me, you're not doing a triangle. You're just going, what is the angle? Like how, essentially, the best way I heard it described is, if it's a degree per 69 miles, how many miles would I have to sail before that star was dead overhead? So there's no adjacent because you're not making a triangle. I guess tangent kind of is like when you're going, what's my horizontal here in order to calculate that 90? But that's just for people doing it on the ocean. Is it? Where's the co-latitude? I don't get what you're saying at all.
Well, when you're triangulating for distance, man, when you're subtracting from 90, then you're triangulating for distance. Like I said, there's a couple other methods, but one of the main methods for getting distance is using the co-latitude or co-altitude. I want to say that's what it's co-altitude.
Oh, altitude angle, right?
And so that's assuming that it's parallel with the baseline. I mean, that's what the math dictates. It's parallel with the baseline, and so that would make it a curved parallel line out in space. But let me say this. I was just saying that's what the guy said earlier was legitimate. I think what the guy claimed earlier about the angle of the flat baseline and shit. I think there's a good part of that argument that's legitimate, depending on what you're doing in the celestial navigation. It's a vast subject. But go ahead, bro.
I mean, the problem with that is, can you derive? I think you would agree with this, Brian. Can you derive a straight line from a curve? So you have an existing curve, like a basketball, a bridge or something, and you want to derive a tangent or a point that's normal to the curve at that point. Is that something you think you can do, bro?
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, what it sounds like you're saying, yeah, we could do that even if we were on a ball, I guess.
Exactly. So you don't need to start with a flat baseline. And even if you did, what's the baseline? Like point A, if I was going to try and draw the points for this to get this angle, right, to make a vertex, I would make A my eye, B would be the horizon, and C would be the star. So when you say, what's angle BAC, A is at your eye anyway. So even on a flat plane, it's not the Earth, right? You're not taking a sextant reading with your big toe. It's always going to be going.
I'll give you that. I'm not going to beat around the bush, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not going to beat around the bush, eggshells, but still, when you subtract it from 90, though, bro, that changes everything. Like you're moving it to you're chopping a portion of your Earth to give you a flat plane to base the math on. And basically, so you're using a flat plane anyway. The guy's right. When you subtract 90, you're assuming a 90-degree angle, bro. I mean, that's a tough one to get around. But I will give you this. I could get an angle from a curved surface. I feel like I could measure an angle from a curved surface. But anything past that, bro, is it's all theory. It's all mathematics. I don't think it's proven anything, in my opinion.
So you don't need to always subtract from 90. 90 is just that star would be dead overhead, would be at 90 degrees. And the reason you're subtracting from 90 is because most sextants we know of are nautical sextants, which are used on the sea, and that's therefore bubble sextants and plumb sextants are shitty to use because you're tossing about and it's hard to get dead upright. So all you're trying to do is, and you can make these with like just a sort of protractor and a plumb bob, and that is figure out where it is from dead upright. Then you don't need to subtract from 90. You know immediately.
Yeah, you don't always have to. I agree with that.
Yeah, so how many degrees? Let's say it's like 12 degrees off 90. So it's very high up in the sky.
Yeah, but
you
if
go,
you,
right,
again,
it's 12 times 60 nautical miles from me.
Gotta keep thinking you're done. Sorry, man. But yeah, once again, though, if you're calculating for distance, man, I think I don't know any other way than to start and subtract from 90. But there could be something I don't know. You know?
You're only subtracting from 90 because you're sort of going, how far is this off plumb? But if you're taking it from plumb, then if you go, it's 12 degrees off plumb, then I just go 12 times 60. That's how many nautical miles it is from me.
I could even make an argument for this, man. Like the way that they chop the Earth and go down to the center, and then they literally do have a flat. You know, they transfer the angle, and they do have a flat baseline. Then, you know, and to me that's a stretch, but okay, I'll give you that so far. But I could also use the same math and use a celestial sphere and my flat baseline to do the math and to do the spherical trigonometry and transfer the spherical dome, whether it's a parent dome, whether it's an actual dome. You know, it's what we see, and I could use spherical mathematics or trigonometry and get to accurate distances and still use Google Earth technically. I'm just saying that it's theoretically a ball. You know, you're just projecting the heavens down onto the ground, but it's actually flat.
I
could make that argument anyway.
Hey, eggshells, just real quick. What would it take for you to actually like ever believe that the world isn't a ball? Is it, if anything? What would it take?
I tried to think about this a while back, and I was like, I think it's reasonable to set your bar as low as possible. So what is the lowest I could set it for? And I think the lowest I could set it is a map that works, which again you would need for celestial navigation to work because you've got to draw those circles and stuff. So if somebody gave me a map, and I'm traveling around the world, I kept asking for this before I left, but I've still got half the world left to go, and I could then go and like double check things with that map, and I found that map was more accurate. Then I would flip for that. Obviously there are other ones, but they're like much bigger things, like seeing the dome. That would be a good one. Like, what's it made out of? What's this giant airtight structure we've never seen? Like the biggest airtight structure in all of existence.
Are you coming to the States, or have you already came to the?
No, I'm just traveling around the important parts of the world.
Oh wow! Hey, fuck you! Fuck you, asshole!
I hope to do the States on my next trip, but I think I'll if I go to the States, I'll either hire a Harley or buy like a electric adventure bike or something. I don't know, but I don't.
But
think
what
I'd
state
do the
would
same
you?
thing
But what
from
state would you go to in the States? Because there's a long.
I'd go New York to LA.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't leave out Florida, bro. You ain't been to the States if you ain't been to Florida and Cali, I think, man. And maybe New York. I don't know, man. It's a big place, but
I want to do a log hop over an alligator.
Yeah, you should go to like Fort Lauderdale up to like Washington State or something. Do it.
Lauderdale's nice, man.
So if you go to or when you go to the States, what's your timeline for that?
Oh, I don't know. It'll be another couple of years. Like I won't. This trip's been pretty exhausting. I've been stuck in Oman a fucking month.
Yeah.
Dude, there's some states, bro, that like that are kind of hardly ever spoken of around here and stuff. And like I'm wondering if I'm proud of Florida, like because I'm from Florida, or like if I was from like Iowa or something. No offense to people who are from Iowa, but are you as proud as me? Like if you live in one of the crazy states
there's
that are
literally nothing to see in Iowa. I've been there.
You ain't been to Boise? You ain't been to Boise. You don't know. That's Idaho. That's the wrong state.
I was
gonna say, is it potatoes? I think that's Idaho as
Okay,
well.
okay. If Iowa had cities, yeah.
Wow, that's funny. I'm shamefully proud of being born and raised in California because this is
Yeah, well,
actually
California's good though, man. There's a lot of shit in
well, yes
California.
and no. Yes and no. It's really, really cool if you like if you want to have like the desert, the mountains, the valleys, the beach, all within an hour. You can like
Yeah.
see everything. But we have some of the like we have probably the worst governor in all of 50 states, bro.
Oh
Like
yeah,
he is.
I'm lucky on that one, bro. We got a good
Yeah,
governor.
yeah, yeah. You guys have a good governor. Over here, they're like making it legal to fucking sodomize a 10-year-old fucking boy. Like it's fucking retarded over here, bro. It's disgusting. It's fucking disgusting.
That's why I've never went there or considered moving there because everything I've heard about the laws are just like totally opposite of my beliefs. You know.
Yeah, yeah, dude. California is
They
disgusting.
made it. I'm going to call bullshit on that. There's no way the state in America made it legal to sodomize a 10-year-old boy.
No, not legal, but it's not a felony offense. This is how fucking sick they are. In other words, you can go.
It's a misdemeanor to rape a child.
No, it's a felony. It's a felony to have any type of relations with a minor. It's a felony. But just in the past year, Governor Newsom, he fucking made it to where it's a misdemeanor. As long as
it's consent, right?
Yeah, as long as it's within 10 years. So if you're 10 years older than this minor, then it's still a felony. But if you're not 10 years older, then it's a misdemeanor. It's fucking disgusting, dude. Look into it. It's stupid, dude.
I'm trying to search.
Dude, they're all.
You're talking about
the whole world's run by
adult.
pedophiles.
Yeah, exactly. Especially state of California, dude. This is like the capital of LGBTQ fucking plus WXYZ, bro. Like they are trying to do.
Yeah, dude, it's pretty gross. Like this is a trend that's the next step in all this in all this crazy woke culture. Like how they've taken everything. That's their next step is to try to legalize and protect pedophilia and pedophiles.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. That's not never going to happen.
Well,
no,
in this state,
there's going to be a huge,
they might have made that
huge
law because
uprising against that stuff before then. But that's where they're taking things. That's where they're pushing the
right. That's where they're pushing the envelope to.
Yeah, but how many 19-year-old boys, okay, or 18-year-old boys, and this has nothing to do with the gay or in the LGBT, but date like 16, 17-year-old girls. Almost all of them, dude. And
No doubt.
I hope that they made that law to protect young men and maybe even
Oh
young women.
no. If think about it, bro. It would be one thing to say if you're above this age, then you can be with someone up to this age. But
Yeah,
the
that's true.
fact that they made it a 10-year gap, regardless. So then wait,
Yeah,
so if
that's
you're
a good
18,
point.
if you're 18, you can be with an 8-year-old. That's fucking disgusting.
Yeah,
That's stupid to draw that out of that. That's silly.
with a 13-year-old.
Dude, look up the law, dude. Look up the law. It's fucking there, dude. I live in California.
It doesn't negate what's classified as a minor.
Let me share with you what happened to me. I was 18 years old. I had just turned 18, like within a week, a few days ago. And I was an Army soldier. And my girlfriend was 17 years old. And I was about 2.5 weeks older than her. And check this out.
And at her mercy.
No, yeah, well, let me tell you what happened. Okay, I just had my birthday, but anyway, I asked her, I'm sorry, I think she asked me if she wanted to see where I live, which is the barracks, you know. So I brought her to the gate, you know, like I'm entering the barracks, and they had this private security people there, you know, and so and that's normal. That's what they have there. So they asked to see my ID, which is random. They randomly spot check people when there's no threat, you know, there's no danger. So he, but they see the pretty girl in the passenger seat. You know what I'm saying? Well, they asked to see her ID also. So they looked at mine, and I still had the one that's vertical. You know when you're under 18, it's horizontal. So they looked at mine. And, I just had my birthday like a few days, like 4 days ago. Anyway, so something like that. Anyway, then they asked to see hers. I asked, she pulled out her ID, handed it to him. And then, dude, oh man, he took a look at that. And then I think he kept it. I think he kept it. Anyway, yeah, because what it did, it backed up, and then he walked over to the radio. This was like a decade ago. He walked over to the radio, and he had one, but he backed up, and he was on the radio. That's what happened. Sorry, it was a long time ago. But what happened was they closed the gate. They called the MPs. Everything. They were backing traffic out. And
yeah, but bro, who's to say that wasn't your cousin, dude? But here's the problem with it is
Let me
yeah,
tell you
go
what
ahead.
happened. So I backed onto the grass, okay, and I had this 1980s Beamer, and I drove off the road onto the street, I did an evasive off-road maneuver, and then I drove across the street to the bar. There's always a bar across the street from a military.
Gotta get to the point, bro. Gotta get to the point.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I asked her if she wouldn't mind getting in the trunk, and I went to the other gate, and they didn't.
What?
They didn't coordinate. So I let her out in the
Yo, this story took a wild left.
In the fucking trunk.
I drove like 45 minutes to get home, And
I asked her to put some zip ties around her hands behind her back.
She was cool, man. I let her out in the Burger King.
Yeah.
I let her out in the
story.
parking lot. Took her to the barracks, and she was very happy. She didn't say a word about. She didn't say a word about it, dude.
Yo,
Hey,
that's funny though.
That's what happens when you're just have your birthday. Happy birthday.
He said, "Yo, your story took a wild left in the middle of it, and it was funny, bro. You're like, just ask her to get in the trunk. Like, what? Wait, what? Like, pump the brakes, bro. Like, what happened?"
I said, if I remember, I said, "Would you mind getting in the trunk?" And she looked funny, like, nah. She got right in it. I just popped it open. She got in herself.
Okay, so I will say this. I've been in a trunk many times, sneaking into drive-in theaters and stuff like that as a child. But I don't know about just out on a date and you're like, hey, can you get in the trunk? Like, what?
We're going to the military base, baby.
Hey, just say you got real lucky.
I was so shocked, and neither of us said anything about it. I was especially shocked. I couldn't believe they did this to me. So anyway, yeah, I guess I smuggled her on there,
Wow.
But,
I mean, that is actually kind of like you're not supposed to do that, right? Like, you're in the wrong for that, right?
Well, I was in the Army many years ago. That was a long time ago.
Okay.
I guess you could report me to the battalion.
That's all good. Don't worry. I don't care. But
I just wanted to share that because y'all were talking about very similar subject. That's all. I want to share.
Well. I just want to say that here in California, the laws are getting more and more just vile. Like, it's disgusting. Like, how? Like, who in the right mind's even drawing up this legislature at this point? At this point,
pedophiles.
Yeah, right. That's safe to say.
It's plainly obvious who's doing it. Pedophiles.
Yeah,
that's the correct answer.
Now here's the even more disgusting part about it, because then once you have this paper drawn up to be enacted into law, like, it's the governor that's just writing it in. Like, there's not even a vote at this point. He's just writing it into law. No one's fucking vote. Nobody voted on that fucking bill. Nobody did. He just wrote it into law. So he needs to be fucking hung by a rope in fucking the town square and say, fuck you, get the fuck out. Like, we need to end him, bro, because he is honestly just... No one
the
votes
only
on
one, though. He ain't the only one that needs to be hung.
Yeah, you're right.
He's not the only one. There's a big line.
Yeah, you're right.
Politicians.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, and we could start with at the highest part, but that's another story. But anyways, I'm just saying, like, we have a disgusting here in America right now. We have a disgusting thing going down. But going back to the state you're going to visit, eggshells, because we went way off of that point. What states would you want to visit? You said New York and California, and what else? Is he even still here? Yeah, he's still here.
Yeah, I really liked New York when I went. I've been to California before. I think that's really fun.
I also want to do like the Rockies and go to those like, you know, crazy way out places you've seen in the movies.
Right. So
like New York and LA, whatever, the coast, the biggest cities, like these are the places that everybody, especially, you know, if you're coming from another country, when they want to come and visit the United States, they always want to go to these two liberal cesspools. These fucking like dude,
I've been to
there's
New
a
York
lot
before.
more. There's
I
a
really
lot
like
more
it.
to see a lot more to see in the United States than those two little traps.
Well, I
Well, yeah,
will say
that's what I was
this,
saying.
eggshells. I will say this. I've been born and raised in California, and I've been to New York, and there's nothing more important in my point of life to where I want to see everything in between. Because honestly, it's way more worth for you to like. Don't get me wrong. Like, come to California. Don't go see LA. Go fucking see the sequoias. You know what I mean? Like you gotta switch up your mentality. Like, go see the shit that people in California want to go see. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well,
Like,
that's why I was saying, and everything in between. Like, I like the idea of like going to all those like tiny little places nobody's ever heard of. You know, you go into the diner, everybody stops talking and turns around and goes, "Who the hell's this guy from out of town?" Like,
well, have you ever heard about the redwoods?
The redwood forest.
Yeah. Have you ever heard about that?
Yeah.
Okay, so like that's a place that even people in California like plan to go to. Like they make vacation trips because that's something to show your kids. Like, if you haven't seen it with your own eyes as, you know, as a kid or an adult, like that's something that you definitely want to go like check out because it's amazing. Not only the sequoias, not only not only the redwoods, but the sequoias. Have you ever seen a tree like that is fucking like, you know, 15 yards or 10 yards across in diameter? Like, it's amazing, bro. Like, that's where you should probably, if you come to California, like, fuck Hollywood, fuck LA, like that's retarded at this point. Dude, go to like Northern California, where sequoias and the redwoods, dude. That's where you would probably have a way better, like, you know, more what's the word I'm looking for? You'll be happier. Like, wow, this is
well,
awesome.
It'll be a few years away, but I also want to do the they call it the TAT, the Trans America Trail, where people have like put together a way where you can do east to west and north to south just on dirt roads. So they've like linked up dirt roads, so you're doing like 5 bits of bitumen in between going on off road again, and that seems really fun to me.
Well, the only road that I can think about? Are you taking the fucking what road is that? That goes all the way across. Is that the 10 or 66? Route 66? Is that the one you're talking about? We're gonna go from east to west.
Dirt and off road the whole time.
Oh, off road.
Like, it's
oh shit.
Yeah, community project to be just doing like gnarly dirt trails.
Wow. Yeah, like for instance, I think it's New Mexico or maybe Nevada, one of those. They have like a petrified zoo. So like they have a lot of cool like just dude, there's a lot of cool shit to see in America, I ain't gonna lie. For some reason tourism attracts to like Santa Monica Pier. Like, I don't know why. Like, like, dude, I've grown up going to Santa Monica every fucking weekend. Like, it's stupid at this point. But like, why would you miss up the opportunity to see something so amazing, like in nature, like these really, really cool things in nature? I don't know. For anyone that's gonna like come to America, dude, the Midwest, the states that aren't talked about, like someone said earlier, dude, there's a lot of cool places to go where you wouldn't even like, you know, maybe consider. Anyways.
Yeah, definitely. That's kind of the idea. That's why I want to go all the way across it by road. Otherwise, you just miss bits if you're in buses and trains.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you're gonna miss. That's for sure. Like, even me, just like, you know, I drove to Arkansas, like just along the way. You know, that's what 1,600 miles. Along the way was like, I missed a lot of shit. Like, I was just on the highway. You know, I only pulled over for gas and a restroom break. But there's a lot of stuff that I missed that I do want to circle back and come back to. Like, yeah, let's, you know, I want to go with my girl. Like, yeah. I drove past the fucking like the Grand Canyon, right? Like coming from Arkansas back to LA, like I drove past it. Like I should have stopped by it. Like that would have been probably something fucking cool because I've never been to the Grand Canyon. Like that's something that I should have fucking stopped by, but I didn't.
Yeah, I want to. Yeah, that would be good. Grand Canyon, Rockies.
In Colorado, is that what you're talking about? The Rockies in Colorado, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think they're in Colorado. They call
was it
that
saying, like-
God's land or something like that. What was that?
Plus, what Jeremy was saying, a place that was also, just north of New York, like wilderness and stuff. I forget.
They do have forests up. Yeah. You mean like around Maine or what part? What part north of New York?
I don't know. You'd have to ask Jeremy. It's like cool mountains and stuff.
Yeah, it's probably along the skids of Canada, to be honest.
It's upstate New York in the Alleghenies.
Yeah. Upstate New York is actually beautiful in itself. Like, there's a lot of beautiful land there. You wouldn't want to go to like Niagara Falls if you come to America?
Do a barrel jump.
Yeah, do a barrel jump. Live stream it.
Never know until you go. It's so hard to plan as well. Like I said, I've been stuck in Oman a month. It is not my favorite place. I've been here a month just playing computer games and going to the gym, waiting for the bikes to be offloaded. And it's just like a one-day boat trip to Karachi, but it's taken a month. So it's so hard to plan. At least it's all contiguous landmass in America.
Do you guys know of any spots where there's giant mud fossils, like basalt rock or like giant mountains that are mud fossils?
Man, like when I took a bus ride through Colorado, it was early in the morning, the sun was just coming up, but I saw so many rock formations. I was like, what is that? Like, why is any of it? Like, it all looks like vast swaths of it were just underwater at some point.
I did see some fossils in I think it was in India somewhere, but they weren't mud. They were all in like granite, and it was like you could see that there was something, but they would be like, "This is a blah 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 blah." I'm like, "How can you tell? You can only see this tiny bit protruding." I was like, "Can they scan the rock or something?" They're like, "No, it's all the same density to the scan, so they just have to guess based on what's protruding." I was like, I have not much confidence in these guesses.
Dude, I want to get a drone and like go find a giant mud fossil in the U.S. that's like plain as day obvious it was some creature or living thing, and then like drone it or videotape it, the whole thing. I think that'd be kind of a cool little trip idea.
Wait, so the actual, like, because I've found like pieces of rock, that must have been some kind of mud, where I've seen like little, leaves or tiny imprints of shells or different things.
No, I'm not talking about those tiny little fossils. I'm talking mountains that are fossils.
No, I just mean like a mud fossil is what, organic material replaced by mud. Because when I say like a fossil is what I just said, like mud like that has an impression. Yeah. So you're talking about like a petrified mud thing?
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know if you guys knew where any giant ones are in the U.S. Where I'm from, it's just all basically farmland.
You'll know how to make an entrance out to the evacuation.
It was weird. The one we saw was like multiple things that look like diplodocus kind of things, like giant long neck, long tail, meant to be herbivorous things, and then multiple different kinds of predator-looking things like small Tyrannosaurus rex, sharp-toothed things, but I was like, I can't comprehend where they're like, oh, the whole thing was in magma. And I was like, I cannot comprehend what life was like that makes you guess. Like, I never see predators and prey in the same place. Like, I'll see a fox at the farm, but I won't see a fox very often at all near lambs. But I certainly won't see like lambs and calves near both foxes and dingoes. You know, you're talking multiple kinds of herbivores, multiple kinds of prey, and multiple kinds of predator in exactly the same spot. I was like, I don't get it. It doesn't compute for me that all of these things are frozen in time at exactly the same instant. Like, how abundant is life? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Do you think that dinosaurs existed?
Sure, yeah. I don't think certainly it's plausible to me that big things did exist and a long time ago could have existed.
I would open your mind. I have an open mind to watch Eric Dubé's one of his videos called "Evolution in Dinosaurs." Give that a watch. That'll blow your mind a little bit. But
sure,
yeah. But have you ever heard of the Devil's Tower? Is it Arizona?
This is giant thing that people say looks like a tree.
Yeah. It's I don't see how lava can make a bunch of hexagonal like columns going all the way up it and then curving with it, just with magma. That's how mainstream geologists say.
Devil's Tower's in Wyoming. That one.
Is it in? It's in Wyoming.
Kirk County, Wyoming. Yeah.
Cool
yeah, it's
shit.
actually weird that columnar basalt like only forms like in the presence of I think like certain types of gases. I want to say maybe yeah, like no, if there's no oxygen or something like that, it forms that shape. If not, it won't. As crazy as that sounds.
Is that even like testable?
Provable? I don't know. I'm gonna cook up some basalt, dude. See what happens.
Yeah, I really don't. I don't.
I'm down for it. It's not like I couldn't sell columnar basalt that I made and be like, hey, this is columnar basalt. Somebody would be like, oh, I need that.
Yeah, I really don't buy what mainstream media. They say air and water and magma made these perfect hexagonal.
Mm-hmm. Well, like, but
shapes
also
all the way up and down.
I'm curious about what they are. I don't know whether. I mean, I can't really like. I can't skeptic it. You know. I haven't even really seen. I mean, like real displays of this stuff. I mean, I've seen like places where
You have heard of plateaus, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So plateau, like there's a video.
I've seen crazier plateaus. I mean, I've been seeing all that stuff like out through.
There's a video with a bunch of those plateaus, and they basically like put side to side comparisons of broken tree trunks,
Sure,
cut
yeah.
off tree trunks.
I could understand
And
that.
it's pretty mind blowing to see the comparisons.
I feel like these almost seem like smokers, like old smokers that are somehow capped off like that. I don't know why they're planed off like that. That doesn't make any
Volcanoes?
sense either. No, not volcanoes, but like I don't know. Even like mountains will off gas like certain times of the year. It'll be like, oh yeah, don't go climbing near the columnar basalt because tons of gas leaks are happening now.
Yeah,
I think
that
it
could
might
be
be
something.
Devil's Tower.
Yeah.
Actually. But that's because of that gas leak. So if that's how the rock was made, then at least the gas is still there to prove it. I guess somebody probably must have tried to do it. I don't know. I don't know what the hell is causing like the landforms to just like pop up like elevation. Do you know what I mean? Like I find New Mexico area to be kind of crazy since the land and the rock samples, they'll be like, this is the same age as the Mississippi River. Is that right? It almost seems like the whole thing was like at sea level at some point in the past and then just like popped up like 14K some places. I'm not sure how that works or like what drives it, but those columnar basalt things, they seem like good construction material for jacking up mountains. Is that what's happening? I'd love to know. But as far as the tree thing, like they should be able to find like big root systems or whatever from giant trees, I would imagine. But I guess I'm waiting for that kind of evidence before I 100% the giant tree thing. Giant, you know what I mean? Like giant trees got to have giant roots or something like that. Or if I use my little, that's what my brain says. And then what's the petrifying event that just petrifies a whole? I don't know. It's all very mysterious. Trees don't have bones. I don't know. I'm confused now.
Sorry about that. I had to take a shit. I didn't hear what you said after.
That's cool. No, just talk about root systems for giant trees.
Oh yeah, they're really interesting. You'll see like plateaus with like almost looks like root systems almost. Like the erosion on it will look like almost kind of like weird.
Yeah, like
and
erosion. Well, it looks. Some of them can look like pretty much like a wooden texture, I guess. I just don't.
Have you ever seen the video called "No Trees on Flat Earth"? It's on YouTube.
Yeah, I kind of like puke about that, but that's all right. Some other people really like it, but
I used that one up as they have a lot of pictures of a bunch of plateaus, and
yeah, I don't know
they show comparisons and stuff to trees
Sure. Yeah, I've been out into that kind of that area.
of the conspiracy web.
Like no, just like giant tree wherever that is. The people are like, that looks like a giant tree. I mean, I've seen things like that. Not gone up to them and scratched them or whatever, but I mean, I've seen them from. I've seen multiple ones. You know, I'm not really sure what they are. But I don't suspect that they're trees that are all cut off, all evenly too, and then the erosion pattern is the same, but they were all. And then there's like, yeah, I don't know. That's just not my conclusion on that.
Yeah, it's pretty out there. It's pretty big conspiracy. There's not only just that. There's also animals like there's this giant elephant that or like giant mountain that looks like an elephant. It's like it's got the weirdest things that draw comparisons to elephants, like this eye socket, and it had like the bone structure is similar, and it's got like this orbital bone underneath the eye, and it's got like a place where you could easily like see from like the guy with the drone could see like there's like an ear could have been there, like where the ear bone was for this elephant. And you can see where the face could have been. It just there's other stuff like that too. I don't know if you ever heard of Mudfossil University. Have you on YouTube?
I've heard of that too.
Okay. He goes really big picture. He goes on Google Earth and just shows shit from Google Earth. The one I'm talking about is more local, where they just fly drones and to mountains and just sees giant mud fossils basically.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, I've like gone some just rock climbing around and stuff, and you know, sometimes you'll find these really like craggy type rocks, and sometimes they're like smooth, whitish, big boulders and stuff. And you're like, well, how did this get here? I'm not really sure. But because it's like whitish, and because it's like there's usually broken pieces of it, and it's been weathered around for so long, there's no way that you can't imagine that there are giant bones of something, but there's nothing about it that is giant bone like when you get right down to it. So
I mean, there are some comparisons. I've seen some videos where guys would go into the ear bone of this elephant, and it's almost fucking similar to the ear canal. I'm just like
Yeah.
having like how many coincidences can you have?
You know,
So like
where
you
is it?
can start to be like, okay, this was most likely a giant. Okay, I can
I'll
send
go
you a
like so
video.
long. I'll go so long on it. Really, I can fight this one for a while.
Okay.
But I'm not trying to hate on it. It's just like I'm not getting whatever that is. It's not absorbing for me. But like, but it's fun to think about. It definitely is fun to think about, like giant animals, like way too big. But I don't understand how that goes on or what they eat then.
They probably eat the same shit they eat here right now.
Like, but giant wise.
Yeah, I think the universe is fractal. So life is fractal. So now it's just smaller.
Yeah, I mean,
but it repeats.
see,
It's the same.
and there's like King Kong, right? And we know that's a movie, and that's fine. But then other people are like, you can't even really have King Kong because his proportions would be all wrong, and he wouldn't be able to support himself because of his weight and stuff like that. Which I get, you know.
Well, I imagine an ant would think the same thing of a
people say that
of a gorilla.
Right. But I'm just saying people would say that, but there's no proof against it, right? And it's like, well, also, you know, 7 foot plus basketball players are kind of a rarity too. You know, some of them physically can do things. Some of them are physically just way too big, and they're all wrong. You know, some of them are like really well proportioned. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's hard to think about giant animalia, you know, but you know, if it's alive, it's alive. I guess it can pass on and stuff. What is it? I don't know, man. It's also crazy to think about a giant elephant like that. But I don't know. Could an animal just like have some crazy brain tumor, never die, and just keep growing and never know when to stop? Maybe. I don't. What do I know?
I imagine
Maybe
the babies would be bigger. I think life was just inherently just bigger.
Oh, you going like high oxygenation breeds super beasts kind of thinking?
Yeah, I don't know if it was more oxygen or what, or what. Can I explain it? Why they were bigger?
I don't know. Apparently, there were more trees, more oxygen. Things grow bigger.
That's what I've heard. Is that true for plants? Like if you oxygenate a greenhouse, you get more, or is it carbon? They absorb carbon. Yeah.
Yeah, it's for animalia. I think we're talking about, but I don't know what plants do. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. No. At one point, you just gotta be like, I don't know.
There's a lot of times I said I don't know, and I still don't. That's why it's fun to talk about, but yeah, I think anything that's like, it's like New Perspective he's like a person around here. He's a mod, but like he went sort of rock hunting and he picked up all these things, and some of them I'm sure that even though I can't really prove it, I'm sure that they're hand tools that were used by somebody else. You know, very hard to say like why, but
like arrowheads.
Not arrowheads, like pounding items or like a scraper, different things like that, like where they don't exactly scream like that they were made by people, but when you hold them in your hand, you're like, oh, I totally know that this fits in my hand, awesome, and I totally know what I'd be doing with this if I was like a primitive person. I'd be like, you know, pounding out flour with this one, this other one I'd use to scrape hides with, and they're just like they're made like that. So either they're just wonderful rocks that just have a usefulness to them, or they were made by somebody else. But this other thing that he found, to me, looks like the back half of a fish. And he took it to different geologists, and they said it was not that. And so, but to me, it's still it even stronger. You know, I thought it was like a fish or some marine life just from pictures, you know. But he had actual geologists like take a look at it and then tell him that it was like some kind of like mud hole.
Interesting.
Can you stop back? Stop it. Whatever you're doing, stop backing up into me. You're close to fucking enough. It's like, oh, another inch. It's like, I'm just waiting for plastic to start cracking. What the fuck? Sorry.
That's
Lost my
funny.
shit there for a second.
Get out the car and beat him up.
I'm right here. I don't beat people up. I'll beep at you though. Maybe give you a mean look. Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, check out this look. Yeah. Yeah, you're close enough to me? Yeah, you think so? Go ahead and try to use a broken parking meter. Love it. Yeah, fossils, anything that fossils. I mean, it's rare to get. The conditions are interesting.
Are you in
Sometimes they turn out other
California
things after.
right now?
No,
Oh,
no, not
you're not
now.
a Cali guy?
I've spent some time in Cali, but I'm not a Californian. But yeah, there's like tons of interesting rocks to find out there in the Midwest for sure. Like lots of cool stuff.
I just gotta find some.
Yeah.
I mean, I know like where I'm at, there's trails, like wood trails, like nature reserves that are really, really hilly, like really hilly. I know that for for sure that there's some giant mud fossil that I'm standing on when I'm walking on those trails. And then compared to everything else around is just a lot of flat land.
I mean, I'll be honest. Like, there's a lot of stuff I've seen, like where I'm like, I don't know what that could be, or how anyone could tell what it is. Do you know
No,
what I
I
mean?
know. I again, it's like so much time's gone by.
Yeah, I
And
mean that's why
trees, yeah.
that's why I think that's why the Mud Fossil University channel like kind of has some ability to stick around that way, because really it's quite ambiguous once you just have rocks and you're like, what are these rocks? You know, and if you didn't chip them off of a side of a mountain, then I don't know. Like there could be any story. I mean, I've picked up like rock samples like in New Mexico that supposedly must have come to there via Colorado via the river. You know, so it's moved all that way. It's like, oh man, it's such a tough thing. I mean, that's why the archaeologists or you know anthropologists and all that they try to find a site and then they just like mine that because they try to find something that was still for a while. I guess if it's constantly moving, you would know like what what your samples might be or where they might be from. It could be like lots. Well, I assume there's questions like that anyway, man.
Oh yeah,
that's cool. Yeah.
My great grandpa, he was really into rocks. He was a big rock collector. He had like petrified wood. What's it called? Fucking quartz rock. That's the quartz rock is let me look it up. Is that the right word?
Yeah. Yeah, quartz crystal. I actually saw something
yeah, crystal.
I saw something pretty cool with somebody actually taking two pieces of quartz crystal and rubbing them together, and it creates a small amount of light. I did not know that for all the quartz crystal I've had and owned and stuff.
Apparently, people like in tribes would put those like small quartz crystals in maracas and would shake them, and the maracas would light up. They would have like the skin of the maraca be somewhat like transparent, where you can see through it, and they would shake them, and the maracas would light up, and they would dance to the maracas.
You're talking about crystals?
Yeah.
Well, they're fascinating. They have, if you strike them, they can create electricity. They can create like it's called the piezoelectric effect. Like your lighter. When you have So yeah,
That's
crystals
nuts.
have a very unique thing. Yeah.
I got a couple giant ones from my great grandpa at my place, and they're pretty cool to look at. Got one that looks like a white. It's a bunch of them, like all small ones on this giant slab of rock, and it's like what looks like white snow sprinkled over top of them. Like it's mind blowing. And he had some giant fucking petrified wood. Petrified wood is pretty cool to look at too. Fucking, I'll always love the look of petrified wood. The ones that he has. I know there's some petrified wood in what is it? What desert? There's just a bunch of them, just like logs, just chilling out there in some desert. And it's right kind of by these mountains, but it's like these just logs are just chilling there in the desert. I can find out maybe the desert, but yeah.
Yes. Weed store complete. Mission accomplished.
Yeah, I've got a complaint about the modding. Yesterday I was timed out for 30 minutes for one insult and one emoji, but today flat earthers have been allowed to spam hate non-stop for about 6 hours.
Nice. Cool. You can definitely always message a mod. Yeah. Rather than take up the airtime with
No,
it.
it's all love and memes, but that was the same for me and my emoji and my insult. So it's not fair.
What are you complaining about? What happened?
Just the flat earth bias of the server. No big deal.
Okay, you can take that up with Geo.
I just did. Yes. I don't know if he heard me, but I was just saying it out loud in case he could.
I think people are just biased about truth.
Yeah, we treat the truth unfairly. It sucks.
It's not about truth or fake. It's about the constant memes of mockery.
Well, you'll get that from both sides, so you can't act like it goes both ways.
Globers get timed out for it, and flat earthers don't. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Well, we shouldn't be making fun of Mark Curry or anybody else.
Now, hold on. Let me say something about this. Okay. Now, out in the world, okay, this is a channel where the subject is cosmology, right? And out in the world, okay, people who share their belief or perspective or opinion that the earth is not a wobbly baseball, we are the most persecuted, ridiculed people,
Right.
class of people that there are. There, of all people,
That doesn't
including the
give you the
mentally
right to
ill,
hate.
violent including violent criminals. We are considered the lowest untouchable. And then you have the nerve in this one of the few little bubbles we can communicate with each other with here. You have the nerve to say, hey, I feel like there's just too many flat earth memes and not enough.
You're being triggered because I called you hateful.
No,
you shared loads of hateful mocking memes, and I called you out for it. That's the end of it.
I'm mocked on a daily basis out in the world for my beliefs, and then you dared in this one with this small space.
So because you were mocked, it's fine to mock others. That's your argument.
That we have nowhere else to share these memes.
You don't need to share them. They're all hateful and mocking.
Who are you, the SOT police?
Hateful?
We have no.
Yes.
Come on.
Well, I disagree
Well, case
with you.
closed then, I
I
guess.
just wanted to share my opinion. Is that I disagree with you.
I think a lot of people are going to disagree with him.
Noted.
I mean, where else are we going to?
Cool for a few of them, but
Can you imagine?
It's hypocritical if you're going to time me out for an
Hey Don.
emoji.
Hey Don, but like you already get that like we can we can like talk about this subject if we believe it to our families, and then maybe we might not have families anymore. But we might lose our families talking about this, right? You
I'm not
understand
trying to
that
stop you
that's a fucking
talking
thing,
about
right?
flat Earth.
And
I'm trying to stop
ain't
you
no way,
mocking globe
ain't
Earth
no
as an
way.
argument.
I
Dog,
got disowned by
hold up.
my brother and my parents over this
Hold up.
subject. All
You're
right,
not
I'll share a
understanding
meme.
my point.
I'll
Hold
share
up.
a meme.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so Dawn, are you possibly just not understanding where the fuck you are right now? Is that possible? Maybe.
Yeah, it's possible. But
Okay, let's
facts.
calm
I
down,
like
guys.
discussing about
Hold
flat
on,
Earth.
hold on. Go.
I'm just saying the mocking
Calm
memes
down for a second.
are at a
Calm
high
down.
frequency, and I was triggered.
Excuse me. I lost my family about 4 years ago just because of this subject. Okay, just because I was talking about this subject, they disowned me. Now
And now you
I
want to
can't
mock
share a
other
meme.
people that
I
believe it.
can't share a meme with somebody on the internet. Is that what you're saying? Because there's no
Listen,
one.
guys.
I don't. The reason I'm here is I don't know a single
Yo, I'm
person.
trying to
Hold on,
talk. I'm trying to
you're
mod.
interrupting
Stop
me.
talking.
The only reason I'm here is because
Who is this guy?
You interrupted me. Excuse me, I'm talking. Now,
Listen, be quiet or I'm gonna
are you
mute you.
interrupting? I
Don't
was
talk.
already talking.
Don't talk for a second. Give me
Oh
30
my God,
seconds.
what is that guy's name?
Yeah, that please. So listen up, guys. If you have any modding problems, you can write a ticket and report them. We're not gonna discuss this live, okay? And please, let's keep to the subject and don't interrupt. I mean, come on. Well, what's going on here? We're adults.
Okay, I can speak now, right?
Yeah, and don't interrupt. Please go ahead.
Not bark at me like I'm a dog. I'm a man.
Then behave like one.
Again, you're talking at me like a dog.
If you say one more thing, I'm gonna mod you for an hour. Okay?
Smurf.
I'm gonna
Smurf,
mute you
come
for
on.
an hour. You're not gonna get your way in here. You understand? You're gonna respect everybody or you're gonna be muted. Caprende?
Smurf, that's
Thank
okay.
you. Now go on, please.
Listen to them.
How about you have a nice day and I'm out of here? You know, I'm gonna
Good.
make
Get lost. Good riddance.
I like that guy. He was just defending his meme expression, and it's fine to express yourself on memes. I was just commenting. To me, I get offended when they're all mocking and they spam in the text over and over again, and there's no argument behind them. It's just globe is stupid, globe is stupid, globe is stupid, over and over again, and I get offended. That's all.
Okay.
I was just
Why are you getting offended over this? This should be a true thing about our reality.
Cosmology is part of religion, and if you mock it, what someone
No,
believes in,
no,
if you
I'm
mock
talking about
that
the
to their
truth.
face, it's
The
offensive.
truth of where we are right now, what we're standing on, and what's provable, but not looking up into the sky, but what we can prove here on Earth. Why is the truth of something
Listen,
being
I can
laughed
say
at?
flat Earth is silly, but I don't spam memes saying it's retarded and stupid over and over again on repeat. That's what I don't
That's
do.
because that's what the globe is, though. So we have a right to do that.
Against evil, no, you do something different. So, you know, you have a different agenda. Okay.
Yeah, I do it my own way, Black. But I'm just
Yeah,
saying I was offended by that way that was happening. That's all I
well,
was saying.
you're more passive aggressive. So,
Yes.
you know,
How are you actually?
am I okay?
Yes.
He brought his feelings
She
up in
kind
the
of came
video.
out at you right there instead of, being
Well,
passive.
I'm just saying. Yeah, I did. Right. I'm pretty much
Yeah, she's
aggressive.
direct.
I'm the good Christian, but you're wrong. What do
I'm
you
not a
think? That's what
Christian,
she
and
does.
I just listen. Can we just move on? There's other people, and sorry you got offended by memes, but I mean, it is the 21st
that's
century,
fine. That's what it
so
is.
you know.
Yeah, man, cool out. So we got someone in the chat saying that Star Trail, Southern Celestial Pole, is a thing. Sigma Texas.
I love
Time
this
Master,
argument. It's
Portland.
the top argument for a globe, but so fantastic that she understood it. She finds it hard to explain it.
Who trouble about?
Yeah.
Yeah, if she can't explain it, she ain't understand it. You feel me?
That's a great argument. No, she understands that what people see in the sky suggests a globe and doesn't work on a flat Earth. She
So would you
understands
rather
that.
be taught by someone who can't relay the information or who can?
How you know things is very nuanced. You can be quite thick but still get the 3D model concept in your head.
Well, a lot of
possible.
people are quite thick and come here, shit, just like myself. But I'm smart enough to at least understand I don't live on a spinning water ball.
Have you considered the Southern Star Trails properly?
What do you mean properly? I'm talking about the ground being flat
like
and not
Trouble
moving.
About
What are you
has.
talking about, dude? The sky
To
has
the
nothing to
point
do
that
with
she
it.
has. Have
The
you
sky
done?
isn't the ground. Try again.
It's like this is funny. This is like a person that wants to put flooring in a person's house, instead of measuring the square footage of the ground, they start measuring the light bulbs.
Right.
And it doesn't relate to motion.
Because Earth's just a room, right?
Oh, here. Well, then here's a
Earth
good
is
one.
like a
There's
room.
no way for us to know if we're moving or not unless we leave this place and test it against another reference frame.
Yeah, how are you gonna do that?
Idiots.
There we go. Name calling.
It still
I'm sorry.
suggested
Idiot is
no.
a descriptive term. I could be offensive and get something else out, but I'm not gonna. Idiots, like moron or that kind of thing. They're in the dictionary.
Both of them derogative.
Offense is taken, never given, kiddo.
There's nothing derogative about an idiot. It just means someone who does idiotic things. Just like Geo's definition of a zealot is just someone who has zeal.
There you go.
Yeah.
We don't
But
have to make
anyway,
it personal, man.
celestial.
It doesn't have to be
I mean,
personal. We got to know. We got to
Yeah.
know why you guys think the star means something about the ground. Ready, go.
It's related to motion and how it's like looking out your window and watching the trees pass by as you go down the road.
Well, that's because I can tell I'm moving. I can prove all those things real easy.
Yeah. What if you were on a completely frictionless platform? There were no bumps. Couldn't feel the vibration of the engine. You were just in a perfectly still environment that was going down the track at a constant speed. Would you be able to feel it?
Well, because of friction, no. I would never be able to have that environment in the first place. We can't recreate that here.
Well, but you could imagine that and understand the concept.
That's the problem with Globers. I have to imagine to even go down the road with you guys. That's a problem.
With their glow model,
same
the
with
speed would be changing, and you would should be able to feel it. I'm pretty sure
Well,
with the glow bolt and everything, the speed would change of the rotation of the Earth,
You
but
have
we
to
don't
imagine-
feel that ever.
Well, the rotation's pretty constant, but the orbit is
Sure it
accelerating.
is.
But it happens.
Do you have
it
any
happens
evidence
over,
of rotation?
It happens over a period of 6 months, so I wouldn't think we'd feel it.
You've got to imagine a model to help you understand a model. You can't just jump there without imagining what it's supposed to be. That's how you think. Thinking.
You're begging the question with your model. You're presupposing a ball before you even know what you're standing on.
No, we looked around and found out it seems like a ball.
So you found the curvature?
Yeah.
How do you suppose that?
By seeing things disappear behind it and then doing loads of observations and measurements.
Yeah, I could explain the same thing, but on a flat Earth model. So
Not
now
to
we
me,
have
you can-
conflicting
not to me, you can.
ideals right here now.
You could explain it to me, but I wouldn't believe you.
So you don't think that perspective?
No, I don't. Definitely not.
Okay, you don't.
Not a
Then
chance.
how do you even like if I had a single hair, and I brought a head of my fingers, had it to your face, and slowly walk back and walk back and walk back and walk back like 10 yards, 30 yards. Would you see that single hair in my hand?
Of course things get smaller, but I'm not talking about things getting smaller. I'm talking about things disappearing behind Earth.
This is perspective.
No, I went to art college. I heard of perspective before, and you're
don't
begging the
think you
question saying
have.
that obstructs things.
It's not obstructing, it's you can't see.
That's what obstructing means.
You can't see. There's nothing, no objects
dissolve.
obstructing it unless you're talking about the air.
Bottom dissolves near the surface for some reason.
I didn't hear you.
The bottom of objects dissolves next to the surface of Earth for some reason.
It gets smaller. It disappears into the horizon.
Yeah, that happens up in the air as well, not on surfaces.
Yeah, your point.
So what's the surface got to do with it?
We're talking about perspective.
Yeah, perspective happens in
It
every
disappears
direction.
over the horizon, where the horizon
That's not
and
what
the
perspective
and
is.
the and the and the
Flat Earth made that up. That's a new definition of perspective. No one else agrees.
No one else agrees.
No one else agrees
Not
except flat earthers.
anyone on the earth.
Only flat earthers agree with that definition.
Yeah, and only Globers believe in your fucking religion.
What
religion?
What are you talking about? It is partly a religion to believe in how
Yeah,
the
it was a
universe is
religion that was
shaped.
concocted by Copernicus, a Jesuit priest.
Some of it was, yeah.
So that's why I said religion.
I mean, a lot of religions were created.
I
by
mean,
people.
I guess you could say there's religions like the Bible says the flat Earth, Hindu, the Torah, or the Bhagavad Gita says flat Earth.
Yeah, they were all
So
created by
I
who?
guess it can go both ways. Sure.
Yeah, religion plays into it. I don't deny that.
I wonder if Henry Ford was religious. Would that mean that Ford cars are a product of religion?
What does religion mean?
Having beliefs in things that don't necessarily have any physical evidence in support of it.
Holy shit! That sounds just like the heliocentric model right there.
That's what I was like. I mean, you know, religion is a weapon, and they're using it against us in a lot of different areas, a lot of different arenas, topics, to make everybody
That's
believe
so
too.
true. Sorry, please.
No. I kind of paused. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that is so true. Yeah, what you just said.
They tainted it because, what
Conquer and divide.
Yeah, exactly. Well, exactly, and that's what happened after, the stake, the cross, and you can't beat them, join them, and that's why we have, this one entity, this one huge dynasty, really running the world, and I believe it's over in Rome, and,
The Vatican.
it's yeah. I don't wanna offend anybody, but we sit here and I listen to you guys, and I do believe the stars it's one creation. So yeah, it's harder to prove for sure, but I just have a feeling that, you know, that is key to the creation because my spiritual beliefs, the stars are lining up next week for a month of Beeb. Every single year this happens. So the degrees might be a little off. I'm not looking for the degrees. I'm looking up above to let me know what month it is. And then I'm going to number my days after that. But how does this happen every single year? The
Decades, centuries. The constellations never change, and we're spinning through. We're whirling through space due to an explosion, and we're constantly expanding while we're rotating around the sun, and the moon's also rotating around us, and the sun is pulling us, and it's expanding.
How come the stars never crash into each other? And we're not crashing in, flying out there to other stars.
They have apparently, guys. Remember in the Bible when they say the fire and the water and the rocks come from the sky? Maybe that was two stars or two planets that crashed.
I don't know what you're talking about there. I'm sorry.
You've never heard the ancient ideas of the apocalypse?
The fire, water, and earth. That's like the four different elements of like people in the zodiac.
I'm talking about real fire, real earth, real water, and ice coming down from the sky. Boom. Crash.
Yeah, it will.
Wallop.
An apocalypse doesn't mean end of the world. It simply just means unveiling or revealing. So yeah,
End of
Book
the
of Revelation, Book of Daniel, very informative information, revealing.
All I was saying is stars could crash, and anything in our solar
They-
system
yeah,
could
they
crash. There
could,
could
but
be
why
massive
haven't they?
crashes in the sky.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
Remember, the Muslims believe the moon split.
You've witnessed these celestial body or these celestial bodies like planets like Saturn, Mars, Neptune as physical things, not light.
I do, yeah.
You've like seen it.
I've
You've had a
seen it.
telescope and you've
No, I
pointed
don't
it
have a
up to
telescope.
see.
I've seen it on the internet.
Okay.
I've seen them.
I trusted that some of the pics on the internet were of real objects in the sky. Yeah.
Pictures.
Some of the pictures on the internet. Yeah.
I don't know if you ever heard of CGI.
Yeah. Have you
It's
seen
just
the flat Earth map?
the CGI argument is like it's such an old and weak position to take to just deny everything that there's imagery of. It's
CGI like the dog cam used as a flat horizon.
Well, I mean, I can concoct a CGI image of a planet, but it could not actually be a planet. I could have like pictures of dogs and cats on it on the face of the moon.
CGI like the sun fading out instead of setting, even though no one ever sees that.
There's videos of sun just
Exactly.
disappearing. It's not going over
Have you ever heard of
the
CGI?
horizon. Yeah, I just brought that up to you.
Exactly. So you're
You
gonna
make
have
that
to,
you
you're
make
gonna
that
have to
sound like
rule,
that's
you're
an
gonna have
end
to
all
rule
be all
out
to my
every video
argument.
that you've ever used as evidence, right?
If we keep just pointing to CGI, then we can't get
Exactly.
anywhere. Everything
Exactly.
is CGI then.
So you should admit that some people manage to take photos of stuff that looks like an object in the sky.
Sure. You could say NASA takes pictures, but I don't trust
Oh,
NASA.
people, not NASA. People with telescopes and cameras on Earth.
Yep. Yeah, but I just don't understand how you're contributing that to be like a spherical body of like a
It
planet.
looks like a spherical body. That's
I'd
why.
say it's not as spherical, it's two-dimensional.
What about the moon? Is that
The
2D?
moon, yeah. If it was spherical, there wouldn't be crescents.
How can
That's
I have
not
a
how
discussion
the
with someone who
shadows
thinks
work.
the moon is a circle, not a sphere? How can I discuss anything
Yeah,
with you?
I didn't get the.
You could talk
hear the
about how
full
the
answer.
shadows work on the
You cut
moon.
him
You're
off.
dishonest about shapes, though. I can't discuss anything with you.
No, the shape is the circle.
No.
You're talking about the dimension. You're claiming that it's a
No,
third
I'm talking
dimension.
about the
I'm claiming
clear,
it's two-dimensional.
observed, apparent shape.
Yeah, circle. We both agree on that.
No.
Yeah.
No,
That what you see in the sky is a circle.
I can't
no,
discuss
it's a
anything.
sphere.
So you've seen the other side of the moon? You've seen the back side of the moon?
You're
Have
so
you seen the
dishonest.
backside of a basketball?
So dishonest, I can't discuss reality with you.
No, and you do keep
What?
cutting him
What? No,
off. Why don't you
dude.
stop cutting him off?
Oh
Let him
my
answer the
God.
questions full. You don't know where he's going to end.
This is my test of honesty. If you say the moon is just a circle, you're a liar.
That's what we observe. That's what we see. We see a circle in the sky when we
No,
go outside. Same with the sun. How is that?
said-
It's not a fucking square.
You said something that the crescent is not possible on a spherical object, that it has to be a flat object. I would say the exact inverse of that is true.
Yeah, and is that provable? Testable?
Well, it's just can you think about it in 3 dimensions, how that would work? Can you just think about it and understand that
Yeah,
a flat disc would not have a crescent,
It would be flat. The shadow would be flat. There couldn't be any crescent.
Yeah, it would be lit or unlit if it was flat.
That's not the nature of of its shape. We're not talking about whether it's literal unlit doesn't talk about the nature of its shape.
Well, that's all I was going to point out. It looks like a big round rock to me, and I've seen it pretty close. You know.
I think we all have.
Yeah.
And besides, we can see slightly different parts of it depending on the seasons. We don't see exactly the same face all the time. It varies a tiny amount, and they've used that to make stereographic photos of it.
We see only the one
even
face
matter.
of it. We just
Look
we
into
don't
it.
see.
You
What do you
see a
mean?
little bit more on one side and a little bit less on one side, as if it were a sphere that you were seeing from slightly different perspectives.
If you're
Look
talking
into it.
about going down to the southern hemisphere and seeing that it's rotated upside down,
No.
There's a term for that. What's the term? He's pointing out.
Aberration, is it?
Yeah.
Is that it?
It does look like a sphere. I emphasize sphere. I emphasize does. When you zoom in on it, you can see mountains, and it does appear to curve. But that doesn't mean anything. If you've seen those styrofoam tests where they lay out like all kinds of styrofoams and they tell you which one is up, which one is downwards, it's very hard to tell. So looks like and being certain of it being a sphere are two different things.
Why
You gotta
would,
admit that.
what is testable?
why would God put a fake sphere in the sky? I see.
Well, we don't know what God put in there, up there, bro. We don't know
Asking
what
me,
it is.
why would he? Why would he have done that if he did?
Because he can put anything there. He could
What,
put
does
half
he
a
love
face. It could be a triangle on the other side. You don't
fake
know.
balls just to trick us?
Hey, yo,
But he's
SE.
God, right? He can do
Very
anything.
Gnostic.
Yo, SE, real quick. SE. There's a photo over in McToon's, debate video, and one of his ballers that he had on the show. He was a baller pilot versus a flattered pilot, and the baller pilot put a picture, and I'm gonna post it right now. He put a curve from the plane and then drew a straight line and said, "This is representing the curvature of the Earth." But then I posted a picture. I could even do it again right now if you need me to, of a table that I have that's round, and I could put my phone on the table to take a picture, and the middle of this round that we're looking at, it does look like a ball. But then I put, dude, this is a flat round table, so it's an optical thing to where when you're looking at something that's curved like a hula hoop, it will look like it's being like it'll look like a ball.
Yeah,
But that's
if
kind
you
of the
move
point.
around, you can tell it. But and I wanted to mention that debate that you talked about on MC Tunes where they had the Globe Earth pilot and Flat Earth pilot. Quincy Carr is genuinely a Flat Earth pilot. There's just to the Globers, so you guys know, he is a flight instructor and everything, and he does believe Earth is flat.
Absolutely, because he gets it, he understands it, he knows what's up.
And he exhibited enough knowledge as a student pilot that I would fly with the guy. He seems like a real nice guy.
I need to talk to this guy. How do I talk to this guy?
Quincy
sounds
Carr.
pretty sane to me. He doesn't
Yeah,
think that
he's,
he can't land planes except if he goes from east to west with the curvature. Do they make runways to east to west with
he
the
on
spin of
Discord?
the Earth?
Oh my God, is he on Discord?
Yeah, no,
I don't know. I
that's a
doubt
good
it.
question. That's a good question.
He's got a really strong stutter, speech impediment.
Yeah, he's like,
Yeah.
yeah, he's funny, but it's okay.
Okay, I need to get at this guy. How do I get at him? Is he on YouTube? Where's he at?
Hey, well, if you watch the video, he does tell you how to get a hold of him. He does have like a connection.
Yeah, he's employed by a flight school out in California somewhere, and he tells you the name of it and everything.
APOC, send me the video or whatever that's got his info on it.
Okay,
please.
give me a second.
Got no reasoning at all.
Just real quick,
Time you did
58.
sound good.
Oh wow, Jeremy. But you're right though. Okay, 58 minutes past the hour. I posted another picture, and look it definitely looks like it's curving on the sides. But again, that's a round fucking flat table. Here's my point. Here's my point. To our eyes, if you're in the middle of the ocean or if you're in the sky, you're going to see a 360 degree around you. And yes, if you're looking straight ahead and to your peripherals, the left and right look like they're dipping down, but it's a flat circular thing that you're seeing because that's the way our eyes fucking just naturally see. That's our eyes.
It doesn't apply to the moon, bro. That's the difference.
Yeah. It has nothing to do with the moon. It has nothing to do with it. I'm talking about because they pointed out in that picture that I first posted at 57 minutes after the hour, he's saying he drew a straight line across on a curve, and he said this is why he believed it was a ball because that plane is so high. This is the way he sees it. But then I posted at 58 minutes, like, yeah, I could do the same thing on a flat round table. It's the same principle. It's the way we see things. No, it is
different.
All you got to do is move around, and you can tell the
How
difference.
is it completely different? Please explain.
Scale.
Oh
He's really far above the table, next to the edge, looking
It's
down.
the
at
same
it.
thing.
The other guy is in a plane, looking right across a massive Earth.
But
If something can't be replicated, then like, how is that even
You
science?
cannot replicate Earth as a table, bro, with a shitty camera. That's not how you do
You should be able
science.
to replicate the.
It's not an analogy.
It's flat.
Okay. Let's get logical with it. Okay, in both pictures, is the center of the picture higher than the left and right? Yes or no? If you drew a straight line across, would it be curving left and right? Yes or no? That wasn't rhetorical. That was a very, very straight out question.
I already told you, I don't believe this analogy. It's rubbish.
Okay, that's fair. You can stand in your position. That's fine. It is what it is. But for somebody else that's paying attention or listening, you can show that because I'm 50,000 feet in the air and I see the ocean curving in my peripheral, it doesn't mean that it's a ball. It just means
I agree with
that it's round.
I agree. But if you're high in a plane, maybe you could see the real curve.
No, that's the point. If you can even go higher. It doesn't matter if you're 10,000 feet, 20 or 30,000 feet. You're still seeing something that is round.
You're
so no matter
asserting
how.
it, and I'm saying maybe. Who's more logical?
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. It is what it is.
Maybe if you're on a globe, it looks like a circle as well until you go high and look down. Then you can tell the difference, maybe.
Okay, here's another thing too. If you were to take a 360 degree panoramic view from a plane, that from let's say below the plane, you took a 360 degree camera, and every direction you look, it's going to look like a hula hoop below you. It doesn't mean that you're on a ball, because it can be the same thing compared to you're just on a flat round surface. So the roundness that you're seeing is only because of your eyes. Like, I don't know what you're not understanding about that. The roundness of your, if you look straight out to the horizon and it looks curved on left and right, and then you go a little bit to the right, and now that center is up and the left and right's curved. So it's a peripheral thing. It's a visual thing. Okay, that's fair.
It could be the same in a plane, even at that height of that guy, but I don't know why it's curved. I think that's just a shitty photo.
Well, that's fair. That's fair.
I know what you're saying. On either model, at the edge of our eyes, it dips down a bit.
Yes, exactly. Because that's the way our eyeballs see. And then if it looks flat at one point, right? But when you go really, really high, all of a sudden it's bending from the left to the right. It's bending. But you can get the same effect, optical effect, if you're on a flat table that's round. And that's what I was pointing out.
I don't think so, no.
Okay, that's fair. You don't have to believe it. It's all good. I'm just saying that it doesn't mean that you're living on a ball only because you see a curve in your snapshot camera that you took, and now it's rounded. Because if I take another camera shot of a flat table that's round, and you can get the same effect, how does that not at least raise a red flag in your head? You'd be like, oh shit, yeah, it's kind of the same thing. So maybe it's not just a ball, it's just a flat perception.
Well, see, the thing is, Apocryphon, everyone sees the moon like when the moon's full. People in South Africa see the same shape as the people in America. If it was a flat disc and the people in South America were seeing, or South Africa were seeing round like a disc,
right?
Then the people in America would be seeing an oblate angle to that object, and it would not look round.
I get it. I'm not saying that the moon is flat. I'm saying that if you took 15 pool balls and put them on top of a table, it doesn't mean that the table is a ball. It just means that the pool balls are round.
Oh, I agree.
So, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but the moon appears the same angular size from both places. Unlike the pool balls, there'll be different sizes based on your distance to.
Well, we're also saying that
surfaces-
these things are very, very fucking large, dude. Like, come on, the moon is pretty big in our sky.
Yeah, and it's the
All
same
the
distance for
surfaces you
everybody
can
on Earth.
Yeah,
Okay.
it doesn't make the Earth a round though. It doesn't make the Earth a ball though. That's my whole point.
But it also doesn't mean that the moon is going over a flat surface because it can't be changing distance.
Wait, what?
The moon is clearly not changing distance. You know, a full moon all night long stays the same size, so it's not changing distance. It's the same distance from you all night long.
No. You're wrong. It's definitely a different distance throughout the night because
No, it's the same size. How is it the same different distance?
Okay.
Size?
Because here's why. Because something so large, you can't tell it traveling X amount of miles away. If the moon traveled 50 miles from you and it's so large, almost like if you're so close to your TV, like, and then you started moving your TV away from you, it's still going to look very, very big in front of your eyes because that's just how big it is.
Right.
Like it's all perspective.
Yeah,
it's
it's not about 50 miles. It's about whether the moon is twice as far away from you or not. You know, what's the relative ratio?
Well, that goes back to, do you have a falsehood belief that this moon is 243,000 miles away, or is it local? That's a whole nother argument, though. Because
who cares about the distance? I'm talking about the relative distance. Like it stays the same size all night long.
Well, eventually, it is going to go in the distance. It does get smaller, and I have video. No, that's very true. I have video of the moon and the sun in a great distance away. It looks smaller, but we're talking about when
you need to actually measure it.
Okay, all right, yeah. How are we going to measure that? I don't know.
With a sextant or something that can measure angular size, or you could take photographs at the same zoom level and count the pixels. There's 3 different ways you can measure.
Okay, so you're telling me that because the moon is an angular size that's relatively the same when it's either 7 o'clock at night or 10 o'clock at night, you're telling me that it has to be a ball.
No, I'm saying that the moon is the same distance, but 7 o'clock and 10 o'clock.
I agree, actually. Yeah, you're right. It is the same distance.
That's all I was saying. The moon stays the same distance now. The moon stays the same distance for everyone on the entire Earth. Now, how do you explain that if the Earth is flat?
But eventually, when the Earth is when the moon is so far away, it does get smaller in a distance, only because of angular size resolution.
I've never seen that, bro. I'm on 41.
Yeah. Okay. Let me post a video of somebody recording the moon that looks actually really fucking small because it's way
is he measuring
off.
it? Is he measuring it? You know,
Yes,
we don't want to see.
Might be a video of it, but why have I never
video
seen
of the moon?
41 years.
Yeah.
Why don't you want a video of the moon?
How many times I've seen the moon and I've never seen that happen once?
Sure, show us the video.
Okay, hold up. Let me show you.
So to be clear, we're talking about the size of the moon during a single night during the full moon. We agree that the moon changes angular size slightly due to its orbit throughout the month, but we're talking about within the space of 12 hours, a full moon angular size doesn't change. And it's within, 0.5% for everybody on Earth. So that means it's the same distance from everybody on Earth.
All right. All right. I'm going to take a screenshot of this real quick. Oops. Here we go. Okay. I'm going to post 2 pictures for you. Okay. And tell me how they're not different in angular size. Okay. Just real quick. It's all based upon what you're saying. And these are photos taken from the Earth. Okay. I'm going to post them and then we can talk about it.
Right.
Here we go. I put next side by side. I'm posting both of them. Okay?
Same night, same Zoom.
So come on, same night? Are you kidding me, bro? Oh, it was the same time. Was the Earth? Come on, dude. I'm just showing you.
Did you say me?
I'm just showing you that one looks really big, but then another time it looks actually smaller. It's not the same size. So how do you count?
How do I
We
count
don't
for that?
see that, man.
The zoom was different.
Yeah, we don't see that.
Okay. Well,
have you ever
open
seen
your
the
eyes.
moon like smaller than? Have you ever seen the moon?
Yes.
Have as big as some other
Yes. Me personally, yes. I've actually seen the moon when the sun and the moon are in the sky at the same time, and the moon looks really small because it's way. So if I look to the west, and I see the moon, it's small. Then I look to the east, and I look at the sun, and it's also the same exact size. Obviously, these are just 2 celestial, celestial beings. No, that's wrong.
Celestial.
Yeah, whatever it is. I'm kind of tipsy right now.
Yeah,
I'm
there's
just
2
saying.
celestial objects that are physical,
Objects. There
but
you
that
go.
somehow don't.
There's 2 celestial objects that are that they're now the same size when you're looking up in the sky and you see the sun on the west rising. You look at you look to the east and the moon is setting, and they're the same size.
They appear the same angular size, but the same angular size doesn't mean they're the same size.
False.
It could.
Yeah, exactly. They could, and they do, because they are. They are the same size.
Are the same size?
Yes, the sun and the moon are the same size. Absolutely. Maybe maybe you don't believe that, but that's a fact. They are the same size.
Yeah, they're the same angular size in the sky, but I'm saying that does not necessarily imply that they're the same actual size if they're different distances, for example.
Right. And there's times when the moon looks super big because it is, right? Because it's in our sky. The same way the sun looks super big in the sky because it is. And then when they go way off in the distance, they are no longer that same size.
No, they're
they
always
get
about
smaller.
half a degree.
You guys love.
We love measurements, right?
No. You guys love angles and all this stuff,
Yeah,
but it doesn't negate the fact that these things are smaller in a distance. Because if you took the sun, which is blaring, it looks humongous, but that's only the amplification, if you will, of the sun rays. Go ahead.
So when do you say it looks bigger at sunset or when it's high in the sky?
High in the sky.
It looks bigger when it's high in the sky.
Yeah. And then in the distance, it looks small. And it makes sense, of course. If I took a car, okay, and let's say a big rig, okay, and I was up close to it, it's fucking huge. But in the far distance, it's small. What don't you get about that?
The moon's a better example. Have you not seen the moon when it's rising or setting? That it looks really big when it's on the horizon.
Have I not? Hold on. Wait, hold on. Let me put my phone on the charger.
So yeah, I've done that. Now, like when you're down on the ground and especially like as it's coming up like through the trees and stuff, they say it's a bit of a optical illusion, where by comparison it makes it appear to be really large. But so I've done that where using my drone, I was viewing it with my own eyes that way. And then I took my drone and got up above the trees, went up about 400 feet. And in that case, like that's where, again, we've talked about this video. I took it quite a while ago, but if you scroll up to, what is it? 9 minutes after the hour, I took that time lapse with my drone. And I would argue that the moon does at least appear to change in angular size a little bit there. Now it could also be like an intensity thing, kind of like where you guys talk about using a solar filter for the sun. But from first frame, if you compare first frame to last frame in this time lapse, there's a pretty significant angular size change in that moon as it, in my opinion, appears to be approaching, not rising.
Trees ain't got nothing to do with it though, bro. It happens over the ocean. And it looks way bigger when it rises. It's because the atmosphere is lensing it. And, and it's measurably bigger. I don't give a shit what y'all say y'all are measuring, bro. Just use your fingers and measure it. And or you could use a marker. Like if you're around a tree, you can cut an angle and then wait for it to rise some, and then just move up forward and just compare it to something width wise. And it's obviously bigger, man. In comparison, like if you compare it to something when it's low and when it starts to rise, sometimes it's real big, man.
But the thing is that's the opposite of what we would expect due to perspective, though.
Have you ever heard?
No, it ain't.
Have you ever heard of a
what we'd
supermoon?
expect.
Have you ever heard of a supermoon?
Yeah, it's when the moon is close.
Yeah, and it
when it's rising on supermoon, it's fucking scary big, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
So with the lensing thing, right? If you're catching the moonrise as it's very low on the horizon, and you're on the ground, you're looking through that most dense layer of atmosphere, right, towards it. And so that's where you would get. That's where you would
so
get
the atmosphere is making it look bigger, right?
Guys, try to not interrupt today. Hold on, Lou. Hold on a second, Lou. Guys, let's try not to interrupt, please, today. All right, it's not. I can't go down like that. Go ahead, Lou. Finish it up.
I did. That's where you'd get the most atmospheric lensing, is when you're looking through the most atmosphere, and that's why I took my drone higher up. So I made both of these observations simultaneously. You know, I was viewing it one way with my eyes, a very large looking moon, took my drone up and got a pretty small looking moon. And over the course of 25 minutes for that time lapse, then when you look, just reiterating, when you look at that time lapse that I posted at 9 minutes after the hour, and if you compare the first frame to the last frame, there's a pretty significant change in angular size in the moon. So the moon is smaller as it's farther out and bigger as it's closer.
Okay. So I have a really good question for you. Okay, so when the moon looks that big to us on the ground, okay, and the moon even is like, you could argue that how many moons fit inside the globe model Earth? How many moons? It's like 50, or how many? 4, 5, 7?
They say the moon is about a quarter of the size of the Earth.
So how many moons can fit inside the Earth in your globe model?
Size, it'd be 0.5 degrees. So from horizon to horizon, 180. You should be able to fit 360 moons from one horizon to the other.
Okay. So with that being said, if the moon looks that big from the ground we're on, then how do you explain when you're on the moon looking back at the Earth and it looks like a moon to the moon? It's real small in comparison. So here's what I'm saying.
It's 4 times bigger.
You're just all over the place, though. So now this is about.
Hold on. No, don't just hand wave it. I'm saying if the Earth is that big in comparison to the moon, so then wouldn't the Earth look way bigger in the sky to the moon as it does to the Earth?
No, Puckerfine. If the moon's occupying a half a degree of your vision from the Earth, then the Earth is going to occupy about 2 degrees of your vision. So it's not that much difference from surface to surface.
Wow. Is that a belief or a fact?
Well, the 2 degrees is 4 times more than a half a degree, isn't it?
Here you guys go with your degrees and angles, man. I'm just saying, like, logically, if I took a basketball next to a tennis ball, obviously the tennis ball is way smaller than the basketball. But if I took that same photo on the opposite side from the tennis ball, how does the Earth look like a tennis ball to the tennis ball? It would look way bigger in the Earth, in the field of view, because it's a basketball. Like, what don't you get about what I'm trying to explain right now, dude? Like, this is retarded at this point. Because if I took a tennis ball next to a basketball, yeah, it is, because you're just not getting it. And you want to argue that that a basketball can look like a tennis ball to the tennis ball. That's so false. That's so false.
Are you not forgetting a few factors? Like, for example, one of the arguments is that the sun looks so big because the atmosphere is enhancing what you're seeing. Yes. So the moon would look bigger. But let's say that we're out in space from behind the moon where there is no atmosphere. Then we don't have this magnification effect. So in theory, that would work exactly as the picture shows.
Okay, I don't know why we're changing it up. Did you guys see Lou's picture of the moon getting bigger and smaller, or?
Yeah, I mean, people don't really care to look at what anybody's talking about. When anybody posts anything in here, almost never do they actually go and check it out. They just like to argue with each other.
Unbelievable.
I don't see the pictures.
It's the time lapse video that I posted at 9 minutes after the hour, so it's been a little while already. Most people should have seen it by now. I took this a few years ago. QE was using it for an argument that he was making. Yeah, it's been passed around a little bit.
It's just interesting to me that we cannot accept, or not we, but y'all can accept that there are things in the sky that look smaller at a distance, even though when they're right above us, they look really big. That's logic. Of course it's going to do that. But you guys want to insist that, this falsehood that this isn't reality, but it is reality. That is our reality. Things look smaller in the distance.
Hey, why would the sun change angular size during the day on the globe model?
We don't observe that.
Okay, well, we actually do observe it though.
Yeah, we with the solar lens, you can see the sun is the same exact size as the moon as it crosses over us. I don't know what
was that your way. Was that your way of saying that it wouldn't work?
We don't see the sun change size through the day.
I'm glad you're coming around, man. I'm glad that you're disavowing the globe now.
Right? By your own words.
Because it does. It actually does. It does change angular size, even with really nice solar filters, and even according to time and date and stellarium, specifically stellarium.
How many digits to the right of the decimal are those changes?
Look how funny this is, right? So time out. So we've gone from it doesn't change to how much does it change? So it does change.
Yeah, I said to us. I mean, to our vision, the human perception, we don't perceive any change.
That's what you say, but then when we went out there with the solar filter, we saw it change, and then the baller said, "Oh no, you need this $20,000 solar filter."
No, you just need the proper solar filter.
Well,
here we
I
go.
showed them the solar filter I used, Dave and I used, and it is a really nice one. And they said, "No, you need one more like this," and it was $20,000. Well, no. None of them have ever used it at all.
Yeah, a good proper solar filter is no more expensive than an NP1000 or an ND1000. I think that's what's used. The ND1000 filter is equivalent to about a number 4 shade welding lens. That's not dark enough.
Yeah, exactly. I could take my welding hood and look up at the sun and it's actually way smaller than when I take my welding hood off, because that's the lensing that's happening.
That's right.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Okay, it does change angular size in the day. My question was, if the sun changes angular size in the day, how does the globe explain that?
Does it too?
Well, you would. What you're talking about is how many? Like I said, how many decimals to the places to the right of that decimal are you seeing that change on
That doesn't
stellarium?
matter. There still has to
It
be
does.
a cause.
It does.
Doesn't
It's
matter. There
below
still has to
human
be a cause.
perception.
That's
It's below
irrelevant.
human perception. It
It
is. It
still has
isn't
to-
irrelevant.
It is quite literally irrelevant because there still has to be a cause.
That's because it's getting closer, and then moving further away by like
So-
6,000 miles.
So the sun during the day gets closer and then moves further away.
Yeah, by the difference in distance from when you see it rise till it's straight over your head, that's a difference of about 6,000 miles.
Okay, so if there's an angular size change when it's setting, just when it's setting, then how does that work?
There is
just when it's setting. I don't know. I can't talk on that.
So it would debunk the globe then, right?
Oh yeah, well, you'd have to show that to us.
Just go to Stellarium, dude. Stellarium itself says it happens. In fact, Stellarium shows the angular size like getting smaller and then bigger at sunset.
Why would you use Stellarium for this? You have eye.
Hey, buddy. Are you guys conceding that if the sun changes angular size at sunset, that it debunks the globe?
Yes,
It doesn't,
if the
so,
angular
yeah.
size changes more than 5%, it completely debunks the globe.
Why'd you add more than 5%? That's totally irrelevant. If it's only
No,
changing
because we everybody agrees that it changes size. We're arguing about how much it changes.
No, we're actually arguing about the mechanism that causes it to change size only at sunset. Try to keep up, please.
It doesn't change at sunset.
Oh,
in real
keep
life.
up your nonsense. Okay.
Oh, just no. Okay, so then you do agree it would debunk the globe.
Right.
Yeah, I agree
So
that it would.
The sun
but
always
because
appears
it doesn't
between-
happen. It doesn't debunk anything.
The sun, the size of the sun in the sky is always between 31.6 and 32.7 arc minutes all year long. It's never below 31.6 or above 32.7. That's not much.
Okay, so just to clarify, all the globers agree that if the sun changes angular size at sunset, it debunks the globe.
Yeah.
It would have
Okay,
to.
Cool. Just go to Stellarium. Check it out, man. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Right. You know, hey, Witsit, it's now been 48 hours that we have been smacking these dudes, and I appreciate that. It's awesome. Started yesterday
so
with
the
Coach
difference between the largest and the smallest we view the sun is 3.5 degrees. 3.5.
Why do you just repeat things like a robot? Like I'm talking about the angular size change. And do you also
I'm
agree
talking
that
about the difference between the largest angular size and the smallest angular size is at most 3.5%.
So does it just change at sunset?
That's over a period of 6 months.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
which is
That's the most.
that's called a red herring fallacy, huh, Lefland?
Putting the word fallacy
I don't
after something doesn't mean it's an actual fallacy.
Do you know what a red herring is?
I do.
Can you define it?
Yes, it's talking about a different topic than the one that was.
No, that's not what. No, it's specific, sort of. It's specifically something that has the illusion of being relevant to the discussion, but is actually implemented with intention to divert. Okay,
Did you
that's
make
like
up that
text.
definition?
That's,
You
no,
just
that's
made that
what
up?
it is. No, that's just what it is.
Because illusion is not the right word. You meant illusion. So you.
Oh my god, dude! It's presented as if
What's
it's
it?
relevant
What was
to the topic, but it's with intention to divert.
Yeah, what was the point that you said earlier? If something changes, and then check Stellarium.
If the sun changes angular size at the time of sunset, then it would debunk the globe. And actually, what Stellarium shows is that, and it's a very small change. That doesn't matter at all. It's that it'll actually get bigger, or it'll get smaller and then bigger at sunset, like in a matter of seconds.
Right.
It'll
Because
get smaller
it
than bigger.
amplifies. because the lensing is way more than when it was in your peripheral and your angular perspective. It does all of a sudden expand, like it looks way bigger, only because through the medium that you're looking, the density of the atmosphere, it all of a sudden it just shines brighter. But if you take a solar lens, you'll see that it's smaller than how you're seeing it to your naked eye.
I mean, it may actually be the other way around. I can't remember off the top of my head. It may be bigger than smaller. I don't remember.
Well,
that would definitely make sense on a flat Earth if it gets slightly bigger and then smaller. But none of this works on the globe. So, like, it's a very small change, but this requires a mechanism. It doesn't matter how big the change is. Obviously, stellarium data comes by observations using very good solar filters. Do you guys agree?
No, they can't agree to that because then they have to like shift their whole position.
No, they have to keep the window. They have to keep the window open that the solar filter is not good enough. So I guess
exactly.
Stellarium data is not using the right solar filter.
Exactly.
Look, things appear different angular sizes based on their distance. It's really simple perspective.
Correct.
But on the globe, are you saying the sun is getting further and then closer right at sunset?
Not right at sunset. It changes.
It should be the same
throughout the
size.
whole day, but it's about.
So then your explanation wouldn't actually work. It's pretty simple.
So the sun changes size, angular size, about 6,000 miles.
Okay.
He just keeps repeating it. It's like a robot.
So here's the question. You have a sun that is a particular size, and and it's 93 million miles away from you.
Right.
And you see it a certain size, and then as your Earth spins away from it, it shouldn't get smaller. It should still be the same big size that it is. It's just you're eventually no longer going to be able to see it because it's now the Earth is turning in your model. So then now it's going beyond the horizon, and then you can no longer see it because now you spun around away from it. This is what Wiz is saying. If it gets smaller, then it negates your globe theory. It only helps the flat Earth theory because now we're saying in our flat Earth model, we're saying it's actually just traveling further away from you in a far distance as it makes its circuit around this planar, jacuzzi, if you will, and it's getting way farther away from you, and that's why it looks smaller. But it shouldn't on a ball.
Let's see if the Globers even know what's going on here. So, like, according to the belief that you hold, I'm trying to stop using the word religion. I think it's antagonistic. So, according to this belief that you hold, what causes the 6,000-mile change?
As the Earth rotates, you come closer to the sun and then farther from the sun.
Why?
Because the Earth is rotating and you're at one part on the globe when the sun rises, and then when you rotate enough so that the sun is directly overhead, then you're about 4,000 miles closer, 6,000 kilometers, and then as it goes from noon to sunset, you rotate it slightly farther away by about 4,000 miles.
What? Why would it not be? It would be
anything
equidistant
compared to 93 million, but.
Buddy, it would be equidistant.
Well, it's 93 million plus 4,000, 93 million, and then 93 million plus 4,000 again. So 93 million plus 4,000 is a really tiny percent.
Oh, I thought it was 6,000.
6,000 kilometers or 4,000 miles. 3959 is the radius.
There you go. Okay. So 4,000 miles out, 93 million miles gives you an arc second?
I don't know. It's a tiny percent. I don't know what it is.
Oh.
What's it again?
Oh, man.
If only we had a math teacher to be able to do the math for us and figure it out.
Especially when he's making the mathematical claim. So, Jesse, they were saying that the sun does change angular size throughout the day from horizon to horizon. And it's because you're on a ball. So you're getting slightly closer to the sun at noon, effectively, for you. And then you get further away.
And you want to know the angular size change?
Do you agree with me so far?
That is what they're saying.
I'm looking at it right now and running through time lapse, and it's showing the angular size down to hundredths of a minute of angular size, and it's not changing through the day at all, even maintaining that for several days. And then it'll change 100th of a degree after about 5 days, but I'm not seeing any change through the day at all down to the 100th of a minute.
This is getting worse and worse for you guys. So first you said it does change throughout the day. Now you trashed that. And now why would it just change after 5 days? Why would multiple days make it happen?
So
because the angular size change is so slight that we can't perceive it.
So it's progressive?
Of course it would be.
Okay, so that would be the annual size change, not the daily.
Well, it's, you know, the fluid consistent change. It changes over time, but it's just
for it
that
to be progressive, that means it would be
it's
the
just
annual progression of the path of the sun, right?
it's just like you know, what it is it a see it's if it's a half a degree or 31 minutes, it changes like a minute of a degree every 6 months.
Okay, so
Yeah,
now this is
about
another red
3.5%.
herring fallacy. This is like the second time you guys have done this, right? We're talking specifically about daily change, and you guys keep reverting back to the annual whenever you don't have an answer.
That's what I said. The daily change, I've answered it 3 times. We don't perceive it because it's so slight. It's beyond human perception to see the difference.
Hey,
Yeah,
what's
it's
it?
less than 0.1%.
Yeah, the daily change would be 0.08 arc seconds between high noon and sunset.
And so then it would
hell?
do that. So it would do that from sunrise to high noon as well.
Right.
Exactly. 0.08 arc seconds.
Okay, that's what's up.
You haven't got
So-
anything that can measure that.
So the sun gets bigger. What do you mean we don't have
3.5,
anything that can
yeah.
measure that? How do we get the measurement then?
They just mathematically assumed it based on the globe model.
Exactly. Exactly.
What is
I would say the only. I would say that
What
the
does
only place
Stellarium
that it
show
would
then?
show up would be in the math.
What does Stellarium show then?
Stellarium shows
We
an
know
angular
what you would
size
say. All we
change.
gotta do. Go ahead. Go ahead. What's it? What?
Stellarium shows an angular size chain of the sun at sunset.
So just so I can confirm, because I've only just come in, if you make an unfalsifiable claim, is it valid, or do you just throw it in the trash?
Oh, we can throw in
Well,
the
it sounds like that's what Witz is doing. He's making an unfalsifiable claim. How are you going to falsify what Witz is saying?
No. What I heard is that we have this 0.008 arc second difference, but we can't measure it. So how do you falsify that?
Well, the change is so slight, it only shows up in the math.
By
Yes, how'd you
baselessly reifying it
How
again.
do you falsify that?
I don't know. That would be for you to figure out. That'd be for you to figure out. And because you can't falsify it, does not mean that it's not falsifiable.
Wait. Let's clarify, Crypto. This is what they're saying. If they make an unfalsifiable claim, it's valid until you figure out how to falsify it.
Right.
How much does the globe say? How much does the globe say it? Hold on. Can you get? Am I breaking? How much does the globe say? How much does the globe say that it decreases every day in angular size? 0.08 arc seconds.
No, that was throughout the day, from noon till sunset or sunrise.
It'd be
0.08 arc seconds. Is it arc seconds?
Yes, in total angular.
Okay, and we
angular
can't falsify it. And we have no way to falsify that. You said, Jesse.
I don't know of anything that can measure it that accurately, because the fuzziness of the limb in any optics is going to be much larger than that anyway. So it's going to. I don't know how you'd measure that.
What would be the range like? Because it would actually be it'd be 0.16, obviously, right? Total change throughout the day. So
No, that's the total diameter angular change.
okay, so what's the smallest that we can measure?
I don't know. I don't have anything that resolves better than like 3 arc seconds.
So when you guys make the dumbass claim that the sun doesn't change angular size throughout the day, it's actually just a baseless claim.
Well, for all
No, we're
practical
saying that
purposes,
based on our model, it doesn't
What kind of
change.
claim did
You
you
were
say?
saying that
What kind
it
of
could
claim?
change.
Baseless.
You said dumbass claim. That's what you said.
But what's
Well, yeah,
but
it
what's
is,
it?
is that the synonym?
But what's it? What they're not. But what's it?
More than
But what's it? What they're not getting is the fundamental fact that if something is having an angular size change to begin with, it negates the ball Earth theory. They're
Yes,
not getting it.
that's
They're not
correct. No, we
getting it.
get that, and
Wait,
we
wait,
agree.
wait, wait, wait. Please do not let this get lost in translation. Okay. So you guys say that the sun doesn't change angular size, and it would have to on a flat Earth, therefore flat Earth debunked. Now, I mean, that's really remedial. That's called a straw man fallacy. You know, it's a false claim of exclusivity. But either way, I'm asking you, if you make that claim, how are you verifying it if you can't measure under 3 arc seconds?
Shows up at the math.
Okay. So it shows up in what math, Lefline?
That's stellarium math.
Okay.
I think the fallacy that's getting us here is that the globe claim isn't just that the sun doesn't change size at all during the day. It's that it changes so minutely that it's impossible for it to be on a flat Earth, because if the sun were actually changing the distance relationship that it would on a flat Earth, the angular size would have to change hundreds of thousands of times greater than it does.
But that's your claim, right? That's your ridiculous claim. And actually, it could just be a focal point in a fluid-like medium. I get that you guys are dependent upon strawmans, even though it's been 7 years. That's not the topic. The topic is you're claiming to know it doesn't change angular size, but technically it does. It's just so small, which is an unfalsifiable claim, just like he just pointed out. Crypto explained
Yeah, I
to you.
want to get into that a little bit with that this unfalsifiable claim here when you're done.
Yeah, just to drive the main point home, right? Like, I want to know how much you can measure to make the claim it doesn't change angular size. Are you saying that it could technically change angular size up to 3 arc seconds and we just wouldn't know?
With the equipment I have.
Okay, well, what's the best equipment in the world?
I don't know. I don't have it.
So you guys are making all kinds of baseless claims then.
But no, the key point of our claim is that it changes on a globe. It would change, and in reality, it changes less than 0.08 plus change arc seconds throughout the day. That
Wait, how
is
do you know that?
falsifiable because
Time
well,
out.
and that is falsifiable because all you would have to do is measure, and if you could show that it changed 5 arc seconds throughout the day, then you would have falsified our claim,
Dude,
right?
you jumped from 0.08 to 5. You see how disingenuous this conversation is becoming? So it's very simple. You're saying that you just baselessly reified and begged
No, I
the
didn't
question.
jump.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Yeah,
so
it's a fallacy scale.
No, I'm saying
exactly.
all you'd have to show something. If you could show even 5 arc seconds of change, you would have falsified our claim. So our claim
No,
is
I don't care.
falsifiable.
So the logic being employed here is I have £100, and well, in reality, you could have £50 or £60, and you're saying, well, if you find £1 million, then it's falsified. Yeah, but if I find £60, it's also falsified. So, like, you're changing the goalposts.
Exactly. Like technically, if I found
Not at all.
0.09, no, if I found 0.09, it would falsify your claim.
Hold on. They're making a claim that something happens. There's something that's happening. We can't measure it. How are you supposed to falsify that?
Exactly. It's unfalsifiable.
You're saying this thing happens. You're saying this thing happens. We can't measure it though. So how the fuck do we even know that the thing happens? It's actually a baseless assertion.
Let Matthew answer this. He'll answer it honestly.
Right. So we're saying that our model predicts a certain tiny small change, and we cannot measure whether it's true or false. However, my impression was that Witsit was saying, "Oh, there is some change that goes against what the Globers say," and so you were attempting to falsify the globe claim by demonstrating a larger change than we predict. Is that right?
Okay, first of all, before we get lost in the weeds, I'm making a very specific point. I need you guys to put your big boy pants and address my point. Okay, you're claiming that it changes 0.08 arc seconds, but you can't actually measure it that precisely. So you're just assuming it's there by assuming the model. Okay,
Right.
cool. Now I'm asking you, what's the smallest that we can measure for you to found your additional claim that the angular size doesn't change more than 0.08? You can't even establish it does change at 0.08. So I'm asking, how do you know it doesn't change more than that?
Well, if you think our claim is false, that would be for you to show.
Nope, that's not how it
We
works.
can't falsify it. We can't measure it happening. How do we falsify the thing? How do you falsify
you can measure it.
thing?
Oh my God.
How do you? Okay, left lane. They just got done telling me we can't measure it. What do we measure it with?
You could falsify it by measuring it, and if you get something outside of what is proposed, you falsified it.
But you
We
just
can't measure it. There's no tool. Okay, so can we measure the 0.08 that you claim is happening?
No.
It's almost like an
Okay,
oxymoron.
Okay, if we can't even measure the thing you say is happening, how do we falsify it? It's like if I say unicorns exist, and you say no, they don't. I'm like, well, you've got to falsify it. Falsify my statement that unicorns exist.
Yeah,
if you say unicorns exist,
Exactly, Jeremy.
Real fast, it's like Jeremy. It's like you say unicorns exist, and then you say, but they're invisible. They can never be detected by any instrument that exists. And they're like, what? Then how do we know unicorns actually exist? Well, if you think they don't exist, it's up to you. It's up to you to falsify that unicorns exist.
Yeah. If you see
well,
then you know.
It's an insane argument at the end of the day.
It's a baseless
I would look for something else to falsify.
Yeah, no, I look for
so
something
now you're
else. These aren't the droids you're looking for. We know. You made a claim. You made a claim. You made a claim that something is happening. We can't even measure or detect or see it or do anything that the thing's happening. What do we do with that?
Well, the important part of our claim is not the exact amount that the sun would be changing size throughout the day, but the fact that it changes less than a certain amount. And even though we may not be able to measure, say, 0.0825 whatever arc seconds, we can measure to see if it's below, say, 5 arc seconds. We can measure it, and we can show that it is below 5 arc seconds.
I know. So
which is incompatible with the flat Earth claims.
I know this is a long, drawn-out red herring thing. Don't worry about the claim we made that we don't know if it's even happening. Let's focus on this other thing that these people made. Right? Is that what you're doing?
Jesse.
The tactics these guys are literally sickening tactics.
Yeah,
it makes me physically ill.
Jesse, the fact that it's changing at all is the argument. You can go 0.5, 0.8, 0.3, 0.2. That's not the case. The fact that it's changing at all is the argument. Do you understand that?
No.
No, please don't do that. Please don't do that.
So you're right. Because it gives them an out. You're right. It gives them an out. You're right.
Yeah. Once you've stopped talking, you don't need to carry on talking about how you're stopping talking. Just stop. So, with regards to the 0.0825 argument, right? We had another claim that's now been layered on. I don't know if you guys noticed, where it doesn't matter if it is actually 0.0825 anymore, as long as it's less than 1 or 5 or whatever arbitrary number they come up with.
That's what I was saying.
Unfortunately, that's also untrue, because if you have a globe model that the maths predicts this exact amount, if it's double, that's a huge problem for you. If it was 0.16, that would be an enormous problem for you as well.
Correct. Yeah. So the park finders to understand, you have to understand their model predicts that you're on a globe. So as it spins, causing the sun to move in the sky, you get slightly closer to it, but it's only a few thousand miles, and that out of 93 million is so small. The angular size change is very small. Okay, whatever. That does make sense though. Okay, in theory. That's not the point though. The point is I keep on asking this over and over. So I'm saying if you're saying it does change 0.08, but we can't actually measure it, I'm asking you, what's the limit that you can measure to be able to make the additional claim that it doesn't change angular size other than that 0.08? That's what I'm asking. What's the limit?
Oh, let's just arbitrarily say maybe 20 arc seconds. That's measurable. So here's a claim. We Globers say that the sun never varies by more than 5% from the smallest to the largest. So there's something you could use that's falsifiable. Show us.
No, you can't say 5%. It's way smaller than 5%.
I said smaller than 5%.
Yeah, 5% is totally irrelevant, dude. That's way too big. My point is that if it's 0.09, it debunks the globe.
Yeah, so let's just say, just for the sake of argument, right? You got 0.1 arc seconds. You're saying that that's the change, and you just said you can measure 20. Well, that's a 200 to 1 difference.
Right.
It's 20,000%.
Yeah. So if you debunk that, you'd be debunking us like 100 times over.
Oh my god.
That's
okay. I say it.
You're saying is the accuracy of your equipment is 20,000 times inadequate in order to make this argument.
Yeah, we're not trying to use the equipment to measure it. We're just using the model, the mathematics.
So you're just assuming and affirming the consequent and reifying the model and applying concreteness to a concept.
No, we're not trying to prove this. We're just using nobody's trying to prove that this is how much it changes. We're just saying
you have to
our model. No, we don't.
You're trying to prove the globe, and this is what the globe necessitates. It's a mathematical necessitation. This is a mathematical and geometric necessitation.
No, it's a consequence of our model, not a proof.
Is this science right here? This 0.08 arc seconds? Is this science?
That's a consequence of our model. It's not a proof.
So this is not science. This would be if somebody tried saying this was part of some science thing. This would just be some pseudoscience shit, right?
It's a description.
Wait, what if I say on the flat? What if I say on the flat Earth that the sun's actually a focal point in a fluid-like medium, and it changes 1 arc second a day, but you just can't measure it?
Oh yeah, we couldn't falsify that either.
Right, so that's stupid, huh? That would be a stupid claim.
It's a description of the consequence of a particular model, and so not all consequences of the model would be verifiable or falsifiable.
Oh, so flat Earth in that situation is just as valid as the globe.
In that case, in your example, there wouldn't be a way to falsify.
Non-falsifiable model is not scientific.
Yeah, it is.
So it's not scientific.
He said, "Yeah, it is." Oh my god!
If something is non-falsifiable, it's not scientific. Sorry.
Yeah. You don't even understand like the idea of empirical. Empirical means observable, repeatable, testable, and falsifiable.
Yes, but you're talking about this specific way of trying to falsify it, but that's just a specific description of a consequence of a model. It's not a proof of the model.
All right, here's the main point.
If it's a consequence of the model, if it's a consequence of the model and the model is reality, then that consequence would have to happen in reality.
Right.
So why don't you get about that? Well, yeah, but you can't prove that left lane.
You can't disprove it.
Oh my god!
You're meant to be providing something that can be disproven. That's the point.
Yeah, dude. It's like, can you prove that Santa Claus doesn't exist?
All the observations match the data, though. I mean, the observation matches the model. So,
dude, the model is unfalsifiable, buddy.
No, that's
look,
incorrect.
This is the big point. This is the big point. I'm going to keep repeating it. Basically, what this is, just objective recollection of what you guys are doing. So, for multiple years now, you guys have all said that since the sun doesn't change angular size during the day, that debunks the flat Earth because it would have to. Then you go on to do your straw man math. Okay, we're going to throw your straw man math out because that's remedial and irrelevant. Okay, so you guys have made that claim, but come to find out, you built that on nothing other than regurgitating other people making a straw man. You can't even articulate the limit that can be observed. You guys don't even know, which means like 7 years in, you've been repeating the same thing that you don't even know what you're saying because you can't even tell me what's the smallest angular size change that we can measure. What's the smallest angular size change for the?
That's silly, man.
Dude, stop projecting, buddy. You're dude,
projecting.
I'm asking you.
You're telling us what our limitations are within our model, but you can't debunk the model. So I don't even know where you're coming from. And you're saying
there's no model.
The model that we present is a straw man when we've got the model that we're presenting and you're calling our model a straw man and you don't have a model.
Oh my God! No, you're strawmanning the flat Earth. Jesse strawman the flat Earth 5 times by saying how much it should change on a flat Earth, and you'll agree with this. I mean, you're strawmanning. You guys are all on a cult. You say the same stuff. Okay, that's the strawman.
The thing is, as well, is it's a parlor trick, isn't it? It's like, oh, yeah, I've got a unicorn over here, but where's your unicorn? That's what you're effectively saying. Well, we've got a unicorn over here, but if you question my unicorn, I want to see your unicorn. Now, hold on.
Our unicorn moves across the sky every day.
And causes sunsets. They can't even describe sunsets.
They're freaking out.
Which happen every single day.
Let Crypto finish. Let Crypto finish.
Didn't finish. So the fact that we're asking about your unicorn, you're not just going to be able to just keep on diverting from that and asking us for our unicorn. That's not going to be possible. So we want to see your unicorn.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm finished now.
I was going to say, is it safe to say that if there is a red flag to be thrown up once you're like proving that your model isn't making sense, is it safe to say that maybe it's not that model?
Wait up.
Our model not making sense to you is not a red flag. It makes sense.
Okay, we're not doing that. Listen, man, how many times do I have to ask the question before you guys put your big boy pants on and address it? Left Lane just said, that's silly. Okay, that doesn't respond at all. So what is the smallest angular size change of the sun that can be measured?
Well, why don't you put on your big boy pants, Winston, and recognize that in reality, when we move something 10% farther, it appears 10% smaller. And we have no known phenomena that would allow an object to move 10% farther or 50% farther or whatever, while still maintaining angular size and correct shape and same light intensity for all observers over the whole surface of a disk. So
there he goes, not responding again. You can't actually answer the question. You guys are so see-through. I've already told you that I already told you if the sun was a focal point, it wouldn't change angular size, and if it did, it would just be relative to the medium, and then it'd be very slight. But what I want, buddy, what I want you to do is pretend that you have a little slight ounce, a little bitty ounce of intellectual honesty. What is the smallest angular size change of the sun that can be measured?
We don't know because it depends on the equipment.
We don't know the limitations of the equipment available.
So you've been making baseless claims for years, claiming that you know the angular size of the sun doesn't change and it only changes 0.08 based on a mathematical assumption of the model, but it could change up to 3 arc seconds a day. You have no idea. Is that correct?
Right. That's correct. It's a mathematical description of a consequence of our model that we're claiming, and we cannot verify it or debunk it either way.
Okay, so it's a useless claim that can be trashed.
No, it can't be trashed. It's just a description of what our model says.
Throw it away.
Yeah, cool. Can I ask Matthew a question? Let's just say that it wasn't 0.08.
You're roboting, Crypto.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Crypto.
Say that you got accurate. What would happen then? Oh, sorry, what about now?
Yeah, you're back now.
Try again.
Okay. So let's just say that you actually got really sensitive equipment, and you measured the.
Oh, dude, we all know we could have heard him. Like, why do you guys do stuff like that?
Am I back now?
You're good.
Well,
you're good.
You were kind of breaking up, but you were still, all your words were coming through.
Yeah, we understood you. We understood you.
Okay, cool. So let's just say that you got super sensitive equipment. It can measure 1 arc second, and instead of 0.08, you get an 8 arc second measurement. What do you do next?
Yeah, that would debunk the globe because it would be quite a bit farther off than our predictions.
Fantastic. So now that I heard the word 20 earlier, right? So it could be 8, and you can't possibly know that because 20 is the best you can measure, right?
Sure.
Okay, then. So that's an issue, isn't it?
No, because we're just describing our model. We're not trying to prove it.
Well, this all started by me pointing out that I was like, if the sun does change angular size throughout the day, how's the globe explain that, right? And so you guys have to defend your model. You're making the positive claim of the model. Okay, so and this is what's super funny, man. I just keep asking it over and over. But so Jesse says he has 3 arc seconds, so this 8 and 20 doesn't matter. He says 3. Okay, so technically, as far as you know, Jesse, the sun could change 2.9 arc seconds a day, and you wouldn't know.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So
using what
you
I have.
guys, so if anyone can Google it, I'm outside. I don't know why it's so hard, but before you keep repeating claims, you should probably at least know what you're saying. I don't need to go research this. I don't make the claim. I don't make the claim that it's 0.08 arc seconds a day. You just can't measure it, but I know it doesn't change more than that because it would have to on a flat Earth. The amount of fallacies bundled up in that recollection is just insane.
Is there any evidence that you've seen that the sun does change apparent diameter by more than 0.0825 arc seconds during a day?
Shane just posted a video of 59 minutes after the hour. Like that should at least be a good argument.
Okay, here's some information on the limits. A series of images representing the magnification of M87, which is a stellar observation with an angular size of some micro arc seconds, which is compatible to viewing a tennis ball on the moon.
So what does that mean, Left Lane? Why don't you flesh that out?
It means micro arc seconds, and I'm not sure how many decimals to the right of a second that is, but
okay. So you actually said. So regardless, what Jesse said earlier
was 1/1,000,000.
What was quite funny earlier was someone asking for evidence against something that's unfalsifiable. Wrap your mind around that one, guys.
I just want to point out that so now we found out that you guys were just baselessly making the other claim that it's too small to be measured.
Well, that's always been the claim, is that it has a very small change throughout the day, just very small.
You said it was too small to be detected or measured, but then Left Lane comes in and says that we can measure way more precisely than that.
No, I said it was too small to be detected with anything I have. None of my theodolites would do it.
No, you guys all said it's just too small to measure. Period. Literally, Matthew said that there's nothing. Matthew and Left Lane said that there's nothing that can be used. No instruments are that precise.
I didn't say that. No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. Okay, so then you guys agree that you guys agree we can measure the 0.08 arc seconds?
I've made no claim to our limits in our equipment that we observe the skies with. I don't know anything about that.
Yes, you did. Crypto specifically asked you, can you measure it? And you said no.
No, I can't. I sure can.
He wasn't asking you. He said, can it be measured?
No, I make no claims. I'm stating the fact. I make no claims about angular resolution limits to anything. I read what I just read, and I'm ignorant to it. I just read it off of a internet thing.
Okay, then back off and let us talk about it then.
Well, I'm saying nothing different than anyone else on my side has.
Okay, then. Okay,
well, you're actually not allowed to
anyone
say anything
making claims to
different.
the angular size change of the sun throughout the day? Not the globe model. The globe model doesn't make any claims to that. Does it have to change in the globe model?
Yes. There's a geometric requirement because if you're on a sphere, as you're at sunrise, right? So you just picture a sphere, and so you obviously have the top part of the sphere being the highest. At sunrise, you're on the side of it, so you're lower than when you're at zenith. When it's at zenith, right? When it's noon, you're higher up on the ball. You're higher up elevation-wise because of the ball, and then you're going to move away and get slightly further away. Right? Like you're on a ball, so you're further away. You're going to move a little closer until you get to high noon. Then you're going to move a little further away. If there are instruments that can measure this, then it should precisely measure that exact amount of change. As we go up, it should get closer. And then when we start to go back down, it should get further away. And you guys are saying by 0.08 arc seconds on each way.
I mean,
does that not make sense?
Yeah, I don't know why it would have.
I wouldn't disagree with that. Yeah, it's not much. That's unperceivable to the human.
No one cares about human eyes, dude, because every time we say that it looks like it changes with the human eyes, you were the first one to point out. But wait, are you making measurements? Now all of a sudden, human eyes are the standard. What the? It's just you guys are all over the place. Okay, because I know for a fact that Dave and I used a solar filter and showed that the sun looked like it changed angular size. And what the baller said in response what the baller said in response was that it wasn't a good enough solar filter.
Yeah, if you can't filter out all of the glare to where you see a defined, a clear boundary of the outside diameter of the sun, then you haven't got a good enough solar filter.
Did you see a clear boundary with it? With it, did you see a clear boundary though?
Yeah, it did look like we did to us though. But I will admit that when we're talking about something this small, right? I mean, they're going to want to measure me. It was visibly changing, and they said they literally linked me a $20,000 filter. I'm like, you guys just do this shit on purpose, right? Like you just want to make your claim unfalsifiable. But this is the point. Does everyone agree though that apparently equipment does exist that can measure it?
Don't know.
I don't think any of us have a personal experience with that.
Okay, but so then why is Stellarium showing that at sunset the angular size changes?
Isn't that just CGI?
Yeah, but you think the data is just all made up?
I don't even know what you're talking about. Do you have a picture?
They disavowed. I don't know if you remember the whole Star Trails thing, but they disavowed Stellarium way back then and said that doesn't match what we see. They told us for years that Stellarium matches perfectly what we see. But then when the Star Trails thing happened and we saw the Star Trails and Stellarium, they said no, that doesn't match what the eyes would see. So I mean, they've disavowed that for a while now.
All right. So basically, this is the point. I guess I'll have to do it per usual. I have to look into your claim for you because you guys don't. If I don't, you guys will just keep repeating the same talking points anyway. Even though it's been brought to your attention that you've never actually done your due diligence to verify exactly how precise the measurement can be made, that those measurements are accurate and repeatable and match the globe prediction. You've never even verified whether or not you can measure a greater change than that to be able to claim that it doesn't change enough for a flat earth other than your strawman math, right? So it's like, it's been brought to your attention that you're making an unfalsifiable, baseless, affirming the consequent. And are you going to do anything about it, or are you just going to keep saying it anyway?
I take it, this is what the sun has to look like if you're going to measure the angular diameter.
Okay, and it's not going to change at all.
Not in a P1000.
Okay, so if I measure, but dude, he just said that there were micro arcsecond capabilities of precision.
I don't have them though.
Okay, I don't care what you have. The point is that this should be testable then, right?
I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know what the capability of the best stuff is out there. I don't work with it.
But he just read off. What it was. So this is what I'm. This is the main
something
point.
With a star.
This is the main point, dude. That's super funny, right? You guys were all saying, well, no, you just can't. It's 0.80, 0.08, so you can't measure it. That's too small. And now we found out you guys were just making that up as well. So can you just concede you just made that up?
All I said was that I didn't have anything that would measure it. I'd made no claims as to whether other people did or did not.
So don't you think if it can be measured, then you should have made sure it was verified before believing that you know it's true?
Say that again?
Don't you think if it actually can be measured that precisely, you should have verified it before just claiming to know that it's true?
I didn't claim that it could or could not be measured. I just said that I didn't have anything that could measure it, which I did verify. I have verified that I do not have anything that can measure that much.
No, don't you think that you should have verified it actually changes this much before claiming to know that it's true?
I didn't claim to know that it was true. I didn't claim to have measured it. I simply calculated what it would have been.
Oh, so you have no idea if it's true. Okay, cool. And this all started with Stellarium shows the angular size of the change of the sun on certain days actually changing at sunset and even getting bigger than smaller right at sunset within a matter of seconds. So does everyone agree that that's impossible on the globe?
That sounds just like the CGI sunset simulation routine they have or something.
Does everyone agree that that's impossible on the globe?
We already told you. If actual measurements of the sun showed that it changed by drastically more than 0.0825 arc seconds throughout the length of a day in the width, not the vertical, because we know that changes because of refraction, then that would disprove the globe. model.
No,
At
no,
least,
you
at
didn't answer
least
my question again. You guys never answered my actual question.
it actually wouldn't disprove the Earth being round, but it would disprove the geometry and distance of the sun.
Oh, yeah, well, if it disproves the size of the globe, then it disproves the whole model. But hey, can you pay attention to what I just actually asked? Which is if it gets bigger than smaller, or say it gets smaller than bigger. Okay, it might be that. Who cares? Now, this is a hypothetical question. See if you can actually answer. If the angular size of the sun at sunset within a matter of seconds gets smaller than bigger, do you agree that's impossible on a globe?
Assuming there was not some change in magnification applied between the sun and the measurement device, yes. But
Right,
the thing is, there's 100 million different things that, if they were true, would falsify the globe model claims. The question is, do you have that evidence that this particular one has been falsified?
No, do you have the evidence that it's true?
That wouldn't falsify it.
Do you have the evidence that the claim is true?
Wait. If you make a claim and you say the claim is true, but you have nothing to back that statement, then it's just a belief.
Well, every set of claims will have testable things and things that most people can't test. But just because a claim has some aspects which not everybody can test doesn't mean that the claim is false. You may not be able to prove that the claim is true based on those untestable parts, but you demonstrate its truth based on the testable parts.
Okay,
So
unless
you have some evidence that this particular aspect of the claim is false, then you're just wasting everyone's time talking about something that nobody can test, or that you believe nobody can test.
Shifting the burden of proof fallacy. So shifting the burden of proof fallacy happens whenever it is attempted to put the burden on the party that is denying or challenging the positive assertion being made.
Exactly.
Well, we already told you that none of us here present in this voice room here have the equipment necessary to measure 0.0825 arc seconds. We've already told you that for us it is just a belief based on the other evidence, and this would be a logical outworking of the other evidence.
Do you know what a falsifiable claim is, right? A falsifiable claim is a claim that you can then go and test, and the test can either take the claim and show that it's not true or true. So, like with this exact angular change in angular measurement, you should be able to test that with an instrument. If not, then you're making an unfalsifiable claim, which is unscientific. So you're kind of stuck in a rock or a hard place. You're either making an unfalsifiable claim, or you're making a claim that you haven't tested yet.
By definition, Noah, I think that's Noah. By definition, if it's unfalsifiable, then you cannot, claim that to be true because
bro.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's
why. So this is like the definition.
I was just listening. Y'all were chirping about how the size of the sun and all that proves the globe and all that. Now all of a sudden, after talking to Austin for 20 minutes and fighting tooth and nail the whole way, all of a sudden you don't have any way to check it.
Yeah, you're saying it's
double check y'all's claims in the first place.
Yeah, it's
right. So basically, the summary, real fast. The summary here is you guys believe something to be true that requires blind faith.
Exactly. Because if it's unfalsifiable, then that means you can't claim it to be true because by definition, it's unfalsifiable. I don't know what the argument stands.
This is why you guys are ballers. You guys don't know how to use fallacies. It's like you don't understand the importance of logical fallacies and not using them. You guys were literally saying we needed to falsify your unfalsifiable claim where it remained true. That's what you were saying. Do you know how incredibly fallacious that is?
The fallacy here is that you're acting like this particular point of our model is our only point of evidence for our model.
Straw man.
Which is not true.
Saying y'all were chirping it was true earlier. And saying you responded on a flat Earth.
So instead of responding to the very specific fallacy that you guys were committing, you could proceeded to commit another fallacy and strawman me. So can you admit that it's fallacious to say that my unfalsifiable claim remains true until you can falsify it? Yes or no?
And say that again.
Is it fallacious to say that my unfalsifiable claim remains true until you can falsify it?
I don't think it remains true just because no one can falsify it.
Is it fallacious to say that my unfalsifiable claim is true unless you can falsify it?
Yes, that's the fallacious form of arguing. That is
Thank
a
you.
fallacious form of proof. However, we're
Correct.
not using it as proof. We're just using it as a description.
Yeah, but
of
no,
the
Jesse
consequence
said,
of our
can you
model.
falsify it?
Okay,
Earlier when he shifted.
Dude, both of
Hey,
you said
don't
that.
interrupt
Left
him.
Lane was saying that specifically, right? They were specifically saying, show it's not true. You have to show that it's not true.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to prove that it's not true, then you have to show it. But we're not trying to prove that it's true.
Yeah, we're basically saying that we have a
Crypto's
whole
trying to
bunch
get
of.
in, dude.
Yo, they're doing two things side by side. So first of all, they're doing a burden of proof reversal fallacy, as you rightly stated, but they're doing it on an unfalsifiable claim. So of course you can't provide evidence against an unfalsifiable claim.
Exactly.
That's obvious.
So,
Okay,
so
so let's
if
say
I
it
made
this
a
way.
claim, and you can't falsify my claim, okay? But on the other hand, if you can falsify my claim, that would make my claim false. Is that fair to
Right.
say?
Yes.
There you go.
No, that's wrong.
No,
Just because
no.
the claim is falsifiable doesn't mean it's automatically false. What are you
He
talking
said
about?
he was saying if we do falsify it, then it's false.
No, he said if it is falsifiable.
Oh, I misheard.
By definition.
Okay, so we found a.
Falsified.
Say it again, Apocrypha.
It is falsified. They're very different things.
He was
Could you say
saying
it
if
again?
you falsified it. Real fast. So just can we just have a conclusion here? It's like, so you guys agree we've discovered something that can falsify the globe. If there does in fact exist instruments precise enough to measure much smaller and more precise angles than the alleged angular size change of the sun throughout the day, and it doesn't show exactly the right change from sunrise up to noon, then back down. It has to show this perfect progressive change to noon and then back down. If it doesn't measure that exact size change, then that would debunk the geometric claim of the globe.
Right. If you have instruments that are sensitive enough that wouldn't show that. Now you don't even need something like that. If you have instruments that you can use today that show a 10% change or something.
Well, we could show 100% change with a drone instrument, bro.
Yeah,
Sometimes on a good clear day, we could show the sun shrink to nothing.
Yeah, if you show the sun shrinking by 100%, that would 100% debug the globe.
No, you guys just claimed that it's something in the atmosphere. We see the sun disappear into the horizon or above the horizon all the time. And you guys just claim, oh, it's just an anomaly, even though it's 93
I'm
million
talking
miles
about
away
like
in
the
parallel.
angular size of the sun, not
Wait,
these glare pictures.
Wait, Witsit. He just said, if you can show that the sun does a particular thing and there's video of it, so then are you at least going to address the fact that by your own words, then it defalsifies the globe? Because there's literally a video that somebody posted earlier in the hour that shows the sun do exactly what they're arguing about. And then you said, well, if you showed me that, then it will debunk the globe. Well, guess what? Then he debunked the globe. That's
Yes,
it.
I'm glad you got to that. I believe it's a camera trick, but at least you got to that people are showing it changing. So we need to address this.
Yeah, of course. So like I said, if you show the sun changing by twice as much, or even as little as 5 or 10%, the globe model says that the angular size of the sun never changes more than 5%. So if you have a video showing that the angular size of the sun changes by more than 5%, that would be strong evidence against our model.
They've got that. But
I would say that
it's not a good enough solar filter. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm just saying that You know, the changing size of glare is not what we're talking about. We're talking about the
Who
changing size of
decides
the
what's glare and what's the sun?
If you can see a
Don,
sharp
stop.
edge of the sun, then you know that you're looking at the
We're
actual.
having a conversation, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So, like,
stop
for
interrupting.
example,
Though I know you're trying to have a conversation, but you're interrupting every time, dude. You guys got to chill, man. Stop clipping people at the end. Let them finish their sentence, and then
Well,
wait 1
are you
second.
just
Maybe they
telling
took a
me?
breath. Now you're interrupting me, dude. Let people take a breath when they're done talking, please.
Why haven't you said this in the last hour? And everyone else spoke.
So at 18 past the hour and 19 past the hour, you see those images where you can clearly see the edge of the sun. That's what we're talking about, the size of that solar disk. If you can show that solar disk is changing by more than 5 or 10%, that would be enough.
Okay, you keep on. This is very disingenuous and
No, it's
deceptive
not.
that you keep jumping to 5 and 10% when
I
the
would say that's
actual
enough.
claim.
It's way more than enough.
Exactly. So it doesn't. We don't care about that. Then it doesn't have to be that much.
Right.
That's irrelevant. It could be way smaller than that. So again, though, right? It was a very simple question. If we actually have instruments precise enough to measure this, and then we show it does not change in this predicted progression from horizon to noon back to horizon. So from horizon to zenith to horizon, it has to continually change angular size on the globe model the entire way, a very precise amount, all the way up to zenith and then back down to the horizon. And if it doesn't change that very precise amount, then the globe would be falsified because it would falsify the geometric claim. And then if you falsify the dimensions of the globe, it falsifies the entire model and every claim that it makes, correct?
Correct. Your hypothetical is correct. If we had those type of instruments and you could measure that precisely, then that would falsify the globe. Meanwhile, in the realm of the real, if you want to use real instruments that can detect a change in 5 or 10%, that would also suffice to debunk the globe.
Yeah, but Leflane says there's apparently something that can go way smaller than that.
That was being used for a star. I don't know if it can be used for the sun.
I'm about to look it up. You guys obviously won't.
The sun isn't a star.
I think it is.
But it was being used on some small point of light in the night sky. I don't know if it would work for the sun or not, because I don't know how they were doing it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's just it. When y'all were asked what's the limitations of what the minimum change, y'all never really even answered that. Howard brought up the point or the arc seconds for M87, which is a star out in BFE, which is I don't know. I don't see how they're even claiming that. It's way outside of the margin of error with refraction and shit. But still, y'all never answered that question. But at least y'all came back down to earth, and y'all ain't. Because at first y'all were claiming, y'all were chirping and saying how your model works perfect and it could never work on a flat earth when we've told you a focal point doesn't change angular size. And then one dude just says, what about sunsets? Sunset kills their model. It's like, dude, it's just dishonest conversation sometimes.
So you're saying you can measure like a micro arc second to a star super far away, but you can't measure 0.08 arc seconds to the sun? That checks out to you guys?
The
I feel like a
fallaciousness,
Crickets award.
the fallaciousness of the arguments it's just like they're stacking up, bro. It's like it's mounding up, bro. Like it's so clear to somebody that understands that the world is not a ball and we've been lied to. But the argument for those guys that still want to believe this ball, they can't adhere to the facts that you've been presenting to them. It's so fucking comical at this point.
Well, I just want to Jesse, you jumped in and said that it was talking about a star. I don't see how that helps you. Like, are you claiming that there's equipment precise enough to measure micro arc seconds of a very distant star, but it couldn't measure 0.08 arc seconds of the sun?
All I know is what Skyline read. I don't know what they were using to measure that. I don't know if it's applicable to the sun or not. I just don't know.
Yeah.
Wait, why would
I'll give him that. He just read it. He said he didn't understand
who
it. He just
cares?
read
No, he said that that's about a star. What's your logic for saying that as if a rebuttal? Like, Give me a logical scenario in which an instrument could be precise enough to measure micro arc seconds of a distant star, but not 0.08 arc seconds of the sun.
One instrument is in space with no atmosphere, and one is on Earth. That could be why. I don't know if that's the case.
Wait, wouldn't you be able to measure? Wouldn't you be able to measure the sun better in the space? Although I guess it wouldn't change angular size because you're not on the Earth. You wouldn't be able to measure the angular size change because you're not on the Earth. Right.
No, a satellite in orbit around the Earth would experience the same angular size change of the sun.
Okay, so you agree that if it can measure microseconds, micro arc seconds of a distant star, it can definitely measure 0.08 arc seconds of a sun.
I don't know, but it seems reasonable. Yeah.
There you go. Okay, we got rid of that. So then we can look into this, and maybe I can pull some connects and actually get access to something precise enough to allegedly measure it. And then, because I'm not going to just trust what someone else says. And so if we go, you guys will support the test, right? We can go look at the instrument precise enough to measure the angular size of the sun throughout the day, and if it changes more or less than the predicted 0.08 from horizon to zenith back to horizon, then it definitively debunks the globe.
Yes.
Well,
my suspicion is that you're going to have a hard time measuring those tiny amounts within the atmosphere of Earth.
Yeah, but you're okay with people claiming that they do it to distant stars light years away from observatories on the Earth, though, and then make parallax claims.
It depends on if they're using observatories on Earth or in space. I don't know. I think that you can make more precise measurements, using those other techniques.
So then you're prepared to disavow all. You're prepared to disavow all small angle measurements, all small angle measurement claims from the Earth regarding distant stars.
No, that'd be a straw man. Why are you claiming that I'm going to disavow something?
That's a logical necessity of what you just said. If you're saying that it's going to be difficult, if it's not reliable enough to measure, if it's not reliable, you can't rely on the measurements of the sun angular size change from the Earth, then you definitely can't rely on much smaller, more distant star angular measurements, right?
Exactly.
Sure. Yeah. Sure. I'll disavow the whole globe model based on that one thing. Just as soon as you disavow the flat Earth model next time you see a sunset.
Strawman fallacy. Dude, the fact that you guys don't think the sunset works on a flat Earth is pathetic.
It does not.
Okay. Yeah, you have an actual problem.
We have no known physics that would allow it to work.
Except we can literally demonstrate and replicate it.
But you can't. Not for all observers in all locations.
The sun is relative to each observer. What we perceive as the sun is relative to each observer.
Jesse, I think it's fruitless to talk about the sunset. It's such an obvious proof that the Earth isn't flat, but they have like really strong like cognitis about sunsets, so nothing we can say is going to ever convince them.
I literally just debunked everything you say. The apparent sun is just relative to each observer.
See, that's the cognitis.
It's the same for your Christianity.
See,
bro.
you just say
You'll never listen to the debunk. You just believe it.
Well, actually,
I just specifically rebutted it.
Dude, actually, Walter Bisland's model perfectly showed sunset for any observer on flat Earth for the past 3 years, but suspiciously that went down yesterday, so it's probably unrelated.
But that wasn't reality. That was a computer simulation where anything can be simulated. Can you show it with actual real lights and real observers?
Bro, you make these wild claims, dude. You just claims out of nowhere, dude.
Hey, let me debunk him. Yes, you can. So you can have like a flat surface. You can put a little dome on it, a little small dome. Take a light source, move it in a circle over top of it, and you'll see east and west where the light goes up and down and appears to set for the observer in the dome, even though the light source is still far above the flat surface.
You can literally take a magnifying glass and do the same thing, or you could do cold air over short distances, dude. We've demonstrated several ways, and you're acting like there's no way.
Rebut what I just said. You said that you can't demonstrate it. You can literally take a little dome, put it on a flat surface, move a light source over top of it, and it'll look like the light source sets for the person inside the dome.
And I dare you to put little observer cameras inside there on that flat surface and show me that they're all seeing the sun at the exact same size within 0.0825 arc seconds, all at the same time from all locations simultaneously, and they won't. The sun will appear magnified and shrinked and all sorts of weird stuff.
That, bro?
Wait.
Obvious.
Time out. He just doubled back down. This is how incredibly dishonest and fallacious you guys. You just went back to invoking and reifying the 0.0825 claim after we just covered ad nauseum that you can't even make that claim and it's unfalsifiable and you believe it in blind faith. Then you're telling me I need to go and prove something within that parameter that you can't prove. It hasn't even been 5 minutes. It hasn't even been 5 minutes, and Jesse and Left Lane both jumped in and supported that fallacious argument.
No. Just imagine what it would look like from inside that demonstration that you're talking about.
I have, dude. The angular size of the sun doesn't change within the dome. The light doesn't change
How
size
do you
within the
say
dome.
that? How can you say that?
Because you can just look at the light on the dome.
You got to look at it from inside the dome to say that.
Okay, so you're saying that the angular size doesn't change on the dome, but it changes from inside it?
I don't know what it would look like from inside it. I would imagine it would look pretty crazy, is what I think.
Tell me the physics that would be different from when we see the actual light source on the dome, not changing angular size, but inside it would change.
Have you ever held a magnifying lens up in front of you and seen how things in the distance look bigger or smaller or upside down?
Notice how they can never answer my questions? Like, Jesse, I don't think you've ever answered one of my questions. So I'll just ask it again. So please explain to me the physics to support your claim that the angular size change wouldn't change on the dome, but somehow would change from inside it.
In the same way that holding a magnifying lens up in front of your face, it changes the apparent angular size of things which you're seeing through the magnifying lens.
That is not the same. You're still not answering that the light source doesn't change angular size on the dome. So for your magnifying glass to be analogous, I'd have to be able to look at the magnifying glass from outside and stuff not change angular size. But then once I look through it, it would change angular size. So can you actually address the true point, which is when I take the light source over the dome on a flat surface, the angular size of the light doesn't change when we look at it, but you're claiming that if we went inside of it, it would change. I want you to explain how it doesn't change on the outside, but somehow would change on the inside.
Well, maybe you should tell me more about this dome we're talking about. Is it a solid dome, like a hemisphere dome? A solid hemisphere?
Wait, you made the claim, Jesse. You made the claim that you know that it would change from inside, even if it doesn't change from the outside. And then Left Lane agreed. I want you guys to explain why you made the claim.
Well, because the dome, being a solid density of higher, a solid object of higher optical density, causes boundary refraction when the light hits the surface and enters into the clear dome blob, and this bends the light at the boundary, and this changes the apparent angular size of the light source for an observer underneath the dome, right?
Well, will the angular size change as it moves through the dome?
Quite likely. I mean, I'd have to see your exact size of the dome, but it can't remain constant for all observers in all locations, though.
Each location has a dome.
What? Oh, we all
so
each...
you don't even... It's just goofy, bro. You guys are goofy.
We each have our own dome?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, so if we each have our own... If we each have our own dome, then your claim is refuted, right?
Well, now, wait a second. How big is each our own dome?
No, it doesn't matter.
Do they bump into each other?
No, they don't bump into their individual to each observer. This is what I'm saying.
You just lost
perspective, bro.
You just lost respect from me, Jesse. That was awful.
Yeah,
that was
being
terrible.
intentionally obfuscating.
Jesse, it's perspective. In your personal dome is perspective. The way you see things with your own eyes and the way somebody else sees with their eyes, like 20 miles away from you, it's all perspective. Come on, man.
Dude, he asked if they bump into each other, dude.
Well, no. Look, it's Saturday in my time zone. You have to grant a little bit for levity here. But
no.
So we got here because I says we have no known physics which allow an object to appear all the same angular size for multiple observers in multiple locations at different distances. And you said, yes, we do. We have a dome. You said you can take a dome. You didn't say a bunch of domes. You said you can take a dome and you can do that. And so now you've shifted it to personal domes, which puts us back. I'm almost done. Stop flipping me. Well, that you may not agree with me, but that doesn't mean I'm lying. Yeah. Then you switched to individual domes, which goes back to the point where you can't demonstrate this in reality with known physics.
Okay, now I'm going to expose you. Now I'm going to expose you. So what actually happened was you said that I can't show that the angular size is not going to change. And I said, yes, you can. You can literally put a dome on a flat surface, move a light source over top of it, the angular size won't change. Then you rebutted that by saying, but can you show where it wouldn't change for each observer? That's what happened. I didn't first claim that in response to it and then change my story. You rebutted the dome by saying, what about each individual observer at different times? And then I said, each observer has a personal dome. So you blatantly lied.
Well, I guess the key point here is the question is, can we or can we not produce a physical working model that uses a single light source above a flat disk where that light source appears the same angular size to all observers simultaneously at all locations on this flat disk, regardless of their distance, and some will be closer and some will be farther from the light source. Can we actually make a physical model of this that actually works? That's the question. If we can, then cool. If we can't, then that's a huge problem for flat Earth.
Okay, first of all, we can. And how cute that you just, once exposed, claiming that I shifted the goalpost, once exposed that you were misrepresenting it, you just skated right past it. It's like, why do you think that's acceptable behavior? Like, how is that acceptable in intellectual exchange? For you to blatantly strawman and misrepresent something, and then be called out for it, and then just pretend it never happened?
Well, I'm really not here into this big boy pants name calling game. I want to understand, do you actually have a way that I can set up a light? I like to build real working models. That's how I won $100
Just
bet
double
with Chris
downs
Berry.
on ignoring it. You're
So
just ignoring it again.
how can we actually set up a working model where we have a single light source that appears the same angular size and same intensity for all observers at all locations on a flat surface?
Okay.
With real stuff.
The only way you can replicate it with actual physical domes is obviously just to line them up. You can't actually have them overlapping each other. So say when it's actually representing perspective being a hyperbolic visual limit. So like in reality, you could have them quote unquote overlapping because each one has a different dome, right? Relative to the observer. For a demonstration, you obviously can't overlap physical domes, making them go through each other. So you could line them up. And what it's going to show is for each dome, they're going to see the sun not change angular size. Do you understand?
Well, I think I understand that you're saying that it is impossible, so far as we know, to actually replicate this in the physical world in a small scale.
No, he's not saying that. There is an interesting thing as well, though, that I missed, and I'm actually a little bit ashamed of myself for missing this. The assumption of the arc seconds changing at the rate that they say is also asserting Euclidean geometry in the first place, right? So they've actually made a baseless, unfalsifiable claim within a framework that is incompatible with any other model because it was reverse engineered in that way in the first place.
Yeah. It all is built on Euclidean too. Yeah, it's so bad. And then think about what he just said. Oh, what you're saying is you can't replicate it on a small scale. Oh, but when it comes to the globe, that's okay. Like, can you show me water adhering to the exterior of a spinning sphere? No, but you can't do that on the small scale. You can't replicate it. Oh, can you show me gas using gravity, gas going around a ball and then sticking to it within a vacuum? No, but on the small scale, you can't replicate that. But then all of a sudden, that's sufficient refutation, right? And I specifically outlined, and you can't rebut the actual point, you're being a sophist, which is that if I take the light source and move it over top of a flat surface and I have different domes lined up, for each dome, the sun's not going to change angular size. Can you actually rebut that?
I think it would have to, I mean, you have like these domes moving, staying between the sun and the observer or something.
It's not a physical dome. It's a representation of the visual limit of space, Jesse. Come on.
But so, to me, all of your sophistry claims of things we can't test doesn't mean a lot. What I want to know is, can I reproduce this in physical reality with a physical model, or can I not? If I cannot,
do you apply the same standard to the globe?
Absolutely. And the fact is, we could take and make a model sun and a model moon and a model earth and space them all at their proportional spacing. And we would get the eclipses and everything except the ones due to refraction. We'd have to create a refraction zone. But the basic geometry of the globe model can be recreated.
So you say this, but are you willing to throw out every single thing within the globe Earth claim that you cannot personally model on a small scale then? And say that this is, are you willing to do that, Jesse? Or just geometry?
Only where it makes honest sense to do so.
Oh, so, yeah.
Where it makes honest sense.
Well, it doesn't make honest
only in a
sense
place
to
where I
say
can
what
be
he does.
dishonest.
Yeah, can I
Exactly.
get Jesse? If you so can you model water sticking to a small ball?
See that's dishonest. You know that we can't do that because of
And
the
it's not
influence of Earth's gravity.
Not only was it not dishonest, it wasn't a question for Scrap.
Left lane. He asked Jesse, not you. Let's try again.
Okay.
So, so that's a fallacy you're arguing, Crypto. It's like saying, let's say you have two cats that hate each other, but then you got this giant dog and both cats really hate the giant dog because the giant dog is hungry.
What
you could
was
say
the
these two.
fallacy? Hold on. What was the fallacy Crypto used? We missed it.
I'm giving an illustration.
Yeah, but what's the name of it though?
I don't know, but I know it's fallacious, and I'm illustrating why, if I may.
Oh wow!
But if I may not, that's okay. So
No,
you
I
just
don't
give
think
the
you
word.
should be able to. Okay, you may not. You're roboting, bro.
Yeah,
Basically,
really
because
bad.
you've already
There
made
you
the
go.
claim that you can model these things on a small scale. The problem. What about now?
Well, yeah, you came back.
Am I back?
Yep.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
you're
obviously,
good. You're good.
and I'm going to reiterate it because it's a really important point. The things that you can model on a small scale for the globe, you accept. The things that you can't model on the small scale for the globe, you just bring in scale and you say, oh, well, the scale's wrong. Now, obviously, for the flat Earth, that's different in different ways. So for the visual, it's going to be more difficult to model those things on a small scale, but there are explanations. Now, when it comes to the globe, you can't model water sticking to a ball on a small scale. That's an issue for you as much as this might be an issue for us. So you can't just discount that and say, well, my confirmation bias says that this is more logical, therefore I'm going with it. That's not logical.
Yeah, let me point out like this too. Their rebuttal was that it's dishonest because they know it can't be tested, so it's dishonest, which is literally them projecting what they're doing. Because I explained it in very simple terms. I said the dome is representing each individual observer's perspective. So in reality, if one person stands 500 yards away from the other, well, those domes would overlap. Okay, but you can't demonstrate that in physical reality because if you're using physical domes to represent the perspective, you can't overlap them. So what you can do is you can just line them up. So, and then they said, oh, well, then you can't test it in reality. So how is that one not dishonest?
Well, let me phrase it this way. It's just like a fresh start here.
Won't answer my question again, dude.
Right, we're not interested in your sophistry. We want to understand reality. Let's say the Earth was a globe. How would
Jesse,
we demonstrate?
Before we go forward, Jesse,
hey, Napalm, don't you know about not cutting people off in the middle of their sentences, Napalm?
You're just literally
hold on.
all
Here,
you
look, I
do
don't talk a lot, and I don't
everything.
cut people off. So just give me a second, and I'll finish here.
No, you just ignore them.
Let me just ask what's it. Let's say the Earth was a globe. How would we measure or demonstrate water sticking to a ball?
Okay, look, this is what's not going to happen. Every time I make a specific point and direct a question to you, you blatantly ignore it. It's completely disrespectful. You've been doing it for like 2 hours straight. You do it every day. Okay? That's not how it works. This isn't Jesse's room. You don't have the juice. You don't get to just blatantly disrespect someone like they're your intellectual inferior and that you can just ignore everything that they say every time they refute you. It's not going to happen. So maybe Left Lane can do it because Jesse's incapable of intellectual conversation. Left Lane, you said that it was dishonest to say stuff like, wait, can you replicate the water sticking to the exterior of a spinning sphere? Can you replicate physical orbit with gravity? Can you replicate gas pressure around a vacuum with gravity holding it to it? Now, you say that's dishonest to ask for those things because you know you can't do it, okay? How is that dishonest? But then it's not dishonest to say the same thing about the domes representing perspective not being able to physically overlap. How is that one not dishonest?
Yeah, especially in the context of the spiel of I like to build physical models to test physical reality. Yet here's a bunch of things you can't do.
Left. I want Left Lane to answer. Left Lane, how is
I
it?
don't,
Not
I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it to answer it honestly and to the best of my ability. There's a field of science called physics in which gravity is a part of, where it is demonstrated. And I know you guys don't accept that, but we do have demonstrations where we say this is our demonstration for gravity. But y'all choose to reject that.
You didn't. Oh my
And I
God.
kind
You
of
didn't
and I
answer.
do see some parallel that what you're saying is very difficult to demonstrate. But I mean, could we possibly take cameras, little like pinhole cameras, and put inside of a domed glass and see what that looked like, or anything like
Yeah,
that?
but yes, and that's what I was saying, is that you can do that. So what you can do is you can show that like curved perspective would cause this effect, and you can extrapolate that and be like, okay, well, if this effect was happening all over the place, in reality they would be overlapping for each observer, but if the same effect would happen to all of them, right? That would be the honest takeaway, but you guys don't do that. In fact, when it comes to not being able to physically replicate and demonstrate stuff for the globe, it's way worse than this. You can't even do, like, for example, I can show that dome causes this effect. You guys can't do that at all. You can't show that an object can change angular direction and free fall perpetually around a sphere because of gravitational orbit. You can't do that.
Well, we've got the ISS for one that you can see.
That doesn't show that thing that Witsit just said. There's something going around in the sky above our heads. How does that show what Witsit said?
Exactly.
Well, it's in orbit.
Because I see a plane above me, it's a ball
Well,
Earth. That's what you're saying.
and of course, we've got the moon. The moon's in orbit around Earth, and the Earth's in orbit around Sun, and all that.
So you're
stuff.
just going to presuppose, Left Lane. You're just going to presuppose that they're orbiting around a sphere to say this now proves it's a sphere. Yeah, it's
Well, for
affirming.
me, it's what it's for me. It's just what I observe. That's the observation and the way I interpret it.
Okay. So put it this way, Left Lane. If we were in a warehouse and I threw a ball over your head, are you going to tell me that the warehouse floor is curved because you saw the ball at a curve going around your head up and down? Would you say that?
Well, we don't even need to get into the minutia of that. Can I just point out real quick before
logical.
Jesse
it's logical
leaves the room? Like, Jesse, you do a very good job at being persistently, let's just say, persistently trying to shift the burden of proof, right? So you don't really hold true or hold fast to any of the claims of the model that you claim is reality. You try to shift the burden of proof to the person who is falsifying your model and then trying to ask for some sort of replacement, as if replacement is necessary for falsification. And that's what you constantly do. And you tap dance around actually putting your claims to the test and being honest about whether or not they're falsifiable.
Well,
nonsense.
What is the value in falsifying something without offering an alternate explanation for what we observe?
Again, I think what I said earlier was very valid. You saying you observed something and you're trying to claim this falsehood.
Jesse, are you here?
Yep.
I'll shut it up.
I said nonsense to your. That was my response to your statement about me. If you have a question, ask it. If you're just gonna say weird things about me, I'll just say nonsense.
Well, anyways, yeah. So as was demonstrated, the falsification has to come from our side, unfortunately. That's all they're going to do is shift it to us. How does this work on your model? Sorry, go ahead.
I've recently falsified one of their claims. They've just gotten to the point of denying reality at this point. So, I mean, there's really nowhere to go here.
I guess they have no response to me throwing a ball over their head and then them seeing it go up and down in their peripheral and the angle that it goes around them. They're just going to just hand wave the fact that it has nothing to do with the ground they're standing on. Like it's weird to me. That's illogical, bro. Like maybe I speak with too much logic for you guys. I don't know, but I don't get it, bro. I don't get it. I mean, yeah, I'm really drunk, but I mean, I still have a brain, bro. And I know that if you were to throw a football over my head, and yes, it's gonna go up, it's gonna go down, and I could even like do all this math about it, but it doesn't change the floor that I'm standing on, bro. It doesn't.
Okay.
It really doesn't.
All right, listen to me. Listen to me. If you're drunk, just go on mute. All right. I don't want to have to time you out, please.
It's noon.
What? Are you kidding me, Jeremy? Like, are you serious right now?
There's no, drunk. We can't be having drunk people wasted up in here. I tell you every day.
Dude, stop, dude. I'm not being disrespectful. I'm not being disruptive. Come on, dude. Like, check yourself.
Okay.
Man.
All right. All right. Well, just take it easy then. Let's not get crazy. Thank you.
That's fair.
You do be
And
getting
I
crazy.
that's
right.
fair. That's fair. And I have been taking it easy. I don't know. Like,
yeah. All right.
Your reasoning is just too powerful for us, Globies Apocryphon.
So wait, like Jesse, were you like denying the whole like personal azimuthal grid thing that Suncalc and Stellarium uses? Were you like intentionally misunderstanding that, or was that just like a jab at Witsit?
I'm not sure what you're describing. So maybe there's something I don't know about.
Boy, when you said, does the personal domes touch, right? That's what I thought was a deliberate misunderstanding of a concept that we probably talked about a bunch.
I don't think I've ever talked with you about it. And I've never talked with Witsit about it either, that I remember.
You've never heard us use the argument
of
the personal azimuthal grid over and over and over again to describe celestial phenomena.
I've heard of the personal dome, and I've heard of the azimuthal grid, but I didn't know they were the same thing.
Yeah, I would think that different name conventions for the same concept, right? It's pulled from Stellarium, which uses an azimuthal grid viewing option to mark, elevation angles to celestial objects, and also it's what Walter Bislin's model was using to mark sun elevation and sunset angles, right? Which was, perfectly matching reality for the last 3 years for any observer all over Earth.
Well, but my question to Witsit was, can using physical objects, can we create a working scale model that causes one light source to appear the same brightness and the same angular diameter for all observers in all locations? And
do we need to be able to do that for it to be true, Jesse?
So when I say "and," that means there's more words following, if I may. And so when he said multiple domes, then see, I had just asked how this would be done with physical objects, physical actual lenses and stuff. So when he said multiples, I was thinking, because the context was physical lenses, I was thinking physical domes. And so that's why I asked if they would bump into each other. That was the context.
So how do you physically model something that's supposed to emulate half of visible Earth? I mean, that's a fair question.
I mean, I'm not sure I understand the question. Let me give a brief maybe answer and then clarify for me. I could take a big light and make a model sun, a model moon, and a model Earth, and space them out the proportional distances, and I'd get sunsets and sunrises and moon phases and all that, with nothing fancy or unknown. So, if that doesn't answer your question, clarify it for me.
Well, you're asking us to model it, right? And we're modeling a concept where, like, each user or each observer-based azimuthal grid is, supposed to emulate maybe half of the night sky, right? So half of the night sky, half of the day sky. That's what we're emulating when we're marking these angles, perhaps, for argument's sake. And then how would we physically model that? Like, how would you model the limit of human perspective on a grand scale in like a room?
Well, to me, human perspective is linear perspective, and it all scales just fine.
Well, first of all, you're wrong there, but
I'm wrong about what it is to me?
Yeah. So, you want to be able to like physically model this and how somebody would perceive it, how an observer would perceive it. So how do you say, or do you propose that we can get a an optical device that can capture what's taking place within perspective that would be scaled down from the size of a human eye to the size of the dome in which we tend to see the world through visually. How do you propose that we can even get an optical device that would be able to scale down to that size?
I don't know. I don't see why it would have to scale down exactly to that size. The way a lens focuses light, it is all centered around the optical axis of the optical system, and the camera wouldn't have to be proportionally small.
The way that you see is based on optics, right? The aperture, focal length, all of that. Otherwise, the image that is going to be rendered is not going to be the same in which we would see the world through our set of human eyes. That would be like saying, well, let me just go ahead and take my Canon camera and put it underneath a salad bowl, and somehow that's going to render me the same exact perspective that I would see with eyeballs the size of golf balls in a dome that's 360 miles in diameter or something like that. It's preposterous.
I mean, sure, the camera needs to fit under the salad bowl, but
it's a big salad bowl. It barely fits under there, but since it's an optical device, it's just going to be the same, right?
I mean, if your focal length is the same, then and your field of view is the same, then the rest doesn't really matter from the camera, as long as you can physically get it into your model.
The rest doesn't matter. Okay, sure.
I mean, if you have say a 90-degree field of view 50mm lens on your Canon camera with a 100mm focal length, and you take a picture, and then you take that off and you put on a 1000mm diameter lens, also with a 100mm focal length, and you put that on and take a picture, and it's also got the same 90-degree field of view, or whatever we said, it's going to be the same field of view. The diameter of the lens doesn't affect your field of view or your magnification, right?
Are both those images that you take with those cameras in those situations going to render you the exact same image?
Basically, the field of view, I specified that the field of view was the same and the focal length was the same. So the magnification will be the same. Now, they may have slightly different distortion profiles, so maybe the barrel distortion might be a bit different on them. I don't know, but
when we're trying to test for something like distortion of an object, that would be relevant. That's all I'm trying to say.
So what's your overall point, though? How is this relevant? Are you saying basically that we could use physical objects to make this environment where observers would see a light source at the same brightness and same angular size from all locations on a plane, but we just can't test it because we don't have a camera that goes small enough? Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean, we can test it out in modeling. I mean, Walter Bislin did a perfect job of doing that, right?
No, I mean a physical model. The computer can bend light in ways that light doesn't ordinarily bend.
Jesse, here's the thing, Jesse. Do you need a physical model for it to be true? If so, then anything that you cannot physically model at a small scale about any globe Earth claims within the heliocentric model can be thrown out.
No, I need a physical model to see that it can physically happen in physical reality.
Okay, cool. So no water sticking to a ball. You know that is not possible because you cannot physically demonstrate it, right?
And no orbit.
Well, I've demonstrated that mass does, for all practical purposes, attract mass. So
did I ask you about mass attracting mass, or did I ask you about water sticking to a ball?
So maybe you'll go with this. Let's say, because you know,
I'm not going to change it around. I asked you a specific question. Can you answer it?
Can you see bacteria on your hand without any magnification?
No, you can't. You obviously can't answer questions, because here's the thing. You think that if you avoid answering question that completely exposes the fact that your model has more holes than Swiss cheese, that somehow your model is bolstered and ironclad if you just avoid actually dealing with it. I don't know if it's a form of cognitive dissonance or what, but you come in here day in and day out and constantly avoid and shift and try to put the burden of proof back onto the person who's questioning the model that you so arrogantly boast about.
Okay,
And
yeah,
it's funny and it's laughable, and you do it in this nice little giddy, okay, buddy, it's been a joy talking with you guys today. I'll be back tomorrow, guys. Thanks. Like, it's starting to get to be rather annoying, Jesse, because you're not being able to be pinned down to anything specifically, and you shift it back to anybody who falsifies your model.
White Knight incoming.
Ferrofluid sticks to a spherical magnet. Are you happy? I mean, in fact, water sticks due to surface tension to a tennis ball or any ball.
But doesn't it spin off? Doesn't it spin off?
Dude, that's meniscus and temporary. I can't believe you think bodies of water, right? That's meniscus. Get out of here.
So hold on. Is the claim of the globe Earth that surface tension is what holds the oceans to the ball?
Yeah, Pacific Ocean is meniscus surface. So that's different. I see. So you can't even use meniscus as an argument, can you, Jesse?
Does a tennis ball spin dry?
Not at
Wait,
15
Jesse,
degrees per hour.
Can you just be honest, and can you can you acknowledge the double standard that he's pointing out, right? That you're demanding a physical model, but then when you can't do it, it's okay. It's blatantly a double standard, right? Like I pointed one out that's way more damning. You can't even replicate in any way an orbit that's changing angle and free falling perpetually around a ball with any force, much less gravity.
No double standard on my part. I'm trying to explain my reasoning, but they wouldn't let me. So, and in fact, earlier I asked, if the Earth were a globe, how would you demonstrate water sticking to a ball? Because you very well know that if the Earth were a globe, that its gravity would be much greater than the water trying to stick to a tennis ball, and the water would fall to the ground.
No, we don't know that.
If perspective were a curved personal dome relative to the observer, how would you demonstrate it?
That's what I've been asking. That's
what
I've been asking.
You're so
how
blatantly a hypocrite, dude. It's like you think that no one notices it.
Nonsense,
right? Okay, look. This is what you're doing. You're saying, look, if I can show this effect over here, and that it's possible that it can happen, even if I have to use magnetism, which isn't my claim, right? Or even I have to bring up water tension, which is completely irrelevant to my claim, then I can extrapolate that and assume it happened on the globe, because it can't happen on the globe with the test because of gravity, right? That's your logic. But then when I show, okay, you can take a dome and you can show what the light's going to do for the person inside the dome, what the dome is going to do to the light, right? And it shows exactly what we're saying. You can extrapolate that to understand that if each person has a visual limit that is effectively a dome, it's hemispheric visual limit, then we can extrapolate that to know that that's what would happen. But somehow that doesn't work. And you're not being a hypocrite.
Correct. I'm not being a hypocrite. Thank you.
It's just laughable, dude.
But no, seriously, if the Earth were a ball and had gravity, is it not true that it would be impossible to demonstrate water sticking to a small ball near the surface?
You can't even articulate what gravity is.
You can't even let me finish a sentence. Would it not be impossible, even if the globe model were true, to demonstrate water sticking to a tennis ball due to gravity? Yes or no?
That's hypothetical inception. Which hypothetical do you want us to address?
They can't answer.
You should be able to counter the gravity. They say they can't answer, but Left Lane, you're the one that can't answer and call out your little cult member and point out that he's having a double standard when I just pointed out that he's doing the same exact thing to the perspective. I don't care if you disagree. Articulate some type of big boy response, because I just pointed it out 27 times. It's very simple. You're saying, oh, you need to physically demonstrate it, but you guys don't have to. And then I explain it. Now, your argument is there is a reason why it's impossible to physically demonstrate. That's your argument. Wait.
I don't think the two conditions are even analogous. I don't even know why you're comparing making a demonstration of the observation versus demonstrating water sticking to a ball on the surface of Earth. It's a false equivalent.
No, it's not. Listen carefully. Yeah. So answer my question. Is your argument that you can't physically demonstrate it because it's physically impossible. Yes or no?
Yes, as far as water sticking to a ball, the way that gravity works on the surface of the Earth, it's physically impossible because the rules of physics prohibit that. If we could do that, it would invalidate physics as we know it. It wouldn't work.
No, you just say stop saying stuff like that. Okay, so your argument is that you can't physically demonstrate it because it's physically impossible. This is the same explanation for why you can't show an object free falling, changing directions, perpetually orbiting a sphere due to gravity. This is your same explanation why you can't show gravity holding air down to a sphere inside of a vacuum, right? You have the same answer for all three of them, which is that it's physically impossible, so you can't physically demonstrate it because you're on the Earth. Okay, so then you're saying, based on your logic, it's logically acceptable to say, well, no, we can't physically demonstrate it because it's physically impossible. So we're going to take that same standard, come over here. I said, okay, you can put a dome over top of a flat surface and show that within that dome, the sun's going to change position from its actual position, the light, and it's going to not change angular size. Now, you can't physically demonstrate the idea that each individual observer has a dome of vision by doing this, because in reality, they would overlap based on where the person is. But in physical reality, it would be physically impossible to have physical domes overlapping into one another. So how is it different?
Yeah, the personal dome of perspective just doesn't make any sense to me. I you know, if I wanted to propose that, I would. How would I do? I'm trying to figure out how could we demonstrate that. I mean,
buddy, listen carefully.
That would be a cool demonstration, wouldn't it?
Don't you agree that intellectual honesty would be like actually responding to the question instead of for hours every day you guys both ignoring the question? So I'll just have to repeat it again. It's getting really annoying. Will you actually answer my question? Don't tell me your feelings or what you think doesn't make sense or whatever other nonsense you want to divert away from. Can you actually answer my question? How is it different when you say it's physically impossible to show a physical demonstration of the water sticking the orbit, the atmosphere, right? Because it's physically impossible, you can't physically demonstrate it. How is that different than me saying, oh, well, you can't demonstrate overlapping personal vision domes because you can't make the physical domes you're using to replicate it physically overlap, so it's physically impossible? How are they different?
So why is it impossible for you to demonstrate that, the personal
Why is it
perspective
impossible to show that little physical domes are relative to each observer and they can physically overlap the other one? Your question is, why can't matter go through other matter?
Oh, well, I mean, are you saying our personal domes have got physicality to them?
No, my God, dude. In reality, the domes are just representing the visual limit of each observer. So on the Earth, right, there's going to be a little dome for each observer. So if they stand right beside each other and line up for 100 miles, they're going to be a bunch of domes overlapping. They're not physical, they're visual limits. They're overlapping. We can show with a physical dome that the curve will cause perspective to do a certain thing. Okay? So we can show that the curved optics will cause a certain visual effect. Now, we cannot actually overlap the physical domes, though, like they would be for the visual limit of the observer. So how is it different to say we can't physically demonstrate that because it's physically impossible, but somehow that's not acceptable? But when you say it, it is acceptable. How is that not a double standard?
Well, if two people have their own physical, their own dome of vision, and they were standing apart, and each one had their different perspectives due to this dome of vision. As they come together, would what they see merge together and be the same thing, or at some point does that separate with distance?
Dude, it's relative to each observer. Why are you not answering my question?
Yeah. Well, I'm addressing that. If it is relative.
If it's physically impossible, then how is that different than your justification that you can't do the demonstration because it's physically impossible. How are they different?
Can I respond?
Well, I can give you a direct reason why it's impossible to show water sticking to a ball.
I gave you a direct reason why this test was physically impossible. What direct reason did I give you?
To be honest, I'm not clear on it.
Okay, dude. Say I have a little paperweight that's a dome, okay? Can I line a bunch of them up on a table and make them overlap each other, go through each other?
Well, no, not with that little magnifying dome. You can't. But
because it's material.
But if you've got a person in the middle of each one, you got two together. There's nothing that prevents the two people from coming together and sharing a dome, right?
No, oh my God. If the person was standing on top, like it morphed into the other person, they'd have the same dome. If they're 1 foot away, it'd be slightly different. If they're 2 feet away, it'd be more different.
As they move apart, like if they're looking at the sun and they move apart, at some point the sun becomes in a different location for one person to the next.
Think of it this way, Left Lane. If you're talking about two people standing right next to each other and they're at a beach and they're watching a sunset, the sun's reflection off the water is always going to come directly to them, directly below them, right at their toes specifically. So you understand as they move down the beach that shifts with them, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Similar concept. You can't be inside somebody else's eyeballs. If you're anywhere but that person's eyeballs, it's going to be slightly different to you. Does that make sense?
But the source of that reflection is in the same place. It doesn't move around. I mean, the reflection is going to follow the individual as they walk down the beach away from the other person. But the source of that reflection stays in the same place, right?
Are you asking if the sun stays in the same place?
Yeah.
I don't know. It might be slightly different.
Yeah, obviously we know that the position of the sun changes as you change position on the Earth. How do you not know that?
This is what I'm saying. Right? That's where you lose me. That makes it fuzzy for me. For me, if a person is seeing the sunrise on one part of the Earth and the person on the 90 degrees or 180 degrees from them is seeing the sun setting, they're still looking at the same sun, though, right?
It's right, but think of it this way, Left Lane, right? So if you have a light source above a table that has multiple domes on it, glass domes like what it's been talking about, that light source can remain in one position. And as you move those little domes around in all different directions, how the sun is being presented to the person inside that little dome or just observing it from an outside perspective, where the reflection is of that light source on that specific dome changes every single movement. As you move it around, where that light source is presenting itself on the dome changes. Does that make sense? Even though the light source might remain stationary.
If that were the case, and let's doing it at night and using the moon, I would expect my my view of the horizon to be different than looking straight up. I would expect. I don't know. I don't know what I would expect.
You're just totally missing the point.
Yeah,
the horizon has
point.
nothing to do with what I just explained about a light source being stationary and domes being moved around.
Dude, this is what's so weird, right? Like this is taking like an hour, when obviously an honest response would just be like, okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. It's the same thing. If I'm saying that some things are physically impossible to test, then I would equally apply it to you. And then say that this is what you guys are doing. Instead of responding to that specifically, you're telling us what your issues with understanding the concept is. So it's like saying, can you show me atmosphere sticking to the globe inside of a vacuum because of gravity? No, you can't, because gravity and the scale, and so the gravity of the Earth. I'm like, okay. And so I can't physically test that. Imagine my response being, well, it just doesn't make sense to me that space and time bends and warps.
Right. They would see, well, that's your incredulity, Witsit, but they don't care about their incredulity.
Yeah, and like this, I'm saying that would be a dishonest response because I'm not addressing your point about how the test isn't physically attainable. I'm just diverting away and then telling me why I don't think the concept makes sense. Right? Because when the Globers say that, I acknowledge it. I always acknowledge it. I'm like, yeah, I always correct flat earthers actually, and I say, to be fair, in their model, you couldn't test it. I do it all the time. But you guys aren't honest. So whenever I point out that you're being a hypocrite, you're saying, oh, well, it's okay that we can't physically test this stuff for the globe because it's physically impossible. But whenever I say the same thing and give you specific reasons why, which is that matter can't go through other matter, all of a sudden you just Men in Black gun. You don't know what logic is anymore. You can't remember or understand anything. Amnesia. How does it work though? It's like it's blatantly disingenuous, and it's taken an hour. This should have been a 30-second exchange, and we should have moved on.
Very true.
Well, yeah, go ahead and move on because I'm not being disingenuous or dishonest in any way. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Dude, is it the same? Like, I don't know how many times I got to repeat it. It's so insane, dude. Okay? We both agree that matter's not going to go through the other matter. If I have two paperweight domes, I can't make them go through each other. Okay, cool. So if that's what's happening in reality, that each individual observer has their own dome of vision, hemispherical limit of view, right? Then they would overlap because they're not physical and they're just relative to each observer and they have a certain span in each direction, equidistant limit of view. Okay, now if we're going to test what would this curved limit of view do to things optically, we can take a little dome. We can show lights, etc. We can take a light, move it over a flat surface in a circle, and then show that on the dome, it looks like it just goes up from horizon to other horizon, and it doesn't change angular size, even though the light source is actually moving over top of it locally in a different direction. We can show that's what happened. And then the rebuttal was, wait, can you show how it works for each observer? And if you can't overlap the physical domes into each other and defy physics, if you can't defy physics, then the whole concept gets thrown out. It's blatantly a double standard. How many different ways can I say it?
I would maybe, if I was going to do this, I would take the flat surface like where they show that light shining through and shows the Terminator line, that one observation. I'd cut a hole in the table and put a camera in it that was looking up and then shine that light through that dome and see what it would look like from the surface with that camera. That's
yeah, I'm actually going to do that. But you're doing the same thing by not addressing the. So it's whatever. Everyone knows that you guys are implying a double or implementing a double standard. It's blatantly obvious, and I know for a fact that both of you guys get it. And you're not addressing it, but it's okay for you guys to not be able to demonstrate anything. I mean, even to the extent that you can invoke magnetism and pretend that that's equivalent to gravity. Everything that you do, you have to invoke electromagnetism. And you're like, oh, yeah, this proves gravity. This proves my claim about gravity. Which is magnetism. But I even brought up one that you can't even use magnetism for. Because it doesn't just defy physics because of the force you claim that's there. That's not a force. It can be thought of like a force. It just defies physics, period. You claim that orbits are geodesic paths where objects change angle and free fall at the same time, perpetually orbiting. You can use any force you want to, any force. So your excuse about being on the Earth and because of gravity doesn't work. Use any force you want to. Use magnetism. Show me an object changing angular direction in free fall, perpetually going around a ball.
With any known physics that you know about, because you brought up earlier, I don't know, because that doesn't work with any known physics that I know about. So go ahead, explain.
I do like how you said the table. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. What you're saying, I was just trying to come up with an idea of the way you could demonstrate this personal dome of vision.
I do like how you at least said. I do like how he at least said a table, because we all understand and realize that a table would generally be a flat surface. So I appreciate that he just did mention if you're looking at something from a table. So thank you. At least you're honest. We're getting there.
I make a statement as a globe, but I've never claimed we can make a small demo of orbits or gravity balls with water on. I would never. Of course you can't.
Wait,
Because
why
it's-
can't you? Why can't you replicate an orbit?
And anyone that's trying to cling to, trying to explain, but the point is you can't demo it. It's on a huge scale. You haven't even left Earth. All you've
But that
seen
doesn't
is a
answer the
dot
orbit.
going around Jupiter. That's all you've seen.
But that doesn't answer the orbit thing. That's what I'm saying. Like I agree with the ballers that
I'm
you can't
telling you,
replicate.
you've won. You've got it. We can't demo it.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying it's even worse than that because I agree with the ballers and correct flat earthers all the time that, like, according to the globe model, you can't replicate water bending around a sphere spinning using gravity because the gravity of the Earth is so much stronger.
Yeah.
You can't do that with. I agree with the ballers. Okay, it makes it unfalsifiable
you know that.
and it's lame, but like that's true. But when it comes to the orbits, I'm saying you don't even have to use gravity. Use any force that you want to. Use magnetism. So you can use magnetism, which is way stronger than gravity. So that throws the scale out. That throws gravity out. You still can't show the claim of physics that an object will change direction as it free falls around a ball.
Of course we
no
can't.
one can show that.
We're inferring that from other information and our belief systems.
Yeah, but if that was true, if your interpretation of inference, right, based on the stuff you see in the sky was true, then you'd be able to show it can physically happen on the Earth using a stronger
that
force.
doesn't make sense.
It does make sense.
If everything I believe is true, I should be able to show all of it to you on Earth.
No, just specifically this. If you look in the sky and you're like, okay, this is happening because, I mean, it's like you guys don't even understand where it came from. The reason that you guys claim this is because,
true, even though I can't show you it.
No, but my point is you should be able to show this, which is how you're claiming that physics will result in a geodesic path of free fall changing angle perpetually. The reason that you guys came up with this as the globe model was because of Michelson-Morley. So you had to invoke relativity and say that orbits are actually geodesic paths, and
that's not me. I'm not that
I
guy.
know,
I'm
I'm
the
just
guy
saying.
who just believes balls go around balls because weight in the void of the goddess. That's what I believe. Balls just go around balls. Yeah, I infer it from seeing stuff go round and other people saying that must be going round, and then me thinking, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, but the point is that you can't show free fall. You can't show free fall while it's changing angular direction, thus being a translational path of motion. This is an anomalous claim of physics. The globe model's claim of orbits literally defies physics for many reasons. One of them being it doesn't even account for the centrifugal force. It doesn't even count that as the ball orbits the other ball, that it's going to be pushing out. It's going to be pushing out as it moves, so it's going to have to fight that force. They just ignored that. Then they say that the ball can fall around a ball, perpetually changing direction. This also defies physics. An object cannot change angular direction free falling at the same time, perpetually. That's impossible.
Orbit against physics. I was just telling you, I agree with you that rovers can't demo this stuff on a small scale.
Yeah, but I'm explaining that I agree with the Glovers only in certain situations. The orbit doesn't work. That's why I always bring up the orbit. No ballers ever even uttered a response, by the way, except for saying interballistic missiles and the moon.
They haven't got much to show you because it's cosmic scale stuff based
Well, why
on
would
other
this?
inferences.
So you can replicate this. You can remove the scale problem by introducing a stronger force like magnetism.
So what is their claim exactly? What's it that that orbit wouldn't work if there was an attractive force of based on the square of the distance, the inverse square of the distance?
I want you to show me an object free falling, changing direction at the same time, perpetually orbiting a sphere. Use what?
I want you to show me God.
You cut out when you said use whatever.
Use whatever force you want.
So what if I had made like a little, two weights with a string between them and a little servo inside that applied a tension on the string that was equal to a certain attraction over the square of the distance. So it emulated what gravity is supposed to do. And then I get them spinning around each other and I drop them from an airplane and then I follow them down with a drone. Would that qualify?
There you go. Show me magnetism causing an orbit that's changing angular direction as you free fall. But it's even worse than that because only the thing orbiting can be free falling, not the whole system, not the ball and everything. not whatever it's orbiting around, because there's just the other object is orbiting around it relative. And dude, this is the point. It's an unfalsifiable claim of anomalous physics that only happens in space. That's the claim. Just like with the fact that they don't account for the centrifugal force. If I have in any engineering, if I'm going to build something and I have an object in the middle and then I have another object rotating around it, right? It's rotating towards that central axis. It's rotating around the center object, right? As it does that, it's going to have centrifugal force, right?
Okay. I mean.
Okay. So that the
doesn't have to
centrifugal
be
force
rotating
is
around an object.
It'll
have the force due to its rotation, regardless if there's an object inside its rotation.
Point, dude. Okay, perfect. So if an object is rotating, it'll have centrifugal force.
Yes.
Okay. So if you were to draw an arrow for what direction the centrifugal force is going, if the object is, say, rotating clockwise, what direction would the arrow of centrifugal force be?
Straight out?
So it would be a line straight out in the same direction as the clockwise rotation. So the arrow would be moving away from the center. Right?
I think the centrifugal force vector is straight out from the center of rotation. But the mass's trajectory, should it be cut loose, is a tangent line at that point.
Okay, yeah. If you have an object rotating in a rotational direction, then the centrifugal force will be out. Like if I drew a circle with a little circle inside of it, and that big circle represents the orbit, and then I draw a straight line down to the center. That's in your claim, like gravity, single vector of down relative to the center of mass. So that object's going down. That's what's causing it to rotate, the attractive force moving around relative to the center. You would have another force to account for, which would be the centrifugal force. The globe model accounts for the centrifugal force, right? That's why we have an equatorial bulge and all this stuff, right?
Okay.
Okay, why don't they also account for that same physics when it comes to orbits? Because when it comes to orbits, they don't even account for the centrifugal force. They just ignore it. They act like it's not a thing.
Well, they do. It's when the centrifugal force equals the gravitational force, then that's a stable orbit.
No, they don't account for it. It would be countering the actual. You can look at any depiction of the mainstream orbital mechanics. It just doesn't account for it at all. You're just saying that it equals it doesn't mean anything. Okay? Like, in fact, what the official answer is that the object falls in a geodesic path. Thus, it's effectively in free fall so that you don't have to account for the centrifugal force because it's in free fall.
Can you check out the video I just linked you? It's a penny.
No.
You've seen those penny vortexes where you put a penny or a marble in and it goes around and around.
Yeah, man.
Okay. Well, so those are shaped so that the inward force on the penny or the marble is equal to a given force divided by the square of the distance. So they actually are emulating an orbit. And so that actually is showing a mass orbiting. What?
What's the difference, though?
Well, I mean, the force is derived differently. It's
No, that's not the primary difference. The primary difference is this thing is not in free fall.
But Jesse, where do all the pennies gather at the bottom of your ball?
Time out.
I'm sorry.
Real fast. Sorry. It doesn't account for free fall. So, for example, on a roller coaster, you go to the top of the roller coaster, then you go down. So if it's going at its fastest moment where it changes direction, you're going to have centrifugal force. This has a real physical impact. That's why we have to build the actual track for the roller coaster to absorb that impact or that force that's generated, the centrifugal force, so that the roller coaster can stay on the track and keep going. Okay, we actually build it to hold the roller coaster. In an orbit, you have nothing to actually absorb this energy of the centrifugal force. It's just completely ignored.
Of course you do, Witcher.
What?
The centripetal force, which is actually gravity, is what balances the orbit.
Okay, so then it requires it being free fall, right?
It requires it to be going at a certain velocity.
Okay, dude, I don't know why you guys aren't understanding this. Just like in Jesse's depiction, are the pennies in free fall?
I haven't seen Jesse's depiction.
Okay, so everyone acknowledges that orbits can exist, right? You can use quantum locking, magnetic levitation, and you can show something perpetually orbiting, right?
That's
The problem
not
is,
orbit.
yes, it is. It literally is, by definition.
You're talking about the quantum locking where they've got the magnet going around in a circle.
Yeah, that's an orbit.
It's tracking. It's not necessarily an orbit.
Oh my God, what's an orbit, dude? It's a rotation around a central point.
It's by definition an object in free fall with a velocity such that it never falls.
That's
never
not true.
comes down.
That wasn't the definition until relativity said that's what happens in space. So orbits are not exclusive to your fairy tale relativistic physics. Again, I can physically demonstrate. They're like, how would the sun and the moon move over the earth? I'm like, oh, well, it could just be magnetic levitation. Here, I can show an actual demonstration physically showing how it would work. You guys can't do that. You cannot show a physical demonstration of an object changing angular direction, balancing out the centrifugal force as if it doesn't exist, and free falling all at the same time. Use whatever force you want. Use magnetism. You can't do it.
Well,
it's because it defies physics.
You're not making any sense with it.
Oh my God.
We've explained this to you.
Hey, can you demonstrate an object? Can you demonstrate an object changing angular direction while simultaneously free falling to attain a perpetual orbit? Can you replicate it with a demonstration?
Can I replicate it? No, I don't know a good way of replicating it.
Why not?
Because I'm sitting in the gravitational well of the Earth right now. That's why. But
okay, so what if you use a force that's
what I do know is that centrifugal acceleration or centrifugal force is an emergent force that is the reaction to centripetal force or acceleration, which is the reason the damn thing is going in a circle to begin with.
But wait. You said because we're sitting in a
gravity. Two accelerations are exactly balanced.
Yeah, cool story. So you said that we're sitting.
Story, it is simple physics. Any college kid will understand it.
Yeah. So you said it's because we're sitting in a gravitational well. But what if you use a stronger force?
May I suggest an idea?
Well, if your suggestion is answering my question, Blue, what if you use a stronger force?
What stronger force do you want to use? I don't know how to do it. You come up with a way of doing it. I don't know how to do it.
But your excuse why it can't be done is because of the gravitational well. I just refuted that because you can use a stronger force. You can use magnetism.
You didn't refute anything with it.
Yeah,
you just said a bunch of words. You're not refuting anything. You're just making a wild ass claim that we ignore centrifugal force, which we do not.
Hey, focus on the point here.
That's ridiculous. You cannot have centripetal force without having centrifugal force. Did nobody ever tell you that? Did you bother to read up on it a little bit? You might find out something. You might learn something.
You're just using words.
Put on your big boy pants now, Witchy.
All right, I'm sorry you're getting emotional.
Centrifugal force and what it is and what it is a reaction to.
Okay, back to the point here. So if you say it's gravitational well, then we can just use a stronger force to overcome that.
You can't get rid of it, Witchy. You're still in the gravitational well. There's nothing that we know of that would cause the gravitational effects of the Earth to disappear.
You can overcome it with a stronger force.
Hey, can I propose a test?
No. You can overcome it with a stronger force. Can you please address that? Like, why do you keep ignoring it?
I want to respond to it.
I don't know how to do what you're asking, Witchy. I can't think of a practical experiment that you could do that with.
It's because it's anomalous physics. It defies physics. You can't have an object. You can't have an object change angular direction simultaneously free falling to attain perpetual orbit. That's impossible.
Forget the word free fall. Just look at the physics involved.
No, I'm not. We're going to forget the word free fall.
You cannot have a centripetal force without a reactionary, an opposite reaction, which is centrifugal.
That's my point. What are you talking about? Dude, stop going back.
No, that's not your point. That's physics' point. Don't act like you invented anything. You didn't invent shit. This is what we've known for goddamn hundreds and hundreds of years.
That's my
Jesus
point.
Christ.
That's my point. Yeah. So like any engineering,
Who
if
is
there's
that?
something rotating around the center,
Who's
then
doing
it
all
creates
the
a
screaming?
centrifugal force. It creates a centrifugal force that will effectively you can draw a line straight out from the object's current position.
Which
and
we
this
know
would
how it works.
okay, this would be perpendicular to the center of orbit.
Yes, that's the way it works. Thank you.
Okay, so it would counter it. But back to the actual point here. So you can't say just forget the free fall. That's the linchpin of my argument and your entire belief.
God damn.
It is, dude. Do you guys not understand? Wait, do you even know why you have to claim that orbits are in free fall in a geodesic path? Why do you have to claim that? No. You didn't discover it was like that. You didn't go measure objects in free fall. Why did the model get updated to say that objects are in a free fall in a geodesic path? Because it didn't always say that, so it got updated to say that.
I don't know what you're talking about. When did it get updated?
Okay, right around 1915.
Really?
Yeah, really. So
Really?
yeah.
So now you're going to invoke and try to invoke Einstein, huh?
That's what happened.
We're talking about Newtonian physics. I'm not talking about
Newtonian physics doesn't work.
Yeah, it does.
Huh?
It's the only thing we teach in college.
Explain Michelson-Morley. Explain Michelson-Morley with Newtonian physics. Explain Michelson-Morley with Newtonian physics.
It is the only thing taught in undergraduate physics.
I get, yeah, people are brainwashed with misnomers that aren't even the current model. I get it. Thanks for the irrelevant point, though. So, like, again,
what is free fall? What is free fall anyway? Tell me.
No, you're not going to now start diverting away.
Do you have any idea? I got a real good idea. You don't have an idea.
Do you see how long it takes to get you to actually answer the point? And the way that everyone can see you're freaking out is you're desperately trying to run away.
No, you're the one freaking out here, buddy.
You just got exposed.
You're throwing words around that you don't even understand. You can't
Dude,
tell
you
me what
just got
free fall
exposed.
is. Give me the definition of free fall. You don't know, do you?
Buddy, you just got exposed. You don't even know that the model got updated for geodesic paths and free fall. You don't even understand it. You don't even get it at all. You're acting like I don't know what free fall means as some desperate attempt to divert away from the fact that you just got exposed for not even knowing the basis of your own model. You don't even understand that your own model, so now you're trying to divert away.
And well, how does Einstein apply to an orbit?
Okay, great. I'm glad you asked. So, according to relativistic physics, objects free fall in a geodesic path.
Okay.
That's actually where Einstein debunked Newton's Newtonian mechanics by saying objects move in geodesics through free space.
Correct.
Okay. So how would you describe an orbit mathematically?
No, wait. Before you ask questions, can you guys concede that you clearly didn't even understand the basics here, and me and Jeremy just had to explain to you that it was updated due to relativistic physics, which changed orbits to geodesic paths?
We can clearly admit that that was not part of the discussion to begin with. We're talking about Newtonian physics and orbits, which are not usually ever have relativity applied to them.
No,
I never used with it. It just isn't used. Newtonian physics is what is used.
Okay, orbits move in geodesics through geodesic through free space, right?
Geodesic, yes, that's a terminology. That's a term used in relativity. We don't need that in Newtonian physics.
That's the part that debunks Newtonian mechanics. What is the geodesic part? Things moving it. When Einstein said things move in geodesics through free space, that debunked Newtonian mechanics right there on the spot.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did. Newtonian mechanics doesn't have things moving in geodesics.
That's an idiotic thing to say, Jeremy.
Newtonian mechanics.
You guys can't even figure
Newtonian mechanics. Can I respond, please, Blue?
You guys can't even figure out what centrifugal force is, and you want to talk about relativity.
Oh my God!
I know. Please let me respond, guys.
When you kids grow up, get back to me.
I know.
Is he gonna run away?
Yeah, divert it to something else. The thing is, though, I forgot what he said now. After all that, come on, guys.
Yeah,
geodesics, Jeremy. Geodesics.
That's right. I remember. In geodesics, Newtonian mechanics, you have to have a force applied to something to have it divert from its path. The geodesic thing, there's no force there. He debunked Newton. I don't know why you don't understand this.
I know, it's such a basic tenet of the globe model.
Like, this came from like Feynman or Schenker or one of these physics guys. You think I made that up? That statement?
It's hilarious.
Do you think I made that statement up, that when Einstein said objects move in geodesics through free space, it debunks Newtonian mechanics? Do you think I made that up? How the fuck would I even know that shit unless I saw it from one of the...
I mean, I feel like that might be a factual statement as to why things orbit, but do you need tensor equations to calculate an orbit?
To be able to accurately explain your model, yeah.
Yeah, not Newtonian mechanics.
It is Newtonian mechanics. It is certainly
Oh,
Newtonian mechanics.
Dude, this is what I'm saying. Is like, is it talking to them even worth it, right? Because they don't even defend the globe. Like, they're not actually defending the globe model. They're defending like this archaic elementary version told to children. That they're not even defending the actual globe.
Yeah, this is a good example in relativity and its opposition to Newtonian mechanics is a perfect way to illustrate where the globe enthusiasts many times have to only look at one specific thing through blinders and apply certain things that can't translate across their whole entire model. So it's like once you start to expose that they have these two options that they use but aren't compatible with one another, therefore basically one needs to be thrown out and or both, then they literally do what Blue does and they kind of run away because they know that they're caught in this contradiction that they have to use the relativistic model in certain cases, but then when you try to apply Newtonian to that, it completely falls apart. But then when you're dealing with something else, it's Newtonian. And then when you try to apply the relativistic models of it, then it falls apart.
Yeah, well, they don't even understand the basic tenets. They don't even know how this ties into Michelson-Morley. Like, they don't even get it. Newton said that space was a fixed background, right? And then gravity pushes and pulls other objects in a certain way with a force. Einstein said, no, there is no fixed background, and that it's a free fall in geodesics void of a force. These are fundamentally different things, and they have fundamentally different interpretations of stuff like Michelson-Morley.
Yep.
You guys don't even understand your model. That's why you still believe in it.
Well, that's because most of them just think that when you say Michelson-Morley, all that comes into their mind based on their script is that it debunked the ether.
Ether, because Wikipedia says so. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Like, this is why I brought this up, because you could try to you can show what Newton was saying, that you can have a force acting on an object and make it orbit. You can't show what Einstein said, which is that you have no fixed background, you don't have a force acting on it, and an object can change angular direction in a geodesic path, simultaneously free falling in perpetual orbit. You cannot demonstrate that physically in the world. It's an anomalous physics claim. It defies physics.
Could you explain this
and then
orbit and force thing with it?
Yes. Yeah. So Newton said there's a fixed background of space, and that the force acting within this fixed background on an object causes it to go into an orbit. Einstein said that there is no fixed background in space. Everything is relative. There is no actual fixed reference frame, and that objects can free fall in a geodesic orbit without a force being applied, due to the bending and warping of space and time itself guiding it, because it's malleable and there's not a fixed background of space. This is what helps you explain Michelson-Morley, because the orbit of the Earth around the sun is actually a free fall geodesic path that can't be detected because there's no force being acted on it within a fixed background of space. So it wouldn't give you a fringe shift. In order to explain this, he had to make a bunch of other claims like length contraction and time dilation. Okay, this is why relativity is a thing. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you guys could show me an actual demonstration, I'd be like, wow, dude, maybe, this is physically possible. You guys don't do that.
So that's what I'm interested in, is an actual physical demonstration. What if I had, like, made a little weight that had a string that you could pull out, and the string had tension on it. It wanted to pull back in. There was a spring in there, kind of like a tape measure, but it was calibrated to emulate the pull of gravity, and that it was the force pulled on the string would be equal to the distance divided by the square of the distance to emulate gravity. And then I made this weight, anchored it to something and got it spinning around like a tether ball. Was that kind of the demonstration you're thinking of?
No, that doesn't emulate gravity. Einstein specifically, Newton said that gravity was effectively instant, right, based on some intermediary exchange, and that it was orbit was a result of a force. Einstein says there is no force. You can't have a string. You can't have a string. It can't be instant. It has to free fall. Dude, if let's say I drop a feather, right, and then the wind's blowing and it's slightly going to the left, it's not free falling because it's changing angle. Something can't simultaneously change angle and free fall to sustain a perpetual orbit, except in fairy tale physics land where Einstein just ran wild in fantasy.
But right, I'm trying to come up with, you said to use some force that was stronger than gravity to overcome gravity, and so I'm trying to come up with literally a way to do that.
Well, yeah, sure. Can you measure something being in free fall while changing angular direction in an orbit, even using a stronger force? Like, you have to measure that it's in free fall.
Right. So
how are you going to do that?
Yo,
so here's, did you need to insert something, Jeremy?
when you guys are done with this, I want to read something off Wiki about the thing we were just talking about. But go ahead. I could do it later.
You drop it in the chat as well, because I want to see it.
So, but if I can get a mass to orbit an anchor point using a string whose tension emulates the gravity, the force distance relationship of gravity, then I could do that whole thing and drop it from an airplane, and then that would be in free fall, right? Wouldn't that satisfy your request? It would be in free fall because it's falling, the whole works is falling from an airplane, and the string is providing a replacement for gravitational force, which would allow us to do the experiment within Earth's gravitational field without it ruining the experiment, right?
Well, again, it's not analogous. You have a physical mechanism that causes like an immediate interaction connecting the two, and Einstein specifically said Newton was wrong about that. Secondly, it would be interesting to see, because I still don't think you could attain like a perfectly symmetrical perpetual orbit like that. But it doesn't even matter, because the object that's being orbited would also be free falling. But in the model, you have the object that's going around the center object being the only thing that's free falling in that reference frame. So you can't just have everything free falling. No, you need to show an object stationary and then measure free fall. Like, sitting here talking about it, it probably is just impossible. It's just like your other excuse, you just can't do it. The point is that it's a claim of anomalous physics. Anytime that you see an orbit, you have to have a force applied, and it changes angular direction. Right? You can never have an orbit. It's literally physically impossible to have an object changing angular direction while being in free fall at the same time without a force applied causing perpetual orbit. There's no way that this is possible. It defies a handful of physics.
You mean even if gravity was real, things still couldn't orbit the Earth, is what you're saying?
Not the way it's currently described. The only way that you could ever make it work would be you would have to make the Earth stationary, give a fixed background of space, and then say that it's got some type of medium exchanging the force from point to be instant. Then you could explain the orbit with force. So Newton was way more correct than Einstein, but the problem is Newton was proven wrong with very precise tests.
This is straight off the wiki page right here. So I mean, take it what you will, take from it what you will. But geometry of Newtonian gravity is the title of this little part. According to general relativity, objects in the gravitational field behave similar, not important. At the base of classical mechanics is the notion that a body's motion can be described as a combination of free or inertial motion. Hold on a second. Hold on, I'll be right back. My wife just came in the room.
It happens, Jeremy. Yeah, so Jesse, you might be able to do some sort of demonstration or have the ability to demonstrate it to a certain extent, but then you might have to go down the lines of using magnetism and electrostatics, and then you'd have to start collabing with Whitsitt, and then come to the idea that Whitsitt also has that gravity, as you guys explain it, with the bending and warping of space-time is completely BS, and it all has to do with magnetism and electrostatics. But I know you won't do that.
Even though you could, in theory, get to the truth being that there is some type of bending and warping, the bending and warping, quote unquote, would just be the etheric background, like the reciprocation within the background itself.
And we can't do that. Michelson-Morley already proved that no, can't do that.
Can't do that. Can't do that unless the Earth's not moving.
Well, there's really two discrete questions here, right? One is, do masses attract according to the gravitational formula? And the other is, even if they do, would that allow an orbit to work, right?
Well, here's the problem with your gravitational formula, right? Is the implications of what you guys claim is the causal nature, right? It's the explanation behind it, not necessarily the mathematics itself.
But the question of whether an orbit could work doesn't care about the cause. If the relationship is, the force divided by the square of the distance based on the mass, then we can still talk about whether an orbit would be possible regardless of whether that force was caused by gravity or magnetism or electrostatics.
But your model does care about the cause, because you can't have a force, you can't have a fixed background of space. How do you not understand this?
Listen, let me just read this real quick.
Who are you talking to?
Hold on, my wife's still here. Never mind.
See, I'm talking to Jesse. He's
give her hugs and kisses, Jeremy. Tell her you love her.
Yeah, like I don't even know. Like, this is what I'm saying. You won't see this in like many textbooks, because like this is a challenge of the fundamental claim of physics, and this was just assumed that basically what's going on in space, in the space-time world, is just something that we don't fully understand and can't wrap our mind around. That's the only reason relativity was even allowed to progress forward, was because no one could come up with any alternative. And so it's like, oh, well, there's just something going on there that we can't fully figure out. It just must be this like anomalous type of physics in the fourth dimension.
So do we agree then that if, and a big if the apparent attractive, the effective attractive force between masses is equal to the gravitational constant divided by at times the mass divided by the square of the distance, if that is the distance force relationship, then orbits could occur? Or are you saying that even if that is the relationship, for whatever cause, that the orbits still could not occur?
No, orbits can occur if you have something to actually exchange the interaction instantaneously with a force. Okay, but your model cannot claim this. So there's no doubt that orbits can occur. It's, can your model actually explain it, or do we have to change the model to have the orbits occur? And the answer is you have to change the model. The Earth has to be stationary with a fixed background space.
So our model claims that the distance relationship mass, or the distance force relationship mass, is g times mass 1 times mass 2 divided by the radius, or the distance between them squared, right?
Yes, man. Yes, you're using the Newtonian equation, and then the relativistic interpretation is that it's not actually a force, and that there's nothing there that's interacting immediately, and that it's in free fall geodesic path without a fixed background of space. I don't know why we keep repeating it. Like, it's just weird to me at this point.
But if this is for all practical purposes in the real world, if this is the relationship between the distance and the masses, then an orbit would be possible, right?
That would be a force, right?
I'm calling it an effective force because other people are calling it types, time, space, warpage, or whatever. But at the end of the day, it still describes that two masses of a given masses and given distance will have an apparent measurable acceleration towards each other, or an attempted acceleration, i.e. what would be called a force towards each other, that matches this expression, right?
No, they're fundamentally different. You can't just say at the end of the day as if they're both equally valid or viable. They're not. They're fundamentally different. One is claiming that there is no force. One is claiming that there's no fixed background, and that, in fact, an orbit is a geodesic path of an object free falling, changing angle perpetually. This is fundamentally different than the idea that there's a fixed background of space, that there's a force between the two objects that effectively draws it in, and since this force keeps acting on it, it causes it to orbit. These are fundamentally different things.
So are you saying that GMMR squared over R squared does not mirror reality?
Dude, Napalm just told you it's not about the math, it's about the interpretation. Your model's built upon an interpretation because it has different experiments and tests it has to account for, one of them being Michelson-Morley. Okay? So it's not about the math, it's about the interpretation and how that claim of physics spills over into all the other experiments we can do to see if your claim of physics is viable or not. Newtonian mechanics doesn't work in your model. Do you think they just replaced it because they got bored? They replaced it because it doesn't work.
I'm not sure I'd say they replaced it. I'd say they augmented it. But
no, it's well, where's Jeremy when you need him? Do I need to read Jeremy's quote? If it says what he says, it says. I'm going to read it. According to general relativity, objects in a gravitational field behave similarly to objects within an accelerating enclosure. For example, an observer will see a ball fall the same way in a rocket left as it does on Earth. Oh, sorry if I went out. For example, an observer will see a ball fall the same way in a rocket left as it does on the Earth right, provided that the acceleration of the rocket is equal to 9.8 meters per second squared. The acceleration due to gravity why is my pusher talking about due to the acceleration of gravity at the surface of the Earth. At the base of classical mechanics is the notion that a body's motion can be described as a combination of free or inertial motion and deviations from this free motion. Such deviations are caused by external forces acting on a body in accordance with Newton's second law of motion, which states that the net force acting on a body is equal to that body's inertial mass multiplied by its acceleration. The preferred inertial motions are related to the geometry of space and time, and the standard reference frames of classical mechanics. Objects in free motion move along straight lines at constant speed. In modern parlance, their paths are geodesics, straight world lines in curved space-time.
They changed it to keep their ball and to keep it orbiting around the sun.
That's right.
Oh, hold on. That was the part. That last part right there was the part where Newton's geometry has shit moving in straight lines, unless there's a force, according to his second law. And the Einstein shit has it moving in geodesics. That's how it was debunked. How Einstein debunked Newton.
Yep, without a force. Oh, but I heard mass attracting mass, and here's an equation. Like, what the?
Well, it's a valid question, though.
Can you address what was just said?
Oh, go on, Jesse.
No, you can go ahead. This is redundant.
I was just going to make a joke. I was going to say, it's simple. You just take some time, some space, flap them together like, a taco. You got a fabric, and there you go.
Yep,
Simple.
preheat the oven at 350 degrees.
Yeah.
No, 425. Pizzas are 425.
13 minutes.
There you go. Shake and bake. Simple.
It's like, do you guys understand the fundamental difference? The fundamental difference between how Einstein basically replaced and debunked Newton?
Probably not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because you guys all say the same script, that he didn't supersede Newton. He didn't replace it. He just expanded upon it. That's wrong. Oh, it's the same thing, and the math works out. That's not the point. It's not about the math. Physics isn't just about math. Math describes the physical theory.
Right, which is why I asked if F equals GMM over R squared was described physical reality, in your opinion?
Well, we don't have to get into that. No, I don't think that gravity is a universal constant at all, and I think that gravity is nothing more than incoherent dielectric acceleration. It's a byproduct of the relationship within the ether. But that doesn't matter because we're not diverting to that, because we're pointing out that Einstein has a fundamentally different proposal than Newton. They are different. They are contradictory. They claim exactly opposite things. They cannot coexist. They cannot both be true.
Do they predict different behaviors with two masses in the same situation?
Dude, the data is the same that has to be quote unquote predicted. There's no prediction. It's okay, we see that we claim the Earth's a ball. We claim that these things are this far away. We see that they move in the sky like this. This has to be explained. Okay, that's the same. The outcome's the same. It's what is it you're proposing in physics to explain how it happened? Newton and Einstein fundamentally disagree. Dude, why do you guys think that at the top levels of academia, when they're proposing new gravitational models, they don't just say, let's just go back to Newton, like all the anti-flat earthers on Discord say? Because it doesn't work. That's why they're proposing modified Newtonian dynamics, right? That's one of the most popular gravitational replacements in higher academia. Modified Newtonian dynamics. Not just go back to Newton. It works just fine. It doesn't. If it objectively doesn't, and relativity and Newtonian mechanics are fundamentally different. They claim opposite things.
So what does relativity say the force in newtons will be between two masses at a given distance?
Relativity claims there isn't a force.
It's not a force, dude. It's shit falling into a space-time well. There's no force. Newton says there's a force. Newtonian mechanics says you need a force. There has to be a force, or the object is going to move in a straight line. Einstein and relativity, you don't need a force. They move in geodesics, no force. That you can't have them both.
Yeah.
But it will still be moving in a path from our perspective that makes it look as if there is a force, right? Because space-time is warped, right?
Dude, this is what's so weird, right? It's like you
But
guys
really,
are
it's doing nothing
ignoring
but changing the coordinate system. It's
What?
simply curving the coordinate system is all it's doing.
No, it's
But the results are
changing
the
the
same.
physical claim itself.
There's also other different. I mean, Newton had us in 3D Euclidean space. That's also not what relativity has us in, is it?
You guys are just gonna keep saying it? Like left lane's like, oh, it's just about being at light speed in a vacuum. No, it's not. It makes fundamental. Dude, how many times I gotta say it? This is as simple and concise as the biggest difference can be explained. Newton said there was a fixed background of space, and that gravity was an instant interaction, and that it was caused by a force acting on the object. Einstein claims there is no fixed background of space. It isn't an instantaneous action, and that there is no force acting on the object. Newton claims that the object in free fall will go in a straight path unless an external force is added. Einstein claims that the object is free falling in a geodesic path, curving.
Okay, so when we set up some weights and they cause a torsion wire to be twisted against its natural resting state, it's creating a rotative force on that string when we put large weights near the hanging weights, i.e. a modern Cavendish. You're saying it's not a force, it's just it's just a constant acceleration caused by those two things going on different paths or something, right?
No, that's what your belief system claims. That's what the
There is
modern
no
world
attraction,
model.
bro. There is no attraction.
So Newton told us that the what we would measure as force, i.e. when we calculated the amount of flex caused to that calibrated spring wire, we would find that it matched F equals GMM over R squared. What did what did Einstein predict would be the
Dude, how many
correct
times I gotta
formula
repeat
for that?
myself? How many times you're just gonna keep doing it? You're gonna keep ignoring what I say and then repeating what's the difference in the equation when I've already said that the equation and the result are the same. Both theories are trying to explain the same result, but they explain them differently and have different physical consequences. Okay? Newtonian didn't work with other experiments such as Michelson-Morley. So now Einstein has replaced it. Stop responding with what's the difference in the equation. You can break down relativity to the same Newtonian equations. That's irrelevant. That's called a red herring. You keep ignoring the point. They're fundamentally different claims. They claim different aspects of physics.
Now, deriving Newtonian from relativistic equations means it's boiling down to Newtonian physics, right?
That shit don't
No,
work,
they're
bro.
completely different. They're completely different models of physics of how physical reality works. Completely different.
Do you think
Not
they'll
even
ever
close.
respond? Do you think we could sit in here for like a week and they wouldn't respond, or what?
This is actually interesting with it, because I don't know if you remember we had a conversation with another guy coming a while ago, and we were trying to explain to him that you could have different effects, the same effect explained differently. And I remember the Globers then white knighting for him at the time, saying, well, if you have an explanation and it makes a prediction and that effect then occurs, then that is the only interpretation you can use. And now what they're saying is that we've got multiple interpretations and we pick and choose which one we like. So you can't have your cake and eat it, guys.
Let me throw this in there. This is important. It's arbitrary. That's how you're ultimately judging what weight is ultimately big G. So it's arbitrary, man. You're sitting there trying to ask us to ignore a formula that's a fucking arbitrary formula. You assign big G, and it ultimately gives us what weight even is. So how wouldn't it work? Of course it works. It's the way the shit's made up and defined, but it doesn't make it true, Jesse. You're literally just obfuscating what everything Austin's saying, just dodging it over the equation that's going to fucking work regardless.
The equation just describes a relationship, dude. A dynamic relationship. The cause of it is what we're talking about.
I thought you were talking about the actual relationship itself. I was actually talking, but it's okay. I thought we were talking about the relationship itself. The acceleration itself can give you the equation. It's something actually you can measure. It's not. It's a law. That's what they call a law.
Hey, did Einstein refute Newton?
He added to Newton. He actually gave cause to Newton's equations.
Absolutely
no, he didn't
not.
add
He totally.
to Newton. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. What?
You can substitute two terms.
What is wrong with you?
Zanuck, hold on, man. Go ahead with.
Yeah, so he didn't add to him. He made a fundamentally different claim that contradicted him. He said that objects, Newton said there's a fixed background of space, and then there's a force acting on the object, causing it to go in orbit, and that an object in free fall will go straight unless an external force acts on it. Einstein said there is no fixed background of space, that objects in free fall in geodesic paths without a force acting on it. Those are fundamentally different claims.
That's the cause. That's not talking about the actual effects. The effects of the law of gravity didn't change.
Can you address what I just said?
Yeah, I told you this many times about the geodesic. You didn't know what that word even meant a month ago.
Now you're just lying.
Get the fuck out of here. Zanuck, please, man.
Yeah, like I said, geodesic in a live stream 4 years ago, but Zanuck taught me a month ago. So can you actually address that they're fundamentally different? So Einstein refuted Newton in your paradigm.
You can take two terms from Einstein's equation and plug them directly into Newtonian equations, and they work perfectly fine.
Dude, they're like robots. They only have a script to say the math.
I know what those terms are. I don't even think you know what those terms are. They're actually very complicated terms, but they are known in physics. If you study it, you learn them. And I don't think you know. You like to do the rhetoric, the whole, I know this, Newtonian, this, that, and the other, but I don't think you know the fundamental foundation, what comprises these equations, or where they came from, or where they're derived from.
We're talking about the fundamental foundation of it right now. That's what we're talking about, dude. What the Zanuck?
All right, give me the two terms that replace F equals MA. MA. Give me F equal NA. What are those terms replaced by?
Why are you devolving the conversation, bro?
I'll wait.
Is
You're
what he
evolving
does
the
every time.
conversation, Zanuck.
No, this is the thing. Zanuck, we're not doing it. You're not going to come in here and then think, oh, I'm going to try to convince the audience that I'm teaching them by asking them to define terms and avoid the
He's
question.
trying to learn something at our expense while devolving the whole argument. I'm not going to teach you the basic shit if you
Well,
don't
there's the
want
time dilation term, and then there's the bending and warping of space-time term, right?
We're not doing this. Address what I
Okay,
just
that's
said.
fine. We don't have to do it. I
Address
just
what
thought
I
I'd throw
just
it
said.
out there.
Listen, Zanuck, if you have to get muted, you'll get muted because either you're going to address specifically what I said or you're going to not talk about it. So I'm not going to repeat it one more time. I've said it 5 times at least. Okay? Newton said there's a fixed background of space. Einstein said there's not a fixed background of space. These are contradictory claims. They can't both be true. They're opposite claims. Number 2, Einstein said that the object in free fall is actually falling in a geodesic curved path without a force being acting upon it. Newton said objects in free fall fall in a straight path unless a force acts upon it to make it go in orbit. Thus, these are contradictory claims. They cannot coexist.
That's the paradox that we talk about often, Whitsitt. And so, yes, there are no gravity wells in Einsteinian physics. There are no gravity wells. Things are just moving through time and space. Mass affects time and space. It bends and warps it. And so things will follow geodesics, even though those paths with respect to a non-inertial frame are curved. They're actually straight, as a geodesic would determine it to be straight. It doesn't take a curved path, it takes a straight path. But that path is curved due to the space and time being warped, the actual grid system being distorted. Those are
Are they contradictory claims, yes or no?
No, they can be transformed back and forth from one another. It doesn't mean they're It doesn't mean they're contradictory. When I see something falling in Newtonian and it falls straight down and it is accelerating, I can say that actually happened. I can plot it and use math to actually predict where it's going to be, when it's going to be. But then if I look at Einsteinian and say, no, it's not the object falling. The object is not falling. The ground is accelerating up to it due to this bending warping of space-time. That also can be true. Both can be true, and both can have transforms. They can have transforms to actually determine, with respect to one to the other, what's actually happening. Both can be true at the same time. It's just perspective. It's just relativity.
Let's just take it one at a time. Newton said there's a fixed background of space. Einstein said there is not a fixed background of space. Are these contradictory?
Not by the context for the word contradictory that you're using, no. Because we can use transforms to go back and forth between the two. They can both be true at the same time. Just like when I said things curve and also go straight. No, that nervous laugh again. When you started laughing at it, you made fun of me for saying something can curve and go straight at the same time. Yes, in one reference frame, something curves. In another reference frame, something goes straight. It's all about reference frames.
We're talking about the fixed background of space. Okay.
I know, that's a reference frame.
Stop interrupting. We're trying to figure out what physical reality actually is. Telling me that you can use a mathematical transform to go back and forth between different ideas doesn't in any way address the point. We're trying to figure out what physical reality is. Okay? The current globe model claims that it's relative. Shut up, dude. The current globe model is built on relativity. Shut up. So the fixed background of space is the direct opposite of the claim that there is no fixed background of space. These are opposite claims.
Hey, and so I mean, dude, even the math is totally unnecessary, but this is pretty much pretty much used for like planet size shit. So Zanuck, how is mass expressed? What units?
Brian, you're really asking me that question the way you're phrasing it. How is math expressed? What units? What does that even mean? Please tell me.
How do we express mass?
What are you talking about?
You're going to let him
How
out
is math expressed? What units? What do you mean by that?
I'm just asking a simple question, Zanuck, to see if you even know.
It's not a simple question because it makes no sense.
See, like this is just letting him out of it.
No, you're saying what units of math are you using to express math?
Quit acting deaf, bro.
Mass
what units
or math?
is mass expressed in, bro? It's a simple question. If you don't understand
the kilogram is a unit measure
different ways.
The
Kilogram,
the
right?
kilogram
okay.
The kilogram is a unit measure of mass.
Right. So you're saying kilograms times kilograms over r squared. So big G, that's what I'm talking about. It's arbitrary, bro. You're just using what and
Why is
inversely
G
squaring
equal to
it,
mass?
and adding big G is arbitrary, man.
Why are you saying G equals mass?
No, I said big G. Okay, G times M1 times M2, so kilograms, right? So big G times certain amount of kilograms times a certain amount of kilograms over r squared over distance squared. Okay, so you're just using weight, bro. You're literally using weight.
No, weight is not mass. Weight in no way, shape, or form is mass.
It's kilograms.
Weight is not kilograms.
So I can't express weight in kilograms. What
No,
other way
you
can I
cannot.
express mass? What other way can I
You
express
cannot.
mass?
You cannot. You cannot express kilograms as for a form of mass. No, mass
Really?
is
So
not
it's not-
kilograms. Weight
A
is
kilogram's
weight
not 2.2
is not-
pounds?
Weight is not kilograms. Now, let me listen very carefully. A kilogram force could be a unit measure of force, and a pound force could be a unit measure of force. But no, kilograms is not mass. I mean, it's not
I'm
weight.
not saying
Sorry.
I just said I could use I can express weight in kilograms. A kilogram is
No, you
2.2
can't.
pounds, right?
Not in physics.
I can't
you can't.
express
No,
it.
you can't.
You're full of shit,
That's,
dude.
it's incorrect. No, that's incorrect. You learn that in the first class of physics. That cannot be done. You're incorrect. Now, people do that, but it's incorrect.
Okay, so this
Talking
is the
about
problem,
colloquially,
right? It's
like on a fucking bathroom scale. Of course,
you know what's really
pounds
funny
or
is every single
kilograms.
time the ballers can't answer a question, they just refuse to answer it, and then they take whatever bait they get to run away from it. Right? That's what happens. That's what happens all day, every day in here. Right? And this is just a fact. We'll just, instead of pretending the ballers are going to be show integrity and answer it, we're just going to speak the facts here. Here's the fact and conclusion. Okay? So relativistic physics replaced Einsteinian, or Einsteinian physics replaced Newtonian physics. Just objectively, in your paradigm.
No, that's not a fact.
Stop interrupting me. They make contradictory claims, okay? And for like the 500th time, one of them being Newton claimed there's a fixed background of space. Einstein claimed there's not a fixed background of space. Number two, Newton claims that objects in free fall will fall straight down unless a force is acted upon them. Einsteinian physics claims that objects in free fall will fall in a geodesic path without a force acting upon them. Okay, these are fundamentally different things. This is why. This is.
You said that 8 times.
I'm almost done. Shut up. This is why in modern paradigm that you believe in, the highest levels of academia that are trying to propose a new theory of gravity, right? They're not saying we can just go back to Newtonian mechanics. They're not saying, oh, well, we can just go back to Newtonian mechanics. It works the same. No, shut up. They're proposing a modified Newtonian dynamics because they know they can't just go back to Newton because Newton's explanation, the interpretation of Newtonian physics doesn't work to explain
Will you
the
ever
globe
stop?
Wait a minute. Why are you saying that Newtonian says something falls straight down? It just states that an object in motion will stay in motion. It doesn't say anything about going straight down or whatever.
Dude, Newtonian mechanics says an object in free fall will go straight down.
Well, if you read the thing,
Follows
it
a
just
straight
says an
path,
object in
Howard.
motion. It just says an object in motion will stay in motion. It doesn't say anything about a path or which direction
Unless
it's going.
acted on by a force. So it's going to maintain a straight path unless a force comes in contact with a force, bro. Unless what you call it by a force, bro. So it's a straight path, bro. Why are you arguing that? Y'all keep devolving the conversation. This is weird.
Just an object in motion.
Yeah,
nothing
no,
about
listen.
going straight down.
Yeah, but for real though, like, in fact, this sounds like stuff I've heard from Globers plenty of times. Like, an object that is in motion can't change or deviate from its path unless acted on by another force. Like, so this is under the idea of like straight lines and Euclidean geometry and so on and so forth. Like, quit pretending like you don't know what we're talking about this.
Well, just read it again. The preferred inertial motions are related to the geometry of space and time in the standard reference frames of classical mechanics. Objects in free motion move along straight lines at constant speed. In modern parlance, their paths are geodesics, straight world lines in curved space-time. No, crickets again. Just stupid, dude.
Wait, so are you saying that with Einsteinian gravity, whatever, are you saying that things don't fall in a straight line if they're not like moving or yeah, if they're not moving, whatever? Is that what you're saying?
No objects fall in straight lines in Einsteinian mechanics. Like
So
Einstein debunked Newton, dude. He said there's no fixed background of space. Let's see if you can be honest here. So Newton said there's
well,
a
hold on.
fixed.
I heard that already. I'm not answering
No,
that.
no.
No,
Can you answer? Is it a
I'm not
contradiction?
answering
Are those
it
opposite claims?
because
Okay, so
I don't know enough about that.
You're all dishonest. A 5-year-old can know that if someone says there is a box here, and then the other person says there's not a box there, then they're opposite claims.
I mean, if we're going off of the statements that you say, by itself without any context, then sure, I guess it is contradictory, sure. But like I said, I'm not going to get into that though, because I'm sure there's context we're missing. So I just wanted to know.
Yeah, you guys are like spewing off regurgitated scripts of anti-flat earthers, repeating a 7th grade understanding of mass attracting mass. That's what's happening.
But back to the thingy though, because I'm confused though, right? So you're saying that unless a force acts on it, it's just going to fall straight down, right? I'm pretty sure it's the same way with Einsteinian gravity, where if it's not moving or anything, it's just going to fall straight to the thing.
No. So Einstein said that objects in free fall actually follow geodesic paths that are curved. So thus they'll go in an orbit in a curved path in free fall. Newton said that if the object's in free fall, it'll go in a straight line unless another force acts on it to move it in a curved path.
Well, hold on. I don't exactly buy that though, because you're saying, okay, yeah, they'll go into orbit, right? If they fall toward the thing or whatever, right? But like, it really depends.
Geodesic doesn't mean curved. Geodesic doesn't mean curved. It means following a geodesic. It can be straight too, by the way.
No. Like you're talking about relative reference frame.
Absolutely. Geodesic does not determine the direction. It just means it's following an equipotential path that is equal, that has equilibrium, as you like to say.
Yeah, so in orbit, it's a curved path, which means that.
But yeah, it doesn't have to be. It can be. It just says geodesic. It doesn't mean it has to be curved. It's not a red herring. You said it follows a curved path, and that doesn't comport with Newtonian, which says straight. No, and someone also mentioned earlier that something stays in a direction unless acted upon by another force. That force is not needed if it's in free fall, and it can be curved or straight. It can be straight just as well as it can be curved.
Hey, in Newtonian mechanics, can an object be in free fall and then curve?
Not Newtonian mechanics, no.
Okay, but it can in Einsteinian mechanics?
No, they don't reference. There's no reference to straight or curved in Einstein. It's all relative.
It's relative
it's
to the object orbiting. Dude, buddy,
you don't understand the word equipotential.
Buddy, we're talking about orbits.
I know we're talking about orbits, but in Einsteinian, there's no reference, there's no relationship between curved and straight in Newtonian. It doesn't matter what the shape is. All it matters is its equipotential path is equal in all directions.
Let's see if you guys
said it's irrelevant, bro.
Wait, let's see if you can answer this.
The other thing is, by the way, it wasn't
did
replaced.
Newton, no, stop. No. Did Newton?
Because I was waiting for you to finish for like a half an hour.
Did Newton give a different explanation for orbits than Einstein? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. So that means he replaced it.
But the point is, we've not replaced Einsteinian for Newtonian. When I went to an engineering school, all the Newtonian mechanics worked perfectly well and is still used today. So it hasn't replaced anything. They use it in different scenarios, but has not been replaced because all the laws of Newton are still holding fast and true today.
Hey, Armin, do you see that he's double speaking? Whenever I said, so did Newton give a different explanation for orbits than Einstein? He said yes.
To be honest, I'm looking out the window right now. This is sort of
no, you see, and that's how I know you're also dishonest.
No,
right?
I'm not. Literally, it's background noise right now. I literally don't know enough of this, so I just shut it off my brain. I'm looking out the window at the moment.
Okay. So if Newton gives a certain explanation for orbits, and then Einstein gives a different explanation for orbits, they can't both be simultaneously true. They're different claims. Well, what does the current model use? It uses Einsteinian mechanics to explain orbits, which means that up to the point that relativity was proposed, then the model at the time used the Newtonian explanation for orbits. But now that explanation has been replaced with the Einsteinian explanation for orbits.
And how does that disprove the globe?
Oh, I see. It's so goofy. Like, so you guys agree with what I just said, and you've been arguing and fighting it tooth and nail for an hour, but you were wrong the whole time.
No, but I'm still curious how you think that disproves
Well,
the
no,
globe.
what do you mean no? What do you mean no? See, this is what I'm saying. How is this not defined as dishonesty? That's what I want to know.
Just a
Oh,
mere
now you're
fact
huffing
that
and puffing.
Newtonian physics is actually a functional reality in today's world indicates
Red herring
that
fallacy.
it's actually still used. And Einstein did not eliminate or supersede or replace Newtonian physics, classical physics.
Oh, really? Really? Okay. So, see if you can answer the question. Does Newton give a different explanation for orbits than Einstein?
Yeah.
Okay. Which one does the model currently use to explain the orbits?
Newton.
See,
It's
this
all
is
that's
the problem with
necessary.
you people. No, it's not all that's necessary. It can't even explain Mercury perihelion shift, buddy. Dude, you don't even know your own religion. That relativity had to help try to explain the Mercury orbit. So no, you don't use Newton. You use relativity.
Yeah, this
What
is really
that
bad,
noise?
guys.
Someone's going. What is that?
Somebody's shot in their pants.
Hey, the current model doesn't. The current model doesn't use Newtonian, does it? It uses relativity, huh?
That was my
Yeah.
windshield wipers. My bad.
So it uses relativity because that helped better explain Mercury's orbit, for example, right?
Yeah, there was something about the orbit that was a little off, but I mean it was like microseconds or something. Some
Red
little
herring.
minute
Non
little
sequitur.
thing that they had to use special relativity to explain or something.
Hey, so no, it's general relativity.
General.
So hey, if relativity helps explain Mercury's orbit better than Newtonian mechanics, then that means they're different. If one of them gives a different prediction for Mercury's orbit, that means they're different, right?
Guys, why is this so hard to admit? The answer is yes. Come on.
No, that gets into the minutia of the part that I don't understand, how to articulate the differences.
It doesn't matter. You said there's not a difference in that they still use Newtonian mechanics, but they don't. They literally use relativistic mechanics to help better explain the orbit of Mercury and other things, which means they can't be identical. When we said that they replaced it and that it's different, and you say, no, it didn't replace it, it's the same, you were objectively wrong because Newtonian mechanics has a certain value predicted for Mercury's orbit, but Einsteinian mechanics has a different value predicted for Mercury's orbit, which means they can't be the same.
Wait a minute. I mean, I always heard that they were like, I guess the same on like a smaller scale, but like obviously like larger scales, like with planets and all that, it's like there's like a difference and whatnot. I mean, that's what I always heard. So I mean,
Well, good thing we're talking about orbits of planets, I guess, huh, Arma?
I mean,
Yeah,
I didn't
Arma.
really.
Basically, what you're talking about is here on Earth, just for the layman to try to understand things as we see them. Newtonian seems to work, but it's when you get into the quantum or the astro, like on the larger or the smaller scale, where things fall apart, and that's why it had to be replaced.
Yeah, even though relativity doesn't even work on the quantum and really not even the cosmological either. But it works better, for example, with the solar system, right? So, like, this is the point. Why you guys you use this tactic where you just all get quiet and then you wait for something else to be said. That's called being dishonest. It's not
No,
good
it's not.
faith.
No, it's not. If I don't have a sufficient rebuttal or something, I remain quiet. I don't just say things when I'm not sure of how to answer.
This is
Like flat
5-year-old
earthers,
logic, buddy.
which
This is
is I mean,
You're a
it's an
belligerent little
interesting.
cunt.
There you
It's
go.
an
Get
interesting
emotional.
pattern that you're pointing out, but like honestly, there's a bit of a art to like embracing that moment of silence. Like take it as a win. Like understand that you're winning when they're quiet. Like
Yeah, that's cool, but they didn't know that's called being bad faith. It's called, so what they're doing is wasting everyone's time, running them in circles, and then showing bad faith. As soon as they're proven to be wrong, they never say, "Oh, okay, touche, I guess I was wrong." They just get quiet. It's called bad faith. Okay,
No,
and then this
it's
guy
just
jumps in to call me a cunt. Okay, so no, Jesse, either you're gonna acknowledge it, whether that was Doofus or Moyock, whoever's gonna acknowledge it, because they're like the same to me for some reason. Jesse, one of you guys are going to acknowledge it, honestly. You guys said
Well,
that there's not a difference.
why would you
You guys
call?
said there's not a difference. You said there's not a difference in relativity in Einsteinian mechanics. You said there's not a difference. I just explained that they have. Listen,
I got a phone call.
They have specifically different predictions for Mercury's orbit, which means that they're different, right?
Why would you call remaining silent being dishonest?
It's bad faith. Hey,
I disagree.
If Newtonian mechanics makes a certain prediction for Mercury's orbit, and then Einsteinian mechanics makes a different prediction for Mercury's orbit, that would mean that they're different, right?
Well, I mean, I would say sure. I would say yeah, sure, but
thank you. My God.
If you guys are being quiet to try to just avoid the question, pretending like you never heard it, I kind of see what Witz is saying. It's
Well,
you seem
I mean,
to have a quick rebuttal for just about everything. Now, but yeah, this is where I sort of disagree. Like Witz, if you've made a good point and they don't have a pre-programmed response ready to go, it's actually good faith for them to ponder on it and try to formulate a reasoned answer. You know what I mean? Like, but they don't really do that. They just kind of like get quiet for a minute and hope that the time passes most of the time.
I don't know. I feel like
somebody else steps in,
Witz has
right?
been asking the same question over and over and over again, and it's been answered 10 ways from Sunday. I don't know
No,
what else to
actually, it's
say
been
about it.
avoided. It's been avoided by Jesse.
You can
Blue.
say that.
It actually got Blue to leave. I don't know if Jesse's still here, but he probably exited stage left when you came into White Knight. So then, who else came in? Zanuck came in. He's quiet now. There's been just a cycle of people coming in and avoiding the question, not being able to answer it, or giving contradictory answers, right? Because the way that the two are applied, you have to look at each of them individually, and you can't apply them across the board from the very small to the very large, all the way across the board. There is no applicable theory. And that keeps being avoided constantly. And everything keeps getting shifted away. That's why it's been 3 hours of the same conversation, because somebody new will come in. Now Arma's going to come in and ask remedial questions that then get us back to the same results over and over and over again, which is the Globers not actually being held their feet to the fire and answering a question. Somebody comes into White Knight for somebody else that can just duck away.
Why did you say my name for?
Over again.
Who said I'm going to do that?
It's just your turn. That's all.
Yep,
No
you're just
offense.
up to bat. Your shift. But that's what's happened. I mean, Left Lane, if you're still around, has anybody adequately answered Witsit? And if so, can you articulate their response?
Well, I think the main question is whether or not Einstein replaced Newtonian physics. My answer is no, it didn't.
So you would not use Einsteinian physics, right? His idea of orbits to explain the motions of the celestial bodies?
Well, that's where it gets out of my my level of knowledge. I don't know enough
Literally
about
what the
that.
conversation
Now, calculating a ballistic trajectory or something like that, doing things here on the surface of Earth, classical physics works just fine.
I mean, what would happen if I would post some citations from renowned physicists who say that Einstein replaced or superseded or toppled Newton from the throne with his theories? What would happen then? Would you say, yo, you just got these from quantum eraser, and because of that, these don't count? Or what would happen
Well,
then?
if it came from quantum eraser, it doesn't count.
Well, that reasoning is fallacious on its
That's
face,
called a
but
genetic fallacy.
we know that it's none of this stuff comes from Quantum Eraser. It's citations from universities and physicists and things like that. These are things that your guys like experts have said, but you refuse to acknowledge them when brought up by a flat earther. In fact, you'll if it's something you don't like for the setting for how it's fitting, you'll try to claim that it's some bullshit that QE made up or whatever else. It's literally like your guys as experts that say this stuff.
By the way, Leftland, I wasn't speaking to you in person, right? I was just making a general statement. I was not referring to you in any way.
Yeah, if it came from QE, it's wrong just on his face. Like, you want to retract that? Like, could he say something that's correct? Like, is it possible?
And I appreciate your clarifying. You weren't directing that at me. I was outside feeling. No, for me, in my conversations with QE and listening to QE, I don't take anything he says as fact.
I got it. He leaves a bad taste in your mouth. You don't like him.
Oh yeah, no, not at all.
That was a very emotional comment that you made, but it puts blinders on you though, because I don't think that it's just something you said. I think you literally just disregard anything that not just he but any of us say because you think we're just wrong.
Yeah, he could be factual in what he says, but the way he presents it, it puts disdain. I mean, yeah, he inhibits his credibility with the way he acts.
Right, and then you conflate your feelings for him towards all of us.
No, he makes me mad enough to punch him in the mouth.
Disregard a lot of.
Yeah, no, I don't drag that into here at all. No. My disdain for QE, I don't feel that towards anyone in
Like,
their beliefs here or there anywhere.
I mean, I would like to contribute that. This is from JSTOR, and it says, in 1915, the Newtonian doctrine of gravitation was superseded by that of Einstein. The divergence between the results of the two theories, so far as concerns the calculation of the movements of the planets, is extremely slight and, indeed, in almost all cases, too small to be detected by observation. But, on the question of the essential nature of gravitation, the two conceptions differ completely and are associated with opposite philosophies of the external world. Did that come through?
I don't know. I actually like it's that accent. I just can't listen.
I do. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't disagree with that. I mean, we talk about departure from classical physics on the galactic scale, and I don't feel like that it's a fine line drawn there, and I don't know how to elaborate on where that separation is. At what point do we have to shift from classical to Einstein? That's where I don't have the expertise at all to discuss. It's kind of a gray area for me.
Well, I think it gets relevant when velocities or interactions there get close to the speed of light, when we call these effects relativistic, right? But I think in ordinary reality, what we all experience, I think those are in a way then negligible, right? Because we all can apply Newtonian dynamics and mechanics in our 3D environment, right?
Yes.
See, but the whole idea of like of that we understand now that Newtonian is not it's not the absolute truth. It's not absolutely correct. It gets you within the ballpark, within like our real world, our waking world, physical world that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. It pretty well explains things, but it's not actually correct when you get deep into it. It's similar to saying
Dude, the math is the same. It's a whole different physics, different
it's
cause and
okay.
effect.
Fine. Look. It's similar to saying this is especially to you. Then, it's similar to saying that we know we live on a ball, but you can treat it as flat and stationary. We know we live on a moving ball, but we can treat it as flat and stationary. Like, it conventionally it works. Is it correct? No. That is how you embrace the awkward silence.
I would like to see, and I've often thought this, how they talk about like you can try to apply Einstein's equations to simple motion, and you will derive classical physics equations.
Dude, that's
in
it's
doing
not
that.
about math, though, Howard.
I would like to see how that breaks down and how the variables come out to lead the classical physics numbers. You know
You're
what I mean?
trying to compare apples and oranges, bro. It's totally different. Y'all are getting nothing out of this, I guess. But here's the thing. So in Newtonian, it's you got F equals ma. You got a force, okay, and and basically nothing moves without a force, and it stays on a straight line without a. It's not a force. It's space time, bro. You're gonna get the same answers and shit. You're not gonna. Nothing's gonna change as far as like shit falling and all that. The mass of Earth or whatever. They're still using Kepler and all that bullshit. It's fucking arbitrary, basically. But it's a whole different explanations, bro. It's a completely different explanation when you're talking about the math. That's irrelevant. Irrelevant, bro. And you're talking about making something not a force. You could bend space time to fix orbits and shit. It's just and to keep the Earth moving, bro. You got to keep the Earth moving around that sun. So you can't have instantaneous shit, bro. You got to have a constant light speed. So you can't have gravity being faster than light. It's a whole different explanation, bro. That's the whole point we're trying to tell you in 100 million different ways. I don't know why y'all don't get it. You can't compare the two. They're completely different.
I just realized how it's just kind of funny too. Like with flat earthers, the flat earthers is globe earth thing. You would kind of think that flat earthers would be the ones going like, based off of what I said earlier, how conventionally with what we can deal with in the physical world and what we see, like Newtonian seems to work. Like you would think we would be the ones fighting for Newton, and that they would be the ones going, yeah, but that's not true. Einstein says this or whatever. Like
Either
that's
one
not
of
the
them, man,
case.
is basically.
It's really funny actually when you think about it from that way.
Yeah, either one of them, they've pretty much retrofitted. They are, in my opinion, they already had the numbers they needed for Cavendish and shit. I know for a fact they already had the number they needed to reach. And there's only one or two ways to get it, man. In my opinion, you got to vary. In my opinion, you vary the electrostatics with something heavy like lead. And to me, that experiment should be, to be perfectly honest, it should be lead attracts lead. And then if you use chicken wings or whatever, then you prove chicken wings attracts chicken wings.
Yeah.
You don't just say mass. Mass ain't a thing. It's a freaking like that's saying weight attracts weight. It's expressed in kilograms.
Like things attract is what you're saying. Like and yeah, we would have to go pretty deep into that, but you could almost say that would like sort of fit with their idea of like formulation of gaseous planets and stuff like that. You know,
Right. Well, yeah. Yeah, on
yeah.
them gaseous planets, they got to have them raining diamonds and shit to get the density they need to fit. It's ridiculous, bro. They didn't just come up with that. They had to say some shit like that to have gas be way denser than freaking a solid planet. It's just a bunch of fucking mathematical horseshit, dude. In a story, if you ask me, if you ask me, dude, there's no way for them if mass is like what is density is supposedly like a scalar, okay, if it's not relative. Density is mass per unit volume, and then you have the mass is you know, either way, okay. How are you going to get the density of Earth without the mass or the volume? How are you going to get the mass without the density or the volume? How are you going to get the volume without the density or the mass? They're all related, bro. I mean, so they had to cheat basically, if you want to get technical, or just
It takes at least one presupposition. It takes at least one presupposition.
A big time presupposition, like a big changer. Like you're gonna assume the mass because supposedly they set out, you know, to measure the density of Earth, the density. Okay, so you can't get that without the damn mass, and then
Well, and
the
you might
mass
be able
comes
to take,
from that.
you might be able to take density readings, but then you would have to presuppose that it's equal throughout, like that it's like it's a you know, as a conglomerate, that it's like all made of the same thing in the same amounts, right? Like
Right. So we're just taking it back to the roots, right? You know, they got a scale that works with Kepler and shit. I don't know if you're talking. I hope not. I think I lost you.
No, I'm still here. I just kind of sometimes I end my sentences in fragments.
Yeah, so it has nothing to do. This goes out to them, like with the math ain't got shit to do with it. The math, that's apples and oranges. It's completely different physics. 100%. So if you're trying to compare the two or say it breaks down mathematically, dude, nobody's talking about the math. That's arbitrary. It's different, completely different physics. You got a force. Pose a few, probably 5 different arguments on whichever one you choose. You know, they're trying to say they match. You know, that breaks down in every way possible. It's apples and oranges. That's almost dishonest saying that the math breaks down to Newtonian. That's almost dishonest, bro. I'm not gonna say it is dishonest because I don't think they understand what they're saying. Um, but the argument ain't about the math. Okay, the math you don't got to break down. It is the same shit, pretty much. Okay, it's but it's a whole different physics. You got a force and not a force, so you got big implications with that. Massive implications.
Something you said a moment ago, based off of what I had said, like about how it's just funny how, uh, you know, you would kind of think that flat earthers would be like with Newton and against Einstein, but this whole conversation, like there was something you said, I forget, I couldn't quote it, but about the Globers and how they, um,
Yeah,
they're
we can
fucked up.
pick apart either one.
They're basically being burned on both ends, right? Like they're,
yeah.
And yeah, so now
As
we're
far as measuring force, though, and we could use Newtonian, yeah, for like for day to day shit. I mean, it depends. Like if you like, I'm getting confused like about bits and like day to day shit, like day to day building shit. You know, I would really never have to use it, but I pretty much understand it. Like if you want to use it's basically just mass is just weight, basically, unless you
if I
go
could,
to
I
some
just
other
want
planet. It's F
I
equals
just want
ma, but it's just the same as W equals ma.
I just wanted to
Or
finish
W equals
that
F equals
statement
WA, I
about
meant.
I just want to finish that statement about with there being both burned on both ends. I think it really that shows the sophistry. I think it's being used as like a tool, maybe not consciously, but like it allows them to bounce back and forth between two completely different frameworks, like two different geometries, like in order where they get to pick and choose which type of logic they want to use in order to defeat this current argument, and they can just they feel like they can superimpose them on each other as though they're the same, but they're not. They're definitely contradictory to each other.
Right, depends on their argument. They need gravity to be a force more often than not. They need gravity to be a force, and it's not a freaking force. And then they try and go to the mathematics. That's a non sequitur. That's a deviation. That's just misleading the conversation when you start talking about math to compare Einstein and Newtonian. It's different physics, and so like I said, most of their arguments they're going to need a force like to maintain pressure and shit like that, and then they'll veer. So it depends on what they're arguing, whether they bring up Newtonian or Einsteinian. But basically, to me, it's the same shit. But Einsteinian is a whole different method. It's the same, like pretty much mathematically. It doesn't change nothing. It's just a way to keep the Earth moving. It's a way to keep a sphere orbiting a sun. Basically, that's all Einsteinian is. I don't see how they don't recognize that. Because if you don't have if you've got gravity as a force, then it works instantaneous. Then you don't have a constant speed of light. You just lost your model pretty much. I mean, on a lot of fronts anyway. Like if you don't have the constant light speed, so they had to make something constant. If they're not going to make space, they're going to bend space basically, and they're going to, pretty much put limits. I mean, they're going to put no limits on everything and just say shit goes forever. Well, they had to have one constant, or else they don't have a model. They can't calculate all this shit, quantify it. So they put light as their constant, and that just to me it's a trick, man. It's slick shit. That's my understanding of it. Not saying I know it all, but that's what I've gathered in my studies. Like Einstein basically says it. What's he say? First, the thing that's put him on the first path to his special theory of relativity was Michelson-Morley. So otherwise they'd have been hunky dory. But their question, Michelson set out to measure Earth's absolute motion. He never mentioned the ether. That's something they added in, but he went with it, and then he wound up proving them with the ether with his later experiment, Michelson-Gale, and the
Wait,
Sagnac effect.
Michelson-Morley, who didn't mention?
I said
motion?
Einstein. That was the first step that led him along the path to relativity. Was the first part was the null results of Michelson-Morley.
Well, see, I always hear that Michelson-Morley was to detect Earth's motion, and I've read that. I've read the
ether, whatever.
experiment. Some of it, yeah, but it doesn't. It says it was exploiting the fact that Earth was rotating to do the experiment and detect the ether. Is what I've read.
Yeah, I mean, you could later on word however invented the device. Like, look up. He's the one who invented the interferometer, and he's the first one to do it. And then he came over here to the States. He had already did tests, but he set out to measure. He invented that device to detect the Earth's absolute motion. If you want to say that it's in reference to something like an ether or whatever, then fine, whatever. But I'm telling you what he set out to do. I guess he didn't really argue that. He argued the results, like saying when they abolished the ether, that was the result. Is there's no ether. That's what he never agreed with. He never agreed with there's no
Well,
ether
what about
because he detected 6/6 of it in later experiment.
well, what about the part where he was, you know, that it's claimed to be that light has to have a medium to propagate, and that we're going to do this to detect that.
No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. It says they were trying to determine the velocity of light in all directions. It's, at the time, everyone assumed Newtonian mechanics, which said there was a fixed background in space. So thus in ether, just like Newton said. So they assumed both Newtonian mechanics and the Earth orbiting. To go detect it, they couldn't detect it. That's what actually happened. So then relativity came and replaced the explanation. There was no fixed background in which to measure the motion against to get the fringe shift.
All right.
For them to abolish the ether, they had to literally assume the Earth is orbiting the sun. So they're saying relative to a stationary ether, because here's their logic is this: there's no way that the ether is moving with the Earth around the sun. So they say it like we're stupid for even considering it, and it's to mislead people. We don't think the Earth is going around the sun. So no, the ether's not moving with the Earth around the sun because the Earth's not moving around the sun, right? So they say it's a straw man. The whole experiment is literally a straw man by even saying that that it's stationary. It's a no result due to the or you get no fringe shift relative to a stationary ether. Like we're not saying the ether's stationary. That's a straw man. That's the one time I've ever heard an actual experiment itself that's a straw man relative to a stationary ether. And like Professor Dave, I went and watched Mind Shock, y'all said, and right off the bat, he's talking about Professor Dave, but a straw man about a straw man, rather a gate. Like that was the funniest shit ever, dude. He literally made a straw man argument using a straw man argument.
Okay, you never heard of the baby galaxy paradox? How about you, Chronic? You haven't heard of the 6 galaxies they found formed 500 million years ago, way, way too early? You guys never heard of that, really?
Hope Chronic could shed some light on that for us.
I'm hoping so too. I'm asking him, but let's see what he said here. Updated result papers. Yeah, okay. Come on, Chronic. Give me your opinion as a professional. What do you think? How are you going to get around this? Personally, I don't see any way that you can get around this. But I'm just a layman, as Blue would say. As an expert, how do you think you're going to get around this one?
Dude, everything about is God's been slapping him in the face the whole way. Like even with the galaxies, like when they look, they're saying these are galaxies and they're big, and then they look closer and the little dots on the outside are moving just as fast as the ones on the inside. Like it's everywhere in their mind they get slapped in the face, dude. And it's like they just they won't let go, boy, they won't let go. But what's this baby galaxy? Like I ain't never. That's a new one to me. SD, I want to hear.
Yeah, the one you said is the dark matter thing. Yeah, that's definitely a really bad thing in there. But this is way worse, bro. What happened is in their model, there's a big bang, right? And then there's a time frame how the events take place, right? There's these molecules and then they combine. But I won't bore you with all of that. But when it comes to the galaxy formation, there's a certain time frame, right? So the galaxy started forming around 200-300 million years, whatever or so. And at 500 million years or 600 million years, where they found these 6 ones, they should have been like little babies. Well, it turns out that they're like 13.5 billion years. They're as big as the ones, that we have here now at this time. Yeah.
They did the redshift just totally dukes them on every front. They're duked. But that's funny. Like you heard Baller say that. Oh man, I don't believe in Big Bang. What they're failing to realize is this model. Like if you don't believe in the Big Bang, you can't just pick and choose parts of your model. You don't have expanding universe that you need to get us out of the center. It all ties back into to us being in the center. If you don't have a Big Bang, then you don't have an expanding galaxy, which puts us right back in the center, which gives you all your problems on being a ball. In my opinion, we could tie it all back in to say they can't pick and choose parts of their model they want and don't want to believe. Well, I they could, but
They do
not
that.
argue it. Though.
Well, they do that as well. But did you understand what I said? Like the implications of what it is that they found?
The model killer.
Well, definitely the Big Bang killer. I don't see a way around this. It's like these galaxies, right, could not have possibly formed. They didn't have enough time to form. In other words, they're as big, as massive, and even one of them, I believe, is like 10 times the size of our Milky Way. So it's like incredible by their own discovery. Of course, I don't believe any of this, right? They're just lights in the sky and they're making stories up, right? Let's get that straight. But just to drill the point in that their Big Bang model is finished, dead. There's no, I can't see any way around this. That's why I was trying to speak with Chronic, because he's the one that tagged me, and ask him, because he's an expert, to maybe he has an answer. I don't know. Or anybody for that matter. Maybe I'm missing something here. I don't know.
Well, you just don't understand. See,
Yeah, I don't understand. That's why I'm asking if anybody could explain it to me. How is it that when you go out looking for a 5-month-old toddler, you end up finding a 14-year-old teenager? Explain that one to me. I was racking my brain trying to think, because sometimes I think, okay, what excuse are they going to make for this argument, right? And this one, I can't think of any. I only thought of one excuse: time travel.
Wait, what travel?
Time travel. In other words, those galaxies would have formed in this time frame, right? And then time warp, like Star Trek. Back there, I can't see. There's no logical explanation that I can see of this. I can't think of any. So their model is dead. Big Bang model is dead with this finding. Why are you guys so silent? And you were all talkative in the text chat. Come in and address the argument, guys.
I was the one talking that's quiet, but I'm having fun playing with Crypto, who's in Glober mode, and we're playing a game. We're LARPing now. Come on, join us.
No, but seriously, what do you think? Like honestly, as a thinking individual, what does this mean to you, if anything?
I have to apologize. I literally was only focusing on the text chat.
Well, that's what we were at with the baby galaxy thing. With the early galaxy formation.
Like literally, I didn't hear a word you said.
Never mind, dude. I was talking about the
Sorry.
text. It looks like you were in space even in there. That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
See, I would anticipate them as they continue to make observations that they're going to find more anomalies. That but doesn't necessarily debunk the Big Bang Theory. It just means they found an anomaly.
Yeah, but this is a pretty big one, left lane.
Yeah. Could be a difficult observation to figure out, or and it'll be a theory, right? They'll theorize and come up with a best guess for that observation.
What do you think as a thinking man? What would be your best guess? Me, I thought of it. The best thing I can think of is time travel, which is ridiculous, of course, but I can't think of, if you're looking for an infant and you find an adult, well, not an adult, a teenager, well, how do you explain that?
That's tricky. I don't know why you would associate time travel with it though.
No, I'm saying the only thing, like you know, when somebody comes up with an argument, right? You think, okay, this is what the baller's gonna say, right? This is okay, refraction or gravity. We know what you're gonna say before you say it sometimes, right? But this,
Yeah.
there's no what can I can't come up with what you're gonna say with this. Can you help me out a bit?
Well, I know part of what they've said about it is, I mean, it's not necessarily actually a galaxy, but they see something that looks like a galaxy. And if that were an organized galaxy with planets and you know, organized, we'll call them solar systems. Yeah, that would, yeah. I don't know how to answer that, but I wonder if it is a galaxy or if it may just be a cluster that's lit up. You know, that I don't know, star formations going on and stuff like that.
Yeah, funny you should mention that because the scientists thought the same thing and they did like a peer review because this was discovered months ago. And apparently it went through the peer review process and indeed they are galaxies, massive galaxies, as a matter of fact. I didn't find them, right? I'm going by what the scientists, the people that you guys mostly believe in, what they found and what they're saying. And they're calling them Big Bang killers, destroyers, something like that.
Oh yeah, I see some some catchy phrases, you know, talking about oh no, you know, kind of thing. But I guess it depends on who's writing the article and how they would express. I would imagine you know, an astrophysicist writing his article wouldn't be as flamboyant in what he says as maybe Neil deGrasse Tyson or even Michio Kaku. You know, he might say something extravagant.
Me too. I didn't believe it, but it was a quote from the team that discovered them. They're the ones that said it, not some flamboyant reporter, as you would suggest. It was actually the team that discovered them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty damning, no? The team that discovered them themselves.
Yeah. Yeah.
They
I
need
mean,
to
yeah.
galaxy though, because it could identify as much older as they think it is. You just don't know.
Yeah.
No, they do know. No, they do know. They do know. They examined them and they put them through peer review apparently. And yeah, one of them is at least 10 times the size of the Milky Way galaxy, our galaxy. One of them they thought was a quasar. I think they resolved that one. But one of them is definitely 10 times the size of our Milky Way, our Milky Way galaxy, according to them now, not me.
Yeah, but are these the same people that worked out they got Polaris some stupid amount of distance wrong or something? So
No,
these are the
that's a
same
straw
people,
man.
right?
No, has nothing to do with anything I said. Zero.
I'm not attacking what you said. I'm just saying, like, you're saying that, oh, it's said to be bigger than this and that, but from their track record, they're not really good at judging distance, is what I'm saying.
Well, look, me, I
They've
think
been
it's
wrong
all a
before.
bunch of stories from them, right? You got to understand. But I'm talking about now the latest discovery from their scientists. James Webb Space Telescope discovered 6 massive galaxies dubbed Big Bang killers or destroyers. I forget the exact terms by the team that discovered them. So that's a problem for the Big Bang. Any way you slice it. I would think. I mean, make a case if you have one, make an argument. How do you think that's possible?
I didn't say I think it was possible, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a killer. This is a killer for a real big bad thing for the Big Bang. I mean, it got destroyed a while ago with the axis of evil, but you know, people seem to have forgotten.
Wasn't it destroyed on its conception?
I believe so. Yeah. But this one is a real. Oh, it's a real doozy because it's them. They found it. They nicknamed it, and you see, they say some of them will come up an excuse like left lane, nothing personal, left lane. You see, he says it's some flashy news line from the reporters, but no, it's the team themselves that named it that.
The team that what named it? Are you talking about the Axis of Evil?
No, the baby galaxies.
Oh, okay.
The team that discovered them called them Big Bang destroyers or killers.
Oh,
Forget
wow.
the exact quote there. And they're all, of course, astrophysicists, specialists, white coats, PhDs coming out of everywhere. So, what can you say?
So, what theories do they have to replace it? Because they always need a replacement before you can throw something away.
That's a good question. That's why I keep asking every so often because they haven't found an excuse yet. They haven't come up with a standard like replacement so all the ballers could hop aboard and say this is the answer, right? And you're gonna see as soon as the official answer comes out, they're all gonna back it. I guarantee you 100%. But now they're all silent because there is no answer here, right? What are you gonna say? We're looking for a baby and we found a teenager. How are you gonna answer that? Time travel? I got it. Time dilation. How about that? Left lane.
I don't know. I mean, anything I would have to say would be pure speculation, and we can't hang our hat on that.
All right. Thanks for being honest. Yeah, this is a doozy, this one. Because you have to start off by saying, see, they're not going to say this, right? The honest thing to say here is the Big Bang Theory is wrong. because it dies right 500 million years like after supposedly, and it's 13.5 billion years, so it's like gone. That would be the honest thing to say. We made a mistake. Okay, let's start from scratch. Let's see, what do we got? This, and that, right? But they're not going to do that.
I think to draw that conclusion would require an extreme bias against the Big Bang Theory.
But it's one of the basic tenets of the Big Bang Theory.
What, the age of galaxies?
Yeah. You ever see that diagram when they show where the Big Bang starts on one side? It's like a huge cone, and it shows you this happened, particles, electrons. They call it, I forget what they call it exactly, when the electrons form and find the nucleus and form atoms, and then so on. And they got it all figured out. Sure, you heard that before, right?
Well, I wouldn't call that an all figured out thing. I would call it a best guess or their theory based on what we know about physics.
Yeah, I call it a fantasy story, but that's something else.
And that
Our
cone
beliefs have nothing to do with it.
That cone kind of is a good way to illustrate a timeline kind of thing, but I would imagine that event happened in all, it's omnidirectional, happened in every direction.
Well, yeah, the theory is one thing, but when they explain it and show it, they show it in another way, right? Just like gravity. When they show the fabric of space-time and they show the trampoline and the medicine ball, the bowling ball, and they say, but you got to think of this as 3D. Yeah, it's the same thing here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, to like the where they pull the fabric and put the big ball in the middle and show a little ball going around it. It is difficult for a human being that functions in our reality is 3D to imagine that condition in an infinite way that it's hard to get your head around.
No, it's not. No, the initial instinct you have to go against it is correct, but you've been conditioned to try to explain it to yourself mentally. But seeing it offhand, it's nonsense, right? Because the ball always falls to the center of the trampoline. You see the guy always grab it. Oops. It goes a few turns. Oops, he grabs it, gives it another push. Oops. It's nonsense, right?
Well, no, I mean, if you could do that, and there was no friction on that object, it wasn't rolling on that fabric. I could imagine that ball would just, if you threw it the right velocity, it would just stay on a path and orbit the thing,
But then all that makes me think of is like a superconductor.
That's interesting.
You mean those magnetic things that?
Oh, you're talking about quantum locking.
Yeah, quantum locking.
Yeah, that's freaked out. Yeah.
Well, the only thing about that is there are no magnets. There's no cryogenics going on. None of what we observe quantum locking to be is present in like the moon orbiting the Earth.
Yeah, but this has nothing to do with the moon orbiting the Earth. We're talking
I'm just
about.
saying that's an actual phenomena that you can witness, here on Earth.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It even works upside down. We've all seen it. Yeah, it's amazing actually. But we're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, we can observe the levitating frog thing too. And
What's that sound?
I mean, people think about defying gravity or turn.
But that's acoustic. That's just vibration, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just applying an additional force that counters the force that's pulling it down and causes it to levitate. but you take the input out, and the frog falls.
And this has what to do with what we were talking about? I mean, if you guys want to do a subject change, very tactically done, by the way, no problem. This doesn't address.
No, it's interesting. Just talk about different ideas about what gravity might be, I guess. But I guess going back to your Big Bang killer, I'm just real passive about it. I mean, it's really interesting. It's interesting to look at, interesting read, but I can't draw any conclusions from it necessarily.
Okay, that's very honest of you. One more question, and then we can do gravity if you want. No problem. If and when they come up with an explanation, right? And if indeed they are these galaxies that are aged in a place where they shouldn't be, where they should be infants, would you accept the official explanation even though it's going to be completely ridiculous?
Well, it'd be a subjective idea about what is and it isn't ridiculous, you know?
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's maybe me projecting a little. Well, not projecting, but going into the future. Okay. Well, would you accept any official explanation? Because I know it's going to be ridiculous, but that's unfair for me to say that. So, would you accept any official explanation?
Well, I mean, the Big Bang itself, yeah, I mean, you know, some scientists are more bent on it being factual, but I mean, even the Big Bang itself is a hard concept for me to wrap my head around, that all the matter in the universe was once at a point the size of the head of a pin or something. You know, that's just, yeah, that's hard for me to get a hold of.
I agree with you. Yeah, I think it's just nonsense. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I see. I see. I wouldn't call it nonsense necessarily. I'd just say that it's a difficult thing for me to conceive. You know, that it's hard to imagine that would be the case. But it's one explanation. You know.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. Let's put it this way: I find that very hard to accept, but I speak only for myself. So no worries. We could, yeah, that's not a problem.
I mean, I don't have trouble with what we're observing occurring currently. That we're seeing this expansion happening, and if you put it in reverse, what would that lead you to?
See, these are the things that they put into your mind, bro. This is what
No,
I
that's
call nonsense. They
no,
made
that's
you
just
think that you can see back in time. This is what
yeah. I
you're doing
understand
now.
I understand the speed of light, that you're seeing something a light year away, that you're actually seeing what was happening there a year ago. I understand that, and I understand it's logical to consider if you see something expanding, and if you put everything in reverse, that would be contracting. And if it all contracted, what would it contract to? You know?
What are you talking about? Are you talking about like as if like you had the ability to time travel? Like if you went back in time, you'd start compressing yourself. Is that what you were saying? Is that what you were?
No. They're observing the expansion of the universe. They're seeing that, that the space between galaxies is expanding. So the universe is expanding. So if you put that in reverse, it's going to be contracting. And if it were contracting over a great period of time, what would that lead to? It would lead to one single point, or the singularity they call it.
Right.
But don't you see that's an assumption at best? Even if you look out, right, out there, whatever we call space, and you see something moving away from you, right? How does that in your head equate to something expanding? How does something moving away from you equal space expanding? How does that happen in your mind?
Yeah, that's a tricky one,
There's a
isn't it?
leap.
It is for me too.
There's at least one leap there, isn't there?
Yeah, there's at least one. Yeah. I mean, You got to think logically, bro. Another thing, where's the center? Is there, okay, here, check this one out. You want to talk about crazy stuff, right? Is there a center to the universe in your model?
That's a question that I've always had. We see a heliocentric model, and of course, from my perspective, we see planets orbiting the sun, and they say that our solar system is within the Milky Way galaxy, which is everything in it is orbiting the black hole that's in the middle, being, very superficial explanation. So why are all the galaxies not orbiting something in the middle of that? That's a question that I've got.
They are, though. Have you heard of the Great Attractor? All the
But see,
galaxies.
if space is expanding, how can that equate to everything orbiting something in the middle?
Exactly. You're coming around, left lane. You're coming around.
Well,
You're using the
these are
logic
just
part.
yeah. These are genuine questions that I have, and they may or may not be answerable. But yeah, those are legitimate questions that I've got.
And I just named you like 5 of them because my buddy AK was telling me, oh, everything SE thinks is a paradox. Well, I just named you 5 of them here. That shouldn't be.
Well,
By the way, paradoxes don't exist in reality. Let's get that straight. Yeah.
Well, the difference in the way that you and I think about it, SE, is my mind remains open to the possibility that that could be factual, or there might be something else come along, that they come up with that I would have to look at. But I don't just say it's not possible because I don't understand it. I have to be open to it because I don't know.
But isn't that
And
the whole idea of finding out if it is a paradox so that you know it wouldn't be possible?
yeah,
Yeah, that's the whole thing. If you start off with faulty assumptions and you agreed with 4 or 5 of them that we both agreed on are just can't happen, right? So how can you then from then on proceed? It's like setting a house on the side of the beach where the sand is. You know that, it's gonna go in a
well,
few months, right?
you said it right there. That can't happen. I hadn't said anything can't happen. I don't understand some of it, but I don't think that it can't happen.
So you think the things that we thought that were like almost ridiculous, you think that it's a possibility that they can happen.
Yeah, it may just be that I don't understand it. Yes.
Okay, I can't argue with that. I mean, to me, these things are so like so obvious. I guess we think differently. So I'm not gonna fault you
We
for
do.
that.
We do, and they say we got into it the other day, pretty heated, and I don't like that, man. I don't like it when we get heated like that. It weighs on me, and I like it much better when we can talk about things and disagree without the heat.
Yeah, I don't like it either. But that was a different thing. Anyways, let's not get into that.
Yeah, we'll leave it alone.
But yeah, you see all these things, right? All these things, they're nothing substantial, right? The distances, the dark matter, the dark energy. Oh, have you heard of how could I forget this one? Have you heard of dark flow?
Dark flow. Nope, that's a new one.
Yep, I discovered it. Well, I read it a couple of weeks ago, I think it was. Dark flow. Yeah, another crazy thing that they came up with that I'm sure nobody here has heard of, but everyone's gonna support it. I'll give you a little explanation of what it is. So they did their big observation of what they say is the whole universe, which of course they have no way. It just means whatever they can see, right? So they discovered, according to their quote unquote gravity, how things should move around, right? They noticed that one section of the universe is just jetting off like in crazy speeds in a certain direction, which just doesn't make sense. So once again, instead of saying, "Oh man, we got another thing wrong," they called it dark flow. I know, left lane. I know.
Yeah, I'm looking.
No, I'm not the bearer of the bad news. I'm just giving it to you.
It sounds like the new Dark Ages.
Yeah, yeah, it's crazy. Once you look into their model, the stuff you're gonna find is astonishing, just astonishing.
So the actual measured velocity is the sum of the velocity predicted by Hubble's law plus a possible small unexplained or dark velocity following in a common direction. Now I would have to read more about it to understand that.
Yeah. Have a read. When I saw it, I go, oh no, now that we're gonna have to name 3 now. Dark energy, dark matter, and dark flow.
It gets into the CMB and all that.
Yep, that's where they measure everything against. Yep.
Should we try predicting a few new things that might come out?
Well, if I tell you what one of the predictions is, you're not gonna believe me. I'm gonna have to show you a picture. Hold on. Check this out, my friend. You can make this stuff up if you tried.
There is a guy opposing this too, Ned Wright. Says that their methods are flawed.
Well, of
Are
course.
you actually serious? Is that what they started to believe now as well?
I'm telling you, bro, check it out. Look at that thing outside of our known universe. This is the crazy stuff. Like I'm telling you, you can't make this up. This is Star Trek, Star Wars, all combined, bro. Look at the size of that. Look at the universe, what they say, right? And look at the size of that thing. What is it? A third the size of the known universe is just outside our universe, and these guys are like taken serious. My God.
That's the anti-universe.
Yeah. I found that quite interesting.
Oh, I see. So their observations would lead them to believe that there's something very massive outside our universe that's influencing
Correct.
the motion of galaxies.
But what's outside both the universe and that other thing? Is it nothing?
Well, it's expanding into nothing, but now there's something in the nothing that's causing a greater expansion.
Yeah.
Left lane? There's
Pretty
something
crazy,
in the nothing.
Yeah.
Bro,
yeah, I
come
got
on
it.
now.
I got it. I got every word of it, and yeah, I'm right there with you on it. It's beyond comprehension.
Yeah, like there's got to be a point where someone tells them, "Hey, dude, we're paying your salary over here now. Cut the nonsense and do some real science and tell us what the hell's going on up there, because this is ridiculous." If they give us a year and their funding, we'll find out a lot of stuff, bro. If they give us a year, their funding,
Dude, one day, bro.
modern,
One day.
yeah. I want modern balloon technology, a capsule that's pressurized, and all the helium, and their budget.
They give me one day of that funding, and fuck it, I don't care. I'll just take the money and run, man.
Yeah, I know. I know. We're in it for bigger thing. We're not trying to do cocaine and hookers. We're trying to, figure out physical reality and shit and our,
Yeah.
But think of how much cocaine now.
God dang.
You could literally ski on it.
Having all the rocket technology, all the Air
Now
Force,
we
those
know
high
what they're
altitude.
doing.
Yeah.
Like Scrooge McDuck's money bin.
Yeah, man, we'd make a difference, a big difference. We'd actually find stuff out, but of course that ain't never gonna happen. We'll make Left Lane official spokesman. Oh, speaking of space, oh man, have you guys heard of the what's it called again? Have you guys heard of the Steel Library?
The
Steel
Metal
Book Library.
Father Crispy's Metal Library.
Yeah, well, it appears Armstrong did an expedition. Was it in Bolivia? And he went deep underground, and they found these huge structures, like cut in, like big cathedral openings, like underground. Now we're talking about deep, deep, and well, they couldn't go further. Blah blah blah. So that's the story. I was wondering, has anybody heard this?
Yep.
With Armstrong, the astronaut?
I never heard about it with Armstrong. No, I never heard that part about it.
Yeah, I'll drop
I've
the
heard-
video. Hold on.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he put his name to it.
Yeah, I haven't worked out like what actually he has, or where it came from, or what culture it's from, or if it's right, or I've seen other things where there's like remaining kind of surviving pieces of that collection, but I don't know about those. Kind of, I don't know. I wonder about the whole thing. But it would have had to been some kind of culture, I guess, that was into making flat sheets of metal and like writing on it. So that's a limited amount of people.
Yeah, I just dropped a video that kind of blew my mind because Armstrong, the guy that was the most silent, reclusive, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, allegedly, like these kids were able to. Because there's like a legend about like an underground sort of city. You have to like swim under water through some kind of like tunnels or something like that, and then you get to it. Allegedly, the kids found it, and that's where they were bringing the stuff back from. But
No, they have pictures of this cave, and they go down and they show. You'll see, but they didn't find no library of metal books. That's for sure.
Well, I don't know. That's what, allegedly how Crispy got his pieces was from the village people donating them.
Oh, really?
Or the kids or something. That's what I recall. I mean, maybe.
You mean pieces of those books the kids found?
Like outside of a what's that? The all the different collections of things that he had were from people who would bring them to him from, allegedly from these, like, some kind of source underground where this stuff had been. So that's why they call it the metal library, I guess. But
yeah, when I first saw it, I go, "What? Come on." Okay, let me watch this. Just let them, because they were rappelling down the hole, and then they showed like huge things, and you see you see vertical and horizontal cut things, like clearly not natural. Yeah.
yeah, I've heard other things where they, I guess there's writings probably from some kind of, like, I don't some kind of missionaries maybe made a note of it, because the stuff is gone now, right? And it was gold, so like you could have just melted it down into any old thing, right? So we don't know, but apparently they're pretty good with manufacturing things with gold, and they've made these, like, sort of reflector dishes with using gold. I'm not sure for what reason, but they were pretty into this stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know
I
what I
even think,
found out?
like I don't know, like there are some like these, like, temporary places that seem to be set up different, on different rocks, where there's just, like, you see, like, some posts and things, but they're not like um like structures that are gonna, like, necessarily be there for generations. It's kind of like almost like a campment or something like that they built to work some places, it seems like. I don't know. And then, like, weird sort of, like, almost like these sculptural things and, like, some rock, but you could see, like, that it could, like, if there was water moving down it, that it would, like, collect all the little pieces out, like a sort of like a sluice, would. And yeah, I don't know, man. I totally see that they could have been collecting and panning and sifting and finding all different types of ways to be about gold.
Yeah, like, I'm not saying anything definitive, but the reason why I'm talking about it is two reasons. One, it's Armstrong, an astronaut, of course, and we're talking about a big expedition here with boats, and you got to walk miles in mud, and it's not like you get out of your RV and just walk down a hill, right? They had to rappel down. And two, what they showed was like massive, like caverns, not a small little thing you have to crawl through. So I just thought it was interesting. And then a steel library, books that weighed 40 pounds each, and kind of caught my interest.
Oh, wow. Sounds pretty out there, though, right? Doesn't it? It's crazy.
Who knows? Who knows, bro? Like, I was wondering if anybody heard about it.
Well, I'd like to check out the video. Sounds good.
Steel books, imagine that. Like, I've seen giant books. Have you guys seen those giant books? Posted them before. Like, I mean, huge. Let me see if I can find it.
Where did they get the paper from to make those giant books? We must have sorted the paper problem out pretty recently,
These look pretty old, bro. These look
Yeah, but
pretty.
this
Let
is
me
the
see
thing.
if I can find them.
It's like if publications and publishing, printing companies and all that start taking off in 1600s, how old would you put this book at if we weren't producing paper up until X year?
I'll let you be the judge. I'll let you be the judge. Coming right up.
Well, like the ink and stuff, Dresden Codex is on a paper, like a papyrus. I don't know.
You ever seen books this size?
Yeah, but are we talking about this giant book is made out of papyrus? Because we know the papyrus is from reeds, so we know it's not wood, timber, tree as such. So if these book pages are made out of wood, tree, timber as such, then fair enough. If they're made out of papyrus, fair enough. Which is it?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. No, just came to my mind since we're talking about metal books. I go, wait a minute, I have a picture of these huge books. I really don't have any further details. I wish I did, actually.
Oh, you're talking metal. Sorry, I just joined the conversation, so apologies.
Yeah, these are metal books which were in search from the astronaut Neil Armstrong. He did an expedition in the Peruvian jungle or Bolivian, one of these places, in mud, and they rappelled down the huge hole, and yeah, whole big ordeal. Not like a Sunday afternoon hunting trip or fishing trip with the buddies. I posted a short clip on it. You can see the full video. You scroll up.
Must have needed some etching technology or some sort of thing to write words into metal, no? Or a printing press or some sort. I mean, I don't know what's what.
I think it's like a thin sort of sheet of metal enough to press into it, and something that's kind of ductile. I don't know. SC, I started watching that thing. It's just immediate impressions. It's like a Discovery production, you know. So I'm like,
Yeah, sure. Like I'm not
that puts
saying
my
anything.
sus meter all the way to 10.
Absolutely, it looks like a scripted thing.
Mm-hmm. So now I'm going to be looking at it like it's a cover up of something else that should be made for truth, but isn't.
Well, yeah, the first giveaway is the astronaut, right? Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Okay, see where you're going. Why use him though? Oh,
that's my point. That's my whole point. Yeah,
where someone else was like, "Oh, we got to use that guy."
yeah.
This is
Let's
like
let's pick the
world.
astronaut, the guy that went to the moon. Yeah, to go down into the ground.
You're the
Yeah.
only guy. Like it almost makes it like read like it's I don't know, like like they're trying to pass off something that's fake. Like the stuff that, like, I don't know if Crespi stuff's the real legit